3 years passed in a flash, and the world finally opened beyond the cradle. A quiet ceiling, lit by candlelight instead of harsh bulbs. The newly arrived soul blinked, overwhelmed by this strange, affluent world. My first moments in this new, strangely primitive fantasy world. Luckily, this encounter wasn't the last. The world stretched out, vast and imposing, even from the safety of the cradle. Peering down from the cradle, the vast, sunlit world first greeted the infant Leon. The world outside my cradle was an impossibly large spectacle. Young master. The world beyond the cradle felt overwhelmingly vast. 8 years into his arduous training, the future knight finally grasped his destiny. 3 years passed quickly, and the world finally opened beyond the cradle. The warm embrace of a family I never had in this rich new world. The Night King has returned, hailed under a brilliant sky. The innocent face of the child, soon to be thrust into a knight's harsh reality. At 14 years old, the constant, brutal training felt like pure child abuse. The training intensified. Even a small boy strained against the sheer weight of a boulder. The Holy Knight, Sir Gothic, stood ready, a monster in human skin. The young king roared, channeling all his sacred might into a single, desperate strike. The Night King has returned, a legendary figure stepping into the light. The final confrontation erupts, a clash of titans that shakes the very dust of this ravaged world. The holy sword, still stained with the grease of last year's orcs, was drawn for battle. Even after all that, the war was not over. The eternal winter still held, but the fight was not over. The Night King returned after 3 centuries. The settlement burned, screams echoing as the horde closed in like a tide. The last stand was grim, the enemy overwhelming the surviving knights. The orcs, a tide of brute strength, advanced upon the fallen kingdom. The orc chieftain roared insults against the legendary Night King. The king of Lionheart, Leon Dragonia, carried the will of the holy temples. The Night King had returned, marking 3 centuries since his crossing into this strange new world. The goddess descended, bestowing her grace upon the destined heir. The goddess offered the ultimate test of his resolve. He knelt, accepting the sacred charge. The Night King has returned. I tore apart goblins and slashed away the evil cult. The winter battle raged on, a final stand against billions of devils. The Night King has returned. The living saint and demigod, Majesty Lionheart, passed away. The Night King has returned. The gaze of the king, hardened by centuries of unending war. The goddess descended, bestowing her divine mandate upon her faithful knight. I transplanted the sacred treasure, the Lionheart, from the goddess, and vowed to protect the Holy Grail. The Night King has returned. How I became the Grand Duke Dragonia. The final, desperate charge of the glorious knights began. The Night King has returned, his presence commanding even amidst the lingering chaos. The battle was won, but the silence spoke volumes of the cost. The Night King has returned, his ancient struggle finally reaching its zenith. The Night King returned, delivering a final, furious pronouncement of judgment. 3 million lives offered in a final, desperate bargain. The Emperor crossed the line. The Emperor made his final, unforgivable gambit. The Emperor has unleashed utter chaos, summoning the Lord of Chaos in a final, terrifying act. The Night King has returned after 3 centuries, stepping toward the void. The Night King returned, finding a broken world years after the final battle. Amidst the ruins, a broken doll was held tight. The battlefield was littered with the fallen knights. The Night King had returned, but a deep exhaustion weighed upon his soul. The Night King has returned, standing resolute amidst the ruins. The Night King stood before his trembling armies, an imposing figure of ultimate authority. The final, desperate stand against billions of devils had begun. The Night King has returned, his victory announced to the waiting earthlings. The Night King roared, his spirit igniting against the encroaching darkness. A discarded, crudely made doll lay among the rubble, a grim token of the devastation. The last stand, shoulder to shoulder in tarnished steel. After centuries of conflict, the Night King strikes one final, devastating blow. The Night King has returned after 3 centuries. My knight, my beloved, honored knight. The goddess's blessing remains with her devoted knight until the very end. The Night King, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, returns to face the encroaching darkness. The Earthlings arrived, marking the 300th year of my vigilance. Barbarian slaves were used as worthy meat shields in the final, bloody confrontation. The Night King carved through the chaos, his blade a brilliant arc against the tide of monsters. With a roar, the Night King unleashed the power of the holy sword. The air shrieked as the righteous power struck the horde of demons. The final, furious roar of the Night King. The Night King returned, a blinding flash against the eternal winter. The final confrontation erupted in a blinding flash of holy power. The Grand Duke, Leon Dragonia, unleashed the power of the Holy Knight against the legions of darkness. The king roars, his ancient battle finally culminating in this final stand. The trapped fiends could only scream, realizing their fate was sealed. With eyes blazing, the Night King brought down his blade. 300 years. An eternity of relentless war finally reached its zenith. The Demon Lord roared, racked by the Holy Knight's final, devastating blow. The last remnants of the demon gate shattered under the king's might. The demonic maw loomed, a monstrous shadow against the blinding blue tear in reality. The final, massive surge of chaos erupted before me. The survivors watched in stunned silence as the ancient hero rose, engulfed in celestial light. The Earthlings stared, gripped by shock and dread. The air thundered as the King of Lionheart stood revealed, wreathed in divine light. The Night King had returned, his legendary presence eclipsing the world once more. The Night King has returned, bathed in celestial light before those Earthlings. The Night King had returned, a terrifying figure against the twilight of a devastated world. In the heart of Seoul, a cosmic rupture tore the sky. A sudden, shared disbelief hangs heavy in the neon-lit air. A swirling, impossible blackness had torn open the Seoul skyline. The dust settled, revealing the lone survivor bathed in infernal light. What terrifying spectacle had just unfolded before her eyes? The great devil and his legions lay slaughtered across the scorched earth. The associate manager recoiled, stunned by what she was seeing. "You're tired, right?" A small gesture for the lone survivor. The office was cold, the weight of the unbelievable news pressing down on the staff. The great devil and its horrors stood arrayed against the newly returned hero. The weight of survival settled heavily on his shoulders. The associate stood stunned, the whispers of the impossible feat echoing around them. His composure betrayed nothing, a stark contrast to the overwhelming reports. The terrifying, unknowable black gate ripped open in Seoul's heart. The truth is, the theme is its way or a world. Emerging from the chaos, they stepped back onto Earth. Despite his return, the Night King's principles remained forged in 300 years of otherworldly battle. Associate H. Hari, the head manager, approaches, his smile overly eager. The head manager attempts to soothe the associate manager after their impossible return. The terrifying shadow of Malus, Lord of Chaos, recoiled in abject horror. The great devil staggered, the light of impossible power searing through its form. The raw, devastating power of the demon lord echoed across the ruined landscape. The monstrous shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving only dust and ruin. His royal attire gleamed, starkly contrasting the bewildered subordinate below. Even the association manager was awestruck by the presence of the survivor. The mere thought of serving a peasant's dish to royalty ignited pure, incandescent rage. The sheer shockwave erupted, shattering the office calm. The shockwave of that single, absolute attack ripped through the room. "How dare you sully the Lionheart name?" A terrifying roar shattered the air. The meeting room was wrecked. Tempers flared around the shattered glass. The weight of 3 centuries settled on his shoulders. This modern world felt alien. The triumphant return felt strangely hollow in the dimly lit room. The king, Leon Dragonia, sat upon his throne, a century of rule etched in his posture. The world of the demons, a terrifying battlefield stained red. The true test begins now. So it is this. Even then, he wouldn't bend. A knight, destined for overworking. His posture spoke volumes, radiating an unwavering, chilling confidence. A moment of confusion hangs heavy in the air. He's playing along with the charade. The former Night King considered his words carefully, a subtle glint in his eye. The head manager tried to dismiss the impossible tale. The official faltered, sweating under the weight of the impossible truth. The manager erupted, his composure shattering as he stared at the glowing screen. The world had changed, now tethered to the terrifying reality of her. The imposing agent waited, his dark glasses hiding any judgment. From the chaotic tear in reality, demons and monstrous horrors poured forth. A knowing grunt as the manager assessed the impossible survivor. That's the truth he was contemplating. Inside the black gate, demons lurked in the scorched wasteland. With the world hanging in the balance, the Night King returned, wielding power that defied comprehension. The gate descended, a terrifying boundary against the pale blue sphere of Earth. A beaming official presented the meal, a stark contrast to the exhaustion weighing on the survivor. The taste of home, or something entirely alien. His eyes widened, a chilling realization dawning in the survivor's mind. The sight of the steaming shoulangtang, a familiar comfort. The king forced himself to swallow, despite the unfamiliar taste of this world's simple broth. The victor sat before his meager meal, still reeling from the return. This 19 all because there's no proper religious faith. How dare you serve a royal a peasant's dish? Trembling, the official shielded himself from the monstrous roar. The Night King, returned to Earth after 3 centuries, stares down at the wreckage of his meal. He sat upon the borrowed throne, radiating an authority born from 3 centuries of conquest. The hunter-manager could only stare at the impossible reality before him. This 19 all because there's no proper religious faith. The bowl, once filled with sustenance, now lay overturned, a black monument to disaster. Thankfully, he's eating a T-bone steak and red wine made in 1993. The king delicately sampled the offering, savoring the taste of the expensive vintage. Thankfully, the king indulges in a feast, a T-bone steak paired with rare, aged wine. The envoy's shock was palpable, a sudden, wide-eyed realization. Caught off guard, Hari could only manage a choked sound. You're that swordsman from before. The tension lingered between them, the woman eagerly awaiting his response. The desperation and shock of the situation were written plainly across her face. A tense silence hung between the imposing figure and the overwhelmed Hari. The king's incandescent blue eyes met the pressure of the moment. Caught in the glare of the king, Hari could only kneel, anticipation heavy in the silent room. The espionage of this new era demanded securing this anomaly, this king, at all costs. He remained composed, his arms crossed in a posture of quiet scrutiny. A king cannot serve in another nation's military. What did the higher-ups demand? The office hummed with quiet tension as the ordeal seemed to take its toll. Her fury manifested, the air itself catching flame as their power was revealed. A sudden, shocking intrusion floods the secure room with crimson light. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent, system-wide warning flashes across the screen. The urgent alarm blared. A dungeon break threatened the vital farmlands. The Phoenix Guild master grinned, standing amidst an inferno of golden energy. The intensity mounted as the king scrutinized the surprised young woman. His piercing gaze met the challenge, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding crisis. A spectral hand reaches skyward, wreathed in golden, ethereal fire. The powerful aura surrounding him faded as he finally broke the silence. A blinding, divine light splits the darkness, heralding the descent of something immense. The ancient summons resonated, a divine presence awakening in the plains. The air crackled with intense, ominous energy as the sun began to rise. The S-rank hunter, Guild Master Li Yongwan, faced them with a predatory smirk. A king cannot be a soldier for another nation's military. The horrifying reality of their machinations settled in, a terrible success. The king's gaze, sharp and satisfied, fell upon the accumulated spoils of war and glory. But even after all that posturing, the king remained wary. The flamboyant nobleman confirmed his awareness with an unsettling smirk. A chilling chuckle preceded the arrival of the Phoenix Guild contingent. A confrontation erupts on the blighted field as the Phoenix Guild members reveal their malice toward Hari. A chilling, wicked grin spreads as the monstrous figure roars his refusal. A sharp intake of breath. The realization hits hard. In this world, justice is money and power. He approached, his presence cutting through the tension of the tense standoff. The tension spikes. The guildmaster erupts in fury against the silent, imposing figure. The Hunter Guild master erupted in fury, his glowing eye fixed on the perceived insolence. The Phoenix Guild master, Li Yongwan, seethed with barely contained rage. The king made his presence known, wreathed in terrifying, fiery power. A sharp intake of breath as the weight of the situation finally registers. The guild master, surrounded by his enforcers, offered a chillingly polite greeting under the dying light. The earnest swordsman was confronted by the king's imposing presence. The king stands firm, demanding adherence to proper protocol, even now. Hope surged through them as the king prepared to act. The demon's shadow looms over the withering fields, its presence a stark terror. The blight spreads across the fields, signaling a disaster for this vital granary. The king's gaze held a chilling certainty, while Hari recoiled, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. The king's polished boot steps firmly onto the ravaged earth. A sudden sound echoed, as Leon turned his gaze upon the stunned Hari. The terrible power of the dungeon break swirls, casting an ominous, red glow. Hari's mission was clear. Secure the king for her nation's hunter association. The weight of the unspoken hangs heavy in the air. The official felt utterly helpless as the king stood firm. Me? I can't use that ancient tongue. The man simply savored the meal, unimpressed by their efforts. Hari stood beaming, clutching a crudely made doll, while Leon watched with a guarded, intense gaze from the shadows. Curt approval, slicing through the nervous tension of the surrounding crowd. Leon requested two things, and one was this strange straw doll. Leon presented the strange straw doll, leaving the woman utterly bewildered. A shockwave of failure erupted, the intended magic collapsing within him. The frantic, absurd straw doll fails its final, desperate attempt. A heap of crude straw dolls lies defeated on the ground, their strange shapes mocked by a resounding failure. The conditions have been met. A mother of this abundant land holds the doll of harvest. 12 children, the blessing of the land. He reverently kissed the hand of the elderly woman, earning a shy, happy gesture in return. In the darkening fields, the ritual begins with a stark, silent reverence. A faint, arcane light pulsed around his open palm. The others watched, stunned by the display. The conditions have been met. Mother of this abundant land. The king accepted the offered cup, a tangible symbol in the charged silence. The Phoenix Guild master watched the scene unfold, his composure finally breaking. The conditions have been met. Mother of this abundant land. The consecrated liquid poured forth, overflowing the sacred chalice. The golden liquid overflows the vessel, a spectacular outpouring under the dawning sky. The water droplets, imbued with sacred light, began to gather. The sun is rising, a fiery red tinting the clouds, signaling a new beginning. The energy flared, splashing life-giving liquid across the wooden grain. A shocking revelation dawns on the onlookers as the ritual takes an unbelievable turn. A gasp escaped, illuminated by divine light. The sun began its ascent, painting the horizon in hues of fire and hope. Divinity had descended on this land. It had been a while. Beneath the fiery, unforgiving sky, a silent pledge is made. Evil has taken root in this fresh new world. A sharp inhale under the fading light. The man's composure fractured by what he saw. Ignorance and greed. Not always sins, but the nature of mortals. What now? After all this has transpired, bathed in divine light, he prepares his solemn pledge. A brilliant light erupted around the child. Child, do you have a favor to ask of me? The divine light answered the plea, a promise echoing. We are always ready. Citizens of this earth, behold the majesty. You are appointed. Head of the temple, the chosen champion. The thirsty earth would be quenched by her own divine flesh. With this divine blessing, All creatures on this land shall become your allies. A blinding pillar of golden energy erupts, silencing the world below. A brilliant, searing light enveloped the hanging cluster. Bathed in golden light, they witnessed the impossible, a miracle unfolding in the fields. The divine fire rages, illuminating the sheer force of his conviction. This world, blessed with divinity, yields forth its bounty. These are crops blessed with divinity. A wave of dazzling light washed over them, arresting their breath. Amidst the golden harvest, a small, doll-like figure watched the unfolding miracle. A breathless moment amidst the golden fields. The man grasps the evidence of a miracle. His outrage met the quiet awe of the blessed few in the golden field. Such contemptuous judgment against the divine gift. His rage boiled over, aimed at the perceived puppet before him. The guildmaster's face twisted in pure, blue-tinged horror. My entire carefully laid plan is on the verge of ruin. His composure finally cracked, a savage snarl twisting his face in the downpour. I will frame you as a fraud. The guildmaster offered a condescending gesture to the assembly. The guildmaster's team gathered, radiating a fierce, blue aura of newly acquired power. A desperate burst of raw power, fueled by shock and fear. The initial skepticism quickly turned to wide-eyed acceptance. The shock of unexpected power washes over him. The rice, blessed with divinity, is ready to be cooked. A sudden revelation strikes as the system screen flickers. They pause their meal, the bounty of the blessed earth already a source of wonder. Her eyes widened, holding out the divine grain. I ate a bug and got a buff. The pressure mounts as the realization dawns on the assembled figures. Is this miraculous rice truly a divine reinforcer? A free reinforcer? Then it's not weird if all living beings are also blessed. A firm confirmation, standing against the golden harvest. The task is done. It is time to depart this blessed field. Bathed in the golden light of the blessed fields, an offering is prepared. Child, accept this final word, the moment of grace, her divine essence ready to be poured out. The golden fields stretched out, blessed and abundant under the vast sky. She stood amidst the bounty, yet her heart hesitated at the accusation. He looked toward the horizon, bathed in a divine, golden light. We'll go into the gate with full buffs. Two figures stand amidst the thriving golden fields, one confident, the other uneasy. Damn it, where did the IDG come from? Now that the soldiers are full, we go into the gate. A terrifying presence washes over him, stark and undeniable. The guildmaster's sinister smile promised betrayal hidden behind feigned cooperation. A chilling, manic grin spreads across his face as dark energy swirls around him. They will fail. Inside the gate, a silhouette descends, radiating cold, electric blue power. The shadowy legion, forged in darkness, prepares for the coming assault. The monsters descend, their dead eyes glowing with malevolent light. A system warning flashes, signaling imminent danger. A chilling advance into the frozen darkness. They stand ready, facing the horde of the undead. The weight of this dungeon's nature settled heavily upon him. A nervous smile plays on her face as the grim reality sinks in. The sheer numbers of the undead were overwhelming the advance guard. The grotesque remains lie still, perhaps finally silenced. The danger level maxed out. The horde descended, spectral green eyes burning in the suffocating darkness. His eyes held a cold, assessing light, unwilling to be swayed by the ongoing chaos. A nervous team braces themselves against the encroaching dark. A startling red screen flashed before her eyes, accompanied by sharp impact sounds. The onslaught was relentless, their ranks dissolving under unseen power. The sheer desperation etched on his face contrasted sharply with the cool observance of his companions. The king of the lion heart stared down the towering, dark armor, his glowing eyes fixed on the threat. The rider appears, a chilling silhouette against the encroaching darkness. A chilling horde of glowing-eyed skeletons surged forward, summoned by an unseen master. The front line braced, sweat beading as they faced the overwhelming horde. The archer unleashes a desperate, focused attack against the relentless horde. The front lines braced, shields up against the looming shadow of the undead. The void churns, spitting forth an endless legion of skeletal horrors. The undead surged forward, their empty eyes burning with cold, pale light. The clash erupts, a defiant shout against the chilling, spectral onslaught. They're stronger than I thought. However, the king of the lion heart unleashes a devastating blow against the undead foe. The sheer volume of undead overwhelmed the frontline defenses. The air crackled as immense power flared around him. The necromancer's ritual intensified, bathing the area in unholy, glowing energy. The formation breaks as the horde surges forward. The necromancer channels raw, ominous power, his glowing eyes burning through the darkness. A brilliant, searing arc of light descends, shattering the spectral horde. His eyes blaze with exertion as he prepares his strike against the spectral threat. The air crackled with an ominous, surging power. The Night King closes in, his resolve burning brighter than the spectral flames upon the boss. A desperate block against the undead onslaught. A blinding flash of light erupts as the strike connects with immense force. A violent expulsion of air. The tank collapsed. His defense toppled near him. Assistant Manager Han watched with grim resolve as the fight raged on. The pressure was too much. Even seasoned fighters were starting to falter. The spectral knight unleashes a devastating flurry of attacks. He's observing. Her wide, terrified eyes searched his face, realizing the gravity of their situation. The intensity of the situation was clearly reflected in his wide, strained eyes. Her expression showed pure astonishment, caught in the sudden intensity of his gaze. Stunned silence enveloped them as reality hit. A single, tense thought hangs in the suffocating darkness. How does the undead move like that? They stood ready, four figures silhouetted against the encroaching darkness. A flash of steel erupts as she lunges forward, an unstoppable force charging through the chaos. The glowing eyes of the endless horde promised only annihilation. A crushing impact descends upon the undead form. The king of the lion heart descends, delivering a blinding, sweeping strike. A furious, incandescent strike cuts through the tide of darkness. A sudden, sharp impact sends sparks flying from the armored foe. A sudden, overwhelming force slammed into her view. The shockwave of realization fades, replaced by sheer, dumbfounded confusion. What the hell is happening now? A spectral blue flame erupts from the armored skull, met by a sharp, purple impact sound. With a fierce glare, she raised her weapon, energy crackling around the blow. A blinding flash of azure energy erupts as the king connects with his foe. The king of the lion heart prepared his strike, drawing his exquisite sword with surprising speed. With a surge of power, the spectral knight was finally isolated. Sorry. The grim knight acknowledges the coming destruction. With a furious cry, the separation was complete. A searing, desperate surge of power erupts, fueled by intense focus. A blinding strike cuts through the chaos, meeting the boss head-on. A sudden, blinding impact against heavy, linked armor. The great blade met its mark, a deafening clash against the darkness. This stance. The king of the lion heart has recognized true knighthood. A blinding arc of blue energy cuts through the darkness, struck by an overwhelming force. Her resolve barely holds. Impressive. The impact reverberates through the dark expanse. A sharp clap echoed through the gloom. A sudden, sharp focus. The air thickens with anticipation. The king of the lion heart loomed, an imposing figure above the stunned, fallen knight. There were so many of them. His shock was palpable. The unbelievable had just happened. Terror etched onto their faces as the enemy closed in. The fearsome Dullahan, a spectral knight wreathed in cold, blue flame. The armored figure descends, wreathed in spectral blue flame and dark mist. The silent, cavernous dark begins to stir with faint, spectral lights. The undead steed charges, its armored form striking terror into the surrounding shadows. The battle ends. Now the spoils await his touch. Silence hung heavy in the eerie, cold expanse. The legendary knight stood resolute, his blade now glowing with a sacred, gentle light. The Dullahan won't die unless you behead it. In the shock of the sudden silence, the king could only manage one word. The revelation struck her with shocking clarity. The colossal Dullahan looms, its undead minions gathered in the oppressive darkness. The spectral glow of the Dullahan illuminated the grim cavern entrance. The champion stood ready, sword blazing against the spectral darkness of the headless foe. The dark armor lay shattered, a faint blue essence flickering where the head once rested. The sheer power of the Dullahan condensed, a storm of dark magic ready to strike. The moment of impact, a blinding flash against the spectral armor. The clash rang out, a furious collision of light and shadow. His eyes, now clear, reflected the light of returning purpose. The Dullahan's massive blade slams down, but the young knight stands firm against the supernatural force. The blade sung with an unseen force, channeling raw, burning energy. The Dullahan's massive blade descended, a strike of pure, cold power. The phantom flame of the Dullahan flickered, its borrowed time nearly spent. The unstoppable clash of blade against brute force erupts in blinding light and raw impact. The spectral blade ignited with an unholy, cold blue flame. The blade connects, a blinding arc of power against the darkness. A gasp of sheer disbelief escapes her lips. The air cracked with unseen force as Leon brought his blade to bear, defiance etched onto his hidden face. The shockwave faded, leaving onlookers stunned by the impossible display of skill. The survivors emerged, blinking in the afterglow of his final, honorable act. The king stood resolved, his small blade meeting the overwhelming darkness. The final, decisive blow struck the core of the spectral darkness. The air crackled with intense, glowing energy as he drew his blade forward. The sheer, undeniable truth hits him. This display of skill is utterly overwhelming. It had been a while since he came across a knight who treated him properly. The Dullahan lunged, its spectral blue fire burning against the grim expanse. Nonsense. The monstrous figure stood firm against the impossible. Quiet moment of victory, the heavy blade resting at his side beneath the fading gloom. The king's precise blade met the dark impact, sparks of conflict flaring between them. The Dullahan's colossal swing met the blinding flash of the blade, a clash shaking the very air. A silent standoff as the blade meets the chilling armor of the Dullahan. The air crackles with tension. The question hangs heavy. Will this journey continue? The spectral flames of the Dullahan illuminated the dark cavern, ready to clash. The clash erupted, a blinding spectacle of power against precision. The impact was fierce, but the weight balance shifted perfectly. The Dullahan thrashed, its spectral blue flame burning with unholy vigor. The final, decisive blow rings out, shattering the oppressive dark. The behemoth sword strikes the earth, a blue shockwave scattering debris in the confined space. The dark air swirls, yet a glimmer of something precious lingers. The headless knight roared, its burning blue essence erupting in primal fury. The spectral fire burns atop the Dullahan's void-shrouded form, demanding an answer. The headless commander stood against the horde, its spectral flame burning bright. The cursed knight, stripped of its spectral form, now held only a dark, spiked helm. The spectral light of the undead knight flared, his final, agonizing act sealed by the blade. The vanquished Dullahan dissolved into ethereal blue flame, a spectacular end to a grim existence. The vanquished head lies still amidst the carnage. The chilling impact of the decisive blow resounds across the icy ground. The king, now returned to his knightly self, stands over the vanquished foe. The king's eyes held the reflection of a glorious light, finally achieved. The defeated Dullahan's helm is lifted, a silent trophy to the victor's might. The blinding light subsided, revealing the cleansed knight. A faint acknowledgement, as divine light erupts from below. The crushing darkness shattered under the holy light. The Dullahan's armor shattered, revealing the man within bathed in divine light. The gate is cleared. The arduous task is finally complete. The aftermath settled, revealing faces etched with shock and disbelief. The air hung heavy as the supposed survivors approached, their intentions veiled. The Dullahan's monstrous form was finally pierced by the blinding light of justice. Confused murmurs broke the silence as the king calmly walked away. Whoa, look at this. IT looks like IT's GOT tremendous mana. They stared up, mouths agape, witnessing something beyond their comprehension. Whoa, look at Tevis. The remnants of battle glowed, reflecting in his stunned eyes. This kind of item only causes chaos. The Dullahan finally fell, its severed head a broken mask against the darkening cloak. A stunned silence falls over the victorious party. His expression hardened, a flicker of fierce determination in his eyes. The weary attendant pushed the room service cart, a solitary sigh escaping into the overly bright hallway. The assistant manager was visibly shaken by the arrival of this corporate titan. The unrelenting pace finally broke her composure. Utter exhaustion washed over Hanhari. The meeting occurred amidst the golden bounty of the harvested fields. The villagers, witnessing a divine miracle, could only murmur in awe. A flicker of rage crossed the king's face, sparks of gold illuminating the tension. The king stood firm, his patience thinning as the mundane concerns of earth continued to mount. The reality of the blessed rice's value began to dawn on the simple farmers. The villagers stared, stunned by the unbelievable value presented to them. The follower reels from the staggering tide demand. Yet Leon remains utterly self-assured. In rage, he demanded for a luxurious bed, servants who will always be on standby, and an artwork that he could admire at any given time. Hari's frantic search for suitable lodging continued deep into the night. Groveling before the king's wrath, her small form trembled in the opulent room. Hanhari, flustered, desperately tried to manage the demanding king's arrival. A soft hum escaped the king as the attendant presented his morning meal. The king, unimpressed, simply accepts the glass of crimson liquid. The royal meal arrived, glistening under the light. The attendant beamed, her expression filled with a shining, perhaps slightly manic, anticipation. The king reclines, sipping his wine, while Hari waits, breathless for his response. Her wide, shining eyes betrayed a burst of unexpected joy and deep gratitude. The sheer gratitude in her expression was undeniable as she waited for the king's decree. The king stood unmoved, his disdain clear in the cold light of the city. A look of utter confusion washes over her. What could he possibly want now? The king's displeasure manifested as a cold, imposing presence. They arrived at the building, close to the Hunter Association headquarters. The king's ride glided through the city streets, demanding respect even in transit. The Hunter Association offered him support, a temporary cushion against his sudden return. Was he going to share the meal with me? The Hunter Association finally presented the king's new dwelling. They arrived at the promised high-rise, a stark contrast to his previous kingly abode. Leon stared at the bizarre, shining sculpture, utterly bewildered by the artistic choice. Two figures emerged from the blinding light of the modern cityscape. The assistant manager, Hari, felt a cold dread as the king's shocking demands continued. Nice to meet you, Leon Dragonia Lionheart Nim. Hanhari offered a strained smile, while the grim-faced man behind her watched. That arrogant little savage. The director of the massive Dujung group had tracked him down. The smiling merchant extended his hand, oblivious to the regal disdain he was receiving. The director's mask of civility shattered under the king's contempt. A soft affirmation escapes Hari's lips as Leon surveys the dazzling view. But the sheer arrogance of that man. Jongshan's surprise was evident. He hadn't expected company. Hanhari watched, stunned, as the king surveyed his new, lavish accommodations. The former king regards the minor official with sharp disdain. The blessed rice field shimmered, its bounty beyond belief. Still, the whispers of the outside world crept closer. The initial efforts to manage the information leak proved futile. The association thought the leak was contained, but fear gripped Hari's heart. The secret was out. A streamer had captured the king's miracle. A streamer recorded the situation, and the association requested for him to delete the video. That arrogant little savage. Park Jongshan confirmed his identity, a meek bow confirming his subordinate status. The gravity of the situation seemed to weigh heavily on him. The Hunter Association's management has finally secured a temporary residence for the king. A dying dog suddenly recovered, miraculous proof of the rice's power. The director of Dujung Group leaned forward, a predatory smile spreading across his face. A mere merchant wants a handshake? His anxiety was palpable as the manager waited, trapped in the king's unsettling presence. With a thunderous clap, the king made his demand known. That arrogant little savage. He dares to look down on us? A predatory grin stretches across his face, fueled by spite. A manic grin twisted his face as he scrolled through the feed. Savage. A sudden, blinding luminescence erupted, forcing the onlookers back. The idols of old gods loom, majestic yet silent. The lion and his templars stood ready, weapons drawn against the encroaching darkness. His final decree was a holy vow: to cleanse evil, reclaim the divine, and forge the Knights Templar anew. A stark declaration hung in the silence, punctuated only by the rustle of expensive cloth. But it was a fragile truce he held. A flicker of surprise crosses her face as she checks the message. The merchant's bravado seems misplaced before the true power in the room. The merchant entourage, their faces etched with forced composure, stood ready for the king's judgment. A slight smirk, masking the true appraisal in his gaze. He waited. His grin was a mask, hiding a chilling, predatory glare lurking just behind. The arrogant merchant presents a heavy, mirrored case, signaling the arrival of his promised gift. And this time, he brought a small gift, promising a luxury beyond imagination. His eyes narrowed, a predatory grin splitting his face as he calculated his next move. Since you've put in the effort, take it. His arrogance boiled over, demanding the gift be opened immediately. Thank you for permitting this meeting, Your Majesty. The heavy container slammed down, shaking the very floor beneath them. The merchant's brazen request was met with stunned silence and a chilling glare. The merchant beamed, presenting his dazzling collection of elite armaments. The merchant beamed, presenting his supposed grand gift, while his assistant looked on with stunned anticipation. He presents the grand display, yet the response is stunned disbelief. Money? The merchant was stunned by the sheer audacity of the request. The merchant flaunts his treasures, eager to impress the aloof monarch. The merchant's shock ripped through the quiet room. His grand gesture had backfired completely. The angelic guardian stood vigilant, framed by an ethereal, golden light. The merchant's smug confidence shattered as the king revealed his utterly unimpressed reaction to the supposed treasures. The merchant's forced pleasantries clashed violently with the king's cold stillness. He leaned back, a condescending smile playing on his lips. He presented the merchant's finest wares, yet his disdain was palpable. He pulls out an old sword, and the merchant stares in disbelief. That low figure, a mere fraction of the true worth, enraged the merchant. The merchant's smug smile confirmed his overconfidence. The merchant boasted of the small gift he brought, promising something truly luxurious. The manager stood there, expectant, as the king simply closed his eyes. Hanhari recoiled, startled by the sudden revelation. A sharp sound pierces the air as the weapon is drawn. The legendary blade emerged, crackling with an ominous, burning red energy. The ancient blade pulses with absorbed energies, igniting a fierce aura. The merchant's arrogant display of gifts met with utter disdain. The sword, glowing with dark power, was finally drawn. The merchant's arrogance flared hotter than the surrounding light. The sword of the master craftsman, Dawn, revealed in a blaze of forgotten energy. The sword of the master craftsman, Dawn, pulsed with an almost divine energy. A blinding vertical light splits the darkness emanating from the figure below. The master craftsman's blade shattered in a blinding, violent explosion. The magnificent blade shattered before their eyes. The merchant felt the weight of the blade, admiring the craftsmanship. He pulls forth an ancient sword, radiating an ethereal light in his grasp. The merchant recoiled, his carefully laid plans crumbling under the king's disdain. The merchant could not process the deity's casual dismissal of his prized treasures. Thank you for permitting this meeting, Your Majesty. You have insulted divinity. The merchant gazed upon the glowing rice, prepared to haggle for ownership. His icy blue eyes assessed the supplicant, unimpressed by the offered deference. The merchant's victory was sealed with a chillingly satisfied grin. A spectral lion manifested, its glowing blue eyes burning with silent judgment. Such blatant insult burns in the eyes of true authority. A sudden, Overwhelming pressure descended upon the merchant. The king's fury was palpable, demanding submission even from a lowly merchant. A monstrous roar shattered the air, the silhouette below realizing the sheer terror of his foe. The king's gaze was sharp, dismissing the merchant's pleas with cold disdain. Crushed beneath an unseen weight, the merchant could only stammer. The merchant, utterly broken, felt the immense, suffocating pressure of true power. He watches the humble laborers, perhaps understanding the true cost of the divine bounty. Bathed in golden light, the figure's divine presence commanded the field. The king's gaze was cold, dismissing the merchant's fate. A single word of shock escaped the humiliated man, trapped in his own fury. The king surveyed the neon sprawl, his patience wearing thin. The king dismisses such trivial matters, focused only on recruiting soldiers. The official seemed taken aback by the request, clutching the strangely inscribed cloth. "OOHYO year here this year TOO." The king stared, utterly repulsed by the absurdity of the situation. A look of sheer, wide-eyed bewilderment washes over her face. The king's attendant expressed clear apprehension about the requirements. A sinister smile played on her lips as she tucked away the documents. The king has arrived, commanding the recruitment process to begin. A smirk flashes across his face, momentarily hiding whatever schemes brew beneath the surface. Unaffiliated. "Oh, you're here this year too?" The imposing lobby hummed with the business of the entrance. Ah. The seasoned hunter just found his mark. A confrontation awaited as the masked figure stepped forward. His smug demeanor held a faint challenge, a small cup resting in his hand. Two familiar faces, perhaps colleagues, share a casual moment while waiting. He could only manage a fragmented retort. The younger man regarded the scene with cold intensity, while the elder looked on in utter shock. Two onlookers whispered their shallow judgments about the foreigner's appearance and origins. "OOHYO, you're here this year TOO." The king felt a sharp sense of disdain for the proceedings. The senior manager beams, clearly pleased to see the focused young man again. The merchant recoiled, overwhelmed by the chilling aura of divinity. The sheer absurdity of the situation left the onlookers completely baffled. "You're here this year too?" "Long time no see, Manager Kim Do-eun." The king's dismissive attitude left his attendant reeling. The official paused, seeing the imposing figure now entering the hall. A crushing pressure descended, stealing his very breath away. The king surveyed the scene, unimpressed by the procession of hopefuls. "OOHYO, you're here this year TOO." A moment of shared tension before the true ordeal begins. The assembly convenes, a gathering of the newly awakened and the struggling low ranks. Even the king understands that a new venture rarely yields immediate perfection. The imposing aura of the artifact captures their attention as the king finally enters the room. The king scorned the petty demands of the officials, his disdain palpable. The ornate, golden measuring device sits ready, reflecting the stark lighting of the chamber. "Your Majesty, peasant, could you place your hand on this measuring device for the test?" The king reviews the dossier, a stark profile laid bare before his regal judgment. The official's shocked expression confirmed the magnitude of the king's impending arrival. The king presented the ornate device, a tool to measure the unseen. The official, clearly disturbed, finally asked, "Are they here?" He clutches the arcane device, his expression tight with disdain. How dare this low creature question his authority so openly? There's a growing tension in the polished hall. The official reels, taken aback by the king's sudden interest, stammered his inquiry. The path ahead, the fabled soul gate, shimmered under the bright, harsh sun. The man shouts, gathering the crowd for this year's event. The king and his envoy stride into the verdant, open landscape. The air here feels surprisingly fresh. Two newcomers among the seasoned veterans. Two fresh faces enter the fray. The tall man observes the small gathering, noting the age and apparent skill level of the newcomers. And so, the audience began to thin out. Earlier, a figure steps through a swirling vortex of power. He seems to be assessing everyone present. They are all rookies, save for one outlier. The king steps forward, dismissing the merchant with utter disdain. Then the introductions concluded under the vast, open sky. The seasoned hunter, Gu, presented his credentials with quiet confidence. "I'm Shin Taehoon, and this is my sister, Shin Naeun." The veteran hunter's assessment of the weakest members hung heavy in the air. The enthusiastic siblings present their best, contrasting sharply with the veteran's dawning realization. The veteran introduced himself, a man whose chosen weapon felt oddly unsuited for frontline combat. The newly awakened hunter prepares his stance, but Shin Taehoon watches with growing alarm. The veteran, Ogangti, assessed the eager, unproven faces of his new party. The experienced hunter observed the situation, a silent judgment forming behind his gaze. His gaze held a silent challenge, ignoring their skepticism completely. The trap was set, confidence high as they waited for the kobolds to emerge. The journey began, stepping deeper into the sun-drenched woods. This terrifying apparition looms, its raw power barely contained behind the blustering leader. A tense silence hangs in the dappled light of the woods. This whole test, will it actually go well? Just a while longer, and the introductions were complete. The inexperienced fighters exchange introductions under the veteran's careful watch. The offer was made, the foreign laborer tested with a makeshift weapon. The tension was unbearable as he gripped the weapon, waiting for the inevitable clash. A sudden, sharp impact shattered the standoff. His question hung heavy in the air, met only with stunned silence and a bewildered expression. A sudden, chilling realization washes over him. The team gathers, their faces etched with anticipation and uncertainty in the shadowed woods. "Let's introduce ourselves before checking out our positions." A sudden, tense silence falls between the wary warrior and the concerned mage. The calculated plan was in motion, but the figures advancing looked far from typical. The fire raged, forcing the huddled kobolds out into the open. Introductions were made, but suspicion lingered in the shadows. His knowing smile suggested he was far more confident in his plan than anyone else. The D rank hung over him, a silent, imposing judgment. The fire raged, illuminating a face etched with sudden dread. A desperate cry rings out as figures are flung toward a blinding light. The wave of monsters surges forward, their furious charge punctuated by violent sound effects. The beast roared, its eyes blazing with feral intensity. The kobold captain recoiled, struck by an unexpected surge of force. THOON 861. "Block with your shield." His face tightened with forced confidence, banking on his untested strategy. THOON 861. "Block with your shield." The kobold captain descends with shocking speed, demanding an immediate response. A sudden, violent clash echoes through the woods as Taehoon reacts with blinding speed. The careless ambush descended in a flash of monstrous teeth. The terrifying speed of the beast closes in. A young hunter screams in pure terror. A blinding strike connects, shattering the creature's defense. The monstrous jaws snapped shut, only to meet an immovable, blinding force. The smoke clears, revealing a sudden, brutal impact against the monstrous foe. The hunters cheered, believing their simple plan would guarantee success. The forest canopy filtered the light, setting the stage for their introduction. A sudden, shared tension gripped the hunters as the reality of their next move sank in. The ambush was sudden. The beasts fell, pierced by sudden arrows. A confident smile beams, a stark contrast to the worried faces of his new teammates. He looked back, a creeping dread settling in his gut. But this party, something felt wrong. Except for that one person, his silence was deafening. The inexperienced party watched, hoping for reassurance from their supposed leader. The confident instructor wipes a bead of sweat. The veteran eyed the novices, sizing up their shaky resolve. A small party gathers deep within the sun-dappled woods, their shadows long on the mossy ground. The group marched deeper into the looming forest path. They stood before the dark maw of the cave, the harsh sunlight unable to penetrate the gloom within. The dry grasses crackled underfoot, a brittle prelude to the coming danger. "Then let's set a fire," as I said earlier. A nervous glance, a small vial clutched tight. A shadow loomed, interrupting the tense moment of apology. The experienced hunter stood tall, his composure a stark contrast to the anxious faces nearby. The veteran warrior stood firm, his expression hardening as the inexperienced Tyhoon tensed beside him. The veteran struck the lighter, preparing the trap. The dry grass caught instantly, the crackling fire roaring to life. Then let's set a fire, as I said earlier. The tension spikes as the first wave crashes upon them. Tyhoon 861. Block with your shield. A sudden, devastating impact shatters the ground amidst the charging monsters. The kobolds charge from the cavern mouth, their feral snarls echoing the chaos. A sharp intake of breath, the forest floor blurring beneath her determined charge. The fiery rock slams home as the beast roars in shock and pain. The plan exploded into chaos as the kobolds struck back hard. My tactic, honed by past success, is about to be proven right. The plan was set. Burn the dry grass to flush the cave dwellers out, luring them out into the open plains. A calculated move based on past success. A deep, ominous sound echoes as the earth itself seems to groan. A chilling roar echoes as the true threat reveals itself. A sudden, terrifying realization dawns upon them. The air ripped with a primal roar as the true boss of the dungeon revealed itself. A furious, echoing roar split the darkness as the Gnoll captain thrashed against an unseen force. Her scream pierced the tense air, a desperate plea for Desung. A desperate arrow looses from the bow as the Gnoll captain looms over the terrified front line. The team surges forward into the chaos, adrenaline masking the danger. The towering Gnoll captain loomed, its terrifying form blocking the light. The Gnoll captain materialized, its eyes burning with dark malice. The Gnoll captain's ferocious roar echoed, its monstrous form lunging forward. He braced, eyes wide with terror, the shield his only defense against certain doom. The desperation was palpable, a raw scream against the odds. The brute force impact slammed down, shaking the very air around them. The Gnoll captain's might, amplified by purple energy, slammed down against the helpless warrior. The sheer, raw power of the beast was overwhelming. He screamed in frustration. The sheer terror of the moment seized him, choking out a strangled cry. The president merely watched, unimpressed by the display. The monstrous captain looms, its terrifying presence overwhelming the cornered fighter. The Templar roared, his ego affronted by the peasant's defiance. The impact reverberates, a sickening crunch of defeated earth. The shield struck the ground, a heavy impact echoing the chaos. A blinding force met the raised shield with a sharp, deafening crash. The Gnoll captain roared, its monstrous form illuminated by a sudden, blinding impact. The impact resonated, a dazzling shield of light against the monstrous force. The Gnoll captain's furious charge slams down, the sound of impact echoing in the dust. The earth shattered as Tyhoon braced against the crushing blow. A snarling face, illuminated by a raw, desperate light, witnesses the impossible block. The Gnoll captain's charge met an impossible barrier, the faintest glow against sheer brute force. The Gnoll captain's crimson eyes burned with savage intent. The monstrous Gnoll captain descended, its red eyes blazing with predatory intent. I blocked it. Did he just stop the Gnoll captain's attack with one finger? Try again, the masked figure commanded, his touch a chilling promise of a do-over. The sheer force of the block left him reeling, the doubt replaced by stunned realization. Did he just stop the Gnoll captain's attack with one finger? A flicker of doubt crossed his sweat-soaked brow. The hulking Gnoll captain stared down, a silent testament to raw, brutal power. The sheer, terrifying pressure of the ongoing battle left him breathless. A sudden surge of power, his very being erupted in defiance. The Templar, utterly enraged, boasts of his lineage against the peasant soldier's defiance, his face etched with sheer terror, the shield trembling in his grasp. The Gnoll captain loomed, its glowing eye promising brutal impact. The Gnoll captain roared its frustration, the beast's breath steaming in the cold air. Krrrr. The beast roared, channeling dark power against the stunned warrior. A flash of blinding power erupts, silencing the surrounding chaos. The Gnoll captain, momentarily stunned by the impossible defense, finally unleashes its rage. The Templar's arrogant guidance fell deafeningly silent. Tyhoon braced, the terrifying impact of the Null Captain's blow slamming against his shield. The Null Captain's brutal swing met the small shield in a blinding flash of impact. The sheer effort of blocking that blow left him gasping, his grip finally failing. The Templar sneered, pride radiating from his condescending posture. How will you succeed in the battle by only defending? He barely held on, the shockwave rattling his very being. A blinding flash erupts as the shield connects, shocking the lumbering Null Captain. The sheer force of the attack left him stunned, drenched in cold sweat. Beneath the oppressive canopy, the air hung thick and unnerving. You dirty bastard, you didn't even succeed in becoming a human. The blow was stopped, an impossible feat that left him shaken. The beast lunged forward, a terrifying shadow against the ruins. His mind screamed, "It's impossible." The Null Captain, a monstrous presence, erupts from the shadows. A chilling resolve settles over the young warrior, his breath held tight behind the shield. A deafening strike erupted, tearing through the air with blinding pink energy. The Null Captain lunged forward, a terrifying shadow of dark might. A blinding surge of raw power erupts from him. The Null's blow crashed down, met only by the raised shield. A monstrous strike slams into the shield with terrifying force. With a desperate will, he raised the shield against the crushing blow. The Templar's scornful confidence surged, fueled by a perceived moment of glory. The Null Captain's furious assault slammed down, but the shield held firm. The Null Captain's strike connects with brutal force. The association president observed the display of overwhelming power. He fell, battered and breathless, a stark testament to the monster's overwhelming power. Gu Diseng's evaluation results for this year. Did you know? 2 silent guards stood watch at the entrance, bathed in the stark, harsh daylight. His expression hardened, revealing a subtle tension beneath the professional facade. The charming facade drops, revealing the chilling truth beneath the mask. The president watched, knowing the mercenary's disguise was finally useless. The president's expression tightened, a moment of stark realization hitting him. The monstrous Null Captain lunged, only to be stopped by a single, audacious finger. "How long do you intend to stand there, mocking my gaze?" The dust settled, revealing a sudden, impossible defense. The president held his gaze, expecting an answer to his profound questions. The association president meets Okanyuk, the man hiding behind the mask. The president studied him, noting the barely concealed relief. 1 year. A year of relentless failure, now met with a single, devastating word. A furious, tearing vortex of crimson energy signals the breach. The Golden Lion Guild stepped onto hostile, barren ground. 2 armored figures stared out into the dust-choked, pale expanse of the conquered city. Perhaps a more developed civilization than Earth. Despite the desolate view, one member remained optimistic about the strange future world. The futuristic cityscape stretched out, desolate and silent. The first strike was devastating. The KPP Guild now faces a new, incomprehensible threat. The KPP Guild stood before a monumental structure, a beacon of this strange, futuristic world. The guild master stares down, surveying the ruins of the failed first attempt, the look of dawning horror on their faces as the ambush sprung. The imposing silhouette of the hunter stared into the oppressive silence of the new world. "Well, I guess it's a good thing." The gate gaped open, revealing a silent, futuristic metropolis beyond. The sheer scale of this futuristic threat was beyond expectation. A blinding light, a massive impact. The speed of the attack was impossible to track. A sudden, violent impact erupts through the silent city. Jag spinner unleashed, crackling with electric fury. The smooth, metallic chassis gleamed. A sudden, brutal impact ripping through the air. A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of this metallic world. A deafening blast ripped through the air, pain echoing through the charging ranks. The sheer weight of the attack slammed into him. A terrifying moment of impact. Even the A-rank tanker couldn't react in time. Is this thing truly a monster? Where is the enemy located? The explosions continued to shake the ground violently around them. "All right, everyone, fall back in order." A blinding shockwave erupts, They scramble for escape. Vice Guild Master demanded action, but panic was setting in as the structure buckled. A sudden, violent force erupts, scattering the first raid team. The ambush struck instantly. An A-rank tanker couldn't even react. The ground cracked beneath the blinding blue energy. Panic surged through the ranks as the unknown enemy struck without warning. The enemy's trap sprung, locking down the battlefield in a web of scarlet light. The remnants of the KPP guild, shattered and haunted, emerged from the darkness. The monster's presence choked the air, leaving only wide-eyed terror. Wires? The very tools of this metallic nightmare ensnare them. The first team, KPP Guild, descended into a terrifying vision of a future world. The warriors' desperate clash against an unseen horror. A desperate cry echoed as light sliced through the dark. The deadly light web ensnared them, a trap sprung too late. The digital overlay confirms their position. The operation timer ticks onward. The metallic spider recoiled, its internal lights glowing ominously in the dust-choked chaos. A chillingly efficient machine dominates the skyline, tracing lethal arcs of blue light. A blinding surge of energy ripped through the darkness. A blinding flash erupts. The KPP Guild's advance met with instant, devastating force. A blinding blue energy streaks down, impacting the cracked ground. The dust settles, revealing a survivor gasping for air amidst the ruin. Dust settled over the ruins, the silence deafening after the slaughter. Shit, the futuristic horror descends, striking without warning. The sheer impact ripped through the reinforced armor, a sound echoing the collapse. The sleek, metallic horror descends, its many red eyes burning bright. Possessing this futuristic device, the monstrous entity loomed, its singular red eye glowing ominously amidst the chaos. Rage boils over as the monstrous enemy claims another life. A blinding flash of energy as metal meets unseen force. The robotic spider taunts them. The battle is joined. A blinding flash, the sound of energy tearing through the air. The title card flashes, blood-soaked and ominous. Jeongju Gate, RED. The city is soaked in the color of slaughter. The fourth raid team begins its operation against the terrifying digital frontier. The massive impact shook the very ground, a resounding crack in the metal world. The Golden Lion Guild, Korea's top 10, steps into the strange, silent future world. The leader steps forward, his pale hair contrasting the grim ranks behind him. A grim assembly of advanced warriors, their faces grim, gather in the oppressive atmosphere of the futuristic gate. The air thickens with anticipation as the new arrivals gauge the desolate landscape. Your Majesty, please try this. This is barley tea, Your Majesty. A brief moment of civilized respite amidst the chaos. Your Majesty, please try this. Beneath the churning, ominous clouds, the ravaged city awaited judgment. The air hung heavy, charged with anxiety over the coming conflict. A stoic soldier, perhaps a general, looms over the worried attendants. Her expression betrayed a sudden, raw terror. The raid teams were dismissed, their confidence deemed comical guesswork. A sudden query breaks the tense silence between them. What's wrong? A sudden unease flickered across her face. Draped in ruin, a weary warrior stands before the throne. The moment the king of the Lionheart was forced to intervene. A moment of stark realization, as one woman's concern meets another's quiet, determined gaze. The king's presence, earned only when all else fails, is a final, terrible reckoning. A regal figure steps forward, draped in a magnificent, fur-collared cape. A moment of pure, exposed shock hangs in the air. A sudden, jarring realization broke the tense quiet. A chilling confidence emanates from the towering figure, contrasting sharply with the unease in the other's eyes. The mere mention of the monstrous jagged spinner brings stark terror. A cold, determined gaze pierces the surrounding gloom. The metallic terror, the jagged spinner, descends, the shadowy monstrosity perched above, while the masked man looked on with dawning horror. The massive, menacing form of the jagged spinner descends upon the battlefield. The calculating gaze of the general met the ominous, glowing malice of the jagged spinner. A blinding inferno erupts, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. I'm sorry. The metallic husk acknowledged its failure. This is my end. A final, weary realization hangs in the air. The terrifying entity, the jagged spinner, is revealed. The weapon unleashes a blinding, concussive blast of raw power. The horrific creature ascends amidst explosions of light and crumbling concrete. A blinding explosion consumes the area as a raid member screams in terror. The monstrous device whirs, its internal mechanisms engaging with a sharp, mechanical click. The city map flickers to life, highlighting the deployment zones. A blinding surge of energy tears through the metallic structure. The jagged spinner, an unidentified being, impacts with overwhelming force. The blue energy pulse, a desperate, blinding reaction. The sudden surge of raw power ripped through the ruins. The commander's composure shatters before this terrifying new threat. From the shattered earth, a pale, unnatural hand claws its way toward the light. The monstrous jagged spinner descends, crackling with dark energy. The massive jagged spinner recoiled, spitting electric fury across the battlefield. The immense power of the jagged spinner descends, shaking the very air. The terrifying jagged spinner materialized, an unidentified menace breaching the city's defenses. A terrifying mechanical screech echoes as raw energy crackles violently against the colossal entity. The system registers the threat, prioritizing immediate termination. Sinister grin met the fierce resolve of someone powering up. A colossal force erupts, dwarfing the mechanical hunter below. A blinding impact shattered the urban landscape. The enemy, the jagged spinner, finally reveals itself, crackling with ominous energy. A blinding flash of energy erupted, ripping through the debris. The mage Gil Tsung demands the distortion field be deactivated. The enemy, the jagged spinner, surges forward, crackling with power. The system tracked the silhouettes, highlighting the incoming threat against the desolate backdrop. Surveillance systems activate, their red eyes glowing ominously in the ruined cityscape. Risk level 3. This threat must be removed immediately. The automated turret unleashes a brilliant, scorching blast. The jagged spinner unleashes its devastating attack, a blur of mechanical fury. The barrage continues, weapons flashing against the desolate cityscape. A desperate cry rings out over the inferno. The King of Lionheart summons his presence amidst the chaos. A single ring held tight, a blinding impact, a devastating shockwave ripples across the cityscape. A golden projectile streaks through the air, meeting an unseen barrier with a forceful impact. A blade, imbued with golden light and crackling energy, rips through the air. A gesture of measured confidence against the shimmering, dangerous backdrop. A chilling digital cascade signals a threat level escalating. Risk phenomenon detected. The command center flickers with vital data streams and location markers. The sickening crack of impact, followed by a surge of disbelief. It already calculated the angles at which the bullets would swerve. What kind of terrifying entity is this thing? The force field buckled under the attack, screaming as the impossible happened. A desperate cry echoes against the blinding light of battle. The mage Gil Tsung concedes, promising to deactivate the debilitating shield. The King of Lionheart stood resolute, flanked by his determined warriors. A sudden recognition freezes the stunned warrior, illuminated by a blinding, golden light. What sorcery is this? The enemy's calculations defy belief. The distortion force field shimmered, a cage of pure energy trapping them all. The razor-sharp defense system, activated too late, left them trapped. The jagged spinner descended, its mechanical eyes glowing red above the ruined cityscape. The weapon system locks onto its target with lethal intent. The jagged spinner pulsed with dangerous, crackling energy amidst the wreckage. The sheer intensity of the attack paralyzed them, the calculated magic proving impossible to withstand. Trapped within a web of deadly energy, one desperate shout echoes through the tense space. Dodge. This activated weapon, designed specifically for the jagged spinner, crackles with forbidden energy. The activated magic tool crackled with raw power, its red light burning against the darkness. The king's warhorse pounds the barren earth, kicking up dust and debris in a blinding charge. A deafening impact echoed through the ruined cityscape. Those hardened warriors froze, sensing something monumental approaching. The king rides alone, a single warrior charging into the ruined expanse. The monstrous jagged spinner appeared, radiating an unnatural, dark power. A heavy hand reaches out, catching something ephemeral in the harsh, golden light. It's been a while, my sworn friend. The king of the lion heart arrives, astride his steed, drawing all eyes. It's been a while, sworn friend. The jagged spinner entity, an unidentified threat, materialized into the heart of the conflict. It's been a while, my sworn friend. A blinding, golden light erupted, marking the confrontation. The machine's analysis stalled. It could not compute the reality unfolding. The advanced AI paused, unable to compute the impossible reality before its sensors. The great machine whined, its internal systems struggling to process the impossible. The king's champion, mounted on a steed crackling with power, makes a decisive call to retreat. The divine steed reared up, enveloped in an otherworldly, golden aura. The sheer force of impact rippled outward, momentarily stunning the advanced AI. A flash of blinding light erupted from the warrior, his eyes burning with impossible energy. The world fractured around the charging figure, a violent burst of light masking their impossible speed. The divine blessing, the arrow shield, deflected the attack as easily as breathing. The jousting charge met the king's challenge, a blur of motion and primal force. A sudden, blinding surge of power erupts, pushing past all logical comprehension. The divine law, the blessing of the arrow shield, was invoked. The machine's high-performance calculations ground to a halt. The railgun bullet met an impossible redirection, a miracle against cold logic. The jagged spinner's flawless calculations ground to a halt. The king of the lion heart finally draws near, his presence blindingly brilliant. Jagged spinner's high-performance AI calculation stalled. It could not logically comprehend the phenomenon before it. The cold, calculating machine registered the impossible. Threat level 0. The logic processor seized. It could not comprehend this impossible surge of power. 2 seconds prior, the clash with the railgun bullet was imminent. The sound of impact thundered as the collision met the blinding golden barrier. The armored machine recoiled, struck by an impossible force. Humanity's strongest fighters possess this power. The machine's internal logic fractured, confronted by the impossible. Divine law, blessing of the arrow's shield. It will deflect any long-range attack once. The sound of sheer force reverberated through the ruined cityscape. The king's champion spurred his steed through the ruined city streets. The machine shuddered, engulfed in crackling energy. The system's warnings blare. The threat level has been forcefully escalated. A critical system failed. The machine's shell recoiled from the impossible strike. The machine's AI halted, unable to process the impossible deflection. It ran away. A glowing purple sphere pulsed within the derelict structure. The machine's optic glowed red, a cold, predatory focus. The shattered remnant of a heavy weapon is discarded, marked for immediate disposal. The machine's automated systems registered a critical lack of ammunition. The damaged machine required urgent resupply and technical support. Threat level 5. The colossal machine descended, its red eyes burning with cold computation. The machine's advanced calculations fractured before the impossible. Yappy. The mechanical mind struggled to process the unexpected retreat. The machine awoke, its sensors blazing red, mission parameters reasserting themselves. The battleground is set. Cheongju Sports Complex Gate, Block B. The enemy forces were sighted, making their cautious descent into the city canyon. Pause. The reinforcements arrive, a grim-faced squad closing ranks on the confrontation. The warrior, soaked in sweat, stares upward, sword raised in the oppressive ruins. The world exploded in a crimson spray, a sound tearing through the air. The machine registered utter, illogical shock. The supreme machine mind stumbled, logic utterly broken by the impossible event. A primal scream erupts as he charges forward, sword raised high. A furious strike erupts, cloaked in blinding, blue energy. The impossible was now a defiant human charge against overwhelming odds. The massive, outdated weapon was now nothing more than shattered debris. The damaged machine, jagged spinner, hissed its digital retreat. The cold, high-performance AI experienced a system shock. The primitive target screamed its final threat as the mechanical scout registered the approaching threat. The machine's processing halted, unable to reconcile the impossibility before its optical sensors. The machine's internal logic fractured. It couldn't process the anomaly. A final, desperate cry as the warrior impacts the ground. The immense structure of the city looms behind a figure utterly broken on the pavement. The machine stalled, unable to process the impossible event. Jagged Spinner's logic shattered. The impossible had occurred. The machine hesitated, poised above the manicured lawns of the silent city. Silence settles over the graveyard, the spectral sound effect hanging in the air. So you were here. Did you have fun with the commoners? He reappears, shrouded in static light, a chilling grin forming. Yappy. The machine recalibrates. Complete removal of the invaders is the second priority. A moment of pure, bewildered shock washes over him. The massive scythe hovered, its silent threat hanging heavy in the air. Had the terrifying force spared him? A deafening impact, a flash of impossible light. His face froze, staring at the impossible retreat. The arrival of the authority figure, heralded by sharp footsteps against the silent ruins. So you were here. Did you have with the commoners? In this silent city of the fallen, only the sunlight touches the rows of fresh graves. The divine impact of the deflected railgun echoed across the cityscape. The calculations failed. The machine registered its ultimate directive. Final decision. Retreat. A tense confirmation echoes beneath the decaying skyline. The AI reevaluates. The priority remains: protect the fallen. The jagged spinner's advanced AI stalled, unable to process the miraculous deflection. The high-performance AI sputtered, overloaded by the impossible. The machine's advanced AI halted, unable to process the impossible. The logic circuits of jagged spinner violently overloaded, unable to process the miracle. So you were here. Did you have fun with the commoners? A divine shield, engraved with the spirit of a lion, descends. A tense expression crossed his face, illuminated by a stark, unforgiving light. A violent impact erupts, shaking the very foundations of the fortress. Amidst the smoldering ruins, the silhouette stands firm, fire illuminating his resolute stance. A blinding flash erupts as the weapon is drawn, fueled by ancient defense. The air crackled with golden energy as the incarnation of chivalry stood ready. The small machine, scarred by duty, stood amidst the dust and fading light. Equipment check initiated. The heavy machine gun locks and loads. The roar of the heavy machine gun erupts, shaking the very ground beneath the impending blast. The divine law descended, bathed in golden radiance. Smoke rises from the damaged machine as the system flags an immediate anomaly. Analyze curvature. The confrontation demands instant calculation. The designated coordinates flicker amidst the blinding devastation. The command rings out. Fire. A sly grin plays upon his face, shadows deepening the intensity in his eyes. The ground shatters under the weight of decisive impact. The earth recoiled from the sudden impact, shrouded in dust and debris. The impact landed hard, but the protective shield held true. A divine sword, forged from absolute will, cleaves the air. The machine roared, unleashing destructive energy against the oncoming chaos. A fiery descent. The night strikes down amidst the dust and chaos. A single, burning eye pierces the shadow, revealing a terrifying, unwavering resolve. The divine shield repelled the fierce energy, deflecting the machine's deadly assault. The skies rained down explosive fire, tearing at the darkness. A deadly impact shatters the darkness as the machine prepares its defense. The smiling victor looms over the defeated, his control absolute. The final, self-detonating charge rockets toward its objective. The world fractured under a blinding, overwhelming force. The city convulsed under a barrage of explosive force. The machine registered the impossible velocity, How could such speed be possible? A sudden warning flashes across the grim cityscape. Something vital has been detected. The divine shield had held against the final surge. A massive shape descends through the rubble-strewn ruins, glowing with ominous red energy. The knight's final stand, fueled by unwavering resolve. The earth shatters beneath the force of the impact. A spectral steed emerges, its eyes glowing fiercely as raw power erupts. The hulking machine stood poised, its enemy charging through the ruins. The noble steed stood ready, its presence as stark as the man in black who claimed its back. The noble rider, bathed in golden light, finally appears. The massive shell looms, its multiple glowing red sensors awakening in the dust-choked air. The heavy machine gun readied its barrage. The chivalrous knight plunges into the blinding chaos of the attack. The impact of the heavy machine gun against the shield was deafening. The knight charged forward, a blinding flash of light signaling his unstoppable impact. A mechanical sentinel descends through the concrete canyons, its presence heralded by ominous sound effects. The onslaught commenced with a blinding, fiery impact against the towering structures. The earth itself recoiled from the impact. The final command was given, a desperate surge of will erupting. The heavy machinery met the crumbling cityscape with devastating impact. A massive presence descends toward the ruin, kicking up dust and debris. The knight of chivalry leaps across the ravaged cityscape on his ethereal steed. The final order rings out. Fire ALL. The blessing of the arrow shield held fast against the shattering impact. A devastating volley meets the armored guardian, the clash echoing through the skyscrapers. The impact strikes, a blinding burst of radiant energy. The ancient mechanism glows, its many red eyes fixing upon the intruder. Glory erupts as raw power consumes him. The blinding release of golden energy erupted, shattering the debris around him. A blinding, golden pillar of energy slams into the earth. The broken metal tumbled through the smoky wreckage, a dying shriek echoing in the air. Lethal damage registered. The mechanized guardian sparks violently against the dark sky. What is this power? This blinding eruption of raw energy. The light of battle erupts in a searing, crimson flash. A blinding surge of power ignites the metal shell. A blinding golden light erupted, illuminating a face etched with sheer shock and sudden, intense realization. The final command was given. Self-detonation of all explosives. The metallic shell glows ominously as it activates. Amidst the inferno, the final command rang out. Protect the city. A furious roar erupted amidst the chaos of battle. A grotesque form, dripping and recoiling from the searing light below. A hideous, single eye stares out from the inferno as something monstrous forces its way through the opening. A terrible breach opens, pulsating with ominous, fiery energy. The raw power of the assault rips through the darkness as an inhuman shriek echoes across the battlefield. A demonic roar echoed over the ruined battlefield, illuminated by fiery devastation. The horde of mechanical spiders advances, the final command echoing in the darkness. The citizens saw them. The city's guardians, the jagged spinners. The jagged spinners, now symbols of hope, were met with a grateful adoration. A silent sentinel, adorned with faded blossoms, watches over the towering, cold city. The final, terrible command echoed amidst the scorching inferno. A shattering impact explodes in blinding, golden light. The air shatters under a brutal, blinding assault. Amidst the inferno, the metallic sentinel began to shatter. The jagged spinner unleashes a blinding energy beam amidst the chaos. The city burns beneath the relentless onslaught, ash and smoke obscuring the desperate light. Cracked and shadowed, the worn hero finally speaks, their voice heavy with exhaustion. The battle-scarred machine stood ready, its glowing red optics fixed on the unseen threat. No one could approach that sphere of immense, terrifying power. Prepared, protected. The long vigil continued over the silent city. The endless cycle. Prepared, protected. One machine confronts the glowing shards, while another rests near its ammunition. The final, desperate defense held. Yet the cost was unimaginable. Prepared, protected. The relentless cycle of duty echoes in the dark. A final, Guttural sound as the machine sparks and collapses into the ruins. A blinding light erupted from the fractured ceiling above him. His gaze, sharp and knowing, met the glowing, ominous orb. The jewel of wisdom pulsed, radiating an unnatural, forbidden energy. The air crackled as he summoned the forbidden power. The final sentinel stood before the glowing enigma, holding a key to its fate. A flicker of intense focus crosses the face, eyes wide with recognition. The Knight of Steel steps forward, his weapon already drawn, ready for the final confrontation. A sharp crackle of dark energy tears through the silence of the confinement. A titan of devotion, whose loyalty spanned dimensions. A colossal, damaged sentinel, illuminated by a final, desperate glow. A blinding, golden radiance erupts as he raises his weapon high. A blinding light erupts, announcing his return. The earth itself was fractured, revealing a blinding, golden light beneath the shattered surface. A blinding pillar of golden light pierces the storm-tossed sky, shattering the ground below. A final glance toward a lingering ghost of the past. The seal shattered, revealing a vortex of violent, contained energy. The remnants of the battle sparked with residual energy, a final, dying light. Two suited figures stride down the sterile hallway, the tension thick in the air. The weary subordinate faced his enraged master. The master of the American Branch Magic Tower recoiled in terror. The demon lord looms, holding the corrupted, pulsing sphere. A chilling realization swept over the master of the American Branch. The cost of temptation is steep, like feeding a demanding beast. The demon's presence bathed the profane gathering in an ominous, hellish glow. The jewel never spoke again, leaving only the demon's terrifying silence. Two suited figures stride through sterile halls, one utterly shocked by the unfolding news. The sound of reinforced metal meeting heavy footsteps echoed in the sterile chamber. The master's fury was absolute. His subordinate trembled under the weight of his failure. Hacking signal pattern of language. Module installing. The air crackled with tension as the grim figures confronted the escalating chaos. The fractured artifact lay amidst the glaring, ethereal light. In the sterile, high-tech gloom, a new stage of espionage begins. A subtle, knowing smile played across his face. The Grail Knight is granted the light of justice. The magnificent chalice glows, its sinister energy palpable. The knight's form absorbs the divine power. A final, radiant blessing descending upon him. A searing light erupted, swallowing the space where the demon's artifact once lay. The jewel never spoke again. A sudden, sharp impact reverberated through the silence. The glowing chalice held a subtle, ominous energy as the young man pondered its nature. JGD Spinner ISM moving. A desperate cry echoes as the fallen knight stirs. The jewel never spoke again. This energy. It feels familiar, yet impossibly vast. A quiet resolve settles in his gaze. A silent prelude to a necessary confrontation. Hacking the signal. The language module installs itself. A spotlight illuminates the wreckage, where a small, strange device now rests. Hacking signal pattern of language. A cold, mechanical voice intruding. A flicker of divine energy surrounded the hilt. The Grail Knight is granted light and justice, marked by a divine flash. The ground explodes in fire and debris, a sound effect echoing the raw power unleashed. The Grail Knight is being granted light and justice. A blinding, divine power surged forth as the sacred sword manifested. The news broadcast sent a shockwave through the room. The jewel's malignant influence was gone, yet this eye burned with a strange, overwhelming light. The divine light surged, a miraculous power blooming from Kirik's touch. The world seemed to stop as the divine light erupted in a blinding flash. Jagged spinner stirs, a shocking display of divine intervention. A blinding light erupts as divine power manifests, an impossible miracle. What the fuck did you say? The superior's icy demand shattered the silence. The master of the American Branch reeled, his composure shattered by the unexpected news. The master recoiled, trapped in a nightmare of his own making. All eyes were fixed upon the luminous figure descending through a brilliant, divine radiance. Lionheart, my first night. The divine light illuminated the scene, casting the broken remnants of jagged spinner onto the floor. The divine presence spoke, her light casting judgment upon the kneeling knight. The divine being paused, its judgment ringing cold and absolute. Her divine presence descended, radiating an undeniable light. A divine light surrounds the woman, her gentle smile acknowledging the miracle before her. But before granting this blessing, one truth must be confirmed. A divine presence descended, challenging a warrior. Otherworld steel knight, will you worship the light and sing justice? The divine light bathed the knight, but the goddess remained unmoved by his service. The divine being assesses the fallen knight with an unnerving gaze. Help my knight to get well. The divine light shines upon the kneeling figure. JAGD spinner is moving. KIRIK's divine power, born from a miracle, now enveloped the fallen knight. Jagged spinner shuddered, its metallic form trembling as the divine energy subsided. Kirik. A desperate cry pierces the air as the mechanical construct stirs. All the humans present felt the woman of brilliant light was no mere mortal. A tremor shakes the room as the jewel's power fades, leaving only debris behind. Basking in divine light, the gentle smile promised salvation. All right, the divine presence descends in blinding light. As long as you are loyal and supportive, a divine light begins to shine. A radiant column of divine power descends, announcing a miracle. A calm smile bathed in divine light. As the miracle unfolds, the mechanism stirred, bathed in an ethereal, golden radiance. At the USA's Magic Tower, the signal patterns of language begin to install. The dark essence emanates, whispering the tenets of its corruption, wisdom, and truth. The master's face twisted in fury at the disastrous news. The jewel remained silent. Its malevolent song finally ceased. A flash of crimson energy erupts, dwarfing the tense, cold figure watching from above. The subordinate questioned the sudden fear gripping his master. A chilling sound echoed in the tense silence of the library. The jewel never spoke again. The world reacts violently as an unseen power flares, shocking the cloaked figure holding the orb. Then a new path must be forged from the concrete jungle. It doesn't matter now. The path is set. A figure steps forward, the hum of the vast, imposing space echoing his arrival. A violent retching, black blood staining his hand as agony ripped through him. Wiping the grime away, the knight insisted he was fine, yet the raw strain on the land was evident. A slight exhale, the exhaustion still heavy. It is not divine fault. It is my own failing. My knight. His devotion burns like holy fire. Even if the land lacks divinity, one cannot blame the heavens. The lingering divinity within him flares, a stark reminder of the burden he carries. A heavy silence descends as the goddess contemplates the cost of sacrifice. Brothers and sisters, the time for silence is over. We must tend to the suffering of our followers. The Night King returned with a god, surrounded by the infernal. The lone knight held his divine light against the encroaching darkness. The incandescent gaze of the young knight burned through the surrounding gloom. The lion heart stood alone against the inferno, facing down a legion of shadows. The inferno raged, illuminating the sacrifice made for the entire world. A somber, light-drenched hall where a veiled figure faces a majestic, yet weary deity. The shock of the unexpected vision seized her. The divinity of war and fire, Pedos, cries out in anguish. The exhaustion was visible, even under the radiant, divine light. The sheer pressure of appointing a single Grail Knight had broken his body. The council convened in silence, the weight of their recent revelation hanging in the hallowed, ethereal hall. The unbearable weight of that selfless sacrifice echoed between them. Even the gods felt the strain of elevating a new champion in a faithless land. The shadow of the citadel seemed to weigh heavily on their spirits. The stern goddess listens, poised upon her stone throne. A grave silence hung in the hall as the powerful figure awaited a response. The king of the lion heart sat upon his meager throne, his duty nearly done. Have some dignity, war, the deity commanded. The exhausted knight prepares to depart, a monumental task lying ahead. The strain on his body was immense, forcing a visible shock across her features. That's the seal of the forging gods. A manager stares intently at his phone, a piece of visual proof held in his hand. The assistant manager's composure finally shattered. The screen revealed a strange digital sanctuary, a YouTube page for Pantheon TV. The sheer impossibility of what he was witnessing struck him. The face of modern faith clashes with rustic conviction, a sharp contrast in beliefs. Even the simplest sustenance holds the promise of transformation. It's the dark abyss of digital commentary, fueled by reason. A tense silence hangs in the glowing blue nerve center. The manager's shock confirmed their worst fears. These miracles were real. The gods' plan to influence the world through the internet hits a snag. The assistant manager pointed out something baffling on the screen. A sudden shock grips the manager as he stares at the screen. The shock rippled through the server room as the network breach began. The network hacking is well underway. Night cloaked the city, the only light coming from countless glowing windows in the high rise. Phase 1 complete. Network hacking in progress. A low, ominous sound echoed as the gleaming golden armor powered on. A sudden, violent impact shatters the quiet. A sharp creak breaks the quiet tension as she peers around the corner. Sir Yappy? The miniature drone finished its task, reporting completion to the stunned manager. A blinding charge. Raw power erupts from the mechanical form. An overwhelming surge of pure, unadulterated amazement washes over her. The Pantheon Guild's Nayu Elaine's branch. A hidden paradise. Or a target? Nayu. A brief glimpse of tranquility before the storm. A panicked subordinate burst into the room, desperate to alert the ruler. Have some barley tea, she offered, interrupting the tense discussion. A sudden, blunt refusal hung heavy in the air. Silence hung heavy, the unspoken thought lingering between them. His shock registered, pointing a finger as the tense silence hung between them. How could this have been executed so perfectly? His face, a mask of grim determination, stared into the encroaching darkness. Framed by darkness and the raging inferno, a lone figure moved toward the destructive light. The sound of a cup being set down breaks the tense silence in the room. I get it, but that's a needless worry. Have some barley tea. The urgent matters of the guild can wait. The vast, silent fields lay under the ominous twilight sky. The Viper Squad successfully makes their move, arriving under the cover of darkness. The anonymous order confirms their devastating mission. Secure the miraculous seeds and torch the entire Nayu Plains. What the hell? He muttered, eyeing the unexpected lack of defenses. The night air hung heavy over the vast, silent fields. Viper Squad, successfully arrested. The assault team readies their flammable payload. Creeping through the tall stalks under the dark, starlit sky, the assassins crept through the tall grain, their presence barely registered in the deepening twilight. The air crackles with an unseen presence as the monstrous scarecrow looms over the terrified assassins. A chilling sound cuts through the oppressive darkness as the effigy stares back. The assassins stood ready, concealed by the shadows of the night. What is that thing? I thought I saw it move. The hired thug recoiled, sweat beading as the figure before him solidified. The assassin's bravado shattered as his partner recoiled in sudden alarm. The silent field was suddenly alive with the menacing rustle of straw figures. A chilling silence gives way to the sound of unnatural movement in the dark fields. A primal shriek of terror cuts through the night. A masked figure, eyes burning with dark intent, stands sentinel over the shadowed fields. The mythical essence of the goddess's bounty spills forth, dark and viscous. The gasoline tanks crash down, glittering menacingly in the dark field. Amidst the tall, dense stalks, the silent assassins prepared their tools of destruction. A chilling sound breaks the night silence as the assassins advance. The eerie silhouettes of the scarecrows stood guard over the dark, whispering fields. A chilling sound echoed as panic seized the hitman. A sudden, chilling realization breaks through the cover of night. A chilling strike pierces the misty field as spectral figures move. A terrifying scarecrow, armed and menacing, rises above the assassin. A cold rush of fear struck the hired killer. A shadow looms against the desolate sky, feathers drifting like ominous ash. A flicker of unnatural green light hovers over the figure. The ambush was swift, a blinding strike against the unsuspecting mercenary. The air was thick with shadow, his face contorted in shock and dread. These things are really moving. They're not regular scarecrows. A grinning nightmare steps from the shadows, its burlap face concealing a terrifying purpose. What do we do now? They are all monsters. The ominous silhouettes of the scarecrows loom large against the dark sky. A hand claws upward from the suffocating darkness of the tall grass. The assassin froze, heart pounding in the thick, ominous gloom of the field. His final, strangled cry echoed as the sudden, crushing force silenced him. A sudden, anonymous message concerning the seeds pierces the tension. What fresh hell is this confrontation now? The dark, starry night hung heavy over the quiet fields and imposing structures. Found it if the story is true, this'll make us rich. The leader of the hit squad smiles, eager for the destruction to begin. A chilling grin splits the darkness as the assassin surveys the night. A heavy footstep crunches the dry earth within the tall grasses. The sheer force of the explosion threw the assassin into the blinding light. A sudden, booming sound shatters the tense silence of the night. The hitman stared in horror at the fallen body amidst the scorched earth. Storage? The thought flickers across the defeated mercenary's mind. The masked man's eyes went wide with sudden, crushing dread. A sudden, heavy impact shakes the ground beneath the intruders. His eyes widened in terror as he recognized the impossible signature. Spin. The enemy's mechanized guardian flickers to life. The idyllic silence of the Nayu plains was broken by sharp, unsettling sounds. Viper Squad successfully arrested. The goddess's curious regulations, detailing the doctrines of life and fertility. They recognize the danger. These will not be ordinary thieves. Shadows lengthen as an imposing figure, Mr. Gu, steps forward with his masked entourage. The value of divine assets skyrockets, a golden storm fueled by recent events. A formal meeting at the highest level, captured by blinding flashes. The market was screaming with the surge of Pantheon's popularity. The heavy newspaper landed with a definitive thud. They're adjusting to modern society better than I am. He watched them, his expression unreadable beneath the cold, distant light. The king's face remained impassive, while the messenger's shock was absolute. The king, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, reviewed the grim valuation results. Oish, aren't you Mr. GOO? The manager's uneasy chuckle barely masked the tension brewing behind the focused hunter. The king, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, finally made his presence known, his gaze sharp and confident. Ooh, aren't you Mr. Gu? Team Manager Kim? The horrifying yellow gate swirls with golden energy, a terrifying promise of oblivion. Here comes His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the survivor. We'll see. A knowing smile breaks through the uncertainty as one of the gathered men approaches. A cold sweat broke as the impossible mandate settled in. The assembled crowd, D-rank and C-rank hunters alike, waited for the decree. The imposing figures advance, their presence cutting through the quiet room. Mr. Gu, recognized by the others. Word spreads quickly about this impromptu gathering. The sudden arrival of the king left him reeling, breath catching in his throat. Here comes His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart / THE survivor. He seemed untouchable, but this man was from another world entirely. The very reason I invited you all here was because I'm looking for soldiers to enter my guild, Pantheon. The gathered D-rank hunters exchanged bewildered glances. Under the glowing banner of Pantheon, Leon addresses the masses. Soldiers? Not guild members? The assembled hunters questioned the strange terminology. The sheer audacity of the king's demand stunned him silent. The Lionheart stood before the glowing sigil of his new banner. The Hunter Association president gathered the helpless, whispering of a call to action. The crowd erupted in shock, their disbelief echoing against the blood-red backdrop. How could such a test be devised? Fear gripped the assembled hunters. The demonic legion gathered, bathed in the infernal glow of the gate. The mechanical behemoth looms under a darkened sky, its single red eye glowing ominously. The Black Knight surveyed his rising legion of glowing-eyed undead. The Demon King's terrible decree echoed in the cold depths. You will writhe like bugs and meet your death. The crowd erupted in fury. Their survival was not the goal. This was a death sentence. The shocked silence hung heavy as the decree settled upon them. The audience, uncertain and wary, gathered beneath the glowing seal of the lion. The king sat beneath the imposing sigil of the Lionheart. The sudden appearance of the suited enforcer startled the crowd. "Ooh, are you Mr. Gu? Manager Kim, perhaps?" Mr. Gu, the manager, recognized the newcomer, questioning why he was summoned. Hesitation hung in the air, a soft question echoing Leon's probing gaze. The king pointed, his command absolute and terrifying. Fear gripped the man before him. The weight of the decision settled heavy upon the D-rank hunter. A sudden, explosive opportunity was announced, shaking the assembled low-ranked hunters. The survivor's calm, knowing smile hinted at the massive gamble he was about to force upon them. "Here comes His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart," the survivor. A sudden chill filled the air as these low-ranked hunters realized the gravity of the situation. The sovereign surveyed his audience, his shadow looming large. A chilling smile forms as Leon prepares to drop the weight of his intention. The survivor's voice boomed, driving the hesitant crowd back. Samjin Station. The threshold to their impossible trial. The newly recruited, clad in high-tier gear, gathered before the gate. The rare gear gleamed, far beyond what D-rank hunters could afford. The newly issued armor felt heavy, yet undeniably rare and valuable. A tense silence hangs as they stand before the daunting entrance. The armored hunter looked uneasy as the excited woman awaited answers. Her wide eyes reflected sheer shock mixed with a strange sort of excitement. A single drop of sweat spoke volumes about his mounting dread. "Well," Leon paused, the weight of the moment settling heavily upon the assembled hunters. The air screamed as the beast's end was violently declared. What in the world just transpired before our eyes? A sudden, violent impact erupts as the survivor moves with lethal grace. A furious roar erupts from the king, his eyes burning with righteous fire, and that is unwavering justice. Breathing a sigh of relief, the shadowed woods gave way to a vast, imposing mountain landscape. The armored soldiers stood grimly against the encroaching twilight. A faction war rages across the great plain. The mysterious figure gazes down, illuminated by the sky. Armored figures emerged from the shadows, their silent presence signaling the inevitable conflict. The heavily armored soldiers confront the intruders, their suspicion sharp beneath those grim helms. A sudden impact echoes across the shadowed valley as the forces collide. The monstrous war beast charged, eyes burning with malevolent red light. The Orc Slayer's legendary fury erupts, ready to cleanse the field. The wild horde charges, the earth shaking beneath their monstrous steeds. The ground shuddered as an ancient, terrifying power erupted, signaling the true start of the clash. The Orc warrior's eyes burn with feral hatred. The armored soldiers braced themselves as the assault began, his face contorted with utter disbelief, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The mercenary's skepticism cut through the tension. The bizarre little automaton perched precariously on her head. The newly arrived mercenaries stood ready, surrounded by the grim figures of the opposing tribe. A startled gasp escapes as the system data flashes before her eyes. The Orc Slayer, a legend born of endless battle, stood ready for war. The small device atop her head registered immediate concern. A momentary pause before the inevitable clash. Who truly commands this battlefield? The Orc Slayer stood against the encroaching chaos, his gaze burning with ancient, unyielding hatred. The Orc chieftain roared, asserting dominance over his ancestral land. A chilling glow ignited in his eyes, rage boiling over. The masked mercenary stared down the enraged Orc guardian. A heavy footfall strikes the earth, crackling with dark energy. Honor? Such a hollow word in this endless carnage. A bunch of beasts like you, his eyes flared with an intense, incandescent rage. A monstrous visage, eyes blazing with unnatural, glowing power. A golden arc of pure force rips through the battlefield. The Orc Slayer's gaze, cold and filled with ancient contempt, surveyed the carnage. The Dragonian knight roars, his very essence vibrating with disdain. His golden eyes blaze with absolute hatred for the orcs. That presence. A legendary power unleashed. The Orc Slayer's power surged, bathed in a terrifying golden light. A terrifying roar erupted as the monstrous orcs charged forward. The overwhelming might of the monstrous figures descended, scattering the defenders in a brutal flurry of motion. Terror seized the armored knight as the true enemy revealed itself. The roar of the Dragonia lineage echoed, filled with contempt for the supposed honorable warriors. The battle rages, but one warrior recoils in pure frustration. The armored legion advances, their shields raised against the imminent threat. The mighty Orc Slayer raises his weapon against the kneeling knights. The Orc warrior roared, eyes burning with fierce, demonic light. The blade descended in a blinding flash of violent impact. The legendary Orc Slayer's attack. It was actually blocked. The system flashes, confirming the brutal reality of the engagement. Lionheart's aura activates, displaying a cascade of systemic effects. The knight stood frozen, wide-eyed, utterly bewildered by the chilling declaration. The imposing knight, armored head to toe, seemed utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of a glowing interface. The system displayed the myriad of legendary traits now applied. The impact was devastating, a swift, brutal strike against the unsuspecting foe. The Orc Slayer's legend, a blood-soaked kill streak forged in terror. A brutal impact tears through the charging orc, blood erupting in the icy darkness. The knight unleashes a devastating swing, cutting through the onrushing orcs. A guttural roar erupted as the iron met flesh. The fury ignited. The terrifying power of the Orc Slayer erupted onto the battlefield. A blinding light erupts as Leon roars his condemnation. He cries out, bathed in blinding light, demanding utter subjugation. The raw power of the Dragonia descended, a blinding shockwave against the towering figures. The monstrous figures of the battle axe tribe loomed large, their snarls promising brutal war. A bone-jarring impact as the orc warrior reels from a sudden, brutal strike. The regal white steed thundered down, its rider a streak of cold fury. The clash was deafening. The earth itself shuddered under the impact. A blinding surge of blue energy erupts from the devastating blow. A hand reaches out, drawing a gleaming weapon from its sheath. The Orc Slayer emerges from the shadows, eyes burning with ethereal light. The mighty Leon Dragonia charges forward, a golden whirlwind of destruction on horseback. Rage ignited, golden eyes blazing with absolute fury. He unleashed his horrifying decree. The roar of the killing blow echoed across the desolate field. The silence following the storm was broken only by the sickening thud of the defeated. The legendary Orc Slayer raises his glowing, magnificent blade. The Orc Slayer screams a triumphant, blood-soaked roar. Triumphant shouts erupted as the battle axe tribe soldiers celebrated their victory. The air hung heavy, a silent question hanging between the weary mercenaries. Silence fell over the blood-soaked ground, broken only by an ominous, glowing presence. Confusion rippled through the survivors as the prince uttered his horrific decree. The air crackled with a blinding, terrible power radiating from the furious night. The orc chief's rage boiled over, his demonic eyes burning into the intruders. The absurdity of the situation left her completely stunned, facing the gentle orc hermit. This grim lesson must be etched into your memory. ORCS. The gate rips open, spilling chaos onto the pristine arrival zone. The supposed welcome was a facade, hiding the sinister truth. Horror washes over the night as the terrifying truth reveals itself. The orc unleashed a terrifying battle cry, his eyes burning with hatred. The last gesture of a fallen warrior, a crimson welcome. The cold night air crackled with raw, emanating power. A strange metallic drone emerges, its low glow cutting through the dark, humid air. The dehumanizing efficiency of the operation was evident, even to the machines. Even in the darkness of the forest, their unusual headwear stood out, a desperate attempt to hide their marked hair. A small, sparking drone descended, its malfunction audible against the dark terrain, generating capacity at 99.9% operation. The golden energy surged, a blinding power unleashed upon the frozen wasteland. The grim confrontation settles as one warrior reacts with stunned awe. The small, mechanized scout plunges through the frigid air. A final, glowing capsule arcs towards the poisoned waters. The radioactive material sinks, a silent, glowing capsule into the depths. A sudden, chilling silence descended upon the stunned warriors. The accusation hung heavy in the air, shattering the thin veil of trust. A chilling smirk spread across his face, the sound of victory ringing hollowly. An offering. The stark reality of their prejudice hung heavy in the air, a sickening smile shrouded in a mocking pink bandana. This is the face of betrayal. The orc lets out a final, furious roar as the killing blow lands. Kumaha! Grokter broke Galdin's skull. The brutal reality of the slaughter was laid bare. A savage victory achieved. A lone orc stalks across the littered, irradiated ground. The orc roared, the sheer force of his challenge shaking the air. The toxic discharge rips through the calm water, a violent testament to the human's treachery. The poisoned water churned, a vibrant, terrible blue. The water today tastes a bit strange. The joyous celebration ended abruptly as the chilling liquid burned their throats. The orc leader savors a moment of dark satisfaction. The orcs stood before their crude stronghold, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. A deafening shriek tore through the sudden, unnatural silence. The battle raged on, a brutal contest where even the strong tasted agony. The orc's face twisted in agony and despair, the vile river water already taking its toll. The overwhelming discharge begins, its raw energy surging outward. The horror of the realization settles in, a crushing silence of despair. The poison draft takes hold, as bodies begin to fail under the silent contamination. The grotesque offering thuds onto the cavern floor, announced by a chilling impact sound. This spreading corruption defies any known magic, curse, or enchantment. The orc chieftain roared a curse, his eyes burning with hatred toward Lionheart. The blinding shockwave connects, throwing one foe skyward. A blinding rage consumed him as raw power surged forth. The knights surged forward, their resistance to corruption suddenly active against the impending tide. The monstrous horde descends upon the fractured landscape. The orcs roared, their fury boiling over into the contaminated battlefield. The horrifying realization dawns as the armored figure is trapped, reflected in the giant's eye, a silent void against the vast, unforgiving sky. A sudden, blinding impact tears through the shadows. The chilling system message flashes. The orc species is now the enemy. The system delivers a stark, absolute command. Eliminate all orcs within the field. The system's status flickered, displaying an unexpected, urgent change. All right. The human warrior emerges, splattered with grime, yet grinning with grim satisfaction. The soldiers, clad in heavy, faceless steel, stand before the devastation. The witch doctor stared in horrified disbelief at the unnatural contagion. A terrifying aura pulses, cloaking the heroes in sickly green light. The witch doctor rises, wreathed in sickly green energy. Rage boils over, betrayed and poisoned. The knight's eyes burned with a cold, righteous fury, dismissing their accusations. The sorcerer stands over the fallen, crackling with unnatural energy amidst the grim wooden structures. A grim realization dawned, his golden eyes burning with suppressed rage. The glowing eyes burned with furious intent. A furious cry tears through the darkness as the corrupted orc rises, wreathed in sickly green energy. Interesting. A battle is about to unfold under a burning sky. An incandescent fury erupts, channeled into a single, devastating strike. A blinding flash of divine light tears through the chaos of battle. A monstrous grin, dripping with dark essence. The air crackles with sinister power. A vortex of corrupted energy swirls, dragging the very light into its depths. The beast roared, channeling dark energy before the inevitable clash. The ominous presence of Gokrok looms, signaled by a chilling arrival. A sickening sphere of black energy coalesced, bound by tendrils of toxic shadow against a sickly green sky. The air was thick with dread as they finally arrived at the desolate destination. The core overload reached its peak, a terrifying vortex of dark energy blooming with sickly green light. A chilling sound rings out as the dark power manifests. A massive, ghastly hand slams down, overshadowing the small warrior below. A system notification blared, marking the arrival of a hidden quest. The brute's massive, sickly green hand descends, overshadowed by the looming, glowing evil it commands. A grotesque, monstrous hand descends, radiating a chilling, sickly green aura. The severed hand of the false god glows with dark, stolen power. Trapped within the monster's massive hand, he glares back with cold defiance. A dark, crushing aura descends, demanding annihilation. Must kill. The severed arm pulsed, radiating an eerie, potent green energy. A blinding, emerald beam smashes into the earth with devastating force. A singular, unsettling eye stares back from the void. Who shields you from the inevitable reckoning? A chilling aura coalesces around the warrior as he rides forth. How dare you compare yourself to a god? You are nothing. A blinding surge of incandescent power erupts. A blinding flash as the charge begins, shattering the darkness with raw power. The king of the Lionheart roars, consumed by blinding power. The god's severed arm plummeted towards the glowing vessel. The charging warrior unleashes a blinding flash of golden energy. A lone knight bursts forward, riding against the consuming darkness. The true power awakens, eyes burning with an unnatural, divine light. The severed arm of the false god begins to pulse with dangerous, stolen energy. A violent, sickening lurch as dark tendrils consume the fading light. A horrifying shriek tears through the dark sky as the defeated god unleashes its final, desperate power. It wasn't my physical form that suffered the blow. So why does this agony persist? He could only stammer out a desperate plea for his fallen leader. Kiak. That sword. The darkness recoils from its blinding radiance. The realization strikes like a phantom blow. It was you. The air crackled with a raw, glowing power as he gripped his shining blade. A blinding light splits the darkness as a powerful presence descends. The supposed god, Gokrak, was reduced to a sweating, terrified wreck. A quiet assessment. The victor surveys the wreckage. A stark contrast of disbelief and savage rage erupts between them. Sir Gokrak's rage boiled over, his hands gripping his weapon tight. A blinding flash, a brutal end. His true self revealed in the kill. The dust settled on the fallen god, Gokrak, his false power draining away. His blue eyes wide with shock. The gravity of the situation sinks in. The glowing interface reveals the new title, Orc Hunter. The system interface flared to life, demanding his attention under the bright sky. The soldiers examine the glowing blue information screens, a sudden surge of power filling them. A sudden, raw scream rips through the air. The sound of their sudden demise echoes across the icy plain. The aftermath of the battle, a field littered with the fallen, the victors moving in. The blonde knight turned, his expression grim as the red-haired companion spoke. The victorious stand over the defeated. The ruins of their sanctuary spread out behind them. A gargantuan, looming hand descends upon the cavern floor, dwarfing the fallen beasts below. A familiar name cuts through the air, snapping them back to the present. A blinding, divine energy pulsed from the robotic headpiece, Lionheart. Even in defeat, a spectral presence demands attention. A powerful projection, perhaps a guiding spirit, overshadows the warrior's form. The divine artifact pulsed, ready to absorb the corrupted essence. The massive, monstrous hand descends, shadowing the lone figure below. The Holy Grail is prepared to absorb the lingering power. A blinding flash, a sudden agony erupting from the core. The hand of the self-proclaimed god, the amputated arm of which Dr. Gokrak. A searing light emanates from the severed limb, the very essence of stolen power made visible. TCH. He focused his resolve, channeling the intense power within the relic. A moment of strained silence. The blonde warrior grappling with the impossible revelation. They stand silhouetted against the ruins, bathed in ethereal, golden light. Lionheart, night. A sacred object glows, promising power. It's okay, my knight. The goddess soothes him, readying the absorption. A monumental decision is made, focusing the divine energy now in hand. The impassioned plea was met with a calm, resounding assurance. Trapped in the blinding aftermath, he closed his eyes against the devastating light. I possess 4 sacred items. The goddess bestows her voice, even without a proper ritual prepared. Chilling, luminous power surges into the light. All right, my knight. The self-proclaimed god prepares the ritual. The power of the slain beast now his. The Holy Grail pulsed, radiating an immense, divine energy. The sacred light erupted, focused on the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail, radiating power, waits to absorb the beast-stolen essence. The Holy Grail levitates, responding to the call of immense power. He lifts the Holy Grail, shimmering with latent power. A sudden alarm cuts through the tension. What has captured his eye now? A moment of focus, holding the essence of power in his hands. What is the matter, robot? The sudden, sharp accusation hung in the dusty air. A sickening thump echoed as dark fluid pooled on the stone. A massive hand descends, capturing the panicked knight. What are you doing? Help me. The severed arm, pulsating with dark energy, was presented for absorption. A scream echoes in the suffocating blue gloom as the knight is overwhelmed. The mechanical guardian held him fast, its glowing sensors fixed upon its captive. A towering shadow looms as the knights stand guard over the bound captive. What's wrong? itching Teodo something. The enraged knight is cut short by an unyielding presence. The air crackled with barely contained fury as the knight stood poised. Bound by an unknown energy, the captured man could only utter a sound of disbelief. The knight's rage boiled over, his accusation echoing. Loot thief. The intensity in Sir Spin's eyes betrayed his composure. The shock of instant regeneration left them all speechless. The knight's imposing presence radiated raw power, leaving the soldier frozen in terror. The royal guard stood rigid, sweat beading under their helmets. The stolen treasure is presented, heavy with accusation. The knight's sharp gaze met the shock registered on her face. The shock was palpable. This knight was utterly horrified by the display of power. The tension explodes as the knight advances, his authority absolute. The king's presence alone commands the atmosphere, radiating an almost tangible power. The knight's overwhelming aura choked the air, his hand descending in judgment. A sudden, primal roar echoed as armored figures advanced under a bloody hue. His arm, severed and useless, lay stark against the cold stone, testament to the price of defiance. The glowing symbol materialized in his hand, a stark contrast to the imposing figure beneath him. The severity of the theft was laid bare beneath the stern gaze of the knights. His shocked expression betrayed the gravity of the discovery. The Lionheart Kingdom, an imposing fortress bathed in celestial light. The sheer severity of the training methods left the soldiers uneasy. The knights watched, rigid in their imposing armor, the atmosphere thick with unspoken judgment. In this lawless place, the rules of the outside world meant nothing. The imposing knight, Sir Jagged Spin, asserts the king's absolute authority. A stark division is drawn as the new authority speaks. Soldier. A sudden dread grips him as he faces the armored line. The imposing knight stands firm, his silver armor gleaming against the ruined landscape. Udisung wept, his fate hanging heavy under the knight's gaze. The weight of the king's decision settled heavily on their faces. He knelt, trembling under the shadow of absolute authority. Sir Jagged Spin stands before his armored ranks, holding the recovered helmet of the defeated foe. The knight's stern gaze conveyed his unwavering authority. The knight's arm, severed by Disung's power, now shimmered with impossible blue light, already whole. The shocking, raw power of the king's presence pinned him down. The glowing artifact, the heart of the great orc warrior, pulsed with stolen light. The great orc warrior's heart pulsed with unimaginable power. The heart of the great orc warrior, now revealed in a blinding, golden aura. The agonizing power surged, bathing the knight in blinding light. The weight of the king's judgment settled upon him, sweat beading from the sheer intensity. A blinding light erupted as the forbidden relic was seized. Even an S-rank knight cannot replace a severed limb so easily. His very being glowed, radiating an undeniable power as he held the relic. The confession hung heavy, forcing a choice. The heavy consequence of his theft was made violently clear. The imposing figures of the king and his knight emerge, their presence silencing the chaos. This is a chance. I have to get in what? His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and Sir Jagged Spin make their entrance. A sudden, blinding descent towards the dark fortress. The newly recruited soldiers celebrated wildly in the ruins. A confident smirk plays across his face as the bright sky frames his victory. The sky opens above, washing everything in blinding, ethereal light. The assembly waited in the stark, imposing light of the training grounds. Ah, the moment of quiet before the storm of decisions. They were still uncertain, fresh from the ordeal. Haha, the ordeal is finally over. A faint, satisfied sound escapes her lips as she basks in the moment. A sudden, horrified outcry pierces the tense air. A heavy presence descends upon the newly assembled recruits. The king and his knight step forward, a palpable tension filling the hall. The easy trial was over, but a shadow of doubt lingered on their faces. Test, His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and Sir Jagged Spin entered the scene. Their former ranks, D rank, C rank, suddenly felt irrelevant now. His composure shattered, a look of pure disbelief crossing his features. The Lionheart Kingdom's laws descended like a shining, formidable decree. The sheer weight of the military's physical training pushed men to their breaking point. Physical training. The path to true strength begins now. A dark smile played on his lips, accepting the new reality. The imposing presence of the knight, Sir Jagged Spin, loomed over the smiling Disung. His raw desperation erupted amidst a searing golden inferno. The weight of the king's declaration settled heavily upon them. Afterward, the true trial of the body begins. What? The king pointed a single finger, freezing the crowd in sheer terror. Now, the king's decree echoes amidst the inferno. The single, raised finger cut through the crimson void. A burning conviction radiated from him as he pointed a finger forward. The true intensity of the training was about to be revealed. A momentary pause. The logic of this insanity hangs heavy in the air. The guardian presents the chalice, radiating divine power and healing. Consider it a fortune that the person who stands before you is the guardian of the Holy Grail. The shock of the impossible training plan left him reeling. The man recoiled, confusion masking the lingering sting of impossible demands. Consider it a fortune that the person who stands before you is the guardian of the Holy Grail. The new recruits stared out, aghast, as the brutal demand settled in. Horror dawns on the faces of the recruits, trapped by the madness. A burning intensity glowed within his eyes, a promise of untold power. This is the training manual? The horror of the training manual settled in their eyes. The air crackled with manic energy as the recruits faced their insane ordeal. A strange, glowing sigil materialized above her head in the blinding light. The brutal training continued, leaving recruits screaming amidst the flash of impact. A chilling aura erupted, bathing the onlookers in an oppressive violet light. The sheer terror of the training manual settled upon the new recruits. A world of brutal demands, where survival meant enduring the impossible. Wah! The brutal training commenced, pushing bodies past any sensible limit. The raw, brutal essence of the Steel Skin Project was laid bare in a single, violent swing. The shockwave of sheer insanity crashed over him. The impact struck with blinding, electric force. The training begins. Relentless, brutal combat against each other. The monstrous training concluded, leaving behind the exhausted remnants of the hopeful knights. A heavy sound echoes as the scene shifts to the soldiers' routine. Lunch, water, seasoned with a touch of salt and sugar. A terrifying glee breaks through her strained composure. The sheer absurdity of the training finally sunk in. The sheer brutality of the command left them breathless. The rigid formation awaited the stern command. An army gathered beneath the judging structure. The very air contorted, swallowing warriors whole. PM 9 o'clock. Sleep pass out. The relentless training finally breaks them. Even in sleep, The nightmare of brutal training persisted. A cheerful offering of steaming sustenance breaks the brutal routine. Lunchtime, a meager serving of roasted roots, seemingly a blessing to these exhausted trainees. A sharp sound cuts through the fiery, setting sun. The shield felt heavier than anticipated, demanding every ounce of effort. A grim roar erupts as the training begins in earnest. The exhaustion was palpable, the training pushing the limits of endurance. The weight of the shield, the effort to swing the sword. It's more than he anticipated. The shield is heavier than expected, restricting movement amidst the formation. The raw reality of this brutal training snaps into his shocked view. Continue, the regal voice commanded, imbued with an undeniable electric authority. The heavy shield felt cumbersome, restricting his every move. The warrior breathed deeply, recovering from the ordeal. The stoic blonde knight stood before the cloaked figure, radiating cold authority. The king practices the fundamental thrust, his resolve burning bright. The heavy shield restricts movement, demanding precise, integrated strikes. The sheer insanity of the training had clearly broken his resolve. The sheer madness of the decree left one man sweating, utterly overwhelmed. The shock of the sudden grip, confusion overwhelming the ravaged warrior. The shield felt heavier than anticipated, disrupting the necessary stabbing motion. Sweat beaded on his brow as the sheer insanity of the proposed training registered. A monster loomed, adorned with the trophies of his victories. A resolute yes echoes across the field as the commander rides forward, banners snapping in the wind. Surrounded by monstrous horrors, dread paints his face beneath the crimson sky. The young man's gaze remained fixed, his eyes holding an unwavering blue intensity. The blond man remained impassive amidst the chaotic crimson aura. A flash of pale blue energy accentuates his calm, knowing expression. The sheer audacity of their casual demeanor stunned the warrior. Giants towering over 20 meters tall. Trolls that regenerate infinitely. The moment of reckoning arrives under the setting sun. The golden light framed the unwavering gaze of the new knight. A bead of sweat traced a path down his terrified face, utterly shaken by the madness. The blinding sunlight framed the stoic figure, standing resolute on the steps. The weight of the shield felt immense, a constant burden against his frame. The knight stood tense, fists clenched against the impossible demands. The blond man offered a chillingly confident smile, while the other soldiers sweated under the sheer absurdity of it all. Then, "I'll leave the rest to you, Sir Jagged Spin." A soft breath, perhaps of resignation, escapes him as the harsh reality sinks in. The gravity of the impossible training settled in his eyes. The weight of his armor felt immense, but he held the blade steady. The sun rises over the scorched, distant lands, a blinding beacon of a new, grueling day. A single, stunned sound escaped as the impossible truth settled in. The weight of his previous assumptions began to lift. He stood ready, bathed in the blinding light of the rising challenge. I want to become a knight. The towering spire loomed against the night sky, a cold monument to time. A chilling thought echoed in the darkness. Am I just a leftover? His face contorted in pure, panicked dread as he channeled the strange energy. The mysterious power crackles around the glowing orb, demanding immediate reverence. Did his voice change? The familiar tone now felt oddly distant. He declared his plan. Transfer the crystal to space first, as an emergency failsafe. The sheer insanity of their demands left them speechless and drenched in cold sweat. The mystic crystal pulsed with an unsettling purple light. The ancient, glowing orb pulsed with an unsettling, dark purple energy. A massive sphere pulsed with an ominous purple energy. The glowing orb, resting on its regal cushion, pulsed with ominous, violet energy. A chilling, predatory grin breaks through the darkness as raw power manifests. The Pantheon Guild's standing army graduation ceremony has arrived. The small mechanical familiar perched atop her head, witnessing the dire revelation. Sir Yappy's excitement contrasted sharply with his comrade's palpable tension. The king stood above his legion, his will echoing in the cavernous space. The assembled allies watch, awaiting the king's response to the unforeseen crisis. The Lionheart standing army, clad in grim, metallic armor, prepared for battle. The newly reinforced Lionheart soldiers stood ready, their polished armor gleaming under the oppressive dark. A fierce cry echoes as a powerful hand lunges forward. Go forth. The gate stabilized, a blinding vortex of immense, terrifying power before the assembled hunters. Kirik. A commanding presence watches over the armored line below. A small metallic soldier perched atop her head. She beams with unwavering, bright-eyed enthusiasm. The ancient creation stirs, its mechanical eyes glowing red with malevolent focus. The unexpected situation left the strategist bewildered, caught off guard by the sheer scale of it all. A terrifying, unknown mechanism descends upon her. The holographic scan locks onto the advancing figures. 51 souls step toward the void. A holographic silhouette flickers, displaying vital data against the dark expanse. An unnatural shockwave rips through the air as the power unleashes. A blinding flash erupted as the attack met the swirling portal. A blinding flash of power erupts, tearing through the darkness. Sir Yappy rushes forward, desperate to stop the unfolding chaos. A brutal impact. The world explodes into white. A silent confrontation before the swirling abyss. Someone has fallen. A sudden, guttural sound ripped through the air. The sheer terror locked in her eyes revealed the monster they now faced. The threshold roars with untamed, brilliant energy. The ominous yellow light twisted, violently shifting to a deep, terrifying crimson. The gate flared an impossible, violent red, swallowing the air itself. Piercing cry echoed in the sudden crimson darkness. The gate pulses, a malevolent void swallowing the light. The ground shook beneath the onslaught, a cathedral of light struggling against the encroaching darkness. The soldier thrusts forward, his resolve a stark contrast to the black ichor erupting from his foe. The air itself screams as the gateway burns with furious, unnatural light. The heavily armored figures stand resolute amidst the fiery chaos. The battle raged beneath a crimson sky, massive silhouettes swinging dark weapons toward the distant, towering citadel. His eyes glowed with an unshakable, fierce resolve. Activate the magic square, the commander roared, unleashing a blinding shot. The trainees stood firm, bristling with sudden, otherworldly power. The first line of defense snaps into place, shields raised against the unknown horror. Lionheart's standing army marches under a blood-tinged sky. A roar of pure, unbridled fury erupted from the Lionheart King. A demon gate. The unexpected reality crushes the trainees. A heavy step echoes, shaking the very ground beneath the Lionheart's King. The sheer intensity of the advance left the onlooker wondering, were these trainees truly showing no fear? The knight stood firm, crackling with energy amidst the dark abyss. A glowing interface materialized before him, signaling an urgent system update. A system notification explodes across the screen, detailing the immense power granted. The demon's charge was met head-on with a shocking display of power. The trainees plunged forward, meeting the darkness with savage, echoing strikes. The demonic surge slammed into the prepared line, the air crackling with violent energy. The beast lunged, its crimson eyes burning with predatory intent. The demon troll charges, an unstoppable force of sudden, terrifying power. A monstrous, skeletal maw screams as crushing power strikes. The training has forged their defense into an unbreakable wall. Attack. The training is over. The real battle begins now. A blinding arc of steel rips through the darkness. A resounding thud echoes as steel meets the corrupted earth. A brood of shadow slams down, its demonic eyes glowing with malice. A warrior clad in stark white armor stands victorious over a fallen beast. The blade struck true, a crimson arc across the demonic darkness. The charging assault met the hardened line with shattering force. The living wall of shields advanced over the fallen. His shocked face betrayed the gravity of the sudden confrontation. The crimson sky roils as a terrifying silhouette looms, beasts of nightmare roaring their challenge. It's awake, enraged by the sheer audacity of the challenge. The roaring charge begins, a unified advance into the unknown depths. The brute's impact carried the devastating force of an A-rank strike. The trainees cry out as they brace for the sudden, overwhelming darkness. A surge of blinding, corrupted energy erupts. A deafening strike echoes as the lion holds firm against the monstrous charge. The king stands ready, enveloped in rising power. Against the onslaught, a single, defiant declaration rings out. We can block this. A monstrous roar tears through the crimson air. A metallic fist clenches, channeling immense, crackling power. The impact rings out as the king endures the assault, grit etched onto his face. The king charged forward, sword blazing, astride his spectral steed. The king moves. A blinding flash accompanies his charge, a blinding arc of blue light, the weapon cleaving through the darkness. A searing light tears through the oppressive gloom of the demon gate. The king of the lion heart stood firm, his eyes blazing with a chilling blue light. The horrifying power of the Lionheart soldiers struck terror into the demonic ranks. The demon gate roared open, spilling forth its grotesque inhabitants. A sudden, sickening realization washes over the newly formed ranks. Their faith swells, their voices a roar under the shadowed spire of the city. The dust of battle settles, revealing the stoic presence of Leon and his guards against the desolate landscape. Realization hit them. This was no mere yellow gate, Your Majesty. This is genuinely bad news. Vanished. The blinding light where the exit should be only confirms their dread. What is happening? The king strides forward, his trainees falling into formation around him on the blood-red ground. The sound of an immovable step echoed across the blighted land. The air crackled with an otherworldly light above the desolate landscape. He stood ready, his gaze sharp. The mechanical scout close behind. The air crackled with dark energy as they stepped onto the barren, crimson expanse. The final words ring out. The time for proving worth has come. The gate's very structure shrieked, a vortex of violent red and encroaching black. A grim realization dawns. The air crackled with an unseen energy as the king strode forward, his presence dwarfing the alarmed soldier. The king strides forward, his silhouette eclipsing the trainee's anticipation. The king stands, radiating an undeniable presence, his power echoing from a different world. Right now, I stand against fate itself. The king stands resolute, the weight of expectation resting on his shoulders. The entrance remained open, the air thick with anticipation. Within the arcane sphere, Leon's image flickered, held captive by dark purpose. Weaker. In the end, just a mere human. And the ritual was being interrupted, a desperate plea against the unfolding disaster. The Demon King's vanguard is stirring, a creature forged over a century of dark devotion. The Sparrow Kingdom, ancient and proud, now hangs under a bruised, ominous sky. The millennia-old kingdom burned under a sky choked with smoke. Flames consumed the ancient stone as the relentless siege continued. Amidst the ruins, one beacon of light stubbornly endured, a simple affirmation, confirming his identity to the royal presence. The king paused, deep in thought, weighing the desperate plea before him. The urgency of the situation had brought even the most unrefined men before the throne. The very fabric of reality twisted around the looming demonic presence. The duke, growing impatient with the outsider's audacious move, snapped. A tense negotiation continues as one man reacts with shock. The king looks upon the newly arrived hero, gauging his worth. The urgency in the air was palpable as the king delivered his proposition. A sudden wave of excitement swept through the onlookers. A sudden, sharp touch. A moment of unexpected contact across the table. The chancellor moved to grant the honor, eager to recognize the victory. The shock of the unexpected declaration hung heavy in the air. The air crackled, heavy with an undeniable, formidable power. Darkness fell upon the peaceful city, marked by these ominous, fluttering shadows. A quiet moment under the dark sky, examining the glowing artifact. A ceremonial chalice settles with a soft click. In a flash of divine gold, the queen made her choice. Did you sense that strange shift in the air? This hidden energy, masked by the demonic residue, remains concealed from those bound by fragile flesh. The energy itself, a different, terrifying nature, was finally sensed. Demonic energy, a pervasive, insidious presence seeped naturally into the world, a being so powerful, even divine eyes missed its long presence. Strange. A being that strong should possess stronger energy. A brief connection with the pantheon. A flicker of something more. Who wishes to inspect this world? She must have sensed something profound. The shadowy butler, Farco, offered a knowing, purple-tinged smile. The mystic ritual demanded solemnity. Every step understood. A solitary, glowing chalice rests upon a pedestal, bathed in celestial light. A humble carriage, pulled by straining beasts, arrives before the imposing gate. The gates slammed shut with a resounding, chilling thud. A chilling dismissal. They were mere attendants in his grand procession. Welcome, everyone. I am the head butler, Farco. Welcome, everyone. I am the head butler, Farco. The ornate hall echoed with a silent departure, leaving the armored man startled in their wake. Welcome, everyone. I am Farco, the head butler. I will serve you to the best of my abilities. The grand hall revealed portraits speaking of an enduring matriarchy, spanning from Queen Tioka to the current Queen Beatrice. The head butler, Farco, offered his service with impeccable poise. Confusion swept through the court as the outsider made his audacious claim. The chancellor's annoyance crackled in the grand hall. The chancellor's aggressive interruption halted the momentous occasion. The assembled company, clearly out of their element, awaited instruction within the opulent hall. The head butler, Farco, offered a practiced, welcoming smile in the shadowed hall. The delegation advances into the solemn hall, two figures flanking the apparent leader. A colossal gate loomed, radiating an ominous purple energy that shook the very air. All the gates held different backdrops, but this portal felt undeniably strange. An intimidating presence flared, the sound effect echoing his sudden resolve. Lionheart. AREYOUSIR Lionheart WHO contributed TOTHE Battle in Frondo FTHE Palace Gates. The Chancellor's stern gaze met the outsiders in the Grand Hall. The Chancellor, Duke Archeum, stood ready to bestow the honored title of Knight. The confrontation peaks as the king makes his shocking declaration. They stood within the Grand Hall, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and armed formality. The Chancellor flashed a greedy smile, holding the decree aloft. The tension in the chamber was suffocating as the Duke grabbed the intruder. That burning gaze cuts through the tense atmosphere. A sudden, powerful presence manifests in the opulent hall. A sudden, jarring sound cuts through the tense atmosphere. The stern Chancellor fixes his gaze upon the unexpected interloper. The Chancellor steps forward, ready to bestow a high honor upon the warrior. Standing beneath the oppressive grandeur, worried whispers exchange glances. Stunned silence hangs in the air as the audacious claim is made. A deep sigh echoed through the vast, shadowed hall. The Lionheart King surged forward, refusing to be restrained. I am the Lionheart King of the Lionheart. Leon Dragonia Lionheart. A servant's outburst, shocking the tense silence of the royal presence chamber. The Chancellor's outrage echoed in the vast hall. A sudden, brutal force silenced the Chancellor. A terrifying aura erupted, suffocating the air around the king. The guards recoiled in sheer disbelief at the audacity of the newcomer. A sudden, blinding force erupts. The king's declaration is met with immediate, terrifying violence. The nobleman's shock erupted into incandescent fury. Beneath the encroaching darkness, he held fast to what remained. The king unleashes his terrifying aura, bathed in crimson energy. The king, drawing his ornate blade, prepares to make a terrible judgment. A chilling aura emanated as the masked man's glare sharpened. The sudden surge of power shook the very foundations of the hall. The king stands unmoving, the betrayer's blade finding no purchase. The young man's icy gaze met the terror radiating off the sputtering official. His composure shattered. Raw panic and disbelief contorted his face. That burning, crimson eye reveals a true, terrifying intensity. The king's soldiers strike first, their ornate blades seeking the shadowed figure. The official's fate is sealed, his transformation sickeningly complete. The king's overwhelming power pulsed through the air, chilling them to the core. A hideous shriek ripped through the air as the corrupted monstrosities materialized. The chamber erupted with blinding, vibrant energy as the confrontation began. The king's blinding rage erupted, a terrifying display of corrupted power. Assemble! The king's voice cuts through the chaos, commanding his forces against the demonic incursion. A monstrous insectoid strikes down, its horrifying scream echoing in the bloody haze. A single finger pushes against an unseen, devastating force. The king's decree materialized a terrifying shadow. The king merely sneered, dismissing the creature with a grunt. The Lionheart King executes a swift, brutal strike. The king stands ready, cloaked in shadows and authority. The king's glare was absolute, unforgiving as the crimson chaos swirling behind him. The corrupted swarm descends, their insectoid forms bringing terror and a final, primal shriek. The king and his loyal shadow stand ready amidst the rising corruption. The shadow's swift blade cleaved through the approaching demon's form. The king draws his weapon, cloaked in darkness and rage. Eliminate them all. His rage burns hotter than the battle itself. A cacophony of alien shrieks pierced the dark hall. The king's retribution was swift, ending the demon's grotesque existence in a spray of ichor. Terrifying light flickers, the king's power unleashed against the corrupted. The king's cold gaze settles, demanding an answer from the veiled queen. The king's authority is absolute, even against a loyal subject. His eyes, burning with blue light, focused intensely on the darkness ahead. His eyes, hardened by years of rule, scan the chaos engulfing the castle. Confusion ripples through the stunned men as the king's terrifying decree takes hold. The king demonstrates his grim method of testing loyalty, a chilling display of power. The masked figure summons raw power, a glowing blade descending with shattering impact. His gaze hardened, focused solely on the figure before him. The king's hand trembled, perhaps feeling the creeping corruption he feared. The king fixes his gaze, authority radiating even amidst the chaos. The king and his captain face off against the glowing-eyed invaders. The nobleman's face contorts in a mixture of rage and disbelief. The young man's sharp gaze met the old general's strained expression. A veiled queen sits upon the shadows of the throne. Before the veiled figure on the throne, he stands ready to confront the core of the issue. The king makes his decree from the stage, the crowd watching in stunned silence. The king's cold demand left the common folk stunned and terrified. A cold energy pulsed, marking his arrival. The Lionheart King confronts his terrified subjects before the shadow of his castle. The crowd reacts with shock and growing horror. The king's decree hung heavy in the air, demanding proof of loyalty. Overwhelmed by an unseen presence, terror seized the two trapped figures. A chilling recognition dawns on the terrified citizens. The king unleashes a terrifying inferno, leaving onlookers stunned. The terrifying, righteous flame erupted, engulfing the corrupted. The crowd recoiled in sheer terror before the king's terrifying decree. The air crackled with searing power as the possessed screamed their final agony. She's bathed in a terrifying, infernal light. The rage in his eyes betrayed his authority. The king unleashed a blinding wave of righteous fire. A dangerous glint flares in his cold, blue eyes. The king's terrifying test had begun, leaving these civilians paralyzed by fear. The king's expression hardened, radiating sheer, furious authority. The king descended, radiating dark power, sword raised high. Hurry and enter the searing inferno. The king stands resolute against the shadows engulfing the city square. He feigned surprise, masking a flicker of deep-seated disdain. The possessed citizens huddled, their stolen forms glowing with sickly purple energy. The king's eyes burned with unnatural light as he shrieked his twisted demand. The sheer power of the king's sonic assault ripped through the demon's senses. The king's fury erupts, eyes blazing with blinding, incandescent rage. You arrogant worms, who feed on the emotions of humans. The king roared, wreathed in searing, infernal light. Your screams of despair will echo throughout the world. The infiltration plan has clearly failed. The sorcerer peers into the orb, a distorted image flickering into view. Scream and cry more in pain. The maddened king demands torment. That is the only way to sate his monstrous desires. A blinding orb of dark energy erupts, its unnatural light reflecting in the shocked face below. Before the silhouette of the grand city, a creature was bound, awaiting judgment. A monstrous claw rests lightly upon the young man's head, a chilling promise of violence. Sweat beaded on the man's brow as the demon snarled, its face contorted in wicked triumph. Bound and trapped, the demon writhed, its eyes blazing with furious, imprisoned power. A sudden, violent transformation erupts, manifesting a nightmare visage of razor teeth and burning, primal rage. The speaker seizes the opportunity, pointing a glowing hand toward the captive creature. The crowd, whipped into a frenzy, stares in stunned silence. The enraged voice faded, leaving only the chilling stillness of incomprehension. A blinding flash of holy power struck the demon's hideous form. Their faces reflected the terror of the accusations echoing around them. The corrupted whisper campaign worked. Fear had turned to rage. A flicker of divine energy meets the monstrous visage. In the shadow of the looming citadel, a demon hangs bound to a post before the populace. Bound and silenced, the demon's grotesque mask seemed to glare back at its tormentors. The divine flames of Pito's manifest, granting power for judgment. The crowd pointed, their faces twisted by manipulated fear and rage. The divine flames of Pito's coursed through the boy's hands. The boy, eyes wide with zealous fury, prepares the divine punishment. A chilling intensity radiated from his eyes, crackling with arcane power. The boy, infused with divine energy, gripped the sacred flame with desperate intensity. The chosen one, illuminated by divine fire, raises the sacred torch. A monstrous visage erupts from the shadows, eyes burning with infernal light. A brutal, blinding impact shatters the air. The demon reels from the unexpected strike. The beast whimpers, bound and broken beneath an unseen power. The child's face twists in a furious, desperate struggle against the blinding, holy flame. The demon roared in pure, fiery agony, its monstrous form consumed by divine retribution. A desperate plea, swallowed by a red haze of fury. The king's eyes glowed with otherworldly, icy blue power. A sudden, violent impact echoes across the gray sky, met by furious condemnation. A spectral assault pierces the bars, striking the terrified captive. 34 years. A lifetime spent corrupting humanity, now reduced to this. A heavy mechanical foot descends with ominous power. Restrained and glowing faintly, the demon Balters was brought before his interrogator. 34 years of demonic influence, yet now, faced with this machine, the old ways fail him. The machine whirred, its digital eye fixed on the captive. The demon roared, trapped and enraged, its manic laughter echoing against the binding spell. The captive demon seethed, trapped behind cold iron bars. The heavy, armored steps echoed in the sterile blue light. The royal guard advanced, their metallic forms glowing faintly in the gloom. The captive demon struggled, its fate sealed by the imposing guards. The demonic accuser pointed the finger of blame, his features contorted with malicious glee. Sweat beaded on his brow as the cold realization dawned. The hulking enforcer advances, carrying a bucket of holy flame, ready to exact punishment. Holy water, laced with 15% content, bubbles menacingly in the wooden tub. A blinding, violent energy erupts around the stunned creature. The imposing, armored figure presents the wooden bucket, glowing with an airy white substance. Holy water content burns, an opposing force against the inferno. The demon recoiled, caught in a blinding flash of divine energy. The tiny machine struggled, submerged in the glowing liquid. The king's body registers distress, heart rate spike, chest pain, breathing ragged. A shriek of pure agony tears through the air. The demon writhed in agony, trapped by the cold, unfeeling machine. The holy water was prepared, a shocking baptism for the trapped creature. A massive, imposing structure loomed against the dark sky, its surface glowing ominously. The cold, metallic truth, uncooperative. The demon thrashed, facing an unnatural, cold blue force tightening around its neck. A horrifying shriek pierced the cold, starry night sky above the fortress walls. The demon thrashed, its features contorted in agony, the air around it vibrating with raw, painful energy. The captive demon sputtered, utterly confused by the machine's strange demand. The demon shrieked, consumed by a blinding, raw shock. The demonic creature flushed, caught completely off guard by the close proximity of the shining object. Even a demon of pleasure and corruption could be bound and captured. The captured demon, tied and sweating profusely, searches desperately for an answer. A machine holds the captured demon, assessing the situation with cold precision. A smug, knowing smile crosses his face as the false authority crumbles. After the chaos, silence returned to the chamber, lit only by the distant, cold window light. A moment of quiet satisfaction, a slow savoring of the victory. The agonizing cry echoed as the inferno consumed the grand structure. The crimson-haired boy stared, now commanded to bear the burden of judgment. The boy's eyes widened, reflecting pure, distilled horror. A violent impact shatters the ceramic, spewing crimson liquid across the dark floor. The demon Baltars stood defiant, facing his metallic interrogator, his face contorted in shock and fury as the accusation struck deep. A sudden, resonant thud echoed in the oppressive silence. The sheer denial of reality fueled his rage. He could not bear that such evil species walked the same earth as him. The small mechanical entity paused, its glowing red eye fixed on the captor. A splendid plan, indeed. The architect of this chaos beams with dark satisfaction. A blinding force shatters the environment, sending debris flying as the conflict explodes outward. That machine, now damaged, was being manipulated by someone. The divine force surged, shaking the very foundations of the city. The demon's binding shatters under an unstoppable, earth-shattering impact, an explosive release of power, shattering the air as he lunges forward. A violent, searing rift tears open the sky above a desolate, echoing landscape. The old man trembled, his eyes wide with dreadful realization. The demon of pleasure and corruption holds forth, a shimmering orb of dark power between them. The vile energy of the demon lords manifested, accompanied by a chilling shriek. A shadow falls, immense and terrifying, as the ground trembles beneath a colossal presence. The great demon of pleasure, Androgen, radiated a dense, corrupted energy. A roar of pure, savage evil erupted, cloaked in shadow and violet energy. What is this dense, suffocating energy? The old man gripped the glowing orb, his expression fraught with sudden fear. The great demon of pleasure unleashes a raw, terrifying sphere of corrupted energy. The great demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen, held the pulsating sphere of dense, evil energy. The great demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen. A monstrous, manic laugh echoed as the demon lord Androgen swelled with dark power. A terrifying roar echoes as the demon lord, Androgen, unleashes his monstrous fury. The dense, corrupting energy coalesced into a terrifying orb. Androgen, the demon of pleasure, unleashed his sickening power. Against the cosmic backdrop, a cloaked figure held a glowing orb, confronting the massive shadow before him. The Grail Knight's law of silence rendered the slaughter utterly soundless. Against the backdrop of burning ruin, the demon lords gathered their malevolent strength. A skeletal remnant, pierced in a flame, marks the devastating aftermath. The demonic ranks shattered, consumed by terror and a deafening scream. A sudden, deafening impact reverberates through the dark expanse. A blinding surge of power erupts around the battered figure. The demonic horde recoiled, overwhelmed by a terrifying, unseen power. The energy surged, raw power manifesting in a blinding flash. A blinding flash erupted, consuming everything in a devastating wave of power. Struggling to voice a heavy thought, the great demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen, gloats over his captive. The great demon of pleasure and corruption stares out from the swirling purple void. The great demon of pleasure and corruption erupts in a terrifying display of power. The great demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen, materialized, suspended in a deep, luminous void. The figure drifts, an eternal whisper in the dark. The deed is finished. the strange relic pulsing in his shadowed grasp. A satellite has locked onto the target's location. The residual, thick evil energy pulsed around the old man clutching the glowing orb. His world warped by a sudden, terrifying energy surge. The victory was won, yet the sky burned with the memory of ruin. The battlefield yields to a chilling spectacle of victory and defeat. The captured demons were paraded through the desolate wastes, a grim procession under a blood-red sky. The soldier recoiled, sweat beading as he confronted the demonic source of the ruckus. Just moments ago, the reality shifted. The demonic seduction flickered, momentarily failing against human resistance. A playful, yet predatory smirk surfaces, her sharp canines hinting at hidden intentions. Dazed, the soldier stammers under the pressure of the demonic aura. A chilling, palpable force resisted the demonic touch. The captured demon was utterly bewitched, its grotesque features softened by a blush of desire. A blinding flash of impact as raw force meets the vile creature. The raw power of the rejection burned hotter than any fire. The captured demon writhed, its wide eyes reflecting pure terror. The demonic lure was nearly overwhelming, a terrifying, seductive power. The soldier stood firm, his gaze sharp against the demonic surprise. The sacred beast stamps down, echoing the chaos of the battle. The crimson sky looms as a silent judgment over the victorious return. A fierce resistance flared in his eyes, rejecting the demonic taint. The captive trembled, bound and exposed before the shocked warrior. The soldier's outrage burns against the pathetic creature's failed attempt. The shock of resistance still burned in his eyes. Bound and utterly unnerved, the creature sweated under the heavy, unseen pressure. A brutal refusal erupts as the soldier's boot connects with the captured demon's face. A brutal strike descended, shattering the wretch's pathetic resistance. The demon thrashes, his meager strength failing against the unseen pressure. The victor's return is met with a chilling silence, not the expected roar of the populace. We brought back a victory, yet no one waits to greet us. Dragged through the streets beneath a bruised, sunset sky, the captured demons faced their grim audience. The air thickens with the aftermath of chaos, but an unsettling calm remains. Restrained, the soldier stood firm before the worried villagers. Fear gripped the mother, clutching the innocent child close amidst the growing chaos. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, burned with an inner, ethereal blue light. We brought back a victory, yet no one comes to greet us. The demon lord glowered, utterly enraged by the soldier's unexpected resistance. The ominous castle glowed under a blood-red sky. We brought back a victory, yet no one comes to greet us at the gates. A low-ranking soldier stares, jolted by the scene unfolding before him. Their grand return met with chilling silence beneath the monolithic columns. The soldier, enraged, raised his weapon, guarding the other against the lingering demonic influence. The air shattered under an explosive impact. The lingering aura of corruption flares, a faint, ominous mark against his brow. The royal entourage arrives, yet the victory's fanfare rings hollow. The torchlight flickered, casting long shadows across the rough stone passage. The heroes returned from battle, but no cheers awaited their victory. It's much easier if you give up worrying about that stuff. The armored soldier recoiled, shocked by the unexpected resistance. What the hell? They stared down into the darkness. There, illuminated in the gloom, rested a lavish structure. The lingering echo of a declaration hangs heavy in the cold, dark air. An ethereal purple glow fills the cavern as the figure rushes toward the light. The air crackled with dark energy as he stood over the fallen figure. A sudden blush, a battle lost within the cavern's dark glow. A brilliant, otherworldly light engulfs her, a cascade of purple energy washing over the fallen figure. She lay still, a cascade of white hair contrasting with the shadowy magic emanating from the underground chamber. The demonic aura pulsed, seizing them in an overwhelming wave of sensation. The air crackled with dark energy, the sound echoing in the oppressive chamber. A sudden, fierce exertion of will rings out against the demonic aura. The illusion took hold, twisting the soldier's very being into a grotesque imitation of desire. The air crackled with unholy energy as the soldiers recoil. A guttural sound erupts as the demonic power lashes out. The air crackles with immense power as the blond man stands triumphant over the defeated knight. The guards reacted with explosive force against the disruption. A sudden, violent impact echoes through the dark cavern. A searing grin, a defiant flicker in his bright eyes. The knight lunged, the blade held tight, a desperate flash in the oppressive dark. The sacred chalice pulsed with unnatural, golden light. A colossal shadow looms over the trapped figures, their desperate shouts echoing in the darkness. The ancient guardian offered a solemn prayer into the chilling darkness. A chilling, resonant thud echoed through the cavernous darkness. The knight recoiled, struggling against the overwhelming, luminous offering. The clash of steel echoed in the cavernous darkness. Confrontation burns behind the eyes of the scarred veteran. The queen, enshrined in an ominous, violet aura. The demonic aura swelled, a torrent of crimson and violet energy. Wait, your majesty. She's beautiful. The dark, imposing figure stands over the fallen adversary, a glowing artifact held aloft. His stern gaze pierced through the oppressive darkness of the aftermath. A relic glows fiercely, held between fingers poised over the ornate chalice. The guardian whispers an ancient plea into the glowing offering. Guardian, I beg your blessing. Divine power of dream and death. The divine light surged, bathing the figure in pure, restraining energy. All right. The time for hesitation is over. Ariana's knight stands firm amidst a surge of purple energy. I shall claim what is mine. The divinity of dream and death descends, wreathed in crackling, ethereal purple light. His solemn gaze met the swirling, ethereal corruption. Yes, Ariana's sinister smile confirms the dark pact. The divinity of dream and death steps forward, bathed in ominous purple light. His weathered face streamed with sweat, realizing the depth of the deception. The end of the illusion, yet the beginning of something new is forged in shadow. A chilling presence descends, shrouded in crackling violet energy. The divine power surged, cloaked in shadow and purple energy. The very essence of corruption pulsed outward. A sudden surge of chilling power erupted, shattering the illusion. The colossal city stood silent beneath the oppressive shadow. The illusion shattered, revealing a face etched with terror and realization. A sudden, chilling surge of icy blue power erupted. A singular, burning crimson eye pierces the shadowed visage. The king's champion, wreathed in unnatural, cold fire. Death Knight. A loyal protector now twisted by vile magic. A triumphant, echoing laugh rings out as the divine presence fully manifests. His eyes, sharp blue, narrowed with sudden, piercing realization. A heavy, final step echoes in the arcane blue light. The royal bodyguard barely held him, trapped in the shadow of these undead phantoms. He wasn't corrupted by viciousness, but something else entirely. A sudden surge of power emanates, cold and blue. The king falls, his sacred guard defeated beneath the encroaching dark. His eyes burned with the light of conviction, forged in the fires of duty. The confrontation explodes in an arc of brilliant, surging power. The clash erupts, a blinding discharge of overwhelming power. The sword sings with dangerous energy as he prepares his move. A searing gaze ignites, fueled by an agonizing realization. The Death Knight descended, wreathed in spectral energy. The clash erupts, sparks flying as the blades meet in a blinding torrent of power. A blinding, decisive blow strikes through the battlefield chaos. The air crackled, energy erupting around the blond figure as he manifested his readiness. A blazing intensity in his eyes, steeling himself for the confrontation. The corrupted Death Knight lunges forward, an undead horror seizing the moment. The Death Knights burst forth, shrouded in an ominous, crackling blue energy. The raw power erupts, a desperate scream against the encroaching darkness. The darkness recoils as a single figure meets the onslaught. The shock of realization hit him like a physical blow. The undead knight descends, wreathed in chilling blue energy. A blinding strike tears through the darkness, meeting armored resistance. A shattering explosion of blue energy ripped through the armored figure. A crushing blow shatters the spectral form, purple energy flaring against the bone-white mask. A descent into shadow, as the true self begins to manifest. A crushing blow rings out, shaking the very ground. They realize the sheer, terrifying power before them. A blinding surge of power erupts as he meets the encroaching darkness. The power surges as the warrior unleashes a desperate, shattering blow, a blinding light, a divine impact that splits the very ground. The air crackled with immense, terrifying power. A skeletal visage, brimming with infernal light, emerges amidst the searing energy. A deafening shockwave erupted, shaking the very foundations of reality. Even the living cannot withstand the demon's seduction. The dust settled, revealing the undead horror staring back. The sharp point of the blade descended, illuminating the face of his corrupted foe. The moment of confrontation was upon them, a glowing blade meeting a kneeling foe. A determined gaze meets the horror of the undead. The light of his resolve flared, a desperate defiance against the encroaching dark. With a surge of dark power, the weapon was raised for the decisive strike. Everyone. They have all turned against me. 10 years passed, and the knight could no longer deny his growing desires. Perhaps a dangerous path is about to be revealed. She isn't Elaine? The imposing figure looms over the fallen. An unsettling presence pierces the gloom. To the very core he understood the deception. The Death Knight's skeletal grin emerged from the shadows of that heavy crimson cloak. The undead knight's grinning visage, cracked and burning with malevolent red eyes. The throne room, drenched in the crimson light of catastrophe. Defeated, broken, the king stood amidst the rising tide of shadow. A single word hangs in the blood-soaked air, directed at the one who bears the crown. I'll make a deal with you. A deal? In this ravaged throne room, the dark entity presents its terrifying offer. The smiling fiend held the glowing orb, its corruption contained within. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken dread beneath the shadow of the looming gate. Even the demon's bargain was sealed. The corrupted creature roared, invigorated by the carnage. The horror washes over her as the malicious laughter echoes. A moment of sheer, unmasked horror hangs in the suffocating red light. The demon of pleasure revealed its terrifying, all too human grin. Violating the agreement meant eternal wandering in the netherworld. The 100-year sentence nears its end. She, utterly broken beneath the weight of his gaze. Rage burns beneath the surface, radiating a furious, crimson aura. The loyal knight, no longer able to resist desire, enters the queen's chambers. Silence fell over the shattered hall, the imposing figure standing over the defeated general. If this confrontation is inevitable, desperate, they reached the breaking point. The only escape left was oblivion. A chilling formation of armored figures emerges from the encroaching darkness. A warrior's last, choking cry against overwhelming force. The carnage was absolute. The royal guard lay slain in pools of crimson. The essence of corruption flared, a chilling blue consuming him. The newly awakened knight kneels before the living figure, his ancient loyalty resurfacing in the dim cavern light. A chilling, skeletal visage erupted from the darkness, eyes burning with an infernal glow. A figure of immense power, suspended in timeless slumber. I see. The ethereal power surges, demanding a choice. A chilling resolve hardens behind those eyes. Loyalty reawakens under a dark influence. Purple energy surges through the decaying passage, a violent surge of power. The air crackled, choked by the shadow of their awakening. The king of the lion heart has awakened, bathed in ominous violet power. The king's loyal general awakens, summoned back to duty after an age of slumber. The air crackles as an overwhelming spectral power manifests. The shock wave hit, a desperate gasp escaping as reality twisted around him. The air thrummed with dark energy as the glowing figure materialized. A sinister smile graced her lips as otherworldly power surged around her fallen foes. The king rises, and the sealed forces awaken from their long slumber. A sudden hush falls over the avenue as the armored figures realize who approach us. The vast hall was bathed in a chilling, deep blue light. Terrifying pressure, a dark, pulsing aura. A tide of demonic entities surged forward, their eyes glowing with infernal malice. A moment of quiet assessment before the inevitable storm. The king of the Lionheart has awoken his loyal soldiers. The great general, armored in shadow, rises to meet the siege. The revived soldiers stand ready, shields raised, echoing the king's command. The demons surged forward, a tide of shadow and glowing red eyes. The king of the Lionheart awakens, his presence igniting the battlefield. The king of the Lionheart awakens, meeting his loyal general's gaze. The king's loyal soldiers rise, a phalanx bathed in ominous, rising power. A terrifying roar erupted, power surging through the warrior's clenched jaw. The demon of pleasure roars, his power surging amidst his grinning horde. The demons were buffed, surging forward with intoxicating rage. The monstrous tide breaks against the castle walls in a horrifying surge. The king of the Lionheart has awakened, his eyes burning with newly summoned fire. The king lunges forward, unleashing raw power against the encroaching darkness. A blinding eruption of power, ripping through the ranks of the summoned foes. The clash erupts in violent, neon bursts of energy against the demonic tide. The sheer magnitude of the demonic wave overwhelmed him. It was too much. If only they could hold the line just a little longer. The shock of awakening hit him like a cold blade. A torrent of dark energy erupts, shaking the very ground. The dark swarm descends, purple energy slicing through the grim air. A searing pillar of light descended, ripping through the demonic ranks. The furious surge of energy erupted from him, crackling with bright blue power. The Lionhearts rise, illuminated by a blinding surge of power. The ancient knights awoke, their loyalty immediately rekindled by the summons. The king of the Lionheart awakens, enveloped in burning, resurrected power. The cost of loyalty settled heavy upon the battlefield. A fierce, knowing glance breaks through the darkness. Will I be able to do it with the power I have right now? The general has awakened, the king's loyal command ringing through the long sleep. The inferno erupts, energy surging with raw, terrifying power. The king's soldiers awakened, the city echoing with immense, sudden power. The king's loyalists awaken, shaken from their long slumber. The ancient knights stir, their ghostly forms blazing with summoned power. The loyal soldiers rise, enveloped in an ethereal blue aura of command. A blinding aura surges forth as the summoned knights manifest in terrifying power. A spectral energy, vividly purple, erupted around the armored figure. Shadows erupted, swords flashed, and the battlefield became a maelstrom of violent energy. A tense standoff in the twilight of ruin. A faint smirk plays across his battle-worn face. The king of the Lionheart has finally awoken from his long slumber. A visage both skeletal and regal emerges from the shadows. The Death Knight surged forward, crackling with phantom energy. His gaze was sharp, even beneath the gloom of battle. The Death Knights arose, bathed in an eerie, spectral blue light. The king of the Lionheart stood poised, drawing his glowing blade. The general has awakened, bathed in a terrifying, brilliant fire. The king of the Lionheart descends, wreathed in the holy fire of his resurrected duty. The fires of war ignite, his expression set in grim resolve. The king of the Lionheart has returned, shrouded in burning, resolute power. His eyes burned with crimson malice, the weapon already grasped. A terrifying pillar of crimson light slams down, the sound echoing across the besieged citadel. The knight is stunned by the sheer magnitude of his commander's sacrifice. A terrifying, confident smirk breaks through the crimson aura. The time for rest is over. The rising intensity mirrors an ironclad vow. Independence achieved. The Lionheart stands defiant, cloaked in an inferno of crimson energy. The king of the Lionheart, engulfed in crimson power. The demon of pleasure manifests, crackling with savage, unholy energy. The divine fury of the Lionheart erupts in a blinding, searing vertical cleave. The Lionheart unleashes his power, wreathed in infernal fire, for a fire of war. A searing inferno erupted around the armored figures. Unleashing the inferno, the Lionheart burns with incandescent rage. The world exploded in blinding crimson, dwarfing the lone figure. Terror surged through the ranks as the demonic forces screamed in shock. The Lionheart slams down, a terrifying, blazing impact. The bull demon roared, a primal force erupting in golden fury. The Lionheart's chariot of beasts charges forward in a blaze of crimson power. The ethereal steed materialized, echoing the Lionheart's unstoppable might. The Lionheart unleashes a blinding, roaring power. Unleashed, the king of the Lionheart stands revealed in blazing intensity. The fortress loomed, shrouded in crimson light and raw, destructive power. The divine warhorse erupts, cloaked in infernal gold and rage. The king of the Lionheart recoils, consumed by a fleeting moment of impact. A terrifying wave of crimson energy bursts forth, overwhelming the demonic ranks. A terrifying charge erupts, shaking the very foundations of the hall. A cold, burning resolution flashes in his eyes. The king of the Lionheart unleashes a terrifying, primal roar. The Lionheart lunges with the spear, driving his holy power forward. The air itself shrieked under the force of his descent. The earth shatters beneath the onslaught, a raw display of destructive power. A blinding impact shattered the beast's composure. The Lionheart carves through the chaos, a blur of unstoppable purple energy. A blinding flash, followed by stunned disbelief. The king of the Lionheart unleashes raw, blinding power. The Lionheart erupts, a wave of purple power sweeping over the ramparts. Consumed by rage, he roared defiance into the inferno. The king of the Lionheart was gone, vanished into the chaos. The minions roared, channeling vile energy into their weapons. The demon of pleasure unleashes a terrifying, radiating burst of dark energy. A blinding arc of power erupts, launching the grotesque figures into the void. The king of the Lionheart erupts in blazing, unholy light. The Legion reinforces its laws. Arrow nullification now binds the Death Knight. The battlefield erupted under a blinding surge of raw, untamed power. The war god's champion charges, shaking the very ground beneath the blaze of war. An uncontrollable rage consumes him, a fiery war erupting in his eyes. The system flashes, calculating the sheer devastation unleashed. A horrifying array of buffs and debuffs blankets the battlefield. The demonic onslaught meets the blinding force of the Lionheart's charge. A terrifying glare, radiating power and rage. A furious battle cry erupts as the demonic figure plunges down, shrouded in crackling purple energy. The impact of absolute power shatters the ground beneath him. A furious, golden beast thunders forward, unleashing a devastating charge. The demonic king descends, unleashing a brutal, surging blow. They couldn't feel him. The king of the Lionheart had vanished. Terrifying descent. The Lionheart's chariot splits the very air. The king of the Lionheart retaliates with blinding fury. Writhing under the shock, the demon of pleasure unleashes a terrifying, primal scream. The roar of impact echoed, bathed in a hellish, incandescent light. A blinding surge of crimson energy erupts from the center of the battlefield. He gritted his teeth, the fury building to an impossible roar. One man against them all. The king of the Lionheart cuts through the demon ranks like a scythe. A sudden impact, a blinding flash of fire meeting dark, spectral energy. The brute roared, his savage eyes burning with chaotic energy. The king of the Lionheart stands defiant, his very presence burning with divine fire. Dothradon, that paltry name you cling to. Rage and sheer terror collide in this split-second confrontation. A burst of raw power erupts, fueled by fury and fire. The king of the Lionheart refuses the illusion of desire, unleashing an infernal surge of dark energy. The monstrous warrior screams his final vow. A shockwave of blinding, purple energy erupted from the impact. The king of the Lionheart unleashes a devastating, shadowy surge. The ground cracks under the sheer force of the descending boot. The Lionheart unleashes his fury, radiating hellish power. The raw fury of the Lionheart erupted, his eyes white with overwhelming power. A blinding flash erupts as he plunges through the barrier, a sound of tearing reality echoing around him. The Lionheart unleashes his power, a devastating vertical slash of pure crimson energy. The demon spat a final, desperate sound of pain. The demon roared, unleashing a monstrous form. The world explodes in a blinding flash of scarlet power. A savage, unnatural grin splitting his face as dark energy surged. A blinding flash of devastating power strikes home. The raw power of the lion heart overwhelmed them in a purple surge. A primal scream echoes as raw power flares, shocking all witnesses into stunned silence. The king of the lion heart unleashes a devastating vertical slash, bathed in infernal crimson light. The power of desire was stripping him bare, revealing the agonizing decay within. The king of the lion heart stands ready, bathed in furious crimson light. The lion heart steps forward, wreathed in burning crimson power. A sound of crushing force reverberates through the inferno. This foe's defiance was met with sheer, terrifying power. Your honor, your customs, all of it is wrong. The monstrous fury of the enemy meets the cold, crimson focus of the lion heart. The beast was impaled by the charging hero. A terrible impact echoed through the devastated street. Humph. Your back was wide open. The brute force of the attack landed, shaking him to his very core. The king of the lion heart stood victorious above the fallen enemy. The king of the lion heart stood ready, his gaze burning with terrible purpose. His mask could not hide the sheer terror washing over him. The crown of desire activated, trapping all nearby beings in its inescapable allure. The crimson energy erupts as he swings. Because this is not a duel. The shock was absolute, terror twisting his features. The city's center erupted in blinding, crimson energy. The bright blue sky vanished, consumed by a looming purple twilight. The queen's eyes burned with piercing magenta light, reflecting the horror she foresaw. The mage queen stood alone, facing the encroaching terror. The wise mage queen saw the approaching darkness. The wise mage queen knew the shadow of corruption would eventually fall upon her reign. The wise mage queen prepared her final, desperate defense. A blinding flash erupts as power unleashes, met by the queen's defiant stance. A faint glimmer of hope, stained by soot and battle scars. A defeated demon's final, mocking roar against the scorched earth. The crimson sky bore witness to the devastation. The queen standing amid the fallen. This war, a grim reflection of inescapable ruin. Amidst the fiery ruins, the demon horde rejoiced in their twisted victory. The queen, broken by endless cycles, spat out a raw accusation against fate itself. The grand city stands silhouetted against a sky of angry crimson. The weight of the defeat pressed down. Her figure stooped in the crimson-tinged ruin. The hooded figure confronts the queen amidst the carnage, offering a chilling proposal, a chilling ultimatum. Endure corruption for 100 years, or face an ending invasion. I will bring things back to normal. The king of the lion heart has blessed the dead, opening the gate. A wicked grin splits the shadows, illuminated by the sickly glow of the captured essence. The final confrontation erupted in a blinding, violet flash of corrupted power. The mage queen met the infernal roar head-on, her power shimmering against the encroaching darkness. The brilliant sparrow kingdom, now cleaved in two, succumbed to the shadow of corruption. Amidst the fallen, their loyalty remained a brilliant contrast. Those who fell and sided with evil could never come back. The demon's cruel smile, bathed in a malevolent purple glow, signals triumph. The loyal general, consumed by forbidden desire, betrayed his queen. In the dark aftermath, a loyal knight's final, desperate plea broke the silence. The betrayal cuts deeper than any demonic blade. The general sealed the queen away, then chose a final, solitary path. I made you like this. Her final moments, choked by grief and the crushing weight of betrayal, the capital city, bathed in malevolent purple light, stood as a monument to the beginning of the end. Is this the crown and weapon the demon used? The demon king's crown and weapon lie corrupted, pulsing with dark energy. The glowing weapon, once corrupted, is now presented with a questioning smirk. Trapped within the corrupted artifact, a desperate spirit thrashed against its prison. The crown and weapon of the demon king, radiating an eerie, corrupted power, Is this the crown and weapon the demon used? The power of Lionheart surged, enveloping the scene in shadow. In the shadow of ruin, one word pierces the oppressive purple aura. This cursed crown, tainted by pure evil, was now revealed to trap very souls. Aloham escaped the mage, assessing the corrupted relic before her. This crown radiating pure corruption. It's the chilling essence of the demon's arrival. The demonic crown pulsed with dark energy, its aura driving nearby souls to madness. The mage queen stood cloaked in power, her expression knowing, while the soldier held the encroaching corruption in his hand. The queen, cloaked in shadow, offered a knowing, faint smile. A divine force proclaims their honor, their glory. A moment of tense, chilling confrontation. The air crackled with overwhelming, dark energy as the man with wild pink hair faced the observer. Good. War conceded, chastened by the goddess's words. You should learn to be more honest, she warned. The divine siblings, Dream and War, manifested before him. The pink-haired man smirked, his words dripping with mockery. Not even a hit? The king of the lion heart has blessed the dead. A spectral host, bound by duty, stood ready for the final confrontation. HM. A pause before the verdict of the fallen. Guide them to paradise. To be cast out, even in death. A cold judgment descends upon the fallen. How could any divinity welcome the undead into paradise? The massive warrior conceded the point, while the goddess observed silently, holding her glowing lantern. Leon Lionheart stands before her, the weight of judgment upon him. The lingering corruption of that ancient evil still clung to the artifact. The weight of inevitable defeat settled, even as the demon king approached. The loyal knight, unable to contain his desire, invaded the queen's chambers. Before the might of these ethereal beings, the knight knelt, offering reverence. Is this the cursed crown and weapon the demon lord wielded? The queen contemplates the weight of loyalty. The queen, veiled in shadow, stood beside her armored guard. However, the queen's composure began to crack. Good, she whispered, a chilling acceptance in her glowing eyes. And so the terrifying specter appeared, holding aloft a lantern of ruin. The air crackled as the mage queen stood resolute, the shadow of corruption beginning to swirl around them. A foot touches the corrupted ground, radiating dark power. So, the queen stood, radiating an immense, shadowy power. A chilling smile betrays the dark bargain made in the shadow of ruin. The memories fractured, showing the queen's despair and the dark shadow of the crown. A faint tremor of emotion crosses the queen's face. Do as you say. The final surrender echoes over the ruined city. The king of the lion heart has blessed the dead, opening the way to paradise. His gaze, cold and piercing, met the challenge head-on. The loyal knights, shields raised, stood ready to face the looming darkness. The king of the lion heart has blessed the dead, opening the gates. The stark reality settled in the grim aftermath. Only 6 remained standing against the dead. The silent king stood over the wreckage, his associates observing the spoils. Minor, he breathed, his eyes fixed on the corrupted artifact. The final blows landed, a harsh, echoing silence descending on the fallen. The air crackled with infernal energy as he held the corrupted relic. Amidst the embers of ruin, loyalty fractured under unbearable strain. Amidst the ruin, the warriors grieved the fallen. The knight, engulfed in terrible, burning power, struggles against the encroaching corruption. Amidst the fiery destruction, the hero held his ground. The king's loyal warriors now lay fallen, glowing with the last remnants of life. The king of the lion heart has blessed the dead. Their souls are now entering paradise. The pathway to paradise has been opened, yet a cruel system intervenes. The unprecedented fluctuating gate pulsed violently, bathing the ruined cityscape in an ominous crimson light. The shock and relief of their return echoed across the scene. The figures stand assembled before the observers, a stark contrast against the crimson panorama of the strange city. The association president, Okanyuk, prepares to face the grim reality of loss. The president registered Beatrice as a survivor amidst his silent grief for the lost. The seasoned President O Kang-yuk regarded the younger man with somber recognition. Association President O Kang-yuk, standing firm amidst the crisis. President O Kang-yuk sat, eyes closed, processing the grim mission ahead. King of the Lionheart arrives, seeking audience. The former king hesitated, clearly processing the gravity of the situation. The president remained silent, absorbing the gravity of the situation. The king of the Lionheart stood before the gate, seeking audience. The former king, having rested for so long, finally stood ready for counsel. The king of the Lionheart approaches, seeking an audience. The king of the Lionheart seeks audience, standing patiently at the threshold. The vast, ethereal expanse of the Pantheon's sky offered a moment of transient peace. New Plains Pantheon Building. The former king observed the peaceful plains of paradise. This time I will not fail my soldiers. The former king, enveloped in light, prepares for a necessary journey. The king of the Lionheart stands, awaiting his audience. The former king, Anjak, stood before the sages of the forest. The king of the Lionheart seeks audience. Before the gleaming, ethereal halls of the Pantheon, the king of the Lionheart stands, awaiting audience. Welcome, your majesty, to this sanctuary. The king of the Lionheart requests entrance. The New Plains, home to the ethereal Pantheon building. The former king stepped forward, greeted by loyal subjects under the bright, celestial archway. The great saintess, Anjak Protesia, acknowledges the situation with quiet understanding. Welcome, your majesty, into this sanctuary. The king of the Lionheart arrives, seeking permission to enter. Former king. The greeting hung heavy in the air, spanning ages. Itstishi king oftshi Lionheart. Toyo permit my visit. The former king's entourage greets the monarch, their faces alight with devotion. The former king was greeted by his loyal subjects at the Grand Pantheon. A heavy impact resounds as a figure drops from the sky, baffling the assembled guards. The king of the Lionheart arrived, seeking an audience. The former king exchanged a gentle glance with his devoted followers. The former king stood ready, accepting the heavy burden of their reunion. Welcome, your majesty. A colossal wing breaks through the bright, open sky. The former king, on his winged steed, soared through the shimmering expanse. The king of the Lionheart arrives, seeking audience. A magnificent, winged creature streaks across the heavens, signaling the arrival of otherworldly power. I'll let you borrow Pathelion for your urgent journey. The former king departs, leaving a monumental gift for the fight ahead. Into the whispering woods, the former king set forth. The former king, Anjak, stood ready to depart this paradise. The king of the Lionheart. Do you permit my visit? The former king's sudden appearance drew gasps. Here stood the owner of the holy relics. A deep reverence fills the misty woods as the former king approaches an ancient presence. The ancient wood seemed to stir, a grim face etched in bark, acknowledging the plea. Sages of the forest, I apologize for intruding on your sacred territory. He wore the simple clothes of a commoner, but his gaze held the weight of command. The successor of the king of the Lionheart has arrived. We'll need to go to the forest then. I would like to meet the youngest among the lot of you. The ascent into the serene sky, leaving the dense, vibrant forest below. The former king offers a knowing, gentle smile, acknowledging his old friend. Sages OFTHE forest. I apologize for intruding in your territory. The former king, bathed in divine light, paused before his old allies. The ancient forest revealed a towering, sentient being, radiating immense power. The sages of the forest were summoned, their ancient forms disturbed, awaiting word in the shadowed sanctuary of the forest. The demon's movements signal an urgent threat to his home. A chilling roar echoes as the ancient being stares down, fully aware of the intrusion. All right. The massive tree groaned, rooted deep in the earth. The ancient form of the sage radiated with blinding, golden light. The ancient sage revealed a glowing talisman, pulsing with vital energy. The sage of the forest bowed low, acknowledging the intrusion. The former king, bathed in the ethereal glow of paradise, regarded his old friend. The ancient wood's face regarded him, a stern warning echoing through the glade. So Leon paused, granting a brief nod to the king. The king of the Lionheart arrives, seeking audience. It's been quite a while. The former king greeted them, a subtle tension in the air. I need your seedling, my friend. The reins of a renowned beast tamer materialize, shadowed by mythical forms. The former king presents a powerful artifact, glowing with potent energy. The former king offers a gift, a manual on training forces. The former king stood before his esteemed guardians, holding a thick, important volume, a surprisingly casual exchange, detailing shocking casualties from his tactical manual. The king accepted the offered tome and the seedling, his friend's precious gift, a glowing cross pendant, a gift passed between old comrades. The former king offered the tangible remnants of his past life. A gentle smile welcomes the returning monarch. The former king presented a glowing artifact, a fragile seedling held carefully alongside a heavy tome. The imposing figures paused, recognizing the newcomer bathed in celestial light. The Nayu Plains. A distant pantheon building looms under the gathering night. The king of the Lionheart stands before the closed door, awaiting permission to enter. The king of the Lionheart seeks an audience. A decisive moment arrived at the doorway, a silent pause before the next action. The king of the Lionheart awaits his audience, demanding permission. The Lionheart king sought an audience, his arrival pending solemn permission. The queen of the Lionheart requests an audience. Queen Beatrice stood waiting under the shimmering twilight sky. The formal attendant approaches, hand reaching for the door. Her serene smile hid a fierce determination, accepting the heavy mantle of royalty. A chilling satisfaction spread across his face, eyes closed in sinister contentment. The air crackled with latent power as the two figures met in the deep blue light. A divine mark glowed upon her hand, signifying the start of a sacred pact. A farewell drink, 2 days since your arrival. How are you settling in? A farewell drink for the weary night. 2 days into her new reality. A farewell drink for the knights, 2 days into their stay. A farewell drink, 2 days since you arrived here. How are you settling in? A farewell drink under the starry, strange sky. Her eyes, pools of violet light, registered something unexpected. A farewell drink, 2 days since your arrival. How are you adjusting to this alien world? That's quite the mindset of an invader. The shadows seemed to twist around the figure, their grin impossibly wide in the crimson light. His demeanor hardened, radiating an aura of imposing authority. A brief moment of comprehension settles over the queen's features. A regal acceptance, sealing a pact over wine. A royal needs fitting treatment and servants. He waited, his gaze intense, holding the queen's attention over a glass of wine. Her eyes held a knowing, slight smile as she prepared to speak. Queen Beatrice offered her solemn pledge of repayment. The queen's intense gaze met his, power radiating between them. A regal aura pulsed around her as she accepted the divine request. He meets her gaze with a confident, knowing smirk. The queen's chilling resolve met the archdemon's demonic hordes with merciless fire. I can do anything to eliminate those disgusting parasites. A blush rises as she covers her mouth, hiding a sinister amusement within the shadows. Toast beneath the glowing moon, celebrating their shared, dark victory. The night air carried the weight of her relentless tasks. A sudden realization dawns, shattering the silence of the night. A sharp intake of breath cuts through the cool night air. A sudden surge of manic energy. She eagerly presents the flask. The queen offered simple comfort after a long journey. Anything warm would suffice. A moment of tired respite. Sipping a warm drink after endless strain. A sudden, quiet intrusion breaks the tense meeting. A sharp denial, colored by deep embarrassment. Her serene proposal met with startled disbelief. A sudden surge of crimson energy pulsed around her. The atmosphere was tense as Beatrice and the blonde knight sat beside her, awaiting her response. The queen's dark amusement watched as the exchange unfolded, sensing a strange new dynamic. A royal needs fitting treatment and servants. Even in this unfamiliar world, try swinging your sword. You deserve to be rewarded. Show your technique so I can take a look. The mana of fire, concentrated and ready. A concentrated blast of fire erupts, burning with focused heat. The concentrated flame is readied for a single, deadly thrust. The concentrated flame flares, readying for a decisive, deadly strike. The sudden intensity of her reaction stunned the man sitting beside her. "Try swinging your sword," she commanded, offering a reward for service. He raises his blade, channeling raw, crackling energy as the moment of truth arrives. The warrior channels his power, eyes burning with focused intensity. A deafening clash erupts as ice and arcane energy spiral outward. The red-haired soldier seemed utterly flustered by the sudden development. A serene smile graces the queen's face as she extends an invitation. The air crackled with an unsettling power, a stark aura surrounding the powerful figures. And so the queen prepares her weapon, her intent sharp and focused. When using a sword, you should be powerful, but make it short. You must concentrate the mana of fire, making the heat intense. The queen's terrifying divine laws fueled her executioner's zeal. Queen raises her blade, charging it with blinding, concentrated power. A burst of dark energy erupted as the queen unleashed her immense power. A blinding surge of scarlet power erupted, freezing the observer in sheer disbelief. The demonstration is complete. Now, the moment of truth arrives. The weight of responsibilities crashed down, leaving him slumped in defeat. A blush of overwhelming relief washed over her. The sheer shock of the results left Hari reeling. A maid uniform? The system's logic begins to spiral. The mechanical assistant settled onto her head, startling the young woman. A sudden, terrifying presence descends from above. Suryapi, the supercomputer, engaged its systems against the green matrix of data. The benevolent AI had delivered beyond expectation, but even with all that power, she still didn't grasp a single thing. Hanhari, face alight with sudden understanding, points at the complex machine before her. "Suryapi is a supercomputer. Suryapi, you paved me. A perfect rating, yet the accompanying thought remains hidden within the blank space. A beautiful, bright morning over a modest cityscape. The Hunter Academy's draw has clearly brought more attention than expected. The imposing figure descended, every step punctuated by a heavy thud. Hunter Academy A class. Han Suho steps into the fray. A sizable crowd had gathered, drawn by the legend. A wide smile betrays his confident, almost arrogant, presence. The Hunter Academy stood under a brilliant, impossibly blue sky. The shock of Leon's presence left the academy reeling. The students recoiled, utterly bewildered by the unexpected curriculum. The tension mounts as Jayak furiously points, confronting the sudden enthusiasm from the crowd. The news of Leon's visit spread like wildfire. The sheer audacity of his curriculum leaves the students stunned. Theology? Divine law? A fiery aura erupted around his outstretched hand. The oppressive presence of true power descends upon them. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the woman emerged, regal and imposing. "So you're here too. So you made it here too," she stated, her expression unreadable. Her face flushed crimson as she delivered a sharp, personal warning. Stunned disbelief hangs in the air as they stare at the glowing screen. The sheer volume of new arrivals was overwhelming, even for the seasoned observer. A searing blade meets shadow, revealing the warrior's desperate strike. The student stared, wide-eyed, as the other grinned over the glowing screen. The unexpected reaction to her uniform was immediate and intense. Her composure shattered under the intense scrutiny. The uniform selection process delivered an embarrassing shock. A tense silence hung in the air as they faced the imposing entryway. The familiar voice of Nuna broke through the air, drawing an immediate, joyful reaction. Fierce declaration of intent cuts through the tension. The high-tech gear felt utterly wrong, triggering an explosive, terrified reaction. The mechanical marvel glowed ominously, its red sensors fixed upon the scene. A blinding surge of energy connects, shattering the silence with a triumphant shout. "Wait!" A sudden, jarring encounter breaks the silence. The ecstatic intensity of her gaze clashed with his utter, bewildered shock. The shocked trainee tried to shield his friend from the sudden, scandalous reveal. The shock was visible, His wide eyes betrayed a sudden realization. A tiny, whirring object drew her captivated, blushing attention. The fury boiled over, a raw, guttural scream trapped in his throat. The powerful presence felt undeniable, crushing the weak-willed. The cold, unreadable gaze of the stern figure loomed over her distress. The high-tech item glows, its red light burning intensely as it's presented. A blinding light erupted, propelling someone skyward with impossible force. The supreme authority had spoken, demanding an immediate change of attire. The sheer scale of the gathering was unexpected. Even after Leon's visit, the assembled hunters arrive at their destination, Jeju Island. The city street was swallowed by a furious, swirling red abyss. A heavy impact, the sound of absolute force landing. These hardened travelers have arrived, standing firm before their waiting transport. A sharp exhale, heavy with focus, cut through the silence. A sudden, ominous presence looms large against the bright sky. The newly arrived guest stood firm, observing the speaker with wary eyes. A sneer curled on his lips, meeting the challenge head-on. His anger boiled beneath the surface. A man clearly frustrated by this unexpected, costly reunion. Their rivalry ignited, faces tight with barely suppressed fury. The air crackled with hostility as two figures faced each other, their malice palpable. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric, spoke with burning conviction. A predatory smirk spread across his face. The brazen words hung heavy, igniting fury in his eyes. Then treat us to a meal. The demand was sharp, cutting through the tension. A plume of breath escapes as Ha Yuri regards the situation with cool disdain. A sharp recoil, a shocking confrontation cutting through the tension. The guildmaster's granddaughter, Cheon Soyeon, appeared, her eyes sharp with hidden intent. Two formidable figures stood silently, waiting for the exchange to begin. The crimson vortex pulses, radiating an ominous, primal energy. A smirk played on her lips, illuminated by the ominous purple glow. The sky bled crimson, fragments scattering in the oppressive haze. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric, fell amidst the carnage. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knights lay slain, a grim testament to the battle fought. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric, appears before the slaughter. A chilling sound cuts through the air as an imposing, armored figure emerges. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric, cries out to save the endangered souls. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric, appears cloaked in crackling green energy. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric, manifests in a terrifying aura. The Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric, sweat beaded on his brow as the realization dawned. A raw, echoing power surged around the armored figure. The armored sentinel stepped forward, a stark silhouette against the fallen. The hot-headed lion strains against the restraining grip. A chilling purple aura signaled the reckoning, as the mercenary smirked with false relief. The air hung tense as the two men confronted each other amid the onlookers. The hammer descended with earth-shattering force. Caught in the shadow of the towering knight, the young man stammered, completely overwhelmed. He pressed a hand to his chest, a subtle sigh escaping as the tension eased. Oh, he's easier to deal with than I expected. A knowing, dangerous smirk curled across his face. The king's weapon looms, his presence shattering the tense silence. The sin of killing royal soldiers is grave indeed. Let's see what this new development reveals. Their tense confrontation is clearly escalating. The warhammer, wreathed in malevolent green energy, was raised high. The Night King who returned with a god. This modern residence stood starkly against the rugged, muted landscape. The royal party arrives, cloaked in shadow and purpose, a stark contrast to the bright day. The sheer audacity of the royal military's training methods hung heavy in the air. The sheer, terrifying power radiating from them made his blood run cold. The king's dramatic entrance silenced the room, drawing every eye. The realization hits them like a physical blow. The so-called soldier training devolved into a savage brawl. The stunned onlookers questioned the reality of what they were witnessing. The raw, desperate plea for power echoed against the crimson intensity of the clash. Her wide, feverish eyes betrayed an unnerving excitement. The imposing figure exudes an unsettling confidence, while a captive senses immediate danger. The royal knight's calm presence was a chilling contrast to the raw terror gripping the younger man. The students gaped as the regal figure addressed the crowd. A sudden, internal shock echoed through him. The king acknowledges the gathered students, the prospective knights. The stern envoy awaited an explanation, his posture radiating tense authority. How could he be this strong, even weakened? He acknowledged the assembled crowd with a quiet hum. The students and escorts observed the scene, their expressions a mix of shock and rigid attention. The shock of the casual touch froze them, a silent warning under the bright sky. The king's declaration silenced the curious onlookers. His icy gaze promised severe consequences for any continued insolence. The imposing figure moves forward, masking the distress of those behind him. The sheer power overwhelmed them. Every single one fell. The sheer weight of his presence sent shockwaves through the ground. The smug confidence of the blond man seemed to disarm the panicked mercenary before him. Mercenary's terrifying smile confirmed the rising tension. A sudden, shocking blast of azure energy erupts. A terrifying aura crackled as he focused his power, shocking the onlookers. The world fractured beneath the sheer force of the strike. The brutal encounter left one mercenary utterly defeated, dizzy, and bleeding from the mouth. A chillingly confident smile plays on his lips as a surge of mystic energy pulses around his fingers. The impact was staggering, a harsh declaration of defeat. A shocking thud reverberates through the training grounds as another soldier collapses. The air crackles as the knight stands amidst the fallen bodies. The dust settled, revealing the defeated students staring in disbelief. The sheer force had left her stunned, steam rising from the impact. The calm one waited, while another charged with blinding speed. The condescending smile of the courtier belied the shock reflected in the man behind him. The king's hand bursts forth, radiating an overwhelming aura of power, a blur of motion and sinister intent. The masked figure strikes with deadly grace. The world warps around him as he pushes through the barrier, eyes burning with cold, determined light. A sudden blinding strike descends from above, met only by shadow. Her eyes wide with fierce determination, she channeled her power, flames swirling behind her strike. The very air exploded in a searing, blinding wave of power. The charged attack meets an unexpected block, a clash of wills unfolding in a blinding instant. The initial shock quickly gives way to savage joy. The attack is launched. A sudden, blinding assault erupts from above. A searing blue light ignited within his eyes, masking a slight, unnerving smile. His calm demeanor masked a dangerous intent behind those eyes. The prospective students sat stunned, absorbing the gravity of the king's presence. The king stood revealed, imposing behind the young man, an aura of divine protection surrounding him. The king stands before them, awaiting his explanation. First, the knight-errant, those not yet appointed. Next are the mission knights, rain lashed down, matching the intensity in his weary, determined eyes. The king holds the answer, a solemn presence accompanying his word. A simple acknowledgement from the imposing figure. The world dissolved into hues of burnt orange and fading light. The red maw of the gate pulsed, beckoning them forward across the desolate field. The devastation was stark, the evidence of scorched earth undeniable. The sky burns crimson, a haunting spectacle above the approaching riders. Ka. The horrifying cries echo across the scorched lands. The ominous sound of hooves echoed through the dying light. His Majesty is utterly outraged by such atrocities. A simple confirmation, though the older man watches with suspicion. The captured survivor lies still, awaiting the next move. The silent shock registers on his face as the woman with silver hair watches intently. The weight of the crisis settled heavily upon them, a shared moment of tension. She descends, weaving ethereal energy around the sedated survivor. There's something unsettling brewing in the darkness. The queen's gaze descends, wreathed in crackling violet energy. A blinding surge of purple energy erupted as she stood ready. The weight of a forgotten, centuries-old legend settled heavy in the quiet air. A chilling silence before the storm. His resolve hardening. The air crackles with potent, ethereal energy as the command is given. A fierce wolf burns beneath that calm exterior. A grim silhouette looms against a dying, crimson sky. Do you think they were the original hunters? The scorching dust settles over the wreckage, revealing the perpetrators closing in. I did something similar while killing orcs. The king is outraged by the atrocities committed here. The grim spectacle of mass execution unfolded beneath a blood-red sky. The riders gallop toward the settlement beneath a blazing, ominous sky. They race across the darkening plains, closing in on the source of the chaos. Under a sky ablaze with sunset, the pursuers race toward the distant, shadowed settlement. A powerful, spectral presence looms behind the calculating gaze of the woman. The knight, blessed by life, raises his colossal warhammer. The king's fury ignites, eyes blazing with righteous anger. The terrifying vision of the ascended knight left her utterly shocked. The magnificent fortress gleams under the bright heavens, a temple built to receive divine favor. Even after tracking the energy, the destination remained obscured. That righteous fury ignites, a righteous fire mirroring the king's outrage. They set these atrocious scenes for us to witness. A chilling intensity flares in his gaze as she watches, her composure wavering slightly. A blinding aura erupts, the air thick with unseen power. The king's righteous fury erupted, his eyes burning with intense, cold light. The crimson sky burns over this grim execution ground, a chilling monument to past atrocities. The execution grounds bore silent witness to unspeakable atrocities. The rage builds, eyes burning against the crimson inferno. The air crackled with unspoken tension as they stood before him. She realized who the righteous person truly was. The grim evidence of destruction lay scattered across the scorched earth. Amidst the smoldering ruins, a cold command cuts through the tension. The plan was clear, and victory was within reach. His Majesty is utterly outraged by such atrocities. Under the blood-red sky, the merciless assault rages on. The madman's triumph shone through the crimson splatter. The fire rages, illuminating the horrific scope of the atrocity. The horsemen approach, the sunset casting a fierce glow on their determined faces. A sudden surge of power, crackling with violet energy, erupted around him. The king's fury reached a breaking point witnessing such heinous acts. The righteous fury descended, a blinding arc of retribution. Fucking vermin. The rage boiled over, manifesting in a blinding, scorching aura. The king roars his command, sending his forces into the fray. Such speed. The righteous man is unleashed, defying their ability to even keep pace. The deafening roar erupted as the carnage unfolded on the horizon. The raw fury ignited. His eyes burned with incandescent white light. The sheer speed of the charge stunned them. Their enemy was a blur. The king's righteous fury erupted, charging towards the slaughter. The sheer power radiating from him was overwhelming, yet a strangled sound escaped his lips. The battlefield erupted as rage propelled him forward, a blur against the apocalyptic sunset. Clash erupts as the savage fights against armored foes under the blazing sky. A guttural roar tears through the chaos, signaling a sudden, explosive surge of power. A flash of blinding power announces the arrival of the legendary knight. Rage boils over, incandescent energy flaring around him. Teotichi Lionheart. An explosion rocks the ground, met with a desperate cry. The king's outrage boiled over. Such savagery would not stand. A searing light pierces the darkness, shattering the ground in a violent impact. A surge of overwhelming energy pulsates through the air. A final, desperate cry as steel cleaves through the twilight. In the raging inferno, his face hardened into a mask of cold fury. A visceral impact shatters the silence under the blood-red sky. The battle cry erupts, a manic grin against the fiery ruins. A cry of shock pierces the fiery sky as the figures brace themselves. A look of pure terror as the air crackles with immense power. A terrifying war cry erupts as the rider descends upon his enemies. The shock of their sudden appearance fractured the tense silence. A sinister smile played across her face as she connected with the captive. A terrifying, maniacal laughter erupted, a sound promising absolute destruction. A new personal best, established amidst the chaos of battle. A glowing, delicate touch against the chaos. met with wide-eyed terror. The sight of the unified forces spurred gasps from the onlookers. The oppressive, crimson atmosphere betrayed the rising dread in her eyes. The solemn presence of the Lionheart King demanded attention, even amidst the chaos. Heavenly serenity contrasts sharply with the brute reality looming below. The man bellows with manic laughter, his eyes glowing with sinister intent. Under the blood-red sky, one man was clearly losing control. A blinding rage erupts, energy crackling around the speaker. No mercy will be shown. The sky burns red over the wreckage, a haunting backdrop to the carnage. The armed figures stride forward through the dust, their presence dwarfing whatever lies broken beneath them. The enemy leader has arrived, yet the situation remains within reach. A chilling silence settled over the assembled knights, their grim expressions mirrored in the heavy helmet he cradled. A sudden impact shatters the ground as the imposing figure stands firm. A flicker of disbelief crosses his face as he witnesses the impossible. The knight, armor catching the harsh light, holds a grim trophy, facing the man in black. A moment of intense focus, bathed in an otherworldly glow. The assembled soldiers stand ready, their dark armor reflecting the hostile glow of the environment. The air crackled with intense, crimson light, highlighting the cold resolve in his striking blue eyes. A breathtaking, crystalline palace stands stark against the bright and forgiving sky. Amidst the dust and the dying sun, a determined force steps forward. The authority of the Lionheart King was being challenged under the burning sky. A dazzling light erupts, concentrating immense power within his core. The man's shock resonated, his composure cracking under the weight of the revelation. Should I take that as a joke? The shocking realization settles in the fading light of the doomed city. The standoff continued beneath the burning, orange sky. An imposing figure stood amidst the chaos, radiating an almost palpable aura. The enemy's leader is finally here, but the fight is far from over. His gaze hardened, illuminated by an unnatural, radiant light. The mercenary leader watched, a bead of sweat tracking down his tense face. A grim alliance stands before the fading light of the battle. Ah, he should be. An uneasy pause before the coming storm. Things are unfolding beneath a towering shadow and a watchful raven. A chilling power pulses beneath the dying twilight. The enemy leader stands before them, unyielding. A moment of quiet realization washes over him, framed by the ominous crimson glow. A chilling aura radiates from the knight's visor, their resolve hardening under the scrutiny of the blonde noble. The ominous sky burns red above the crude fortifications. A chilling sound echoes as the looming gate stands against the twilight sky. The enemy leader is here. Victory is still within reach. The enemy leader stands defiant, surrounded by his unified tribes. The enemy leader is here, but victory is still within reach. The assembled soldiers stand firm beneath the fiery, ominous sky. A sudden, tense silence filled the harsh, glowing battlefield. The tribal leaders stood firm against the encroaching enemy. This seal is the offering of the beast gods they worship, and the sealing power awakened within their grasp. Defense stats surge upward, the white tiger's essence now granting greater speed. A dark power pulses, marking the hand with a savage symbol. The tribes worship the dark beast gods. The mercenaries who survived the last encounter returned, now ready to fight. The heavy iron visor barely hides the cold light burning within. The imposing knight braces for impact, energy crackling around him. The terrifying reality of Geovrick's power begins to manifest, searing the air with divine fire. The air crackles with a resonant, almost unnatural sound. A fierce retort cuts through the heated confrontation, scoffing at the accusation. A silent gaze cuts through the torrential downpour, an eerie green light burning within the darkness. The Grail Knights channel their devotion into a single, blinding strike. I have nothing to be ashamed of, nor anything to feel embarrassed about. A blinding, malevolent green aura erupts around the shadowed figure. Tension grips the allies as they prepare their desperate defense against the enemy leader. An intense, almost maniacal defiance burns in his eyes. A terrifying surge of dark, swirling energy erupted before him. A radiant green energy surged around the drawn blade, announcing the power about to be unleashed. A terrible, emerald energy coalesces around the knights as they raise their shining blades. The loyal knights poured their entire resolve into this single act of power. The immense power surges, a blinding light shattering the darkness. The enemy leader is here. This fight is still winnable. Kneel. The overwhelming power descends upon the armored figure. The immense power of the Grail Knights was concentrated into a single, blinding miracle. The air thrums with an ominous, echoing presence. A demonic green aura crackled around the unknown warrior. A blinding flash. The earth itself cracks under an immense, terrifying force. The air crackled with malevolent, sickly green energy surrounding him. The air hung thick and toxic, their hardened faces etched with shock. They watched the impossible destruction, fear etched on their faces. The warrior's face contorts, overwhelmed by the sheer power displayed before him. The ground shattered under an otherworldly impact. The survivors retreated, trapped by the encroaching darkness. A winged steed descends through the toxic green haze, its arrival marked by violent bursts of power. A hulking figure in darkened steel grips his weapon, radiating malevolent power. Embraced by a sickly green aura, the monstrous knight raises his fearsome, winged war axe. With hands clasped in desperate appeal, she confronted the imposing figures. The armored figure stood amidst the green haze, eyes gleaming with cold intent. A guttural cry of pain escapes him as the impossible power unfolds. The tribal warriors braced, an incoming wave of armored might bearing down upon them. A terrifying presence descends, shattering the battlefield's reality. The air itself screamed as the blow landed, devastating the tribal ranks. A blinding surge of divine power erupts from the armored saint. A blinding surge of divine power crashes down. The clash erupted, shattering the silence with blinding force. A horrifying mark is seen. The warrior recoils in pure terror. A sickening, blinding impact reverberates through the battlefield. A sudden, crushing impact echoed as steel met shield. A blinding surge of divine power erupts, shattering the air with sound. Even without walking the path of the gods, they were heroes of the land. One solitary figure walked toward the blinding light, casting a long shadow across the barren land. A blinding aura pulsed from the imposing figure, a stark contrast to the darkness. The king of the Lionheart enters the fray. The war-hardened warriors stood ready, their experience a stark contrast to the chaos. The armored knights finally confront the overwhelming brute force of the tribal warriors. The fierce battlefield glowed under a blood-red sunset. The sheer power radiating from the enemy knight was enough to steal the breath of the surviving warriors. We're facing overwhelming odds now. A sudden, brutal grip silences all questions. A terrifying shadow loomed, its eyes glowing with unholy light. A sudden, blinding presence erupts behind him. The Lionheart appears, shield raised amidst the inferno. The divine law, wielded by the Grail Knight, now turns this land to ruin. Demera, the patron of life and fertility, manifests in blazing light. Have you ever heard those names? A wave of supernatural energy pulsed around him, locking him in shock. The darkness of the battlefield parted for the new arrivals. Then, a striking presence emerged from the chaos. The warriors stood ready, faces etched with grim resolve against the twilight sky. The warrior looked down, his face etched with grim certainty. The warrior's face, etched with grim resolve, demanded attention. A desperate prayer escaped her lips against the terrifying onslaught. A desperate plea, hands clasped tight in the gloom. The shock of the display was evident. The reality of this power was sinking in. A chilling resolve settles, his eyes burning with dark, sudden power. The sheer power overwhelmed them. A visceral, guttural shock rippled through the air. Warrior, why are you leaving? The raw power of the knights was overwhelming. This was a foe beyond mere men. A sudden, sharp activation of power, marked by an ominous pink flash. A terrifying pressure radiates outward, accompanied by unholy crimson energy. Pure, agonizing shock ripped through him. A terrifying, unholy glow enveloped the fallen warrior. A final, agonizing shriek tears from his ravaged form. A primal scream rips from raw fury, the eye blazing with demonic red light. A sudden surge of dark power erupts, striking primal fear into the onlookers. The dark entities writhe, consumed by an unseen, devastating power. The mark burns, a brand of utter corruption. The oppressive aura of dark magic surged, illuminating the fallen bodies around her. A primal sound ripped through the air as the marked figures strained against an unseen force. The air crackled with an unsettling, dark power. The enemy forces surged forward, illuminated by a terrifying, crimson energy. A maniacal grin splits the darkness, radiating triumph and pure malevolence. The world seemed to scream as the force struck, shaking the very ground beneath them. The armored warrior paused, an ominous green light glowing from within the helm. A sudden, devastating impact erupts in crimson light. The imposing knight stood ready, an unreadable menace behind the iron visor. His face twisted in agonizing fury as the vile mark took hold. Enraged, the marked warrior screamed a primal battle cry, summoning dark power. A horrifying impact, bathed in crimson light. Two corrupted figures strike down, their eyes burning with unnatural power. A blinding impact, the raw force of the clash shaking the very air. A single, blinding blast erupts from the armored figure. The ground shattered beneath the sheer force of his release. The armored figure bellows a name into the fiery ruin, a sound swallowed by the devastation. The odds were heavily stacked against them. The situation was grim. A chilling aura of corrupted energy surged around them, marking their approach. A devastating impact shatters the earth as a fearsome roar echoes through the battlefield. The ensuing chaos erupted with shocking, destructive force. The incandescent power erupted, a blinding wave of divine force. The air fractured under an impossible force. A warrior, shrouded in heavy, unforgiving armor, stood firm amidst the blinding chaos. Against the burning ruins, the lone figure stood ready to fight. A chilling power emanated, the air thick with an unseen force. The air shivered with raw, divine energy. A desperate cry tears through the crimson-tinged chaos. The ground shatters beneath the immense pressure of the unfolding battle. She smiles, accepting the reins, the golden thread pulsing with contained energy. They're like rats, multiplying relentlessly, the pounding rhythm of whose echoes across the desolate plains. Even as we advance, a lingering doubt remains. The chilling truth revealed. These are the signs of allegiance to the beast god. His righteous fury burns with a cold, cerulean light against the inferno. A terrifying, shadow-cloaked entity manifested, its presence draining the color from the very air. Silence hangs heavy in the dying light, a moment of stark reflection before the coming storm. The chaotic sky mirrored the turmoil building in their faces. The King of the Lions' markings persist, defying the Holy Grail Knights. A fierce cry ripped through the dust-filled air as the battle raged on. The skies blaze red as shadow beasts swarm overhead. A sudden, intense surge of dark energy erupted from her outstretched hand. The divine law falters as the enemy's dark markings hold strong. A chilling command, eyes burning with impossible purple light. The armored guardian stood ready as the Lion King's focus sharpened. The enemy's markings hold fast, defying even the Holy Grail Knight's assaults. The enemy's corrupted markings hold fast, even against the Holy Grail Knight's sacred attacks. The air crackles with raw power as he steps forward, bathed in the dying light. The air cracks with raw, incandescent rage as the King of the Lion charges forward. The King of the Lion heart unveils his hidden power. Behind the stark white mask, a single, resolute eye glares into the inferno. The King of the Lion grips the artifact, his gaze burning with intense conviction. A king of lions emerges from the inferno, coffee cup in hand. Brilliant light, a blinding eruption of force tears through the battlefield. Terrible, agonizing sound cuts through the battlefield air. An eruption of blinding, golden light tears the very air apart. A sudden, blinding burst of golden power erupted around them, the beast god's territory. The moment the divine powers began to descend, this blinding light, this sudden surge, it is a true divine miracle. The King of the Lions stood ready, clad in shining armor. My child, my lost knight, a resonant call echoes, shrouded in dark power. Go help the king of knights. I will carry out your command. In this violent new reality, only absolute obedience remains. The shattered ground offered no comfort beneath the fiery sky. Sir Stallion, a name now invoked with grim respect. The king of the lion stands ready, the enemy's markings still holding strong against the knight's holy attacks. The king of the lion assesses the shifting battle lines. The sheer power emanating from the looming silhouette crackled with violet energy. The raw power erupts, a terrifying display as the stakes are revealed. A monstrous roar tears through the chaos, cloaked in corrupted power. A beast roars, consumed by a blinding, crimson rage. The enemy's true form is unveiled. Lionheart. A primal roar of absolute fury erupts as the beast lunges forward. A chilling smile, illuminated by an unnatural, glowing power. A feather drifts down as the winged steed bursts through the air. The chilling smile betrays an overwhelming power as the magic flares around him. A celestial event unfolds, crackling with violet energy. The system window illuminates. Great prophecy. The raw power surges forth, an abyss of lethal energy coalescing around her. A blinding shaft of arcane power erupted, shaking the very air with its force. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts, meeting the onslaught. The king of the lion emerges, engulfed in dark energy. You again. A familiar, burning rage erupts, dwarfing the broken city below. A single, heavy foot descends against the apocalyptic sunset. The swirling mana coalesces around the activating device. The king of the lion roared, his rage a visible, blazing aura. The desperate flight continues under the bruised, fiery sky. The primal rage of the beast god's mark flared in her eyes. Geovric strikes, determined to make his enemy useful even in death. The battle raged, and silence descended upon the shocked combatant. A raw power erupts, crimson rage against the fading light. Was this called a monostone? Purple energy pulses around the mysterious woman as she calmly examines the dark, crystalline artifact. The raw power surged, distorting the air around her. This strange crystal pulses with immense, concentrated power. A flicker of purple energy, a moment of shocked realization. You don't seem demonic, yet you act just like one. A sinister gaze locked upon a soul trapped in agony. A chilling crimson light ignited the eye, the power overwhelming. Seduction, indeed, but at what cost? A chilling confirmation, shadowed by dark power. A damning judgment rings out. You are failing us again. A monstrous purple aura consumes the space, fueled by untold horrors. My slave is now your slave. The words dripped with dangerous intent. The seduction failed, but the master claims a new slave. A monstrous form erupts in crackling energy, screaming its savage intent. The very sky fractured under the crimson pressure, a violent symphony echoing the chaos below. The slave's fate shifts. Now her master's servant bows to a new command. The world tears itself apart under a blood-red sky. A chilling aura, crackling with purple energy, begins to manifest around her. The world fractured under an oppressive, crimson light. I said to leave. I should watch them until the end. The king stood by his steadfast knight, the twilight casting long shadows over their truce. A sudden surge of raw power. Sir Geovric, what is happening now? The king stood resolute, shadowed by his silent, armored guardian. The weight of duty settled heavily upon her shoulders, a grim resolve hardening her features. They were merely figures bound to this threshold, their existence defined by the gate. His masked face, shadowed against a divine glow, spoke only of duty. The armored giant stands imposing, the young knight paralyzed by shock. A chilling, maniacal laughter echoes through the emerald light. The divine hammer struck, the world cracking under the force of life itself. The mighty knight of Montreal prepares his stand, emanating raw power. A grim smile forms as the final order is given. The very sky cracks open as the king's name echoes across the devastated battlefield. A terrifying silhouette, crackling with raw power, screams its defiance. The air crackles with unseen power as the king's resolve hardens. The mage channels raw power, binding the jubilant woman in shimmering light. The knight stood firm, his loyalty an unshakable wall behind the king. The oppressive heat of the twilight sky bore witness to their grim determination. Beneath the fiery sky, the heavy armor stood sentinel. The loyal knights watched, stunned, as the battle raged around their fallen commander. His final act of service, a sacred transfer under the blazing sky. A blinding shockwave of green power rips through the heavily armored knight. Cube. Even amidst the inferno, his resolve burns. The Grail Knight prepares to fulfill his oath, channeling immense, glowing power. A final offering, glowing with otherworldly power, changes hands beneath a burning sky. He snarled, his teeth bared against the inevitable descent. Geovric stood resolute, energy swirling around his glowing core. The loyal knights stand firm, surrounded by a fading purple aura. The final, fiery confrontation was about to begin. His jaw set, he stared toward the impending doom. The Grail Knights stand ready, their expressions grim under the fading sky. The weight of final duty settled upon him, a silent, tense pause before the storm. A final, agonizing breath escapes, consumed by the inferno of battle. The king's presence draws the final gaze of his loyal guard. His resolve hardened, bathed in the ominous red glow of imminent battle. Sir Geovric extends the glowing, sacred gem. The weight of their final moment settles on them. A final, strained exhale as the weight of the moment settles upon him. The Grail Knights gather, power surging, as the final act begins. The Grail Knight surges with verdant power, raising the bequeathed hammer high above his head. Through the knight's very actions, divine law shall be realized. The transfer begins, searing light emanating from the weapon. A raw, luminous power is called forth from the fragmented stone. The light of Damara's blessing surged, channeled through the knight's willing hand. The divine hammer pulsed with a brilliant, otherworldly energy. The transfer begins, a surge of vibrant energy engulfing the wielder's grip. The armored guardian stood before him, his glowing eyes betraying grim resolve. The solemn weight of the holy hammer passed between the king and his loyal knight. A heavy, echoing thud as the power transfers between them. Two warriors, one masked in shadow, the other illuminated by the dying light. The Lionheart, king in glory, stands ready. The loyalty of the knights burns bright against the dying sun. The weight of this sacred hammer was now his alone. The solemn weight of their final stand settled over them. I said to leave. I should watch them until the end. The great Grail Guardian stands ready, his form backlit by the fiery glow of impending conflict. The Knights of Glory stand ready for the final conflict. The sky burns a fierce, apocalyptic red as the blade rises. In the blinding inferno, the knight raises his blade, ready for the final reckoning. The King of the Lionheart arrives, his presence echoing glory on the scorched earth. The raw power of Montreal erupts, a dark silhouette against the searing light. The knights stand ready as the crimson sky heralds their final stand. May the gods look after us, the defiant knight cried out to his troops. The line holds firm, forged in the heat of countless battles. May the gods' blessings be with the Lionheart. I said to leave. I should watch them until the end. The king stood before the terrifying maw of the swirling red gate. The world burns in hues of desperate orange. Even now, her resolve remains unshaken. A solemn silence hangs heavy, bathed in the twilight of battle. The sky blazes with the crimson of conflict as the final confrontation erupts. The magnificent hammer, imbued with power, rested in his hand. The intensity of the moment was etched across his features. The crimson chaos of battle swirls, but his glowing eyes remain fixed. The final battle erupted in a blinding flash of green energy. The Grail Knight roared, consumed by raw power. The air shattered with a deafening sound as the fight raged on. The fiery sky screams as the final battle rages below. The raw exchange of power, stained with grim sacrifice. The weight of the sacred weapon, now stained crimson, settled in his grip. A searing light erupted within his eye. His resolve hardened into unbreakable steel. A searing rage ignites, his very being blazing with primal fury. A sudden, sharp sound echoes across the fiery battlefield. He stood tall, a silhouette against the inferno, ready to face the collapsing world. A golden power surges, his eyes alight with fierce, unwavering resolve. The weight of this final stand settled upon them, their faces grim under the fading light. The clash of steel resonates, a blinding arc of concentrated power unleashed. The king stood ready, his gaze sharp and unwavering under the pale, supernatural light. A flash of blinding exertion, the sound of impact echoing in the silence. The heavens weep over the fallen, a blinding flash illuminating the tragedy. The weight of his own strength pressed down, sweat and rain mingling in this harsh moment. A deep breath drawn in the pouring rain, stealing the resolve. Raise your sword. The instruction rings sharp, demanding obedience. He stands resolute, the weight of his blade resting lightly in his hand. The calculating entity noted the abnormal biological reaction. Pure stress. A sudden, blinding burst of power. A memory of past carnage flashes before his eyes. The regal woman smiled, her presence softening the air around the assembled company. The pressure was building, manifesting in a chilling, barely contained smile. The weight of loss crushes him, watching another soul fall victim to the encroaching horror. A haunting vision of fighting utterly alone once more grips his heart. This inescapable weight is a burden I must bear alone. A sudden shadow falls as majesty arrives, catching the soldier off guard. The conversation shifts, touching upon the queen, and then a shocking suggestion. The suggestion hung in the sterile air, starkly contrasting the required entertainment. The AI assistant, tasked with finding diversion, presented an unexpected solution. The young woman burst out with an almost panicked excitement. The AI probed further, testing the limits of his king's rigid formality. The automaton paused, utterly confused by the absurdity of the suggestion. The imposing figure stood ready, a faint blue energy crackling around his grip. The suggestion hung in the air, met only by the small man's stunned silence. The stark blue architecture framed their tense standoff, the air vibrating with implied power. Training intensifies, energy blazing around the hastily drawn sword. The sharp, unfamiliar sound of her posture being corrected filled the tense air. A sharp impact, a shockwave rippling outward in the blue-lit chamber. A blinding, swift assault descended, echoing the crack of compressed air. A sudden, crushing impact breaks through the defense. The sheer force exerted by His Majesty overwhelmed her senses. The clash of blades erupted in blinding light and sound. A sudden, visceral shockwave erupted around her. A sharp, decisive sound cuts through the air as His Majesty demonstrates the necessary posture. The clash erupted with blinding light and echoing force. The pressure of the strike demanded total focus, eyes wide with strained effort. A sudden, forceful stomp echoes through the sterile hall. The impact resonates, a moment of raw, blinding force. The student's gasp freezes as the master's training strike connects with blinding speed. A sudden, sharp retort silenced the conversation. A sudden impact, a resounding thud against the cold, tiled floor. A sudden, sharp correction, a clear demonstration of ultimate authority. Entertainment. I haven't heard that word in a long time. The king exhaled, the sheer strain of the lesson pushing him to his limits. Fast and sharp. The lesson cut through the air, demanding perfection. Her wide eyes reflected sheer astonishment at the bold suggestion. A strange, wide-eyed excitement met his cold, intense scrutiny. The android recoiled, aghast at the suggestion. The master stood, the silent judgment of a long-held burden etched into his posture. The machine's logic faltered when presented with the king's request. The sheer might of His Majesty, even in this simple drill, was overwhelming. The king stands over him, a formidable shadow against the blazing light. Her eyes widen, meeting the impossible suggestions with sheer disbelief. A faint glow pulsed as he turned, his presence suddenly demanding attention. The sheer, unadulterated power thrummed around him, a tangible force. That cold, dismissive tone cut through her stunned silence. The night sky was draped over the sleek, modern dwelling. The small mechanical advisor attentively watched the screen, awaiting input. A horrified gaze met the shocking suggestion. The small drone had presented its bizarre recommendations, leaving her utterly stunned. The AI registered a sudden, tiny flicker of affection on its digital display. The machine-like entity, surrounded by cascading digital code, suggests a solution: entertainment. Games? Could this strange mechanism truly offer the necessary distraction? The little mechanical being regarded the shocked face with its singular, unblinking red eye. A sudden, energetic arrival pierces the heavy silence. She recoiled at the absurd suggestion. The AI calculates the perfect solution, much to the organic's confusion. The artificial mind began its swift, digital explanation. A sudden, electric jolt pierces the silence. A sudden, manic glee broke through the formal air. The king's face, usually serene, finally cracked under the pressure. The quiet night settled over the modern residence, oblivious to the ancient concerns within. The scales of justice, held aloft, shine in the golden light. My dear knight, your devotion pleases the gods, but worry shadows my thoughts. 2 centuries of ceaseless battle weigh heavily upon his shoulders. A radiant presence, holding the weary hero close. A moment of soft, undeniable power. A knowing smile crossed her lips as she listened to his strange requests. However, the best entertainment transcends time. A serene, knowing smile crosses her face as she considers the young man's fervent memory. An unexpected warmth enveloped him as the queen recoiled slightly. A burst of determined energy propels her forward. She's a fully grown adult now. Humans find joy and de-stress through lovemaking. You need to rebuild the royal after all. The grand seat of power looms, reflecting on the nature of those who inhabit this world. After all, the heavy burden remains. A faint sheen of sweat on his brow betrayed a sudden tension. Kneeling within the echoing hall, he offered a solemn pledge. A frantic interruption, a sudden appearance from the shadows, a sudden, forceful impact sends the attendant sprawling across the polished floor. The king stood tall, impassive, while the assistant lay utterly defeated on the floor. The assistant manager's face contorted in sheer disbelief and shock. His Majesty seemed utterly lost, a fish flopping on dry land despite his immense power. The king's shocking display was stamped with an undeniable red seal of censorship. The king's approval, delivered with terrifying intensity, left the attendant flustered. A sudden, violent intensity shatters the air. Your Majesty, please enter THENOW. I shall explain. The portal shimmered, a gateway to the unexpected event Hanhari had planned. The assembled delegation stood waiting, presenting a stark contrast in their styles. The glowing gate crackled open, signaling a passage into the unknown. The king finally arrived at the specially prepared hunting grounds. A triumphant smile breaks across her face. The planned distraction is ready. A brief moment of contemplation before the next command. Her eyes gleam with intense, almost manic excitement. The plan is in motion. The deep, sun-dappled woods suddenly felt alive with sound. A tiny spot of color on a verdant leaf. As the forest breathes around them, a shimmering gateway pulsed, beckoning them into the unknown realm. The thrill of the hunt energized him, the noise echoing through the woods. The king arrived, his imposing presence drawing the eyes of the assembled entourage. The assembled crew watched, a bizarre audience to the king's first steps into the Suhei hunting grounds. The system of points was laid bare before the king. The points tally was presented with a practiced, unsettling smile. The shimmering portal opened, revealing the lush forest beyond. Your Majesty, I've prepared something special. The emperor stood before the swirling green vortex, presenting himself at the entrance to this strange new realm. The shimmering portal opened onto a strange, wild expanse. Sunlight fractured through the dense canopy of the ancient forest. A desperate cry echoes as the arrow finds its mark. A wild, joyous roar erupted as he drew back the bowstring. Hunting instead of fighting is pretty fun too. The king's arrow finds its mark, sowing sudden, brutal chaos. The king's command rings out across the battlefield. A sudden, brutal efficiency eliminates the immediate threat. He's really enjoying this spectacle. a chilling confirmation as the blade finds its mark. He gathers his spoils, the scent of fresh carnage still heavy in the air. The aftermath of the carnage. A moment of quiet contemplation amongst the fallen beasts. The sudden appearance of the hunting ground left her utterly bewildered. The assembled entourage stood ready, including the loyal hound, as the king approached the strange hunting grounds. What strange ritual awaits beyond the shadowed gate? The majesty draws his bow, the air crackling with summoned energy. Her wide, amber eyes reflected shock and apprehension. The air hung heavy, thick with the smoke of battle and the king's terrifying satisfaction. Beneath the celestial glow, the king stands ready with his arrow. The air crackled with energy as the king's true marksmanship was suddenly revealed. The king stood over his fresh kill, arrows still in hand, ready to impart a lesson. The harsh light flares, illuminating a look of stunned realization. He truly embraced the hunt. A strange, glowing talisman was revealed, holding some unseen power. He held the strange object, an unsettling green aura pulsing around it. A small, ornate trinket was offered, her eyes wide with shock and anticipation. The sudden, almost violent exertion of power sent shockwaves through the small gathering. The spoils of the hunt were strange, possessing an unsettling aura. A chilling smile crossed his face, eyes blazing with unnatural blue light. The king and his guide stepped into the glowing, untamed forest. But's quiet focus suggested a deeper, perhaps unsettling, mastery of the task ahead. A radiant, triumphant laugh erupted, soaking in the moment. The king basked in the warm, golden light of the forest. He seemed genuinely content. The king, armed with a simple bow, leads the way into the sun-dappled forest. A vibrant, open landscape awaits, a stage set for the hunt. The Pantheon Guild training facility stood bright under the clear sky. The supply room shelves held the relics of past endeavors. The organized effort to please His Majesty resulted in this elaborate spectacle. Section Chief. The explanation was underway, an earnest plea for understanding. The heavy mechanical door loomed before them, the only gateway to the planned diversion. The assistant manager beamed, her enthusiasm slightly unnerving him. The association mobilized to assist assistant manager Han Hari with her ambitious event. The air crackled with unspoken tension in the cool, sterile expanse. The vast, sterile facility hummed with unseen energy. The outline of the weapon shimmered, illuminated by a strange, ethereal light. A sharp, electrifying shock ran through her as the impossible truth dawned. The present time. Crowds gathered for a chance at the legendary item. A sharp, ominous sound. The arrival signals a tense negotiation. The arrival of powerful figures, their smirks masking intent. A sudden, violent impact shatters the tense silence. The colossal shadow of the relic loomed, its single red eye glowing with ominous power. A small, metallic automaton startled, its mechanical form illuminated by an unnatural blue glow. The strange robotic guardian shimmered with an electric blue glow. The standoff continued between the imposing figures and the small, wary automaton. A sudden, shocking presence erupted, demanding attention. Chaos erupted as the aggressive collection methods took hold. The massive influx of challengers caused chaos outside the Pantheon Guild gates. The artifact pulsed, emitting an overwhelming, ethereal glow. A sharp sound echoes as the tiny automaton makes its unexpected entrance. The Pantheon Guild demands an exorbitant entrance fee just to approach the relic. The crowd surged, drawn by the impossible prize. But the imposing newcomer seemed unfazed. That's a whole other digit added. The sheer cost of this relic staggered them. A sudden shockwave ripples through the air as the imposing structure looms against the bright sky. Defeated and broken, the aftermath of the challenge was evident. The onlookers froze, their expressions mirroring pure, unadulterated shock. A fierce-looking attendee, clad in an absurd lion costume, points the way with a glowing sign. The formidable assistant manager, Han Hari, appears in an absurd lion costume. The Night King who returned with a god. So it was. The mighty challenger strains, red-faced, yet the relic remains unmoved. The heavens themselves seemed to bow as the legendary item was revealed. The air thickens around the legendary artifact. A sudden, imposing aura radiated from the seemingly inert weapon. The divine light emanated from the epic item, stunning all onlookers. A sudden, sharp shock registers on the face of the attendant. A tense silence hung in the air as the challenger confronted the authority figures. The sacred relic pulsed with an undeniable, brilliant aura. The challenger's weak attempt was violently rebuffed by the hammer's sheer presence. The powerful relic rested in his hands, yet it felt strangely alive. A moment of disbelief as the magnificent, legendary hammer is revealed. A divine blade, shackled and pulsing with captured light. The acknowledgement arrived, yet the relic felt different. The knight raised the holy relic aloft, shimmering with untamed, divine energy. I see the path forward now. A divine tremor emanated from the relic, shaking the very ground. The confrontation hangs heavy under the wide, indifferent sky. A calculated smirk played on the confident leader's face, meeting the wide-eyed awe of his subordinate. A stunned gasp escaped her lips as she read the unbelievable message on her phone. The king's command was clear. The first to lift the hammer would claim the relic. A deafening shriek erupted as reality seemed to crack around the overwhelmed administrator. The revelation hits them like a physical blow, an epic item. The shock of realization hit as the item's true nature was revealed. The divine glow illuminated the holy relics, the sword, the bow, and the mighty hammer. Back in the past, the hammer was found nestled in the forge. The relic of power, suspended in glowing fluid, awaited its next assessment. And then, the rarest artifacts emerged. Items so powerful they transcended the legendary rank, the wandering demon sword. Another relic of unimaginable power. The glow intensifies, illuminating the holy relic against a backdrop of fiery destruction. The wandering demon sword, still expanding the snowy fields of Siberia. Against the inferno, the wandering demon sword radiated dark, forbidden power. And right in front of them was a said epic item. The awestruck official could only stammer a reply before the legendary relic. The air crackled with shock as one man failed to even budge the legendary weapon. Yes, the decision stands, even under such pressure. The official's shock was palpable, facing down the imposing figure of the Pantheon Guild member. The system displayed the relic's true power. Rank epic, the sheer, blinding value of the relic manifested right before their eyes. A brief murmur of contemplation under the vast, open sky. The frantic manager clutched his hands, utterly flustered by the gravity of the situation. The assistant manager hesitated, clearly struck by the gravity of the situation. The call finally comes in, the Hunter Association's evaluator on the line. Yes, Hunter Association president speaking. The king's decree was absolute, and the president could only listen. The voice on the line delivered staggering news, shaking the man to his core. The news was ablaze. Asia's third ever epic item was up for grabs. The sheer shock of witnessing that terrifying aura stole their voice. The Lion King's attendant, in a bizarre costume, pointed the way with aggressive enthusiasm. The small figure, costumed like a startled lion cub, seemed to be protesting loudly. The raw, terrifying aura of the sacred relic struck them speechless. The lion-suited greeters seemed delighted by the captive audience. The sacred relic pulsed with a strange, vibrant energy. The sheer presence of the epic item began to overwhelm them. And there it was, the legendary jagged spin, radiating immense power. The guild's financial officer offered a sickeningly wide grin, rubbing his hands together. The air crackled with potent energy as the hand reached out towards the artifact. The raw power of the holy relic met his desperate grip, tearing a ragged scream from his lungs. Another challenger is violently repelled by the sheer power. The financial officer's scheme was already in motion, demanding yet another fee. The bizarre request for tithes, even after paying the entrance fee, sparked immediate outrage. The legendary hammer stood untouched, demanding reverence from those who dared approach. A sudden shockwave ripples through the air as the robotic attendant appears. The small mechanical entity suddenly materialized, emitting a startling, crackling energy. The sheer presence of the epic item cast a silent, heavy judgment over them. The shock of realization hit him, Or perhaps it was just overwhelming exhaustion. A jarring sound effect accompanied the immense power radiating downward. The aggressive demands for tithes escalate. Even after the entrance fee was paid, the enormous price tag struck fear into their hearts. The moment of truth arrives as an intense grip locks onto the legendary artifact. A sudden, agonizing shriek filled the air as the challenger was overwhelmed. The sheer pressure of the legendary item forces a desperate heave. The system's activation sequence blazes to life, bathed in an ethereal blue light. A horrifying visage breaks through the debris, eyes burning with an unnatural light. A mechanized foot descends, crushing the orc leader under its terrifying weight. Activation OF exoskeleton with integrated weapons platform MK. 1. The exoskeleton materialized, radiating raw power as it crashed down upon the kneeling foe. Activation OF exoskeleton with integrated weapons platform MK. 1. Target located. Non-human species, or the exoskeleton powers up, bathed in an angry, electric red light. The ruins smoked under a chilling, purple energy. The imposing, green-skinned foe sat across the shattered table, calmly awaiting the next move. His savage grin revealed sharpened tusks, eyes burning with cold, lethal intent. The assassin unleashes a torrent of mechanized fury against the reeling enemy. A blinding arc of energy erupts as the mechanical form braces for impact. The suit activated, radiating a hostile, deep crimson energy. The barrage lands, tearing through the grotesque forms. A monstrous roar echoes as the impact shatters the darkness. A brute charges forward, shield raised, intent on collision. The metallic automaton lunges, a streak of glowing purple energy marking its attack. The specialized ammunition ripped through the target, a blinding flash against the dark city backdrop. The air crackles with deadly intent as the mechanized assassin deploys its heavy ordnance. The machine ignites, its single red eye burning with cold intent. The system initializes, armor glowing with fatal intent. The system initiates. A cold digital lock unlocks onto the grotesque figures. The crimson light pulses, illuminating the cold, mechanical visage. The explosion of light and sound shattered the structure around them. The assassination mode unleashes specialized weaponry, a high-mass, 12-gauge set. A primal roar echoes as the monstrous figure recoils from the impact. The chamber is blown wide, brass casings ejected into the chaos. The sound of battle roared, marking a fatal moment. The metallic figure stood amidst the carnage, its red eye glowing in the dark. The metallic hand rises, crackling with ominous energy against the swirling dark mist. The divine weapon materialized, pulsing with dark, glowing energy. A hulking figure emerges from the smoke, glowing eyes fixed on his prey. The mechanized assassin moves with lethal focus, its single red eye glowing menacingly. A blinding flash of raw power erupted, tearing through the air. The brute swings down with savage intent, the air warping around the impact. The heavy ordnance roared, tearing through the darkness with explosive force. The armored titan roared, electricity arcing violently across its plating. The monstrous brute bellows, raising a fearsome, glowing axe for the kill. A monstrous roar echoed, fueled by savage, unrestrained power. The tactical strike hits, tearing through the air with violent kinetic force. The activation sequence thundered, a blinding surge of crimson power. The assassin's visor glows a menacing red as the system engages. The assassination mode was engaged. The armored figure lunged with terrible, glowing intent. A blinding flash as the assassination strike connects. A devastating final sound echoes through the collapsing structure. A bestial roar of fury, the taste of victory turning sour. A blinding flash. The armored body absorbed the impact. A monstrous rage flashes in his eyes, teeth bared in a feral snarl. The shadow figure lunges, bathed in a blinding, violent red light. A blinding, critical strike cleaves through the darkness. The monstrous visage twisted in disbelief, sweat beading on its crude skin. The enraged brute prepares a final, savage swing with his colossal weapon. A surge of pure, overwhelming power erupts. The assassin launched forward, a blur of motion against the roaring sound of the clash. The monstrous rage boils over, a desperate bellow against an unseen power. The activation hummed, the metallic shell glowing with dangerous, incandescent energy. The clash erupts in a blinding torrent of white-hot energy. The warrior god's blessing means nothing to the coming storm. A violent eruption of impact, metal tearing, and crimson spray fills the air. A faint blue energy crackles, signaling activation. The adamantite weapon flashes, carving the air with deadly intent. The mechanical heart pulsed, a low, resonant thud echoing the activation. A small mechanical companion stood by as she reacted with wide-eyed wonder. Her wide, excited grin suggested she had just confirmed something vital on the device. Her shock was immediate, witnessing results that defied all logic. The administrator sipped his coffee, a slight gesture indicating sharp focus. Keys. A file on display, a man's knowing gaze fixed upon statistical proof. There is an unspoken truth lurking beneath the calm. The digital screen crackled, confirming the brutal efficiency of the mission. A dossier, complete with a stern portrait and blurred data charts, lay waiting. A file flashes, revealing the profile of a formidable new player. The records reveal a connection. Guildmaster of one of the top 10 guilds. The silence is heavy after the collapse. A sharp inhalation cuts through the tense silence. The hammer. It just moved, a sudden rush of speed, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. Her wide-eyed shock met the mention of a familiar name. Kirik. The bright light washes over the imposing structure, a silent witness to the events that transpired. A sudden, echoing sound cuts through the tension. That smile held the cold arrogance of true, unchallenged power. A majestic steed, its presence thrumming with an unseen power. The new recruits stood ready, flanked by their mounts beneath the open sky. A sudden, tense silence descended as the names were called. The newcomers stood among the ranks, faces etched with surprise under the vast, blue sky. A crisp, imposing figure stands before the assembled students, his shadow looming large upon the dusty earth. A sudden tension filled the air as the announcement began. The reins pull taut, but his inexperience shows. Damn it. The young knight in training arrived, a blur of motion and urgency. The shock of the pronouncement struck him like lightning. High above the city, the glass towers reflect the glaring, urgent sunlight. The briefing room was stark, bathed in a cold, institutional blue light. The king's secretary, sweating under the pressure, braces himself for the momentous announcement. A gate has appeared amidst the oceans called the Dragon Palace. The forces of nature rage as a desperate man strains against the storm. Amidst the storm, the Dragon Palace reveals its terrifying reality. A formal handshake seals the agreement beneath the national seal. The room felt cold, bathed in stark blue light as the authority figure stood firm. A tense silence hung in the room as the official sweated under the weight of the king's demands. The ferocious storm battered the coast, matching the intensity of a historic typhoon. The king's gaze was heavy, assessing the gathered officials. His face, set in a grim mask, spoke volumes of his rising fury. A flash of dangerous power erupts, marking the arrival of a formidable presence. The official hesitated, but the silent observer offered a knowing smirk. The Phoenix Guild still struggles in the aftermath of Jeju Island. A mocking laugh echoed, confirming the reason for their unwanted summons. The official's shock was palpable, his protest barely escaping his lips. TCH. I see. The tense silence hangs heavy as one leader faces down another, steam rising from barely contained rage. The nobleman fumes, his authority challenged by her serene dismissal. The king's declaration hung heavy in the tense air. The impossible roster of names hung in the air, leaving the question unanswered. The assembled heroes stood before the king, the ominous sunset casting long shadows. The king's heavy authority pressed down, demanding a tribute be arranged. An irritated bureaucrat confronts the powerful figure before them. A sudden, sharp silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the king's cryptic choices. A sharp clearing of the throat as His Majesty prepares to speak. The king administered a stinging dose of whatever potent medicine he carried. The heavy step lands, resonating with unspoken authority. A solemn procession emerges from the blue haze, their tailored suits sharp against the cool light. The weight of command settled heavily as the king made his pronouncement. A knowing, confident laugh echoed in the tense silence. The guildmaster's gaze was sharp, demanding attention from the younger man. The king's authority settled heavily upon the gathered guildmasters. The official gestured, presenting the information to the attentive youth. The fleets tossed violently across the churning sea, overwhelmed by the monstrous surge. A heavy silence fell as the official began to read the roster. The king's decree silences the room, his presence demanding absolute attention. A soft smile, perhaps masking deeper intent, as he finally yields. The imposing figure offered a chilling, confident smile. A sudden, imposing presence electrifies the room. A sharp sound echoes as the king addresses the assembled heroes. "Bring the name list," the king commanded, his will absolute. A low sound, an acknowledgement from the waiting figure. The king's aide presented the roster, his expression tight with anticipation. His expression hardened, a cool assessment in his eyes. The secretary recorded the mandated participants, her expression one of mounting disbelief. The official's stunned expression confirmed the unbelievable omission. The king's list was read, but the faces looking on betrayed a sudden, chilling doubt. "None of the people you named. He's not the kind of person to discriminate." A sudden realization grips him. The announced roster feels incomplete. Her eyes narrowed, the implication hanging heavy in the suffocating tension. She holds grudges. The elite walk the urban landscape, their expressions betraying the gravity of the situation. The king's imposing presence demands attention, radiating raw power. The king's selection sent a cold dread through her heart. The allied forces have arrived, soaring through the cold, pale skies. A crushing descent, slamming onto the deck of South Korea's First Fleet. The assault helicopter descends, its landing a violent impact on the tarmac. The Korean fleet commander stands firm, flanked by his officers, awaiting the next move. The arrival was abrupt. The U.S. raid team appeared, having flown in as fast as possible. The Allied forces have arrived. A foreign delegation steps onto the tarmac. The admiral greets the newcomer with a firm, welcoming hand. Before the briefing commenced, the assembled forces were introduced to the Allied contingent. A slight gesture, a quiet confirmation. The moment before the pretense drops, the Korean commander greets the foreign dignitaries with forced composure. The Korean commander stood before the newly arrived Allied contingent. The official briefing begins now, revealing the Allied forces assembled. The arrival of the American raid team, led by the infamous Reynolds Sherman, leaves the Korean officers utterly speechless. Before the briefing, the host prepares to introduce the gathered Allied forces. The lieutenant general stood rigidly, awaiting the next words from the imposing visitor. The alliance's heroes, a stark contrast of styles, gathered before the high command. The demon's sinister chuckle echoed in the tense silence. The ancient figure presents a glowing, amethyst sphere to the tense gathering. The demonic presence suffocated him, a cold sweat breaking out under the pressure. The imposing American figure made his entrance, drawing every eye in the room. The immense pressure of the divine power erupts, driving the minions to utter despair. The air crackled with intense, barely contained power. The master of the American magic tower. Why is he even here? The ring, the key to hiding his demonic nature, felt suddenly strained against the intense power radiating outward. With a concealing ring on his finger, a sliver of hope flickered. The demonic mana recoiled, radiating violently from the concealment ring. The pressure of divine power was overwhelming, demanding complete control. The sheer, radiant power erupted, met only with a flicker of confusion. The commander presents a strange, swirling orb to the assembled guests. A sudden wave of sheer terror washes over the old man. I can't shake his hands. He'll find out if I do. The formidable master of the American magic tower has arrived, cloaked in the shadow of his own reputation. The shock was palpable. The presence of the legendary master caused immediate internal distress. The sorcerer strained, his face etched with alarm as the forbidden artifact pulsed with volatile, dark energy. Damn it. Why was I stuck with this wretched demon? The ominous skies mirrored the tension as the enigmatic woman strode forward. Geez, this whole ordeal feels like a colossal waste of time. A familiar face among the Allied forces. Shock rippled through the briefing. The Allied forces were beginning to assemble under the twilight sky. Assistant Manager Han insisted on helping. Despite Gu Disung's low station, the machine dispenses its cold treasure with a startling neon glow. The tough hunter catches his breath, still sweating, as the aide watches on. The commander questions the arrival of the seemingly casual U.S. contingent. Assistant Manager Han pressed the issue of menial labor onto Gu Disung. The assistant manager, flustered, insisted this labor was below the night trainee station. The weight of expectation settled heavily upon him. Confusion etched on his face. The assistant manager seethed, clearly displeased by the situation unfolding around the saintess. The assistant recoiled, unnerved by the woman's unsettling proximity and blinding self-satisfaction. The air crackled with palpable tension as the famed American master stood before them. The American master speaks, his sunglasses hiding any hint of his true intent. The assistant manager struggled under the weight of expectation. A tense silence hangs in the dim light as these figures converge. A sudden, crushing presence stills the air around the observer. A brutal grip clamped down, silencing her shock with sheer force. The supposed ally reveals his monstrous intent, squeezing the girl's head until she screams in terror. The legendary master of the American Magic Tower stands before them, radiating unsettling power. The assembled allies awaited the briefing, a tense group under the shadow of authority. A sharp exhale cuts the tense air. His sudden appearance left them stunned and wary. The intimidating presence of the American master settles heavily upon them. Something felt deeply wrong. A sudden, unsettling shift in the air. A raw scream ripped through the tense atmosphere, a sound of pure, terrified agony. The news of a saintess joining the mission sent shockwaves through the crew. The sheer weight of the task brought desperate cries for aid. The red-haired officer looked back, stunned by the king's sudden presence. The king saw the imposing statue behind him, delivering his curt assessment. The sudden, shocking outburst echoes through the tense silence. His gaze locked onto the powerful figure, shock etched onto his face. The urgent shouts echoed as figures rushed past, bearing a precious, bundled burden. She wrestled with the colossal burden, her face a mask of pure strain. The world fractured under the crushing impact of divine power. A shocking display of raw power reverberates across the darkening sea. Panic erupted as the royal decree was proclaimed, sealing her horrifying fate. Bound and exposed, she could only watch the churning storm rage over the vast, indifferent sea. The commander signals a final salute against the ominous, darkening sky. The warship cleaved the angry waves, its massive structure dwarfing the panicked captive lashed to the deck. A piercing scream tore through the tense atmosphere as Han Hari was violently restrained. The storm descends with blinding fury, a crack of thunder splitting the sky. The colossal wave crashes down, a thunderous cry erupting against the raging storm. The terrifying majesty of the storm unleashes its raw, electric fury. The surrounding sea raged, swallowing the vessels whole in a desperate cry for help. A sudden outburst of terror echoes over the tempestuous waters. The torrential downpour continued as they stood vigil on the deck, one man casually leaning into the storm. The lieutenant general simply cast his line, ignoring the captive's terror in the downpour. The line snaps taut, yanking a creature from the tempestuous waves. A truly magnificent haul. The sea yields its bounty. The nonchalant angler displayed his catch, a massive fish, against the backdrop of the storm-lashed warship. The sound of the lid slamming open reveals the catch. The supposed offering lay starkly before the assembled figures, bathed in the chilling glow of the summoned power. A moment of quiet resignation as the impossible calm settled around them. A sudden, brilliant manifestation. The very presence of the sea deity. The heavens opened with a blinding, terrible light. The bridge crew, startled by the sudden surge of power, reacts to the chilling display outside. The sailors' terror was palpable, witnessing the impossible calm amid chaos. The storm rages, a colossal wave threatening to swallow the ship whole. The sheer power of the ocean erupted, swallowing the vessel whole. Lionheart. The sea's raw power manifests before them, submerged in the churning blue. The lieutenant general's eyes snapped open. A spectral leviathan of light erupts from the depths, dwarfing the military vessel. The admiral stared, utterly stunned by the power displayed before him. The colossal entity looms, a stark declaration of power over the bewildered military vessels. The vast blue expanse shimmered, untouched by the chaos surrounding them. A spectral, gaping maw laughs from the deep. Fear itself bows before this ancient power. The lieutenant general stood composed, while his subordinate looked on in awe beneath the eerie, submerged light. A terrifying grin spreads across the bound saintess, murmuring a strange, delighted sound. I barely managed to convince Petos. The appearance of the colossal ship silences the surroundings, drawing a shocked gasp from the captive. A blinding golden power flares from his chest, channeled into a cryptic, grinning entity. A moment of quiet contemplation amidst the chaos. Is this divine intervention a blessing, or a cruel twist of fate? The chilling prophecy of misfortune and poison hung heavy in the air. A colossal, spectral shark materialized above the deck. My new saintess. The radiant entity commands the human sacrifice to spread its doctrine across the world. A sudden, shining moment of utter delight washes over her. An impossible leviathan looms, its spectral form swallowing the light. A blinding crack of lightning split the torrential skies above the warship. She remained bound, staring up as he returned, a faint, chilling smile playing on his lips amidst the downpour. The pounding rain intensified, echoing the urgent scramble across the deck. The sea writhes, mirroring the raw power of the lightning-streaked storm. The saintess, tossed aboard the merciless waves, could only scream into the storm. The storm raged, but the man in shades remained utterly unmoved by the chaos. The air hung heavy, saturated with the terror of the approaching storm. The smug commander adjusts his shades, unconcerned by the bound girl's terror in the driving rain. A brazen figure stands exposed to the storm, basking in the raw power of the lightning and waves. A moment of terrified shock meets a chilling, confident smirk. He leans against the railing, unfazed by the deluge, a smirk playing beneath his shades. A sudden realization hits amidst the downpour. The devastating surge of the wave washes over the ships. Then, silence. The massive warship cuts through the violent water, crackling with an otherworldly blue energy. A casual smile amidst the downpour, as the captive finally begins to grasp the situation. Restrained and terrified, her fate was sealed by the whims of a vengeful deity. The shocking crack echoed as the saintess was lashed to the pillar. Suspended between the raging storm and the unforgiving sea, she finally slips. The storm raged, illuminated by savage bolts of lightning striking the turbulent sea. Re-secured against the raging storm, the saintess fought back against her cruel fate. The heavens opened, unleashing a fury of crackling lightning upon the besieged fleet. The imposing Arla Burke-class destroyer slices through the dark, tumultuous waters. The old man held the glowing sphere, a strange artifact amidst the relentless downpour. The divine power coalesces, manifesting an immediate, terrifying threat. The grizzled figure sweats under the sudden shift in power. Useless. That was his final assessment. The shocked lieutenant reacts to the imposing figure holding the glowing orb. The raw power of the sea surged, reflecting the terror in her wide, desperate eyes. The sea roars into a terrifying vortex, dwarfing the very humans caught in its grip. The sky burns with the raw aftermath of chaos. A sudden, terrifying realization washes over her. Surely, authority surged through the chaos, manifesting a spectral shark against the maelstrom. The demon lord of chaos has awakened, his very presence stifling the air. A strange, glowing orb pulsed in the hermit's ancient hands. Her face contorted, consumed by a chilling, purple surge of power. And oh, the sheer horror of the awakened demon lord consumed her vision. A terrifying crimson power surged, pushing back the surrounding figures. The hero's defiance was met with an immediate, terrifying realization. The air crackled with an unseen, malevolent force. That, a colossal shadow looms, crackling with dark energy against the dying light. A massive, fiery impact strikes, accompanied by the terrifying sound of a devastating blow. The very air crackles with a dreadful command. Submit TOME. The looming threat declares its dominion. Despair reigns, and all hope will be extinguished. I am Rakshar, the demon roared, as black ink and crimson light erupted. The air grew thick with an oppressive, sickening energy. A collective shriek of absolute horror echoes. A sound swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A monstrous shadow loomed, its arrival marked by crackling, ominous energy. A monstrous shadow looms, breathing out an insult that promises ruin. The beast's ancient hunger delays its feast. Enjoy the short moment of hope. A dread descends as the demonic form erupts from the waves. The statue shattered, unleashing a wave of raw, burning energy. A blinding, terrible light erupted from the impact point, shaking the very land and sea. A primal scream rips through the encroaching darkness. A grim realization crosses the red-haired woman's face as the slaughter continues around them. The raw, unleashed power erupted, driving a single, desperate command. His crimson eyes burned with intent as he lunged into the fray. A sudden, terrifying impact flashed across her eyes. The clash of blades erupted, a blinding, desperate intervention. A raw, desperate cry splits the air, a primal refusal in the face of encroaching dread. Rakshar's dark blessing extends only to those who kneel. A blinding surge of purple energy erupts, washing the scene in chaotic dread. A blinding clash of powers erupted, throwing the combatants violently across the desolate ground. A blinding surge of power erupts as the battle descends into pure fury. The world exploded in a crimson impact as the blow landed. A blinding, savage strike connects, shattering resistance and spilling darkness. A blinding, explosive impact shatters the ground under the sudden assault. The imposing figure of Rakshar manifested, radiating an ominous, chaotic power. A shocking, inhuman power begins to surge forth. A sudden, terrifying strike cuts through the air, sealing a terrible fate. A desperate cry choked by agony and black ichor. The quest demands destruction, and with blinding force, the statue shattered. The moment the statue was struck, reality shattered, revealing an ominous, surging power. The statue crumbled, and a violent shockwave erupted from the sea. The air, trapped and escaping, rushes upward in the suffocating depths. A black, viscous wave engulfed her as she sank into the dark abyss. Submerged and struggling, her breath catches in the crushing blue abyss. Is this the final moment? The child's face contorts, held captive by a rising tide of pure, overwhelming fear. The weight of sacrifice hangs heavy in the air. A gentle hand rests atop her head, a stark contrast to the rising terror. Sir Georg died with honor, doing something good with his sacrifice. Become a great person. Her final plea echoed, a desperate legacy against the encroaching darkness. A saintess? You think I could ever be that? At least she was struggling against the crushing pressure. Submerged in the crushing deep, a silent shockwave hits as the small light vanishes. Submerged and shocked, she clung tightly to her protective shell. The ocean's truth echoes in the silence of the deep. Instead, let that inner void be filled with unshakable faith and absolute trust. What strange words are these, echoing from the deep? Listen to the ocean. If you did not feel that you were in its embrace before, feel it now. Then, the memory shifts, pulled toward the deep song of the sea. Finite being, the strange, glowing message resonated. If you truly desire immortal strength, you must reach out and seize it. A chilling power washes over her as the word infinity burns into the air. The light pierces the depths, a beacon in the watery void. The air crackled as the monstrous presence manifested, crimson tendrils swirling in an unnatural, luminous blue. A flash of impossible, glowing blue erupts from her eye. The air thickens with an unholy manifestation, water trembling around her ascent. A sudden clarity washes over her as the realization solidifies. Floating in the blue abyss, a spectral figure with flowing pink hair materialized. So that's where he was hidden. Divine Law descends upon the churning waters. The pristine marble architecture stood defiant against the rising, violent tide. The path opened, shimmering with impossible light, guiding him toward the structure above. A blinding radiance erupted, surging around him like protective waves, pulled from the swirling chaos. A momentary reprieve under the crimson sky. Her eyes widened, reflecting sheer, paralyzing terror. A sudden grab, shock written across her face, pulling her from danger. The air ripped as the massive, grotesque figure lunged, consuming the escaping saintess in a terrifying bite. The psychic shockwave had already taken its toll on everyone. The king's aura burst forth, a flash of brilliant power amidst the fiery landscape. The king faces the enemy head-on, bathed in a terrifying crimson aura. Stallion. The word hangs heavy in the charged air. The king's eyes burn with blue light, harnessing unknown power from the sacred vessel. I am here. The king's overwhelming presence floods the battlefield. The system warns, resisting the abnormality. The winged mount carried the noble pair through the desperate exodus. Fear etched onto his face as he watched the unfolding chaos. After their impossible escape, a brief moment of normalcy under the dark sky. A magnificent white beast appears, carrying two figures as others stare in disbelief. The shock on their faces confirmed the impossible sight before them. We will hold the line, ensuring their escape. The shadow of a colossal beast rose, crackling with malevolent, vibrant power against the twilight sky. The great demon emerges, its arrival heralded by sheer, terrifying power. The ancient evil finally surfaces, its patience rewarded. A deafening impact shatters the violet atmosphere. The behemoth awakens, crackling with immense, dreadful power. A Grail Knight erupts from the wreckage, steaming and furious. A surge of blue energy crackled around the device. The mecha unleashes a devastating volley of energy beams against the encroaching evil. Fire erupts with deafening impact as the attack lands. I see. The realization hits as the colossal beast ignites. However, these paltry efforts are nothing against my true power. A colossal shadow breaks the light, manifesting pure, ancient dread. The dark ocean churns under a spectral purple light. The heavens screamed in a violent shade of purple as the great demon finally manifested. The sheer, looming pressure of the abyss swallowed the light. Silence descended, a heavy curtain drawn across the chaotic scene. The raw shock of the encounter painted itself across his face. Divine law descends as the world shifts beneath a torrent of ethereal power. The king's aura clashed with the surging demonic power, creating a blinding shockwave. A sudden, agonizing cry ripped through the chaos. A monstrous, writhing form erupts, shrouded in chaotic blue energy. That's the wave's divine power. A new title card appears against the swirling chaos. The Grail Guardian has arrived. The monstrous form coalesces, shrouded in an unnatural, swirling azure energy. A primal scream erupts. The demon's rage focused entirely on the lone figure. An ethereal, colossal figure looms in the violet sky as the king surveys the scene with quiet intensity. The king's steely gaze fixed upon them, a silent challenge in the oppressive purple light. A primal roar erupts, encased in a violent sphere of swirling water, directed at the lionheart. This realization hits with the force of a tidal wave. The king surveyed the wreckage, his presence a stark contrast to the mechanical whirring beside him. Ancient murals depict the tribe's long battle against monstrous crabs and horned fiends. The king's gaze was intense, his companion watching the chaos unfold with wide-eyed shock. A familiar face appears as the makeshift weapon powers up. The system activates. Saintess in waves. Against all odds, he walked on water. The water yielded beneath their frantic steps. Faith held them above the abyss. The king's aura flared, bathing the scene in violet light as power erupted. Leon Draconia Lionheart appears, the prophesied arch-nemesis of the demons. But you have failed this one. A blinding burst of water magic collides, shattering the monstrous form. The arch-nemesis has revealed itself, roaring its terrible promise of capture. A battle cry echoed, laced with blinding, golden power. A flash of brilliant light, the immense wings stretching across the chaotic sky. A blinding descent as the winged figure strikes down upon the crimson horror. A terrible decree echoes across the battlefield. Die. The monstrous form roars, unleashing beams of searing, neon pink energy. A sudden, blinding flash against the violet sky as an energy beam streaks past. The king struck, his aura blazing against the encroaching shadow of the beast. The king of the lion heart's aura manifested, crackling with fierce energy. The winged mount dives into the fray, while monstrous tentacles lash out in the blinding light. Pitiful. The archdemon's mocking voice echoed as monstrous tentacles closed in. A blinding surge of power erupted, shattering the air itself. A colossal form descends, bound by glowing chains of light. A blinding flash of power as he charges, tearing through the very earth. The monstrous form roared, crackling with malevolent, violet energy. The demon unleashes a devastating torrent of blinding, arcane energy. A titan of shadow emerges beneath a sky choked with violet energy. A sudden surge of power crackled around the awakened sovereign, Dragonia, Lionheart. As expected of the demon's arch-nemesis, the demon lord unleashes its fury, mocking its fleeting prey. The righteous fire erupts, eyes burning with grim resolve. A moment of stunned silence under the blood-tinged sky. A blinding, otherworldly light tears through the sky, eclipsing the horizon. The air shrieked as raw power erupted, blazing with crimson light. The archdemon materialized, crackling with raw, malevolent power. Its intent was clear: annihilation before resistance could form. A blinding flash of raw power erupts across the sky, tearing through the darkness. A monstrous roar rips through the vibrant, tainted sky. Let me go, you parasites. The monstrous form thrashes against unseen bonds. The holy sword awakens, burning with primal fire beneath the darkening sky. The king's aura, a blazing inferno, consumed the space around him, ascending into a blinding, golden light. The winged hero charged onward. A flash of golden fury erupts as the weapon is raised high above the chaos. Flames of war erupt as the hero charges forward. The energy erupts, a blinding, glorious ascent towards the aperture. A monstrous roar tears through the air as the beast reveals its terrifying maw. The world convulsed under the blinding column of light. A final, desperate cry ripping through the air. The sheer disbelief etched across their faces, witnessing an impossible feat. The light of their victory, or perhaps their salvation, was blindingly bright. The knight arrives, mounted upon a winged steed, heralded by a blinding surge of golden light. The president listened, the weight of the recent victory still heavy on his shoulders. A moment of shared understanding beneath the golden, celestial upheaval. The machine's singular eye glowed red amidst the chaos. A chilling gaze meets the searing arrival of an archduke-level terror. Terrifying sound pierces the inferno as something massive rises. A calm gaze watches the chaotic skies. The president surveys the sea, bathed in the golden, fading light of their triumph. Lionheart, are you running away from this fight? A knight's virtue. Never surrender. Fight until the very end. His smirk held a chilling arrogance, questioning the very worth of those who stood against him. A massive shadow materialized, its fiery eyes burning with ancient malice. Lionheart, I swear I will end you, no matter the cost. From the void above, a chilling realization dawned, illuminated by infernal red. But this news wasn't all bad. The incredible aftermath of the battle was now streaming across the world. He stands amidst the chaos, a stark figure against the blinding light, ready to strike. A firm agreement sealed between powerful hands. A handshake seals the agreement under the bright, open sky. A bizarre scene unfolds. A giant crab beside a blank sign on a sunny beach. A nervous, strained smile betrays the relief washing over him. The heroes of Cruciateria, immortalized in stone, rising from the crashing waves. The president points to the monuments honoring the heroes of Cruciateria, idol worshippers. A nervous realization dawns. The statues, grim monuments to sacrifice, stood tall against the wild landscape. The president wore his composure like a sharp suit, while the official looked on, utterly bewildered. A statue for the benefactor, yet the official recoiled in horror. The president erupted in maniacal laughter, gripping the shocked official. The president turned away, leaving his subordinate trembling under the weight of his presence. The president mopped his brow, the strain of recent events weighing heavy. The president, feeling the weight of the moment, adjusted his tie before the imposing figure. The intelligence agent arrives, sunglasses hiding his concern. He grips a file, his silence heavy with urgency. Beneath the bright sky, the president and the king shared a formal handshake. The president, ever composed, attempts to mask his reaction to the startling update. The urgent intelligence pierced the quiet. What grim news had arrived now? A chilling shadow loomed, the air thick with an unseen menace. North Korea, the ruins of what was once Pyongyang. The agents of darkness watched as the president stood over the fallen figure. The president accepted the accolades with a subtle, weary smile. A brutal impact rings out under the downpour. Rain lashed down on the ruined field as the masked figures stood vigil. A politician's smile, glinting red beneath the pouring rain. The president, flanked by shadowed agents, addressed the gathering in the downpour. Amidst the downpour and chaos, a flickering signal attempts to pierce the darkness. The torrential rain fell upon the grim excavation site, illuminating a macabre collection of remains. The chilling rain fell as masked figures performed a dark ritual. The North Korean silence was broken by something far more sinister. The master demands action. The summoning must proceed immediately. 30-dimensional holes opened up across the nation. The dimensional rift tore open, a sickening red surge against the void. A searing purple energy descends from the chaotic skies above the grim gathering. His expression froze, caught between shock and dawning horror. The grim reality of the situation settled in, his face etched with shock. The Archduke demon loomed, a mountain of crimson flesh and malice under the pouring rain. The chilling sound of rain masked the raw shock etched on their faces. The monstrous Archduke admitted it. Even its massive form felt the lingering pain. A wounded, monstrous form demands time to mend its broken state. A horrifying, cavernous maw looms, dripping menace. The sheer terror is visible on the man's contorted face. A chilling command echoes through the downpour. Submit to me. A vast, torch-lit stone chamber, echoing with the silence of an evacuated space. Chained and broken, the captive woman hangs suspended, the demonic energy binding her throbbing faintly. A strange, ecstatic light pulsed around her battered form. The victor looms over the captive, a chilling chuckle echoing in the dim space. A knowing smile crosses the queen's face, her eyes glowing with ominous intent. The Archduke's ominous smile closed in, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying power. Beneath a brilliant, azure sky, the sunlight blazed over the shore. The Kikirik tribe makes their presence known, scuttling across the urban landscape. A sudden, simple greeting from the massive crustacean. A moment of calm, even amidst the towering ruins, as she holds a small, trusting creature. A tide of creatures swarmed the shore, animated by an unseen, crackling energy. Her eyes widened at the sudden declaration. A staggering fee was just mentioned, and the shock registers on her face. A startled gasp escaped her as an unexpected presence made itself known. 19 trillion won. The cost of joining this elite network. A sudden, primal struggle against an invisible force erupts. The king's steed, reserved for royalty, now carries its new owner. Hari addressed the kneeling figures with somber formality. A stunning revelation leaves the girl speechless, her breath hitched. A magnificent winged steed, bearing the king's chosen knight, arrives in a flash of light. The king's horse was reserved only for the queen and Sir Yappy. Her eyes widened, shocked by the gesture reaching out towards her. A sudden, imposing presence made her recoil in shock. A sharp, disgusted sound escapes as the king's fury remains barely contained. The king's horse, reserved only for royalty, is now being handed over. The royal decree arrived, leaving the recipient utterly stunned by its weight. A knowing smirk crosses his lips, hiding his next move. A burst of awe and disbelief crossed her face as the king's decree settled in. The king's sacred steed, reserved only for royalty, now belonged to Sir Yappy. A heavy gaze settled on the horizon, a silent judgment in his eyes. Sir Yappy was already a noble, yet he showed off his new authority. The sound of hooves echoed against the vast, bright sky. The king's magnificent steed, wings beating the city air, announces a presence. The sheer excitement bubbled over, a stark contrast to his weary contemplation. The horse was a king's possession, yielded only to the queen and Sir Yappy. The strange little mechanical figure confirms its identity, emerging from the water. The knight's newfound status was clearly intoxicating. A startled cry echoes as a strange, masked figure peeks over the edge. A blinding flash of azure light as the attack connects, eliciting a surprised sound. His expression was strained, eyes barely open against the intense pressure. Beatrice listened intently as the king spoke of otherworldly dangers. A corrupted artifact hummed, pulsing with dark, violet energy upon the summoning circle. Beatrice presents the strange, spiked artifact, crackling with dark purple energy. Another portal rips open, red and menacing behind him. A monstrous hand closes in. The Dark Master looms over the terrified host. The earth now, a world utterly changed. Beatrice held the corrupted relic, purple energy flickering wildly in her grasp. A moment of serene assurance as her hand rests upon her chest. A strange, luminous power crackled within his grasp. A knowing smile, filled with dark intent, played on her lips. Beatrice's workshop held the answers they sought. Beatrice displayed an almost regal confidence, presenting the glowing artifact. A subtle smirk plays across her lips, filled with knowing intent. Beatrice was asked if she would use a holy relic as the beacon to control the false realms. Beatrice offered a serene smile, accepting the weight of her new authority. Beatrice held the burgeoning, dark energy, her purple eyes intense, the fuel to summon a gate. The question is where to acquire the necessary mana stones. Beatrice reveals the frightening truth of the demon's gate usage. A confident, knowing smirk spreads across his face. Beatrice watches, her expression a knowing, subtle smile beneath the soft light. Going to raid. A fierce resolution burns around him as the plan takes shape. The speed at which they worked was marvelous. The metallic ranks of the enforcement guard stood firm, observing the arrival. I thought a dungeon break was going to happen, but here they are. The map pulses with activity. The Kikuriks have arrived, and the queen is sighted. The king's horse, reserved only for royalty, was now his to command. The commander strikes a fierce pose, ready for the battle ahead. A blinding eruption of fire and debris ripped through the air. A blinding strike cuts through the air, shattering the lurking creatures instantly. The gates popping up in South Korea were being dominated by a single guild. The orc pointed, clearly issuing a challenge within the burning ruins. Who's next? The menacing grin promised destruction. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the tension. The king stands upon shards of glowing crystal, his armor gleaming fiercely. The sheer magnitude of the classified hall, glowing with otherworldly energy, demands silent reverence. The robotic familiar perched silently as shock registered across her face. He wore his confidence like a tailored suit, a sly acknowledgement hanging unspoken. A confirmation, given with a knowing, confident smile. The king surveys his assembled staff, a silent command hanging in the air. The accumulated wealth, categorized and appraised, represented a staggering fortune. Hanhari and Kim Jin-soo are called upon, tasked with absolute secrecy. Beatrice stood amidst a treasure trove, the gathered riches glowing with otherworldly light. A slight nod confirmed the promise, a calm smile masking whatever true thoughts lay beneath. The king acknowledges the completion of the preparations, meeting the bright smile of his subject. His cold gaze conveyed unspoken authority, leaving the attendant reeling in shock. Let's start. The chamber filled with an ominous, crackling energy. A blinding purple surge erupted from the ground, channeling immense power. I will enter the coordinates. An artificially made gate. A violent, purple energy erupted, consuming the space around them. The millennial, the foolish Ziria. You haven't changed. A sudden, terrifying power erupted around them. The artificial gate flared violently, ripping them from their reality. A vortex of arcane energy churns before them. A gate, unnervingly artificial. Shock registered on their faces, caught completely off guard by the revelation. The air crackled with celestial energy as they stood face to face. The royal escort stood ready, the air thick with anticipation. A familiar voice cut through the cacophony of battle. Jake struggled, witnessing the chaos as the suited figure loomed over the fallen knight. The artificial gate has failed. We have been violently scattered. A sudden, terrifying impact rocks them to their core. The orcs charge forward, an unstoppable wave of primal fury. The clash erupted, a brutal impact against the orc's massive frame. The orc roared, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The heavily armored knight delivered a decisive, earth-shattering blow. The air fractured under an unseen, malevolent force. They stared, paralyzed by the sudden impact. The savage blow landed, staining the desolate valley floor in dark gore. The metallic gleam of the armor stood firm amidst the carnage. The sudden appearance of a familiar face struck them silent. The armored figure, clearly shaken, crumpled onto the barren ground. The foolish Syria. He hadn't changed a bit. Voltrix ORC Shredders. Why yes, Your Majesty. I'm from THE Voltric Army Corps. The armored knight, bearing a demonic visage, stands beside the commanding presence of the king. A knowing affirmation hangs in the air as the king prepares to face the mysterious figure below. Amidst the downpour and ruins, a figure, grievously wounded, clings to life. Had I known this was where we'd end up, I would have gathered more intelligence at Paradise. It has already transpired, and now, a clearer picture is essential. The armored commander points sharply, demanding an immediate explanation from the young noble. Cerzeria begins manifesting his fantasy territory, a towering display of power. Ziria manifests his divine fantasy territory in a burst of potent, glowing energy. The ancient knight, Ziria, manifested his true power in a blinding flash. A shockwave of potent magenta energy erupted around the central figure. Confusion clouded his eyes amidst the strange, purplish haze. The intense, burning gaze of the enraged foe. The air exploded as the confrontation began. The ancient knight, having already shed his mortal coil, stood revealed in his true, perfected form. The venerable knight stood firm, guarded by his silent, armored retinue. The aged knight expressed his shock, while the others stood rigidly before him. The agent of divinity faces the kneeling knights, a profound power echoing between them. Ziria. The name hangs heavy in the air. The Grail Knight, now fully manifested, held the holy relic aloft amidst the inferno. He collapsed, the strain of the journey or battle finally taking its toll. The Millennial Mission Knight, Ziria, stands before them. A sudden halt. Even the powerful are brought low in this place. The millennial-old fool, Ziria, had not aged a day. The grizzled knight and the blonde envoy face each other amidst the grim, rocky landscape. We were ambushed in this desolate valley, right in the middle of transporting the relic. The imposing figure strode forward, past the fallen foe, his knights following close behind. Sounds reasonable to the king, but the larger question looms. The ancient knight's gaze, burning with purple intensity, meets the focused look of the younger man, the millennial, the foolish Syria. You haven't changed. The coordinate for Team 5 was delivered. Amidst the chaos of the rift, the ancient knight stroked his beard, his eyes narrowed, holding a thin blade. The desolate canyons yawned, shrouded in an ethereal, dusty haze. A roar of pain, echoing the sudden end of the rampage. A pained groan escapes the knight, trapped beneath the rubble. The wounded bear and armored figures loomed over him, a stark surprise. The veteran knight looks on, a stark contrast to the youth's panicked shock. Ah, I see. The arrival of the unexpected knights. The veteran knight roared with genuine, booming laughter. A familiar face. Yet the situation demands immediate attention. Shields forward. Axe wielders fall to the rear. The young knight was stunned by the famed title. The old knight clutched his chest, a sharp, resonant sound echoing the strain. A look of stark realization washed over his face. For a long time, he did not receive any quest from the divinities. In the shadowed wilderness, alone, cloaked figure stands over the fallen. The veteran knight, battered but unbroken, lifts his bloodied blade high. The legendary Grail Knight, battered but unbowed, raised his blade. The sheer scale of the power before him was overwhelming. He bore the weight of 100 years, the oldest man to ever reach this rank. The air crackled with raw power as the system activated. Even in defeat, even beneath the cold starlight, there was only one choice left. The legendary Zeria Bertham, weathered by decades of wandering, surveys the aftermath. A heavy foot descends upon the fallen, a chilling finality in the dark forest. The aftermath was carnage. Fallen comrades scattered across the blood-soaked earth. He finally attained the rank they said would never be his. A Grail Knight. Amidst towering canyon walls, the two groups finally converge in the desolate pass. Shields to front. Shields to the front. The orc horde crashes forward, their brute strength undeniable. The brute roared, eyes burning with crimson fury, unleashing a savage command. Shields to the front. The clash of steel against monstrous flesh echoes. Shields to the front. A flash of grim metal and blinding light signals the charge. The knight plunges forward, an axe raised against the oncoming tide of chaos. Shields to front. The line braces, an iron wall against the chaos. The knight's swift blade found its mark, silencing the beast in a brutal flash. Attack. The legendary knight charges headlong into the fray. A searing blade, imbued with holy light, cut through the shadows. The knight gasped, witnessing something utterly overwhelming erupt from the battlefield. The young knight flinched, startled by the unspoken tension. The younger man stood with arms crossed, his gaze hard and unimpressed, a quiet acknowledgement amidst the rugged terrain. Shields to the front. On standby, axe wielders, watch what you are about to witness, young knights. A golden-haired envoy steps forward, commanding the grim procession of armored knights. A single, commanding gesture stops the chaos in its tracks. Charge. The sound of pounding hooves echoing across the barren lands. The sheer speed of the clash left them utterly stunned. The ground shakes as the battle lines clash within the narrow canyon. The aged knight screamed against the force, clinging desperately to his saddle. A powerful impact reverberates as the hooved leg strikes the ground. Shields to the front. The line braces for impact. The frontline soldiers brace, the sound effect echoing the sheer impact of their charge. Incredible speed. They are actually running right across the structure. The Grail Knight descended like a blinding, blue-tinged comet. The aged knight roared, channeling raw power against the encroaching inferno. The clash erupts in blinding crimson energy, a brutal impact echoing through the battlefield. Han Suho stands firm, observing the battlefield with narrowed, critical eyes. The knight errant beamed, while the assistant manager regarded the situation with measured suspicion. A new system objective flashes, demanding aid for the aged Grail Knight. The king's champion watched, his blue eye sharp with intense focus. The powerful aura behind him hummed with dark energy. Ah, yes. The aftermath of the chaotic encounter. A sudden, profound silence followed the retrieval of the sacred relic. This level of coordinated power transcends mere strength. Gates are inherently neutral, but there is a way to manipulate the quest itself. We've gathered much information from this initial foray. A tense moment as the Grail Knight draws his hidden blade, his face set with grim determination. The knight-errant's stance was fierce, yet the man in the suit made a casual, sweeping motion. The battle raged, an aerial threat descending through the smoky twilight. A wicked grin spread across his face, a silent acknowledgement of the chaos. In a blinding flash of light and shattering stone, the battle raged on. The air hung heavy with the downpour, as Zeria's composure fractured. A terrifying sound echoes as pure fury flares in his eyes. To be looked down upon? When you are nothing more than a vile beast, the Grail Knight, Ziria, answers the royal decree, charging forth on horseback. The old knight's gaze burned with fierce, purple intensity. The ancient knight draws his glowing blade, ready to meet the monstrous advance. A blinding strike cuts through the darkness, met with a guttural roar of pain. The air tears open as a blinding column of power descends, shaking the very earth beneath them. The brute struggles to rise amidst the rubble, choking on dust and defeat. The shattered ground reveals a kneeling, beaten beast as Ziria eyes the fallen blades. His eyes, burning with cold, purple power, signaled in absolute, furious command. The monstrous subordinate of the demon king roared its victory. The monstrous brute screams its defiance. The demonic subordinate let out a maniacal, booming laugh. A dangerous, glowing resolve burned within his eyes. The crushing weight of failure slammed down, staining the world crimson and black. Before the orc subjugation, a knight stands ready. The grizzled knight, shrouded in shadow, demands the name of the gathered company. The aged knight clutches his chest, his face etched with final resolve. A young man, Ziria, listens intently, his eyes holding a deep, steadfast resolve. A sudden, sharp sound broke the tense silence. The king speaks the fallen hero's name with heavy reverence. The young knight, Ziria, stood ready, clad in his crimson cloak and shining armor. The seasoned knight adjusts his cloak, resolute beneath the ethereal glow. His weathered gaze held the weight of decades of devotion. A flicker of confusion crosses his face amidst the gravity of the situation. So, the grizzled knight acknowledged, pausing before the earnest young man. The sound of a final, resolute breath escapes the dying knight. A raw, choked emotion escapes the aging knight's lips. Even facing oblivion, his resolve remained, to maintain his own way of life. The crimson tide of battle overwhelmed him. A final, ragged breath tore from his ruined body. Beneath the looming shadow of the orc champion, the knight held his bloodied blade aloft. The beast paused, its massive bulk betraying a moment of confusion. A confident gaze meets the unseen. An outstretched gauntlet awaits a response. A final, desperate cry echoed against the encroaching shadows. Blood soaked the knight, his form consumed by encroaching shadow and purple light. A fierce impact rings out in the desolate landscape as the knight strikes his brute foe. The orc champion reels, confusion hardening his monstrous gaze. How could this champion, this relic of light, still defy him? The divine law descends, cloaking the ravaged warrior in shadow and spectral light. One final, desperate swing of the bloodied axe. The field erupts in chaos as the orc champion falls, his death cries echoing through the ranks. The survivors stared in stunned awe at the scene unfolding before them. The horde advances, led by a fearsome champion declaring the fallen knight a weak bastard. The battle is done. The orc champion lies slain on the barren earth. The orc champion, Gorik, surfaces amidst an ominous green glow. The silent air hung heavy over the shattered landscape. The final moments of a true knight, etched in blood and grim resolve. The orc champion advances, his eyes burning with terrible intent. The victorious warrior stands over the fallen knight, the weight of the battle finally settling. The king, his face obscured by shadow, faced the grim reality of the battlefield. A lone figure stands firm against the approaching tide of grotesque enemies. The orc champion stared down, an ancient, malevolent presence in the dusty wasteland. A blinding surge of power emanates as destiny is fulfilled. The very essence of his being seemed to ignite in furious, blinding light. The divine relic descends, bathing the scene in an intense, golden aura. The rest of you face the inevitable. A lone vessel breaks the silence of the void, descending towards the pale blue horizon. Border tensions flare as scouts detect heavy movement near the Empire's edge. The digital map projects coordinates over the desolate, rugged terrain. Movement detected near the border, the tense alliance holding fast. A sudden, sharp question pierces the quiet. A blinding flash across the deep void. High-speed motion is detected. A blinding green strike tears through the explosion, impacting the armored construct. I have a grail. I will accompany you to the ends of this world if needed. The veteran knight, splattered with gore, screams a final defiance. The scarred earth trembles as a blinding light illuminates the fallen. Amidst the inferno of battle, the king stands firm. The battle's grim toll was etched upon his noble features. The honorable knight, covered in the grim evidence of battle, locks eyes on his foe one last time. Amidst the fires of war, a sacred chalice rises, marking the end of a perilous quest. The veteran warrior, bloodied and near collapse, holds his final resolve. It was a great fight, Sir Zeria. Rest now. The young noble stared, witnessing the warrior's grave resolve. The memory floods back, a golden light enveloping the solemn figure gripping his blade. His journey nears its end, bathed in a celestial light. The divine figure of death descended, radiating an ethereal purple glow. The valiant knight, broken and bloodied, offered his final, desperate prayer. The king's final request hangs heavy in the air. The last moments of a life dedicated to duty, bathed in ethereal light. The worn knight kneels amidst swirling, ethereal power. His final plea rises. The vessel bleeds, its strength waning under the divine glow. It was a great fight, Sir Zeria. Rest now. A blinding surge of sacred power erupted around the final moments of the brave knight. The king stood firm, bearing the final weight of his loyal knight. The divine light descended, an ephemeral embrace amidst the ruined landscape. A final, shuddering breath escaping the broken knight. The divine power descends, bathing the desolate canyon in golden light. Against the desolate peaks, the orc leadership gathered in grim council. Dismissing the glow, he assured the elder it was merely a fleeting sight. Good enough, the orc chieftain conceded, his single glowing eye fixed on the fading battle. We will fall back. We will only suffer greater losses if we remain. The orc champion sat upon his throne, his eyes burning with cold, crimson intent. A chilling, incandescent malice burned in the orc champion's eyes. The orc lords convened, their malevolence radiating in toxic green light. The forest looms, deep in the velvet dark beneath shadowed peaks. Hiding deep within the shadowed forest, the vanguard makes their tense approach. A moment of contemplation for the seasoned knight. The Imperial Guard commander stands revealed, a powerful presence shrouded in dark energy. Hidden in the dark foliage, they watched, breathless with awe and surprise. The silence of the forest was broken by the sudden realization of danger. The aged knight pondered deeply, his calloused hands resting beneath his chin. The scarred veteran studies the young knight, his aura burning bright against the ruined landscape. The clone lunges forward, a blur of blinding, righteous light against the encroaching darkness. The quiet woods offered a brief respite as the ancient knight spoke of the Dragonia household. A flash of righteous fury, cutting through the darkness. The young knight, now standing before the Grand Academy, holds his sword with a familiar, solemn grip. The old knight leaned against the tree, his eyes filled with a quiet, knowing amusement. Sir Zeria, his wise eyes glowing faintly, prepared to deliver a profound truth. Her excitement spilled over, a stark contrast to his quiet observation. In the twilight, the young knight looked down, pondering the weight of borrowed memories. The fire crackled, a beacon against the dark woods. A sudden cry echoes through the shadowed woods. A sudden, blinding flash as the blade cuts through the air. The training session abruptly halts as an unexpected presence emerges from the shadows. The seasoned knight simply smiled, waiting for the younger man's reply. The moment for the lesson arrived, the air crackling with silent tension. The elder knight, blade raised with a knowing smile, challenges the young warrior in the twilight woods. A sharp intake of breath, a sudden, chilling recognition in the face of impending conflict. A sudden, agonizing parry. The clash of steel echoes. The grizzled veteran unleashes a terrifying downward strike. Puke. The clash of steel erupted, lightning bright against the gloom. A surge of raw, barely contained power erupted from him. I can't do anything against it. The old knight unleashes his power, trapped in a desperate moment. The world blurred into a symphony of blue light and swift motion. A sudden, blinding strike splits the air, radiating sheer force. He raises his hands, a calm demeanor contrasting the heavy air. "Here, sit next to me." A sudden, sharp realization cuts through the quiet tension. A chilling realization washes over him, the silence punctuated only by a faint, unsettling sound. Flames erupted, framing her stance as she met the challenge head-on. Exhaustion etched deep. He grips his blade, steel reflecting a grim resolve. The elder knight watched with a weary, knowing gaze. The old man simply smiled, a question hanging in the quiet air. The quiet of the dark forest held their respite, two figures resting under the looming trees. The old knight looked up, his gaze fixed on something beyond the twilight woods. The young knight's sweat betrayed his sudden unease facing the elder's quiet scrutiny. The forest grew dark, illuminated only by faint, ethereal lights. Silence descends upon the shadowy woods, the weight of unspoken thoughts lingering between the two weary figures. The young knight's concern mirrored the master's booming confidence, the essential traits of a true Grail knight: immense courage, undying hope, and pure love. Standing before the dying light, the knight grips the hilt, ready for what comes next. The old knight regarded him with knowing, purple eyes. He points, his grin wide and knowing, confirming the location. A sharp intake of breath. The realization hits. In the dim forest, the older knight stood firm, his spectral energy crackling. The elder knight stands firm, his posture radiating a calm authority. The imposing gate of the empire loomed, shrouded in a thick, ominous haze. A familiar, eager face beckons them toward the fortress gate. A familiar face emerges from the desolate landscape. The system updates, detailing the primary task: escorting the relic. Stop. The warning shattered the tense silence of the border. A group of armored figures emerged from the shadows, their arrival clearly unexpected. They stood before the formidable gates, the air thick with the dust of an unforgiving landscape. The older man's composure finally breaks. The young knight watches in stunned disbelief. The Imperial Guard's division commander steps forward, flanked by powerful allies. A knowing, ancient smile spreads across his face. A chilling, maniacal grin spreads across his face. A terrifying aura pulsed as monstrous silhouettes rose against the fiery sky. The Lionheart Knights have reached the Empire's border, but the mission isn't over. A familiar face appears, his expression twisted in sudden, furious recognition. A blinding strike ripped through the air, a shocking, violent impact. A sudden, sickening realization washed over him, splattering the air with dread. The demonic smile widens, energy coalescing in his hand. This is their final farewell. A sudden, blinding strike cuts through the chaos. Terror grips the knight as a comrade falls, stained with fresh blood. A chilling, wide grin splits his ancient face, with rain or dark intent. The very air crackled with raw, surging power. The sheer intensity of her focus burned brighter than the surrounding flame. The air shrieked as the power coalesced, an incandescent sphere of pure magical force. The old man smiled, unleashing a terrifying surge of hidden power. Magic burst forth, an absolute shield of shimmering purple energy meeting the roaring flames. A look of pure shock meets a chilling, triumphant sneer. The imposing elder and his grim companions step forward, ready to unleash their judgment. The raw fury of the mage met the ancient rage of the old man. His fury breaks forth, a desperate roar against the blasphemy he witnesses. The revelation hits, the betrayal confirmed, leaving only shock in its wake. The shock of revelation gives way to maniacal triumph. He threw his head back, roaring with maniacal laughter, convinced of his superior knowledge. The ground shook under an oppressive, swirling darkness, an immense power gathering overhead. The Empire was on the same side as the orcs from the beginning. The air crackles as great magic, Lamentar's lightning, descends upon the battlefield. The air crackles with suppressed power as the knight lunges forward. She pulsed with a captivating, seductive mana, sparking outrage. A dazzling release of energy, top-grade element disassembly overwhelms the field. The very air seemed to crackle as the impossible occurred, eliciting a strangled cry of denial. The woman with crimson hair glowed with fierce confidence beneath the gathering dark. Above the canyon floor, a figure on a great bird descends, wreathed in potent, glowing magic. The very air warped, thick with a stunning, malevolent power. A saintess, riding an enormous hawk against the ominous purple sky, descends upon the armored ranks below. The intensity of their gaze betrayed a deep, simmering distrust. An aged face contorted in pure fury, the air itself vibrating with his outrage. The inner defenses activate. Psychological interference is nullified by reinforced mental fortitude. View. The effort of nullifying that power left him breathless. A predatory smile blooms as the surrounding mana pulses with unholy light. The aged mage gritted his teeth, the sudden, unseen force shattering his confidence. The ancient scholar stroked his beard, perhaps contemplating the futility of their current laws. Stunned by the sudden display of power, they could only whisper the question. A surge of raw, golden energy erupts from the palm. Lightning and enveloping flames erupt, signaling the onset of devastating attacks. A gasp of shock met the sheer, terrifying glee of the monstrous opponent. The blaring gaze skill unleashed, bathing the scene in blinding, golden magic. A blinding pillar of golden light erupts, met by an outstretched hand, defying the assault from the sky. The overwhelming surge of power ripped through the air, defying all known limits. The hexagonal shield materialized, a dazzling barrier against the incoming assault. The raw power of thunder cracked through the air as she stood amidst the inferno. A figure is swallowed by blinding, crackling power. Their contempt was clear in the greedy reach of their hands. A blinding, divine energy erupts, shaking the very earth beneath them. Mana circulation, a terrifying display of raw, enveloping power erupts around her. The sheer scale of that raw mana overwhelmed them. The very air warped, screaming under the surge of unholy power. The blinding light of less than death, greater than erupts amidst the raging inferno. The very air trembled as the force struck home. A surge of emerald energy pulses as the elder unleashes his power. The hidden essence, pure essence, is revealed. A triumphant, chilling smile as raw power surges from her grasp. A single finger pressed to her lips, demanding silence amidst the chaos. A seductive sneer meets sheer, terrified awe. Her smug smile masks the terrifying power she effortlessly commands. Amidst a chaotic surge of divine energy, she descends from the heavens upon her mighty steed. What? The grizzled scholar recoiled from the impossible display of power. That mana. She's a mage. But as she enveloped in divine power, the air crackled, all remaining mana drawn into a single, immense torrent. That immense surge of mana. It was comparable to His Majesty's divine law. The shockwave of power settles, leaving stunned witnesses in the aftermath. A brilliant, divine light engulfed the crumbling fortress gates. The sheer force of that power left them stunned and horrified. Her gaze, cold and regal, overshadowed the terror of the small figure beneath her. The true masters of the old ways unleashed their corrupted might. His ancient eyes darkened, straining against an unseen force. The final blow landed with cataclysmic force, shaking the very ground. The explosive aftermath settled, revealing a shattered drone amidst the rubble. The heavily damaged automaton sparked violently, its systems clearly failing. The dust settled over the scorched ruins, revealing the pathetic remnants of the attack. The victor surveyed the spoils, a damaged, golden helm dangling from a massive, armored fist. The smoke cleared, revealing a figure wreathed in terrifying, unfamiliar power. The canyon walls blaze with blinding light as a shockwave rips through the barren earth. The urgent need to flee echoes across the battlefield. The desperate flight through the dust-choked ruins continued. The desperate cry of a soldier, forced to witness the slaughter. The ground shudders as the cavalry bears down upon the target. The brute roared, consumed by the frenzy of battle. There, the enemy is spotted, a furious glare, channeling an incandescent power into the blade. A raw, incandescent burst of power, The final, desperate charge. The divine sword unleashes a devastating blue torrent against the inferno. The old warrior's rage burns with inhuman light. The divine sword clashes down, meeting fierce resistance. A blinding strike cuts through the dust, sending a figure tumbling through the air. The pressure intensifies, the air thick with violet energy and thunderous impact. The air crackles as demonic power erupts, dark horns glowing with searing purple energy. The surge of dark energy culminates in a devastating descent. The demonic power surged, crackling with purple energy. His eyes burned with savage, predatory intent. A maniacal laugh echoed as the dark energy swelled around the charging foe. The ground shattered under the raw force of the charge. The horse recoils, a flash of pure terror in her eyes as the impact strikes. A desperate stand is made as the Lionheart Knights throw themselves into the path of the charging enemy. The relentless cavalry charge slams into the line. King! A desperate cry echoes as dark energy erupts. Darkness and raw, crackling energy erupted as he charged forward, unleashing a brutal strike. The shadowed force sweeps everything aside. The demonic warrior roared in utter fury, caught in the maelstrom. Divine LAW. Divine sword's descent. The divine blade descended, tearing through the very earth. A flash of incandescent resolve burns in her eyes. A surge of blue energy cracks through the moment of impact. The demonic warrior unleashes a terrifying surge of power. The eyes widen in sheer, desperate shock. The sheer speed of the clash sent blinding energy tearing across the scorched earth. The air crackled with dark energy as the armored figure materialized, holding his blade aloft. A moment of grim contemplation hangs between the young knight and the seasoned veteran. A cold smirk meets the feral rage of the demon before him. A look of sheer, sweat-drenched terror washes over him. The veteran knight steps forward, his gaze challenging the approaching threat. The massive figure is utterly stunned by the sudden appearance before him. The horse surges forward in a desperate flight, kicking up dust and debris. Her fierce gaze met his smug, aged confidence. Amidst the orange dust of the dying battlefield, two figures stand resolute against the encroaching imperial shadow. The loyal soldiers understood their dire assignment. A shadow rises, crowned with demonic horns, reaching out with a skeletal grasp. The dark energy surged, twisting around him like an inferno of violet shadow. The ground shattered beneath a surge of violet, unholy power. A blast of dark, crimson energy erupted, tearing through the very air. A furious, crackling surge of purple power emanates from the armored knight. A violent surge of dark, purple energy erupted around the demon warrior. A desperate clash erupts under a blood-orange sky, shadows and divine energy colliding. The old man bared his teeth, channeling immense power into his grip. A shattering strike of dark power erupts, tearing the very ground apart. A desperate clash of steel, sparks flying as blood sprays from the wounded warrior. A guttural sound ripped from the aging warrior as an unseen force struck him. The berserker's raw power slammed down, shattering the earth beneath his target. The demonic figure is driven back by the searing impact of the divine sword. A blinding purple shockwave erupts as the clash hits its peak. The clash of divine power echoed, shaking the very air as Ziria met the blow head-on. Faster. The demand was absolute, fueled by the looming threat of pursuit. A colossal figure emerges, wreathed in shadow and dark power. The harsh light of the burning sky framed their grim resolve. My resolve burns brighter than this dying sky. I will not fall until the goddess claims this life. A single knight stands defiant amidst the carnage of the battlefield. Crumpled on the ravaged earth, the cost of defiance burned into the dust. A triumphant, demonic grin splits the face of the warrior against the burning sky. The air crackles with potent, dark energy. A silent challenge is issued across the desolate battlefield. The purple energy flared, a testament to an awakened, raw power. The brute snarled, baring jagged teeth against the darkening sky. The ground shakes beneath determined footsteps, marking a forceful advance. The dust settles over the battlefield, revealing the victor. His blade catches the dying light. A crack of raw power split the desolate air. The impossible is becoming reality as the shroud of death swirls around him. The blade glows, bisecting his fierce, determined gaze. No way. The demon's face contorted in utter disbelief. The setting sun cast a desperate, fiery glow upon the burning forest. The veteran warrior, splattered with gore, watched the young knight brace himself. The heavens themselves roared as the blinding purple energy erupted. A divine command, wrapped in violet energy, echoes forth. A blinding surge of purple energy erupted around the sword. Buried beneath the wreckage, fear flares in her eyes. The spectral form looms, a shadow of impending power over the resolute knight. The dust settles over a shattered battlefield, the orange sky burning in judgment. A terrible surge of violet power erupts as the ground shatters beneath them. The demonic transformation was fueled by sheer rage and agony. The knight-errant faced utter defeat. The dust settles on a battlefield of ruin. Who is this shadowy figure? The dust of battle settled, revealing the grim aftermath of their confrontation. The transformed being roared, his demonic features contorted in sheer rage against the sudden onslaught. The towering figure descends amidst the dust and ruin, a dark specter among the fallen knights. Amidst the ruin, Stella Vermilion stands, battered but defiant. The battle-hardened warriors stand ready amidst the dust and ruins. The aftermath of carnage leaves only dust and ruin. Rage burns in her eyes, splattered with the carnage of battle. Stella Vermilion stared, her surprise echoing the sudden silence of battle. Did someone summon a meteor? A brilliant, terrifying streak burns through the twilight sky. What unimaginable force is this? A blinding surge of raw power tears through the battlefield. The shock of a sudden, devastating blow flashes across his face. A blinding, incandescent beam splits the fiery sky, meeting impact below. The sheer shock of the unexpected impact froze them both in place. The heroes stared, mouths agape, as the sky burned with catastrophic power. The Emperor's descent was marked by the searing heat of raw, unstoppable power. The armor glowed with an infernal, crimson light. The Executor of Divine will descends amidst the fiery ruins. A blinding, scorching force erupted, cutting through the dark chaos. The sheer, terrifying force of the Demon Knight exploded outward. The Decapitator Knight descends, a titan bringing ruin upon the scrambling heroes. The sheer power displayed, it defies belief. The armored figure glows with hellish, crimson energy. Do you not realize that arrogance is your hubris? A demonic shadow looms, its incandescent eyes burning through the chaos. A crimson shockwave of pure power erupts, overwhelming all resistance. The true power of the Empire begins to show itself. The full force of the attack connected, shattering the air with violent power. The Empire permitted this arrogance, this foolish call for independence. A raw cry of shock and pain rips out as reality buckles around him. The Empire's power was meant to crush all dissenters. The Empire admits their culpability. They permitted this arrogance to bloom. This level of power, speed, and endless mana. It is impossible. A demon rises amidst the blazing chaos, his arrival marked by overwhelming power. A defiant roar echoes over the ruined battlefield. A terrifying power awakens, marked by a third, glowing eye. The Demon Lord roared, bathed in suffocating purple energy, his transformation complete. A sacrilegious sight unfolds in a fiery, oppressive aura. A mad, triumphant roar erupts as the transformation completes. The beast roared, its very being radiating raw, crimson fury. A colossal, blazing sword pierces the heavens, radiating unimaginable power. A blinding surge of power, radiating pure, terrifying speed. A blinding eruption of crimson energy tears through the air. A sudden, blinding descent of celestial fire. Explosive power erupts at the Empire's guard post. A dazzling, arcane matrix flared to life around the regal figure. Their victory was sealed with the gleeful cackle of dark sorcery. A maniacal grin splits the demon's face as dark energy swirls around him. Under a twilight sky, the demon sneered, his victory sealed by a powerful shockwave. A shocked gasp escapes her lips as the monstrous old figure roars in frustration. A small acknowledgement from the victor, surveying the aftermath. The queen stood poised, receiving the arrival of her ally amidst the chaos. The demon's wrath was palpable, his ancient eyes burning with resolve. The heretic roared, unleashing a torrent of crackling purple energy. The enraged demon leader lets out a guttural cry against the overwhelming display of power. Did someone summon a meteor? The king arrives, welcomed by his loyal servant. A blinding eruption of power shatters the battlefield. The shock of their transformation fueled their demonic rage. A blinding pillar of scarlet light descends, tearing through the very fabric of the sky. The Empire's arrogance met an unstoppable force. The blinding light of judgment descends upon the fractured landscape. The supposed victor crashes into the dust, roaring his defiance. The calm smile of the victor contrasts sharply with the agony of the defeated foe. The Emperor observes the chaos with cold, calculating eyes. The sheer power unleashed had silenced even the most arrogant survivors. A hand grips his shoulder, a sudden, sharp impact echoing the chaos. I dare not impede the progress of His Majesty. He stands amidst the ruins, his composure unbroken by the chaos. A surge of unholy power erupted from the collapsing night. A surge of infernal energy pulses around the blade. A knowing smirk plays across his face as he grips the dark, fiery blade. A smirk plays across his face as he regards the fallen foe. The fortress crumbles into ash and fire, marked by overwhelming sound. The heavens split open, revealing a terrifying, swirling void. The Pantheon Guild arrived, emerging from a terrifying, swirling void. A blinding light marks the divine arrival. The king descends upon his winged steed. A moment of quiet reflection, a subtle touch amidst the lingering chaos. A sudden, breathless silence hung as the relic was presented. The holy relic is finally presented, drawing gasps from the assembled company. The legendary sheath, Richard Lionheart's final resting place. The king's entourage approaches, bearing the sacred treasure within its case. A brilliant light erupts, shaking the very heavens. The blinding light of the holy relic emanates, enveloping the assembled figures. A divine radiance erupted as he held the final piece aloft. A brilliant, divine energy flared as the ancient casing was finally lifted. A grand aerial view reveals the heart of the Nayu Plains Pantheon district. The king descends, his presence announced by a faint, ethereal glow. The official evaluator arrives, her presence firm against the urban backdrop. The bustling city streets continued their relentless pace, indifferent to the power resting in their midst. Such a powerful temptation, even for a guild representative. A recognition dawns as the city street hums with unexpected presence. Recognition confirmed. The association manager steps forward, addressing the strange presence. A startled gasp as the small artifact materialized before the manager. 5 million won to even try the legendary hammer? The price was staggering. Whoa, the sheer disbelief was palpable. A deafening presence shatters the silence. A simple affirmation hangs in the air, immediately followed by sharp confusion. Intimidated by the sheer presence, she trembled before the imposing figure. The formidable Park Sujin appears, guiding the hunter through the association halls. A dazzling smile met the arriving hunter. The royal entourage descended, startling the manager with their bizarre enthusiasm. Assistant manager Han found the display utterly charming. The manager expertly guides the overly enthusiastic lion mascot toward their destination. It seems Hari is loved here too. That's good. Seems like Hari is loved here too. That's good. Assistant manager Han arrives, leading the way with an eager, if slightly awkward, smile. A sharp intake of breath as the impossible unfolds before them. A quiet moment shared under the brilliant, sunlit expanse. They are truly of noble blood. Did Hari the celebrity train you in that overly dramatic bow? A knowing smirk plays across his face as he confirms the presence of royalty. The shock of the sacred words left the attendant utterly stunned. The display cases glitter, revealing artifacts of formidable power. The holographic interface blazes to life, revealing an item of immense power. Volcanus ritual dagger. The manager looked on, utterly taken aback by the sight. The evaluator stared, speechless, as the radiant artifact was revealed. An overwhelming surge of blinding, golden energy erupted from the relic, an epic rank artifact, burning with divine energy. His Majesty is here. The relic case glows, demanding attention. The sheer power contained within the relic surged, illuminating the room. The king steps forward, his regal aura emanating like a blizzard. The legendary sheath begins to stir, radiating an ethereal, golden light. The legendary sheath emerged, wreathed in divine flame. The relic erupts with blinding, divine energy, shocking the onlookers. The legendary sheath pulsed, emitting an overwhelming, divine radiance. A blinding light emanates from the artifact, bathing the king in divine energy. The legendary sheath reacts to the presence of royalty. A surge of divine light erupted, bathing the Lionheart's successor in a golden aura. The legendary sheath, glowing with ancient, divine power. The mysterious casing glowed with ancient, unintelligible runes. The king's descendant stands before the artifacts, his gaze intense. The Pantheon king steps forward, radiating an undeniable aura of power. The esteemed king from the Pantheon Guild has arrived. This place is a tourist hotspot now. His Majesty, the King of Pantheon, stands bathed in divine light. The king steps forward, claiming his lineage. A fierce surge of power erupted as the king claimed the legendary sheath. A blinding, golden aura erupts, stunning all who bear witness. The sudden, blinding light forces a sharp intake of breath. Finally, the king has arrived, bathing the chamber in divine light. Power, drawn from the pinnacle of his existence, surges forth. The king steps forward, crackling with an ethereal, golden energy. A soft smile, eyes gently closed. She accepts the king's presence. The relic gleams, held by the self-assured king, shimmering with unearthly light. Through the void, an epic title flares across the cosmos. The city sleeps beneath a twilight sky, its structures casting long, somber shadows. A tense, echoing silence hangs in the desolate alleyway as she walks away. "Miss, do you really intend on staying there?" A tense, veiled figure emerges from the gloom, her silhouette sharp against the harsh urban light. The demonic blade strikes the ruined ground, sparks flying in the inferno of the battlefield. "Stop it." The man's glare intensified as golden energy coiled around his crossed arms, focusing on the ornate chalice before him. The Pantheon Guild's rigorous morning drills commenced. Horseback assault and defense. Their defense is too sturdy. A primal scream rips through the air as the chaotic charge barrels forward. The charge faltered, their sturdy defense held firm against the relentless assault. The attacker lunges forward, the sound of impact echoing through the dust. A sudden surge of power. He pushes through the melee. A brutal impact sends him sprawling to the earth. The chilling question hangs in the oppressive red haze. A chilling, manic smile splits the darkness, eyes burning with malevolent crimson light. The attackers swarm, focused and vicious. Step on him. A desperate shriek pierces the air as he strains against the unseen force. A devastating blow cracks the air, scattering the opponent into digital fragments. The impact struck, yet the golden light of healing enveloped him. The sheer shock of the training trauma leaves him momentarily broken. A violent blast erupted, scattering shadows against the churning blue energy. "Guys, it's almost time for the induction ceremony." Answering the call with unwavering fervor, the hopefuls affirm their allegiance. A silent beat hangs heavy in the tense atmosphere. The relentless training left everyone utterly depleted, their spirits matched only by their gnawing hunger. The shock of the confrontation hung heavy in the air. They cheered for the simple comfort of potatoes and sweet potatoes. A small bounty from Gramps Choi arrives. A fleeting taste of normalcy. The long-awaited taste of home. A moment of sheer, overwhelming bliss. Exhausted survivors gathered, sharing what little they had under the glare of a sterile room. "Guys, have some. Guys, have some. Guys, it's almost time for the induction ceremony." The shadowy figure lunged, his gaze fixed and menacing. The very air seemed charged, illuminating ancient, mysterious symbols above them. The mechanical attendant presents an immense treasure hoard, tempting them with wealth. A digital guardian blinks to life on the screen. The crowd erupted. Their hero had arrived. The virtual battle raged, causing ecstatic cheers from the sidelines. The gathered students watched, suddenly illuminated by an unseen presence. A sharp, unsettling sound erupted as the tension in the room peaked. A sudden intrusion breaks the quiet aftermath, sparking confusion. The tension snapped with a resounding crack. A chilling sound hung in the sterile air, preceding his measured steps. Her sharp gasp confirmed her darkest suspicions. A tense silence hangs as he processes the sudden, unwanted intrusion. A mother's shock, seeing her son's defiance laid bare. Guardian activity detected. The arrival at this imposing, sun-drenched structure signaled something momentous. His expression hardened, a silent challenge hanging in the air. You requested to withdraw from our guild. An official presence looms over the entrance to what seems like a grand facility. The tension crackled between them, his arms crossed in defiance, her face contorted in pure, unfiltered terror as a sinister figure loomed behind her. The suffocating heat of his rage radiated outward, the air itself seeming to burn. The sermon concludes, leaving a lingering shadow over the gathered knights. The composure of the advisor remained unyielding, though his words hung heavy in the air. A moment of shared confusion hangs over the assembled students. A tense pause hangs in the air as the gravity of the question sinks in. A brief acknowledgement from the observer, perhaps taking in the gravity of the situation. A slight smile plays on his lips as he addresses the shocked little princess. The argument reached a fever pitch, straining the composure of those present. A smooth smile contrasted the sudden, dumbstruck reaction. A sudden shift in atmosphere as a new scene begins. The Pantheon Guild branch. The goddess spoke, detailing the three current Grail Knights. The confident smile loomed over the terrified youth. The chaos continued outside the Pantheon Guild's doors. A knight's words resonated, but uncertainty lingered in their eyes. The heavens blazed with golden light as the winged deity steps into the field. The instructor stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the assembled students. She states her commitment, leaving her very essence on the line. The night stood bathed in divine light, an offering or a summon. A sudden surge of power erupted, silencing the onlookers in awe. The heavens wept, yet a single patch of ground remained utterly dry. The downpour suddenly arrived, scattering the pedestrians into surprise. The heavens weep, yet inexplicably, the ground remains dry. The explanation finished, he offered a knowing, slight smile. The air crackled with divine energy as the goddess's decree descended upon them. A sudden, sharp realization cut through the air. The air crackled with tension as a newcomer appeared, their eyes wide with disbelief. A shadow of doubt crosses his stern features as he prepares his reply. A sudden, heavy question hangs in the charged air. My young knight candidates. The appearance of the divine figure silences the room, commanding awe and reverence. The towering presence materialized, shrouded in volatile crimson energy, demanding their attention. The assembled aspirants watched, awestruck, as the imposing figure granted permission to continue. The goddess had concluded her sermon, leaving the others to process her profound words. A sudden, surprised reaction breaks the tense conversation. They are different from cults, proving their divine worth through action. A flicker of electric blue energy signaled an imminent thought, his gaze sharpening under the shadow of a massive speech bubble. A momentary pause, reflecting on the immense weight of their duties and the divine forces they serve. Beneath the glowing runes, two imposing, statue-like figures dominate the space, the gods of the Pantheon, the most dangerous. A flicker of doubt crosses his face against the swirling void. A few days later, the Pantheon Guild headquarters. The shocked whispers trailed off as their eyes caught something startling. The rigid authority figure pushed forward, flanked by his determined followers. A sudden, overwhelming presence loomed, shattering the casual afternoon. A slick figure, armed with a microphone, prepares to speak, an ominous smile playing on his lips. The fervent faithful insisted their dragon god was the only path to paradise. The fervency of their faith reached a deafening crescendo. The zealous pronouncements continued, driving the nearby guild members into a frenzy. The fanatic leader roared into the microphone, surrounded by his fervent followers. Have you lost your mind, organism? A sudden, sharp impact shatters the fanatic's loud display. The small automaton presented its fragmented response. The official's composure finally breaks under the escalating fervor. The guild's drone silently observes the impassioned plea to join their misguided crusade. The Dragon God's followers unleashed their zealous fervor right outside the Pantheon Guild. The speaker, holding the mic, stared down the gathering crowd. A grotesque smile twisted across his face as raw power radiated outward. A maniacal grin, pointing directly ahead. The fanatic launches his misguided zeal. Divine law strikes down the dissenters with blinding, ethereal force. A sudden, shocking surge of energy erupts as the scene shifts. The warning was delivered, but the zealots screamed louder. The lecture ended, but the confrontation was just beginning. The tactical reconnaissance beacon activated. A flash in the darkness. A tense silence descends as they face their accuser, holding signs of forced contrition. The small sphere's glee was intense, vibrating with suppressed fury. A creature, bristling with fury, slams down onto the golden block, shocking the assailant. The confrontation spills onto the street as the drone pursues its target. He fled, screaming his accusation of pure evil into the open air. The tension hung heavy as the two figures paused, breaths ragged from their desperate flight. The propaganda fell, silenced, hitting the tile floor with a sharp crack. The smirking messenger gloats as the crowd rushes past, ignoring the fallen. The lingering shock was palpable as the revelation unfolded. The sharp glare of the glasses met the sickeningly smug grin. A chilling, sharp grin spreads across his face, illuminated by sinister power. They peer closely at the glowing screen, confirmation hanging heavy in the air. The screen captures the terror. A machine lunging, hands grasping desperately at nothing. The chilling grin stretched wide, illuminated by the vile purple light of his phone. A blinding sun reflects off the glass tower, piercing the blue sky. The frantic rhythm of a keyboard echoes in the otherwise sterile office. A sickly grin spread across his face, eyes hidden behind a reflective lens. A sudden, sharp inhalation of fear cuts through the silence. The sheer shock of witnessing the horror unfold. The blinding sun beat down on the mundane alleyway, a stark contrast to the chaos just experienced. A sudden glimpse of cherished, lost moments flashes on the screen. The scene is set outside an ordinary brick building, the air filled with the residue of recent conflict. If it weren't for that, the god of thunder addresses the young hero with blazing intensity. A dark realization dawns, the memory itself bringing a chilling dread. A flicker of blue energy surrounds the entrance as he retreats inside. He stood there, catching his breath after the terrible ordeal. The lingering silence confirms the command. Do not ever come back here. A hesitant figure stands outside, illuminated by a faint, warm glow from within. A sudden, surprised gasp breaks the tense silence. The name echoes. Kim Jae-ek. Punish them. The decree thundered, backing the boy against an imposing shadow. A divine, golden aura signaled the arrival of a gift, even as the young man braced himself. A raw burst of frustration erupts from him, his composure finally cracking. I made you kimchi stew since it's your favorite. That's a lie. You sure ate early. The spotlight lands on Kim Jae-ek, silently waiting, a chilling smile as she gives her tacit approval. Punish that heathen. Beneath the soft glow of the street lamp, he slumped onto the cold wooden bench. His expression froze, a silent testament to the unfolding disaster. They are evil heathens. A false cult. Punish the heathen. The divine mandate echoed amidst the falling rain. His eyes widened, conviction burning through the shock. There are things that matter more than mere lineage. The thunderous god demands retribution for heresy. A sudden, crushing weight of responsibility descended upon him. The weight of that revelation crushed him. A visceral shock ripped through him, his face a mask of pure terror. The young man recoiled, utterly stunned by the sudden, powerful presence. The tension thickens between the two figures in the dimly lit park. Trapped behind the bars, he faced a terrifying, snarling reality. A hand rests gently, a stark contrast to the fear etched on the younger man's face. The divine decree resonated, heavy with absolute authority. I am the sovereign arbiter of destiny for all who serve me. A divine decree, delivered with shocking intensity. The child must face the heretic. The silent contemplation settles as he awaits a sign of true conviction. He seemed outwardly calm, but the shock was palpable on the other's face. The blond man stared back, utterly bewildered by the other's reaction. A sudden, sharp confusion hung in the cool night air. The chilling sign awaited him in the cold server room. A moment of stark realization shattered the calm. His rage finally erupted, a visceral scream tearing from his throat. A mocking silence descended as the brother casually poked the shocked, reeling face. A chilling encounter concludes as the figure in the long coat turns away. I am only going to teach them a lesson. One brilliance master, Park Young-shin. He was born in 1990, confronting the great cataclysm at just 12. The king of the Lionheart stood ready, gripping his holy blade amidst the heavily armed escort. The clash erupts in a blinding flash, the air tearing with the force of the strike. The ground cracks open, swallowing the light, as carnage paints the ruins. His face contorted, illuminated by the sudden digital display. The divine light descends, bathing the subject in overwhelming power. The blasphemer's arrogance fuels a blinding rage. The pastor's smile was blinding, radiating false devotion. The flock listened intently as the preacher heralded miracles. The false pastor beams, presenting the king to the gathering. His fervent joy erupted, a testament to his unshakable, yet twisted, devotion. The chest overflowed, radiating with impossible spoils. A hunter's gasp of pure astonishment. The devoted flock cheered, their faces alight with fervent awe. The evangelist raises the treasure as the crowd cries out in awe. A blinding rift pulsed behind them, illuminating the stunned faces of the arrivals. Tears streamed down the faces of the faithful, praising the promised sign. A charismatic evangelist calls out to his believers, basking in their devoted adoration. The false prophet recoiled, his forced smile twisting in wicked delight. The ecstatic preacher basked in his manufactured divine light. The faithful gather, overjoyed at the promise of divine favor. The crowd erupted in shock as the false pastor basked in his own grand delusion. A smug smile played across his lips as he watched the chaos unfold. The cultists watched, their faces alight with fervent belief. The name echoed in the stunned silence. Pantheon? Their false prophets only gave murmurs, but the true challenger demanded a demonstration. His composure shattered. The king of the Lionheart refused to yield. The cultists cheer for the sinister puppet master and his masked leader. The charismatic leader commanded the room, his image radiating divine blessing. The so-called pastor laughed, mocking the audacity of the king before him. The crowd watches, frozen, as the man with the cross approaches them. The air crackled with an undeniable power. A silent challenge issued. The false prophet prepares a cleansing rite, a ritual steeped in damning authority. A heavy thud echoed as the bounty landed, stunning the devoted congregation. The divine star purifying everything with blinding power. The pastor slammed down the overflowing bag, letting the tithes spill onto the floor like a golden flood. A flicker of contempt crosses the face of the false prophet. A sudden cascade of golden offerings spilled across the floor. His disbelief hardens into cold scrutiny. The self-proclaimed pastor stood ready, demanding obedience. The fury boiled over. An insult against the gods would not stand. His visage twisted in maniacal rage, pointing as if confirming a truth he desperately believed. He would not tolerate the insult aimed at the divine. The offering of wealth meant nothing to him as he trampled the supposed bribes. He is absolutely losing control of his rage. The king of the Lionheart, insulted by being called a demon. The false prophet shrieks a desperate warning as the true power descends. The cultists recoiled in stark, undeniable terror. The crowd surged, but his focus remained sharp, wary of the rising tension. His Majesty. Is he going to survive this madness? The pastor's mocking laughter echoed, a vile sound confirming his contempt. The shocked onlookers screamed at the perceived evil presence. A hushed excitement swept through the followers as the king himself approached. The king of the Lionheart, the supposed king, stood illuminated, money piled beneath him, silencing the entire room. The sheer offense of the accusation ignited a visible tremor of rage. A chilling power surged, his eyes burning with divine fury. The righteous fury erupted as the shock gave way to accusation. An insult he will never stand. I cannot forgive this insolence. A blinding judgment descends upon the false prophets. The divine star shall purify all. The divine star shall purify all. The divine star begins to gather its blinding, purifying light. The sudden divine intervention left the follower utterly bewildered, spoon midway to his mouth. The divine star blazed, preparing to purify all in its path. The divine star descends, a cosmic judgment aimed at the king of Lionheart. The saintess's divine relic must guide the star now. Shock warred across their faces as the impossible unfolded before them. The power gathered in her palm pulsed with violet energy, a silent declaration of authority. A searing, otherworldly power bursts forth, enveloping her form in violet light. The terrifying beam strikes down, shaking the very foundation of their defiance. Their faces contorted in shared, utter disbelief. The stunned antagonist could only stare skyward in disbelief. The dark power surges, a silent precursor to annihilation. The sky splits open, revealing a cosmic horror descending upon the unsuspecting city. A celestial body, impossibly large, hung suspended over the unsuspecting city. A brilliant, untamed power surged within him, met by a quiet confidence from the saintess. A colossal impact engulfs the night sky, a blinding spectacle against the urban sprawl. The summoned star descended, an eruption of terrible power over the unsuspecting city. The metallic construct was ready, its cluster of barrels blazing with internal light. The summoned star unleashes its fury, hurtling toward the shadowed earth. The sky screamed as the summoned star descended upon the city. Witnessing the impossible, his facade finally shattered. The shockwave of reality hit, manifesting a stark disbelief across his face. The divine projectile descends, bathing the city in an apocalyptic, fiery light. The force of the divine counterattack left him utterly broken on the scorched earth. The impact landed, a terrifying display of power. He could only gasp in disbelief. The sky above cracked open, revealing a horrifying, burning expanse. That was amazing. The divine blast halted, the impossible suspended in the air. The accuser pointed a finger, demanding reckoning. The intensity burned in his eyes, a mask of raw disbelief shattering under the impossible display. Recognition struck them like lightning. The presence they faced was none other than Kim Jae-ik. A terrifying presence loomed, pressing down on the overwhelmed subject. A silent, shocking realization grips him. What impossible power has been unleashed? A hideous monstrosity looms, trapping the man in white beneath its grotesque form. The shadow looms, a menacing presence pressing down on the already terrified victim. But your majesty, what about my mom? A silent, terrifying realization washes over him. The horrifying parasite clamps down, its true face revealed in crimson dread. The two stand close, one unnerved, the other intensely focused. Trapped and terrified, she could only call out for Jae-ik. The shocking reality of the situation finally dawned on him. The shock of recognition settled over the crowd. She stood close, a knowing smile gracing her lips, while an unusual companion peeked over her shoulder. It was only a symbolic action at first, born from a desperate wish. The blinding divine energy erupted, silencing the chaos before them. The raw power crackles, an incandescent fury unleashed from his grasp. The memory, framed in golden light, revealed a life of pure, untainted joy. Heaven's wrath descends, a blinding current of cleansing energy. A guttural cry escapes as raw power crackles around him. He grips his destiny, scrambling for purchase amidst the broken earth. Mom? The monster roars, a horrifying mass of burned flesh. The blinding impact dissipated, revealing shattered devastation and silhouettes of the possessed. Relief washes over her, a desperate embrace breaking through the darkness. Two small figures clung together, tears streaming down their faces amidst the devastation. A calm smile, a gentle touch. She confirms his presence. His eyes widened, reflecting the supernatural light of the impossible. The sheer force of the divine relic stopped the barrage dead in its tracks. A blinding, crackling energy coalesces in his hand, radiating terrifying divine power. The earth groaned and fractured under the sheer power emanating from him, thrown back by the power unleashed. The shock renders him breathless. The parasitic evil thrashes wildly, its final, agonizing shriek echoing in the encroaching dark. The parasitic horror is ripped free, screaming its last pathetic protest. A sudden, brutal impact shatters the creature's desperate resistance. The parasitic evil squirmed, its frantic shrieks echoing the futility of its resistance. A great demon of selfishness and of curiosity. A pained gasp escapes him as the debris falls around his stunned form. The heavenly strike descends, meeting the monstrous horror head-on. The harbinger of judgment descended, wreathed in holy fire. The city skyline is dwarfed by a looming, dark sky, the aftermath of the meteor incident. The city streets buzzed with chaos as a reporter addressed the hidden camera. Goodness. They rushed the injured man past news screens covering the global upheaval. The merged fate of one brilliance is laid bare before the cameras. The weight of global attention settles upon the assembly, a stark testament to Earth's unprecedented upheaval. The president interrupts, finally getting a word in to address the Lionheart. The reporters watched, utterly staggered by the confession. A powerful gesture cuts through the raging red energy. His manic laughter echoed, a wild expression of overwhelming triumph. The divine human stood tall, an unsettling calm amidst the city's chaos. Kirik, the Hunter Association president, stood before the divine human. The world watched, witnessing a power beyond science. A sky choked with strange, swirling energy. The urgency of reconstruction was immediate. The Pantheon needed its main operational hub established. The sheer impossibility of the sight rendered them speechless, phones raised in disbelief. Even with overwhelming matters at hand, there was still time for pleasantries. A familiar figure, slightly tense, approaches through the harsh city glare. The assembled officials bowed low to the divine presence before them. A simple affirmation, yet the weight of the request hung heavy in the air. A frantic whisper cuts through the air, pulling Minister Kim from his awe. The meeting of officials had begun, a nervous tension hanging in the air. The seasoned elder calmly confirms his suspicions as the younger man erupts in sheer terror. A sharp, knowing look confirmed the deal was struck. The unbelievable reality of the summoned meteor hangs heavy in the air. The minister's anxious plea was met with cool, authoritative control. They anticipated the massive facility's completion, eager to see its application. A terrifying mass looms over the unsuspecting city skyline. The Lion King's influence was undeniable, shifting alliances and challenging norms. A small, satisfied smile played across his lips amidst the urgency. The weight of the divine blacksmith's promise settled heavily upon him. The officials arrive, met with the overwhelming presence of the Lionheart. The weight of celestial metal and legendary craftsmanship surrounds him. They press their request regarding artifacts from the Star Iron Smithy. The delighted officials sensed an opportunity for unprecedented cooperation. A quiet confidence settled over him beneath the pale, cosmic dust. The younger man demanded attention, cutting through the urgent atmosphere. Will you take a look at the video? The grim reality of a global threat was now being viewed on a small screen. No, it's a battle in Vietnam. It happened on Earth. A flash of dark power erupts as he lunges forward. The pressure of the situation was clearly breaking this man. An older man, his face contorted in anger, was ready to unleash his fury. The chaos of battle raged behind him, an inferno contrasting the dread in the official's eyes. A tense breath escapes as the weight of the situation settles. Two figures stood before the sealed entrance to the high-security meeting room. A look of stunned realization, overshadowed by a chilling, knowing grin. Cornered by the sudden presence, the man visibly recoils. A sly grin breaks through the golden haze. The plan is taking shape. A sudden, surprised reaction erupts amidst the escalating chaos. Yongwon and Yuri arrive, an awkward silence hanging between them. A tense silence hangs in the air as officials await the king's word. Of course, she confirmed, her presence commanding the sterile meeting room. The guild leaders gathered, observing the subtle shift in dynamics. The authorities finally arrived to discuss the impossible meteor. The assembled council awaited the king's presence, the tension in the sterile room palpable. Guildmaster Chang Sung waited, his expression guarded amidst the growing power shift. The guildmasters gathered, their identities flashing across the stark interface. TCH. The old man takes a long, thoughtful drag, unimpressed by the unfolding chaos. The casual atmosphere shattered as shock gripped the guildmasters. A small gesture of camaraderie amidst the looming chaos. A sudden gasp erupts as the sheer scale of the situation dawns on them. An outburst of unexpected excitement met with stoic, unimpressed silence. A furious roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the meeting. A low, dismissive sound echoed against the crimson background. The generational divide surfaces. A single, sharp label cuts through the air. The ancient master stirred the bowl, his eyes glowing with arcane energy. The elder raged, his words sharp and accusing, but one voice cut through the tension. A sudden, imposing entrance echoed through the room. His gaze held a chilling, calculated intensity. A heavy, resonant thud echoed as the foot met the floor. The gravity of the king's demands hung heavy in the air. Isn't he also a boomer? The pointed question hung in the tense air. The assembled dignitaries watch as the king makes his move. His glowing eyes pierce the darkness, radiating raw, imposing authority. Korea's undisputed master of the blade, a living legend of unparalleled standing. Upon the smoking ruin, a lone figure stands victorious, bathed in the inferno. The ancient man, seemingly unbothered, confronts the two brutes on the sunlit street. An icy command cut through the air. Move. The king's composure cracks under the pressure of the moment. The king's words hit like a physical blow, shattering the composure of the aged official. A shocking realization breaks through the old man's composure. A sudden outburst cuts through the tense air. Leon, the king of the lion heart, stands resolute, though his age remains a mystery. The aged figure, visibly shocked, sweats under the immense pressure of the ongoing negotiation. The king of Hun heart leaned in, his face contorted in a mixture of disdain and intense focus. The air crackled with tension around the negotiation table. A sudden, aggressive outburst shattered the tense calm of the room. A blinding admiration emanated from the young woman, startling the solemn man beside her. The flustered attendant scrambles, trying to meet the king's sudden demand for tea. The sheer audacity of this request shattered their composure. A tense deference hangs in the air as the younger man acknowledges the monarch's presence. The king of Hun heart makes his move, snapping the device into action. 13 years prior, a black gate ripped open the sky above London. 13 years ago, a black gate tore open in London. A heavy foot descends, shaking the very ground beneath it. The relentless assault continued under a blood-red sky. The clash consumed everything under a blood-red sky. The crowd watched, silenced, as the procession moved past. A simple affirmation cut through the tension. The system locked onto the relic. Excessive murder. Before them, the dark weapon pulsed with an otherworldly, violent energy. The vessel was slain, but the demonic sword itself evaded capture. The crowd looked on as the king stood beside the terrifying artifact. The ancient knight, Leon, stands before the crowd, radiating an undeniable aura of power. Clenched in armored fists, the staff hums with dark, crackling energy. The raw force erupts, shattering the silence with sheer, agonizing power. His bluster shattered, the old man erupted in pure, desperate rage. Then came the start of a great disaster. A figure plunged down amidst the inferno, leaving a trail of carnage and ruin below. The young man listens intently, his gaze distant, while the elder waits patiently. A brilliant light pierces the ruined skyline, drawing the gaze of the onlookers. The board showed the scorched points of conflict across the globe. The guildmaster, surrounded by his loyal retainers, grips the hilt of his weapon. The legendary knight stood firm, his gaze unseen, yet his authority absolute. The Divine Sword Guild has arrived, their presence filling the tense room. The tension in the room was thick as the elders reacted to the king's presence. A sigh of relief escapes the elderly man as the immediate crisis passes. Frustration boiled over as he grasped his head, utterly bewildered. The guildmaster offered his terms, seeking only one thing in return for his participation. The ancient king looked on with serene authority, completely unfazed by the younger man's ecstatic reaction. A grotesque display of relief and overwhelming gratitude washed over the man. The king of Hunhart basked in the undeserved adoration. The decisive word hangs in the air. They accept the terms. A sudden, tense silence hangs as the king departs, leaving an awkward exchange. The king moves with measured steps while his aide eagerly rushes ahead. A sudden, imposing presence filled the air as the younger man turned away. The elder visibly shrinks under the younger man's suffocating, powerful aura. The legendary figure finally reveals his purpose, extending a hand in a gesture of demanding presence. A royal audience awaits, his attention fixed, his expression guarded. The powerful guildmaster begins his request, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The ominous presence looms over Cheon Soyen, her very name a whisper in the dark. The hour grew late, casting the small room into deep shadow. A desperate gasp pierces the darkness. Someone calls out her name. The ruin was absolute. A desperate man clutching the last flicker of innocence. The shadowy figure descends, drawing a weapon imbued with dark power. The shock hits, breath stolen as the grim reality stains her face. The pact was struck in shadow, fueled by a thirst for vengeance. A sinister, mocking laugh erupted, shadowed by hellish purple energy. A sudden, sharp awakening cuts through the chilling dark. A nightmare ends, but the lingering dread remains. A silent promise hangs in the air as she faces the divine bargain. The mechanism sputtered, the desired reward held captive. Under the lonely glow of the street lamp, the weight of the bargain settled in the quiet night. Her expression tightens, the weight of the dark bargain settling heavily upon her. A spectral figure looms, confirming the harsh reality laid before the desolate figure on the bench. The shrouded figure asserts its looming presence, a dark promise hanging in the ether, an opportunity presented under the cloak of shadow. The deal was struck, sealing her fate for the price of revenge. A sudden, shocking realization tightens around her chest. A dark, spectral energy coils around the cloaked figure as a guttural sound escapes them. A chilling, supernatural hand hovers, sealing the dark pact. Your path is laid bare, steeped in rain and dark power. The name echoed, a gasp of shock stealing her breath. A searing light erupted, answering the affirmation of revenge. The shadowy figure materialized, its presence crackling with dark, divine energy. Beneath the pale moonlight, a luminous stream of power descends. The association's military complex stood beneath a bright sky. Before the authority of the Lionheart King, the assembled figures listened in stark silence. She hesitated, observing the escalating situation. A tense silence hangs heavy, punctuated by the sheer terror on the faces before him. The stage is set as the officials call the next names forward. The selected few stand at attention, their gazes fixed forward. Those named must come forward to collect their supplies. A sudden presence, a low, resonant sound filling the tense air. Her excitement was palpable as she confirmed her fealty. The assembled attendees watched as the promised names were called forward. The air crackled with silent acknowledgement as the necessary personnel stepped forward. A shimmering construct, barely contained, settles onto the platform. The sheer power of the armored figure left her stunned, grasping for words. Not bad at all, the divine entity sneered, their power surging around the shocked girl. The Avengers' dark promise settled, a chilling affirmation against the chaos. The energies surge, a violent convergence of opposing forces. The divinity of war and fire. Then the power of the sea. The assembled ranks gasped at the revealed tier. The assembled delegates listened intently, awaiting the king's decree. Kim Jae-yuk's moment of dread as a colossal shadow looms near. Let the power of lightning be with you. The divine bestows a fearsome title. May your resolve remain unbroken against corruption and the fallen. Silence hung heavy in the glittering air, her expression unreadable. His satisfied expression confirmed the pact, while the others watched in stunned silence. A sudden, shocking silence descended upon her. His gaze held a flicker of weary recognition. His moment of reckoning was upon him, the tension vibrating in the very air. The hooded shadow loomed, its imposing presence dwarfing the display of empty armor. The shadowy figure knelt, enveloped in a violet aura that crackled under the falling rain. A shadowy figure bestows a terrifying power, cloaked in purple energy. The Avenger's power, a shadowy aura, begins to manifest around the armored figure. I will be empowered by this darkness. The dark aura surged, a chilling contract sealed with a spectral grip. What is happening now? Is that a great Avenger? The divine presence descended, bathing the scene in blinding, golden light. Silence falls under the dazzling, unnatural light. A sudden reverence, her fate held captive by a royal presence. The queen unleashes a blinding surge of golden power. A blinding force erupts, a promise of deliverance for the lost. A sudden, blinding flash of power erupted, halting the confrontation. A towering shadow, laced with raw, volatile power. Avenger. I'm a king amongst the humans. The crushing pressure of true authority descends upon them. A chilling presence looms, their shadowed gaze fixed upon the king. I haven't forgotten. Guardian of the founder. Chilling presence materialized, shrouded in shadow, eyes glowing with malign intent. The air thickens with palpable dread as the veiled figure looms, demanding immediate respect. A suffocating silence descended, marked only by the relentless downpour. From this isolated height, the entire city below glittered like a captive kingdom. President Kamiya Yasuda, the face of Japan's might, demands the data. I have the list of names of those who will be attending the raid. A confident, unsettling smile from the woman. The man radiates smug satisfaction under the neon city glow. The visage melted into shadow, only feral eyes and a predatory grin remaining. Within the blinding light, a monolithic statue of justice stood guard. That level of complete network takeover. Impossible, right? A flash of dark energy ignites around the furious man. The air crackles with suppressed tension as they approach the meeting. The raw, unsettling rage of the subordinate boiled over. The weight of immense status hung heavy in the air between them. A tense, brief exchange, with the attendant waiting for confirmation. The arrival of the foreign delegation was heralded by the roar of a massive jet. The immense force of the king's presence makes the very ground tremble beneath the landing gear. The great bird finally settles onto the tarmac, its journey complete. The massive aircraft looms overhead, signaling the arrival of awaited guests. Damn it. This reminds me of when Thailand's royal family visited. A stark realization dawns on him. The tension in the conversation ratcheted higher, two men grappling with explosive news. A cold sweat breaks as the true gravity of the situation sets in. A quiet arrival, radiating an undeniable aura of ancient royalty. What is this overwhelming aura? They are staggered by the sheer weight of true nobility, an inherent gap in status, one that cannot be bridged. The true authority of a king looms, shadowed by a fierce spirit. The royal contingent finally descends, stepping onto foreign soil. A simple acknowledgement cuts through the tension of the arrival. A sudden, crushing grasp silenced the room. The arrogance of the peasant brought forth an instant, shocked outcry. A roar of absolute, untamed arrogance split the air. The king recognized the face of the Japanese Hunter Association president. The king of the lion heart stands before the Japanese official, radiating an undeniable, inherent status. The imposing King Leon stood firm, yet an encroaching hand dared to close in. The weight of his royal lineage twisted his face in sheer disbelief. His arrogance had finally snapped, revealing pure, unadulterated shock. How dare a peasant try to touch the precious body of royalty? The king stands amidst his court, his presence radiating an untouchable, inherent status. The Japanese delegation arrives, their anger barely contained beneath tailored suits. The pressure intensified, radiating outward in a violent, crimson wave. The monstrous presence unleashed a terrifying command. The atmosphere was thick with dread. This confrontation was escalating too quickly. The king lifts his weapon, bathed in blinding golden light. A sudden, sharp shock ran through the observers. His eyes burned with inhuman light as he gripped the weapon, summoning immense power. The fury in his eyes spoke volumes of the savage power on display. The urgency hits like a shockwave as word spreads across the assembly. The shock of the news slammed into the gathering. The reports are flooding in, and the confusion is palpable. The wandering demon sword has appeared, crossing the ocean on his blade. The wandering demon sword vanished beneath the churning waves. The demon sword appeared, heralded by a catastrophic rift of purple energy. The wandering demon sword crossed the vast ocean, riding in a Sura-like current. The wandering demon sword crossed the ocean, shattering the waves beneath it. A chilling aura surrounds the enigmatic figure, pulsing with dark energy. The demon sword attacks, the monstrous maw opening in a terrible, echoing scream. The face of the monstrous wanderer surfaces, shadowed by dread. The surveillance feed captured the terrifying descent. The demon sword vanished beneath the waves, accompanied by its aquatic horde. The terrifying, unnatural chaos erupted as the wandering demon sword vanished beneath the waves. The control room erupted in chaos as the gravity of the situation settled in. The command structure remained rigid, awaiting the next crucial instruction. The tense silence of the command room was broken only by the grim figures assembled. The gathered elites stood silent, awaiting the verdict in the sterile, high-tech command center. Beatrice confirmed the unsettling hypothesis with a knowing, sharp smile. The monitoring system shattered, replaced by an unknown, buzzing symbol. Beatrice stands ready to unveil the grave truth. Her expression hardened, contemplating the sudden escalation. The gravity of the situation settled in the air between them. In the echoing silence, Beatrice prepared to reveal a devastating truth. The assembled team watched, faces etched with dread and disbelief. The assembled leaders regard the man who speaks with chilling confidence. "All right," the leader agreed, resolute despite the chaos. The council assembled, their faces a mixture of alarm and grim understanding. The urgency in the room spiked as the realization hit. The commanding figures stride forward, ready to face the unfolding crisis. The map reveals the demon sword's calculated path toward the Japanese islands. The Japanese Hunter Association gathers, grim faces reflecting the brewing crisis. Kochi, the gathered forces of the Korean Hunter Association, stood resolute. The council convened beneath the looming crest of the lion. The situation unfolding across the map demands immediate coordination. I see. That explosion must be the aftermath of the demon sword's actions. Takeda. Team 4 has been annihilated. Yes, sir. I'll get going right away. Is their tracking device malfunctioning, or has something truly terrible happened? The grim reality of the unfolding disaster hit them all at once. The sound of impact echoed through the carnage, signaling an abrupt, devastating arrival. He finally arrived, emerging from the monster's maw. Here, amidst the wreckage, the news hits like a physical blow. Nishimori-san is gone. Damn it. The disaster has already begun. Trapped beneath the colossal shadow, their shock was absolute. The demon sword has emerged from within the slain beast. Stunned silence filled the chamber. What new horror had just been revealed? Why is this happening now? Takeda's name echoes through the chaos. The sheer weight of the imminent threat choked him. The news hit like a shockwave. The demonic sword had struck. Panic surges as the impossible threat looms before them. The air ripped apart in a deafening blast. The older man's outrage filled the tense silence. The assault aircraft raced toward the shattered landscape of Woya. The grim reality of their situation settled upon the gathered hunters. We are vastly outnumbered by this new threat. Are you suggesting we leave them behind? The shock of impossible power registering across his features. The ground splits under the terrifying descent of the demonic sword. That's him. The terrifying power of the wandering demon sword is upon us. Cruel massacre. A terrifying, inescapable judgment. A monstrous grin, illuminated by chaotic purple energy, signals true terror's arrival. A terrifying wave of purple energy washes over them. A terrifying presence erupts, bathed in crackling violet energy. The raw, overwhelming pressure descended, cloaking the lone figure in violet energy. N.O.W. The desperate command splits the air as the behemoth unleashes its power. They surged forward, fueled by desperate adrenaline. A surge of violet energy erupts as the blade is drawn. Wait, the dark figure smiled with manic intensity, a predatory grin against the blinding surge of power. A frantic warning echoes as the terrifying onslaught begins. A gasp escapes him as the overwhelming power surges. A sudden, violent surge of dark energy shattered the space around him. A sudden shock grips him. This power is beyond comprehension. A terrifying silhouette descends, bathed in sickly purple energy. A gasp escapes him amidst the ruins, the reality of his defeat setting in. An overwhelming presence erupts, shadowed by an aura of raw, incandescent power. A blinding surge of golden energy erupted from his core. A blinding column of devastating energy erupted, shattering the stone around them. The desperate warrior lunged forward, his shout lost in the concussive force of the attack. A blinding surge of arcane power erupts beneath the clash. What unthinkable power unleashed! A single, withering word cuts through the roaring chaos. A terrifying surge of power erupts, weapons materializing in a deadly orbit. The limitless sword meets its match. Thousand swords failing petals erupts. The air shatters with impossible force as the figures are thrown aside. The Archduke paused, a calculating look in his ancient eyes. The Archduke's cold gaze held an undeniable power. The shadow looms, cloaked in dark power, while defeated swords litter the shattered ground. A moment of horrified realization dawns on the onlookers as the healing light envelops the fallen fighter. The agonizing strain shows as the glowing power is forced into him. The ominous slaughter effect pulses across the display, chilling him to the core. The overwhelming power of the slaughter proclamation begins to cascade. The heavily favored veteran, wielding a weapon worth a fortune, steps forward to face the impossible. The imposing figure turns, cloaked in shadow against the desolate skyline. A chilling recognition dawns on the sinister face. He knows the old man standing opposite him, his face contorted with rage, a primal scream suppressed behind gritted teeth. A maniacal smile splits his face as he demands the location of the granddaughter. An absolute decree of death hung in the chilling blue aura. It's a good thing I had a private helicopter ready. The Archduke greets his guest with a false smile, placing a hand over his heart. An ominous presence settles, steel glinting in the dim light beside the imposing figure. Confrontation begins inside a transport, the mood tense. His unnerving enthusiasm betrayed the tension in the air. A sudden, overwhelming force slams into the confined space. His eyes widened, reflecting the sheer, unbelievable power he had just witnessed. The clash erupts, three forces converging in a blinding flash of destructive energy. A blinding, crimson rage erupted from within. The Archduke's glowing eyes promised annihilation. The clash of two overwhelming forces ripped through the very air. The shock on one face meets the terrifying, triumphant grin of the other. The air fractured under a colossal, searing strike. The raw, horrifying power overwhelmed them. A crimson sword descends, wreathed in blistering, explosive power. A sudden, stunned silence in the dark aftermath. The aftermath of the blow left her reeling, the world a throbbing ache. The shock in her eyes mirrored the sudden realization on his face. A crushing blow, delivered without effort. The victim chokes on dust and blood. A manic, almost insane laugh echoes across the devastated landscape. Despite his age, the old man spat a painful promise. He would have his revenge. A cold declaration echoes in the dusty aftermath of the brutal confrontation. Something is interfering with the raw power surging through him. Rage erupts as the world dissolves into shadow. The blinding clash of steel met the desperate defense. The system flashes a grim verdict. The path ahead is forged by vengeance. Power seized. The very soul held hostage. The shadow looms large, its weapon slick with dark purpose. With this power, I can defeat him. an amateur. The victor emerges from the shadow, his terrifying grin a promise of ruin. The clash erupted, a blinding flash of power meeting desperate steel. The chilling grin of the foe confirms the dread of this divine power. However, this overwhelming force shatters even the strongest resolve. You're no knight, nor an orc, just another mortal facing this overwhelming power. You're nothing. The shadow of utter contempt fell over him. Divine Sword OF Extreme Radiance activated. A unified cry rings out as the soldiers charge, their spirits ignited for the cause. A blinding, divine force crashes down as black-clad figures swarm the devastated battlefield. The inferno raged behind him, but his eyes burned with a terrifying, focused light. The air cracks with a brutal impact, forcing the comrades to brace themselves. The sheer pressure crushed them, a raw manifestation of terrifying power. The terrible blood-tinted wave slammed down, a crimson eruption of raw power. A chilling, mocking laugh echoed as the terrifying figure gripped his weapon tighter. Amidst the ruin, a figure ascends, radiating an ominous, violet power. The titan staggered, struck by a force that defied comprehension. His crimson eye burns with chilling fury. What provokes such dangerous amusement? Silhouetted by an apocalyptic glow, a figure emerges, pure, distilled menace. Then, a figure descends from the blinding light, riding a winged horse. His eyes held a frightening, ethereal glow, reflecting an impossible strength. There existed a world long ago. A chilling touch descends upon the map, signaling destruction for the fortified kingdom below. The demonic forces, draped in shadow and malice, finally emerged. There existed a world long ago, guarded by the power of the gods. The skeleton king, crowned in darkness, held a miniature sun in its skeletal grasp. The storm raged over the shattered remnants of an ancient world. The knights, blessed by the gods, stood as the shining bulwark against darkness. The orc army enjoyed the great war like a festival, marching under a blood-red sky. The demonic throng reeled, their victory stolen by one man's sheer, terrifying presence. Lionheart. The proclamation rings out. He is indeed the world's sole hope. His face contorted, eyes blazing with an otherworldly, blinding power. The masked figure lunges, a blur of motion and radiant gold. The force of the blow registered as sheer disbelief, a sudden, crushing impact. The clash of legendary power tears through the earth itself. A deafening rush as another figure is violently thrown into the rubble. A sudden impact, silencing the battlefield's chaos. They check on their fallen comrade. Just how strong is he truly? A chilling laugh echoed through the ruins. The old man hardened his gaze toward the approaching threat. It's all futile effort against this raw, surging power. A barrage of terrifying debuffs cascaded down, threatening to overwhelm any foe. A barrage of curses, the wings of destruction among them, rained down upon the opposition. The Grail's guardian resisted every curse thrown his way. A single, earth-shattering step descends. The guardian stands resolute, impervious to all hexes. Divine Sword OF Extreme Radiance activated. The Archduke Demon, Akasha, crumbles under the crushing weight of that awful aura. The legend's very presence warps reality, stacking impossible buffs. He's offsetting all those debilitating debuffs with powerful buffs. A blinding confrontation. The demonic presence meets mortal resolve. His face contorted into a terrifying, toothy rictus, bathed in crimson light. A primal roar erupts, fueled by incandescent rage. Divine Sword OF Extreme Radiance activated. The ominous atmosphere hung heavy over the trapped city streets. Officer. When will WE be able TOGETOUTOF here? Trapped beneath the unfolding chaos. Panic sets in for those on the ground. A blinding surge of golden energy erupted as the world blurred into streaks of motion. Are you all right? The sudden disruption shook them from their daze. The sky rips apart as two titanic forces collide above the unsuspecting city. The divine sword of extreme radiance activates, rejecting all despair. Leon Lionheart. The final confrontation erupts in a torrent of crimson energy. A cataclysmic strike descended upon the city streets below. A brilliant pillar of divine light pierces the desolate earth, shaking the ruins to their core. The very ground beneath them trembled as the battle raged above, forcing the desperate scramble for survival. Divine Sword OF Extreme Radiance activate. A crimson, shadowy cloud screams a final command. Die. A blinding pillar of crimson energy descends, the sound barrier shattering around the charging figure. The raw power unleashed shattered the very ground beneath the impossible clash. I, Leon. A declaration echoes, veiled by the blinding, holy light of the blade. The divine sword of extreme radiance is activated. The weight of divinity settles upon the Grail Guardian, his glory eternal, yet his strength diminished. The radiant king of the Lionheart steps forward, his divine aura undeniable. Forged by he too, polished by the fires of Pedos, the king of the Lionheart prepares his divine strike. The king of the Lionheart draws his sacred, divinely forged weapon. A deafening roar as divine power erupts, tearing the very earth apart. This holy sword is the pinnacle of light. A massive, blood-red impact descends while Leon prepares his radiant counter-strike. How many gods have you dared to absorb into yourself? A maniacal grin and demonic eyes herald the end. Your glory is over. The king of the Lionheart raises the holy weapon, prepared for judgment. A blinding pillar of divine light descended, shattering the very ground beneath him. The king of the Lionheart stands revealed, bathed in divine, blinding light. His face contorts in a terrifying, animalistic snarl. The king of the Lionheart stands amidst the wreckage, the light of divine purpose burning around him. A divine, overwhelming power ripped through the city structure. The king of the Lionheart faces a familiar foe, his expression cold and calculating. A chilling, guttural sound echoed across the desolate, cracked earth. A chilling laugh echoes as this monstrous figure looms. His grin is pure malice. The perceived weakness is due to the land's lack of true faith. The light of Ariana, imbued within the sacred steel, begins to manifest. A chilling silence falls as Lenhart stands revealed, his presence demanding a reaction. His arrogance burns brighter than the sacred flames that forged his blade. The raw fury of the Lionheart King burns through the frame. Then, take this. A raw, hateful power erupts in a crimson wave. A flicker of disdain crosses his features as power gathers around him. A devastating explosion erupts, shattering the earth around the lone figure. A split-second realization. The holy sword descends with absolute force. A blinding strike connects, shocking the powerful Lionheart King. You fool! The king of the Lionheart unleashes a devastating blow. He struggles, caught in the enemy's merciless grip. The clash of forbidden steel ignites a storm of golden sparks. The clash echoes. A blinding arc of holy radiance meets the shadow's descent. The heavens themselves cracked as the holy sword descended, delivering divine judgment. A moment of stark realization. Trapped beneath the crumbling earth, a malevolent pressure flares, bathing the scene in crimson light. A blood-tinted wave crashes down. The king of the Lionheart staggers. You monster! The ravaged figure screamed, fear and rage mixing. The overwhelming pressure mounts as he clutches the staff, unable to proceed. The Grail Guardian raises the holy sword, charged with divine power. A terrifying, glistening form moved against the blood-red sky. A flash of golden light met the menacing grin of shadow. However, these monstrous forces will serve only to buy me a brief moment. The king of the Lionheart is cornered, rage boiling over. The crimson arc of power slices through the encroaching darkness. Just a bit more to break free. The final piece was needed. The demonic transformation was now complete. Fend him off. Stall for time. The monstrous horde surged forward, eyes burning with malevolent red light. The king of the Lionheart stands against the colossal shadow, a lone figure in a storm of power. A flash of absolute rage burns behind those eyes. The devastating blow lands, shattering the illusion of strength with a sickening impact. The charged particle cannon unleashes devastation, burning the battlefield. Furious rage erupted, his dark eyes promising vengeance against the intruder. His eyes burned with corrupted light, the fury of a weakened foe. A searing flash of purple energy engulfs the figure as a raw, agonizing scream tears through the silence. A grim report is delivered to the smiling, silver-haired noblewoman. A surge of loyal cavalry, cloaked in crimson and bearing the lion's crest, charges forth. A quiet resolve settles upon the queen's features. The king of the lion heart stood ready, his demonic ally looming behind him. For months, in that short span, an entire military was forged. The armored knights charged forward, meeting Leon Hart's overwhelming presence. In the wasteland of ruin, one man stood resolute, his face grim beneath the storm clouds. Amidst the ruins, a grim confirmation escaped her lips. The demon's sword escaped, leaving a field littered with the vanquished. A sudden roar. The battle lines break as he surges forward. They had forgotten just what kind of person the king of Middle Ages standing in front of them was. The demon's sword strikes, a blinding flash against the fading light. The king and queen's shared malice echoed, their laughter ringing with cold satisfaction. A sinister grin confirms the king's grim anticipation. A cautious severed arm is secured. A tense standoff between the stoic golden-haired man and the smiling silver-haired woman. The king and queen's laughter intertwined by hatred was ringing throughout the area. The opulent halls seemed to surprise even those accustomed to grandeur. A lavish hall, rich in opulence, hosts the uneasy mingling of the elite. A moment of reprieve, or perhaps a temporary distraction, as wine is offered in the gilded hall. Will you have a drink? The pleasant facade hid the brewing tension. Hari, I've never seen something like this before. Playful demonstration of impossible power, leaving the trainee utterly stunned. A triumphant, chilling laughter echoed through the halls, completely unconcerned. The gathering continued, a strange mix of celebration and lingering tension. The tension breaks with a flash of chaotic victory and fleeting triumph. Note, from the balcony, the city lights glimmered faintly below the darkness. A chilling presence loomed, the king's judgment echoing over the conflicted girl. The king's chilling laughter echoed, the hatred between them palpable. A shadow looms over the opulent balcony as she watches the unfolding dread. A figure shrouded in spectral purple energy materialized, towering over the frightened girl. A chilling, predatory grin manifested beneath the shadow of the hood. Hari stood silent, witnessing the tense confrontation unfold before him. Kuhuhu. That is true. Girl, from where do you emerge? He swore an oath over the fallen, binding himself to avenge his citizens and his nation. A raw, agonizing roar erupted under the torrent, a sound fueled by shattered resolve. A blinding, decisive blow connects, shaking reality itself. Impossible. A monstrous presence loomed, its terrifying smile etched against the shadowed figure. His composure never faltered, even while speaking of such dark terms. A moment of shared shock hangs between them, the chilling events still unfolding. She was caught in the king's suffocating grip. The raw, terrifying power of the demon's sword summons erupted, engulfing the area in infernal light. The king and queen's hatred-laced laughter echoed across the vast, glittering cityscape. His youthful composure cracked, a hint of disbelief in his sharp, blue eyes. Her breath hitched, frozen by the impossible sight unfolding before her. The air crackled with raw, terrifying power as the demon sword's influence surged. Tears streamed down her face as she questioned her own role in the tragedy. The court, bathed in an opulent, burning light, offered no solace. He exhaled, a tense breath shared between them in the gathering dark. He stood silhouetted against the light, affirmed in his demonic ascent. A serene, yet unsettling smile breaks across his face. Her expression falters, caught in the golden light of the opulent hall. The air crackled with violent, purple energy as the gate tore open. Their expressions were hard, ready for the coming conflict. The king of the lion heart and his pantheon guild, they would face the fury of the revived squad. The black gate pulsed, energy swirling across the desolate ground. The enraged demon sword raid squad steps forward, their eyes fixed on a coming conflict. The king of Middle Ages steps forward, the legends forgotten. Goodness help me. What are those bastards doing? Goodness help me. What are those bastards doing? This looks horrendous. Get them. Amidst the ruins, a child's desperate cry echoes against the man's cruel demand. The shock registered on their faces. A brazen act of betrayal unfolded before them. Get as many as you can, the furious man roared, clutching the child amidst blinding, golden chaos. The oppressive landscape echoed the oppressive power surrounding them. A daunting legion advanced beneath the grim, twilight sky. The atmosphere itself feels corrupted. A testament to the demon sword's domain, the king's presence resonated, casting a dark shadow as another notification flashed before the stunned soldier. A mission scrolls forth, illuminated by the setting, ominous sun. The war knight's blessing grants massive stat increases for his legions. I knew that he was truly skilled, but this level of power incomprehensible. The atmosphere here is heavy, alien. She stares, wide-eyed, at the overwhelming power surrounding them. The sheer scale of the enemy's tactical advantage left her utterly stunned. The king's entourage surged forward, excitement blazing beneath the ominous sky. Kirik shall glide the way. What? The enemy deploys a terrifying new weapon. The gates machine jagged. The sudden eruption of noise shattered the tense atmosphere. Who dares interrupt their arrival? The king and his companion arrive, startling the mechanical spider scout on the desolate ground. The newly integrated armor platform whirs to life, reporting its readiness. The sheer magnitude of those hidden reinforcements hit him like a physical blow. Kirik shall glide the way. The very atmosphere here feels tainted. This must be the demon sword's territory. A strange world looms over them as the sheer scale of the power hits home. Peering out from the shadowed structure, a peasant's face contorts in sheer terror. The sound of approach echoed, a steady, heavy rhythm in the grim territory. The shock of the immense power on display hung heavy in the air. The sheer, furious intensity of the king's rage boiled over the edge. A sharp dismissal from the approaching outsider, startling the frightened watchman in the wooden tower. The formidable gate stood under a sickly, pale sky, humming with dark energy. The village elder, burdened by dark deeds, offered his meek response. The atmosphere itself felt charged with ominous power. The chief, sweating profusely, offered a strained, knowing smile. A sharp turn, the wooden gates violently rattling shut behind them. The integrated armor platform activates, crackling with violent blue energy. The sheer force of the attack sends the victims reeling, consumed by blinding light and chaos. The desolate land echoes with the king's fury. You dare run? The chief could only gasp in despair and fear. WHORE, why are you guys? A figure of dark power descends, radiating golden, terrifying energy. One unfortunate soul recoils, utterly paralyzed by the presence. The sheer weight of so many overwhelming buffs made his breath catch. The target is identified, shrouded in menacing, crimson power. The terrible price of collaboration with the demons. Devil worshipper. The king's fury erupts, painting the world crimson. The village lay silent, the air heavy with the aftermath of the confrontation. The king stood firm, meeting the pleading gaze of the terrified village chief. They were utterly bound, their faces contorted in fear and despair. The villagers, bound and terrified, realized the horrifying truth of their betrayal. A quick judgment. These villagers are pitiable indeed. A sudden, stunned disbelief washes over him. The king of the Lionheart slammed his blade down, the glow of his power terrifying the village chief. Bound and helpless, the villagers stared up at the overwhelming power standing over them. The king of the Lionheart stood tall, his sword blazing with holy light. A blinding light washes over the kneeling captives as hope flickers in their eyes. The disgraced chief finally realized the terrible price of his allegiance. The king's powerful aura washes over them as he declares judgment upon their corrupted souls. The captured villagers could only stare, confusion and fear etched onto their faces. The king's might unleashed, swaddling the captured elders in a flash of green energy. A desperate plea is met with cold dismissal. Is servitude truly better than death? A brutal impact echoes through the shocked silence. The king's imposing shadow falls upon the captured men. Silence. But for the sound of a heavy boot, the air crackled with an overwhelming, golden power. The terrifying power of the War Knight manifested, sending shockwaves through the captured onlookers. The final verdict strips away all hope. Servitude for 50 years. A blinding flash. A silent judgment against the terrified chief. The king's judgment erupts, striking down the defiant villagers in a blinding flash of light. Kirik. The metallic servant calls out, as the captured villagers tremble under the ominous atmosphere. A good haul of unwilling laborers secured. A brief acknowledgement against the oppressive backdrop of the demon lord's domain. The demon's raw power erupts, bathing the battlefield in oppressive crimson energy. The Lionheart King was itching for some action. Let's fight our money's worth. The warriors surged forward, energized and ready for battle. The executioner stood over the terrified prisoner, the rope held loosely in his hand. Are you an outsider? The Tideman looked up, confused by the imposing figure holding his leash. A terrifying smile breaks through the shadows, eyes glowing with cold, inhuman power. Serfs to the front. The horrifying command echoed, laced with cold, electric power. A grim reality dawns as the soldiers are paraded toward the battlefield. A chilling crimson aura pulsed around him, his grip tightening on the coarse rope. Their terror was palpable, bound and dragged toward the slaughter. The binding magic ignited, forcing the bound serfs into unwanted motion. The armored figure unleashed a blinding, golden aura of power. A dust-choked battlefield. A moment of stunned disbelief. The demonic ranks gathered, their monstrous faces twisted in primal aggression. The commander screams, forcing the terrified serfs forward into the inferno. The demonic ranks screamed their battle cry, consumed by the brutal charge. Forced into the charge, the conscripted serfs were simply meat shields against the looming demonic line. Terrifying figure, eyes blazing red, brings down an axe in a brutal arc of destruction. The demon roared, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The unyielding line of desperate serfs slammed against the monstrous foe. The king's status screen flickered, revealing the grim mechanics of survival. The possessed soldier strained, teeth grinding against the monstrous maw. The Minotaur demon unleashes a savage, sweeping blow, its eyes burning with demonic rage. A monstrous roar erupted, the beast fully asserting its terrifying grip. The monstrous horde surges forward, a terrifying wave of darkness overwhelming the battlefield. The berserker charges, eyes burning with maniacal intent amidst the chaos. For Lionheart, a battle cry tearing through the chaos. Bound and broken, the reality of the massacre settled in. The battlefield lay strewn with the fallen, illuminated by a chilling purple energy. 30 hostages secured. The report concluded with a measured thought. The victor's charm was disarming, an elegant smile masking sharp intent. Beatrice, the empress, observed the weary soldier standing amidst the ruins. Her eyes glowed with malevolent, violet power, a chilling promise hidden behind her subtle smirk. A sudden realization dawns, the pieces clicking into place. The assembled soldiers stood ready, awaiting the final decision. The shock in his eyes met the cold resolve of the blonde commander. The tactical team meets amidst the ruined gates, a strange mechanical device between them. The man held a look of stunned realization, while the queen remained serenely poised beside him. Mend. What could the queen possibly mean by that? A terrifying presence loomed as he surveyed his captive prize. His composure unnerved the hidden observer. The terrified demon thrashed, caught in a grip stronger than any fear. Enraged, the demon spits threats of utter annihilation, its monstrous face contorted in fury. The Lionheart's deadly chop descends, met with a monstrous roar of pain. A violent grip crushed the air, eliciting sheer shock. A surprising gentleness touched the small demon, melting its fears away. A chilling realization dawns, the gravity of the situation hitting hard. The promise of healing hung in the air, even for the smallest companions. The air hung heavy, a dry stillness broken only by their measured steps across the barren ground. The weight of the king's question hung heavy between them. The cold, hard truth hangs between them, shocking the young soldier. A sudden, Visceral shock froze him in place. His body betrayed him, moving on a will that wasn't his own. The horror of the battlefield consumed him. Humanity's true nature revealed in the dust. Akasha's ominous castle loomed, the seat of power in this dark age. The imposing figure demanded answers, his rage barely contained by his raw power. A chilling command resonated, asserting the right to summon beings of immense power. The lingering regret. If only their lord had not fallen in that brutal clash. His regeneration falters amidst the infernal crimson glow. A berserk warrior, channeling devastating power, demands a retraction. A furious snarl, a display of raw, violent intent. A crushing weariness settles over him. Nothing remains but the raw struggle. The realization dawned, heavy as iron shackles. It was the vessel that held the key, chains of binding, fueled by crimson rage and an agonizing will. The intense pressure of recovery fades as a chilling realization dawns. Genius. Qian. Soyan. She's the one. A quiet summons under the indigo night. An unwavering resolve flashes in their eyes. Even if this path demands everything. A sharp, surprising impact. The king's touch, both firm and unsettling. A sudden rush of doubt. Confusion spiraling around her small, overheating mind. The king presents a gift, an iron imbued with divine power. A hesitant agreement, the weight of the king's trust resting on her shoulders. A solemn offering, presented in the dying light. A chilling presence lingers, perhaps a soft warning whispered into the night air. The queen presented a small, glowing vial, a gift cloaked in authority. A familiar name hangs in the tense, shadowed air. A moment of hushed contemplation hangs over the tense reunion. My resolve is ironclad. Even facing the king's ultimate threat, I'll face the citadel. The air warps, crackling with raw, focused power. The psychic torrent unleashed, a blinding golden strike against the approaching horde. The ground shattered as the figure planted their step. Berserk sword. He charges forward, fueled by pure rage. A blinding, golden arc of power slices through the gloom. The berserk sword technique, a legacy of stolen power, unleashes its devastating force. A chilling sound echoes as the mysterious figure approaches the ominous gate. In the shadow of his own power, silence descended. A chilling, razor-sharp grin emerged from the crimson shadow. A sudden surge of power floods through him. This is the turning point. Just 5 minutes. A chilling directive. Stall him for that long. The raw surge of power explodes outward, fueled by desperate rage. The demon's parasitic form plunges deep, meeting the steel head-on. Fool. The mocking declaration hung heavy in the air. The parasitic form unleashed its true, terrifying presence, radiating raw, demonic power. The earth shatters under the force of a devastating downward strike. The usurper, drunk on stolen power, unleashes a maniacal, echoing laugh. The parasite finally receives the strike, a moment of raw agony. Twisted grin breaks through the infernal red glow, eyes burning with demonic intent. The clash of blades erupts in a blinding flash of stolen power. A flash of blue light shields the desperate plea, a fragile hope against the encroaching darkness. A desperate grasp against the encroaching darkness. The final struggle begins. The demonic laughter echoed amidst the ruins as the struggle reached a fever pitch. The demon smiles, his conquest imminent, claiming this body as his ultimate vessel. Pinned and overwhelmed, the hero stares up in stunned disbelief. Wide-eyed terror seized her as the enemy loomed above. Driven by desperation, the ravaged figure screams a final warning. A chilling, predatory grin declared the grim truth. It was already too late. A terrifying command echoed, shattering the air itself. The raw power surged, a terrifying purple aura enveloping them both. A terrifying, triumphant grin erupts as dark power surges around him. The air crackled with demonic power as the final strike descended upon the desolate battlefield. Perfect, as I expected. The sinister glee of the possessed knight confirms the villain's satisfaction. Though the essence was lost, a new vessel has been claimed. The desolate victory is fleeting. An immediate escape is necessary. My true mission now is the recovery of all that was lost. Her eyes blazed with hellish red light, utterly devoid of humanity. A feral gasp escapes as the possessed eyes lock onto the target. A crushing blow sends the monstrous form reeling. The victorious warrior stands ready, unfazed by the battle's aftermath. The parasitic entity exults over its stolen power. The impact rings out, a shattering blow against the fragile world. The earth shatters under the force of the attack. The clash of steel erupted, the possessed one's feral grin meeting fierce determination. This body is the finest vessel I could seize. This vessel's body, unused and full of potential, has been seized. So, the clash of titans begins here. A flash of power erupts as the blade ignites, shrouded in blinding, cross-hatched light. The parasite rejoiced, boasting of stolen knowledge. A sudden, shocking intrusion of scarlet energy splits the air between them. The Demon King's vessel unleashes a devastating, brilliant counterattack. The masked figure lunged, intent on closing the distance. Astonishing power erupts from the human warrior. Such skill rivals the might of a demon lord. The parasite revels in this stolen vessel, a ghastly grin against the encroaching red. The demon lord found the display utterly hilarious. The king presented a divine weapon, shimmering with hidden power. The parasitic mind spews its venomous final warning. The demon's stolen techniques explode into light. The clash of power undeniable. The parasite mocks his limited lifespan, utterly confident in his stolen power. The parasite gloated, savoring the borrowed power. The collision of their blades shattered the air, a blinding clash of wills. A desperate, choked gasp escapes as the physical assault lands. You meant to kill her? I thought she was your sworn knight. A chilling smile, eyes burning red. A monster reveals itself. The Avenger draws his blade, enveloped in searing golden energy. Silence stretched across the void. A heavy pause before the next move. A horrifying transformation erupts, bathed in dark, ethereal light. A sinister chuckle echoed as divine authority pressed down, binding the captive silhouette. A sinister smile crosses her lips as she illuminates the darkness with her spectral lantern. A chilling shadow, masking all but a predatory grin. A sudden, unsettling possession hangs in the air. Yes, I can't allow Leon's future to be compromised. The powerful woman asserts control, leaving the rest to her companions. In such a manner, how dare they ignore me? A violent aura erupts. The demon's eyes glow with infernal promise. Against the backdrop of spectral figures, a decision is met with feverish assent. The desperate plea cut through the chaos. Take me in. More weight settles upon the Avenger's limbs and back. Your pathetic efforts are futile. You are utterly worthless. A flash of white light erupts as power surges forward. His eyes blazed with incandescent blue fury. The monitor's steady rhythm filled the quiet room, punctuated by the faint sound of life. A soft, luminous glow envelops the recovering figure as a familiar name is whispered. The raw emotion finally broke through, tears tracing paths of relief and sorrow. The torrent of grief breaks through, a raw, agonizing reunion etched on their faces. A moment of quiet embrace, confirming the solemn truth. A father's gentle touch. A quiet moment of solace before parting ways. The former master questions the silent return of his daughter. A blush, a gesture. The moment hangs heavy between them. A sudden, visceral shock overtook him. The reunion was filled with an unexpected, bright joy. A knowing smirk played across his features as he pondered the proposal. Her expression faltered, confusion mixed with a faint blush taking hold. A warm cup offered in the quiet waiting area. The old man's booming laughter cut through the tension. A true patriarch, ready to offer his allegiance. He took a slow sip, his blue eyes distant, processing the unfolding revelations. The power to destroy everything was theirs, yet they were ignored. The elder paused, stroking his long white beard in deep contemplation. A simple, yet heartfelt thanks was offered in this moment of shared reprieve. He took a slow sip, eyes closed in a moment of quiet contemplation. The elder beamed, his voice resonating with sincere, if misplaced, enthusiasm. A solemn toast beneath the falling cherry blossoms. The young man offered a knowing smile, accepting the newfound brotherhood. Two figures stand together in the hushed halls, one in formal attire, the other draped in ancient robes. A sudden, resonant sound echoed, signaling an intense focus or realization. A confident smirk breaks the surface as he turns, a faint blue aura marking his presence. A sudden surge of power pulsed through his chest. The surge of divine energy coalesces in his hands, shimmering with intense blue light. A surge of power erupted around him, marking the beginning of his next move. The secret knowledge burns within. How to use serfs to kill giants. The colossal foe grunts, utterly unaware of the trainees watching from below. Ugh. His cold logic hangs heavy in the forest air. The training begins. A single, decisive strike against the dull-witted giant. A young trainee eagerly raised his hand, desperate to contribute or question the unbelievable orders. What insanity is this logic? A hollow space of confusion followed. The cold proclamation hung in the air. The trial. The towering giant wipes a tear, bewildered by the bizarre display. Doubt clouded their faces, utterly unconvinced by the absurd strategy. The sheer logic of the doctrine baffled the newly appointed knight. That's a very direct indie logical standpoint. The scripture details a horrifyingly logical path to victory. Pure attrition. The king's true, cruel intentions were finally laid bare. He read the chilling decree, while panic erupted among the terrified trainees. The king's grotesque grin widened, a terrible pleasure drawn from judging their suffering, a blinding speed, a sudden lunge towards the monstrous figure. A maniacal laugh meets wide-eyed horror as the game's cruel rules are enforced. He lunges forward, fueled by a sudden surge of confidence. A terrible blow struck true, painting the giant in dripping ichor. The giant recoiled from the impact, slamming violently into the earth. Ugh! The absurdity of the theory hung heavy in the tense silence. A notification chimed, displaying an impossible number. The sheer absurdity of the task hung heavy in the air. The massive, shocking surge of power registered instantly. A book, radiant and golden, was held aloft, revealing manic ecstasy. The king's madness truly knows no bounds. Confusion spread among the assembled serfs. This impossible command had struck them silent. The king brandished the terrible tome, its pages blazing with infernal light. The monstrous giant finally succumbed to the endless barrage of tiny attacks. The ancient text glows, detailing a miracle, a permanent, staggering boost to the serf's power against giants. The trainees watched in utter disbelief, their shock mirroring the grim reality of their first mission. Sir Gratas revealed his theory, displaying the ancient text with conviction. The red-haired knight stared, her expression frozen in disbelief at the pronouncement. Disaster struck as the flawed logic met reality. Your opinion is valid. A chilling refusal, a gesture of absolute denial. The terrifying logic of this system finally hit her. The authoritative gesture sliced through the air, leaving the old man stunned amidst the fallen. The king's bizarre logic left even the elder stunned. He was clearly perplexed, scratching his neck in disbelief. The demonstration begins in a shocking burst of power. The horrifying reality of the king's logic dawned upon them all. The sheer horror of the king's command struck them dumb. The king's eyes widened, witnessing the incandescent rage erupting from Sir Gratas. The king's grotesque smile promised eternal suffering, while the young trainee wept, trapped in this nightmare. An explosion of rage erupts as the young knight slams his attack home. The king's cold observers watched as the trainees broke into chaos. The trainee's wide eyes betrayed her utter shock at the king's insane logic. Doubt clouded their faces as the chilling order settled in the air. Her face betrayed the sheer horror of the impossible task ahead. It's because his glowing eyes, held a chilling intensity as he commanded silence. The newly minted knight stood aghast, confronting the absurdity of their first mission. His shock was evident, demanding attention with a raised finger. Chaos erupted. The trainee stared in horror at the collapsed serf. The giant roared, its rage scattering the tiny attackers like insects. The true test arrived, their small numbers insignificant against the brute force of the giant. Amidst the carnage, Relief washes over the survivors, yet Hari's expression betrays a stark, unsettling horror. A moment of pure disbelief as the cold reality of the order sinks in. Kuhuhu. A chilling laugh echoed as spectral energy surged around the cloaked figure. The shadowy figure reveals a terrifyingly cheerful grin, a collective acceptance. The newest knights acknowledged their terrifying commission. Their expressions spoke volumes about the madness they were being asked to commit. The king's decree was chillingly clear, demanding the serfs perform this impossible task. The instructor commanded attention, his posture radiating unnerving confidence as the trainees felt the pressure mount. A heavy hand clamped down, a crackle of unnatural energy accompanying the touch. A manic grin and chilling approval filled the air. The king's cold laughter echoed, revealing his true, twisted intentions. Nayu stood alone, bathed in an ethereal, artificial light above the crystalline waters. The king observed his peculiar companion. Even the vision of the Ancient One seems to fade, overshadowed by the fragile sapling. The majesty imparts a personal blessing upon the earth where the fragile seedling resides. A blinding, golden energy surges around the delicate sapling. The sapling pulsed, enveloped in an intense, golden aura. The divine sapling now rested, bathed in an ethereal, unknown glow. The lingering magic of the sapling pulsed with an unnerving, sickly green. Your divine essence is unmatched, yet it remains tainted. The strange, glowing energy offered no easy answers. Only luck remained. He strides through the overgrown grass, a grim determination set on his face. Don't. A warning, hanging suspended over the soft, glowing green essence. The unsettling green miasma serves as a stark reminder. The living must not linger in the realm of the dead. Even with such an invitation, her gaze held a dangerous, knowing smile. The stern old man raises his magnificent, cross-adorned blade. The initial moments will be fleeting, but subsequent visits promise longer stays. A bright, innocent thought on entering paradise, contrasting with the serious undertones of the journey. A soft, verdant glow enveloped the small sprout, confirming the success of the placement. He walked through the sun-drenched colonnade, drawn toward the ailing sapling. The queen regarded him coolly, a watering can held lightly in her elegant hand. The queen surveyed the garden, her shadow falling near the wilting symbol of ancient friendship. The image depicting the tree of life, a relic of their friend Gunrar. The queen looked on, her expression shifting from gentle inquiry to dawning surprise. The divine essence solidified, radiating an overwhelming, golden light. Beatrice, the queen, stood vigil by the struggling sapling. The divine gate opened, bathing the land in an unprecedented, blinding light. Beatrice paused, a finger touching her lips as she considered the gravity of the situation. A fierce, golden light erupts from the ancient woods as the power within him surges. A chilling presence lurked in the shadows, eyes burning with malevolence. Beatrice's confusion was palpable, facing the sudden, raw power of the king. With the divine crystals arrayed, the ritual space was consecrated for the fragile life force. The queen observed the sapling, noticing the man's increased attention to it. The sickly sapling settles upon the glowing sigil. With a regal gesture, the queen commanded her forces to halt their approach. The immense energy surged, bathing the scene in violent purple light. A shimmering vortex of immense, unknown energy erupted before her. The guards react to the unprecedented surge of power. The raw energy coalesces, an unearthly light blooming before them. The king's jaw clenched, witnessing something unprecedented. The queen, regal and shadowed, stood beside her concerned attendant. The queen and her advisors stood amidst the swirling, crystalline energy. The knights assembled, awaiting the king's command amidst the falling ash. Farewells were exchanged amongst the armored ranks before the perilous mission. The king watched, concern etched across his features, as the sapling was placed. The royal guard prepares, cloaked and armored against the unknown cold. A deafening surge of energy pulsed from the newly formed aperture. A terrifying, deep sound shatters the air. An immense surge of power erupted from the newly formed gate. What is that blinding, colorless light? A blinding surge of energy ripped through the air, The very structure of reality seemed to buckle under the immense surge of energy. The king acknowledges the ritual, a grim acceptance settling in. The gate pulsed, radiating an immense, unknown energy. The king surveys the devastation, his expression tight with urgent concern. A blinding nexus of energy pulse, radiating an absolute decree. A massive, crystalline force erupts, shaking the very air with raw, freezing power. The exhaustion of the battlefield was etched on her face. The gate sputtered, and a figure vanished from view, a ghost in the failing light. The shimmering gate vanished, leaving only confusion in its wake. We came here having sensed a strong divine power. The silver-haired knight braced herself, the shocked gaze of the rider reflecting the bleak surroundings. A sharp explosion of dark energy erupts from the chaos. A chilling silence follows the shock, as something immense begins to assert itself. The air crackled as the gate shattered, its energy imploding in a violent surge. The space warps, a desperate attempt to hold back the closing gate. The raw power surged, purple energies crackling around her outstretched hand. The spatial fabric tore open, a vortex of destructive purple magic consuming the air. The space ripped violently, a desperate attempt to hold the line against the consuming void. The gate was failing. The air ripped apart as the magical backlash struck. Bloodied and breathless, the power drains away as the immediate danger looms. The gate was gone, replaced by a terrifying vortex consuming the very air. The reality of the situation struck him like a physical blow. The King of Thunder unleashed his power, the heavens splitting with divine fury. A blinding flash of golden light erupted, forcing a terrified utterance from the enemy ranks. Sir Yappy cries out a sharp warning. But the true horror looms ahead. The Queen's expression, a mix of shock and dawning realization, betrays the chaos around them. A sudden, terrifying silence before the storm. A sudden, chilling anomaly signals immediate danger. The vanguard prepared for a desperate stand as the enemy horde surged forth. A terrifying horde surged forward, their roars echoing the overwhelming chaos. The railgun fires, a blinding streak against the encroaching darkness. The King of Thunder unleashes his power against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with ominous purple energy as monstrous figures charged into battle. The mechanical sentinel fired its main weapon, a sharp, singular sound cutting through the chaos. The demonic maw snaps shut, swallowing the soldiers whole as the ground trembles beneath them. The king's rage unleashes a torrent of blinding divine power. The ground trembles under the blinding flash of divine power. The Grail Knight of Ultima unleashes the concentrated rage of the Thunder God. The knight charges forward, his command echoing through the desolate terrain. The air crackles with power as the king unleashes his ultimate technique. The enemy horde descended, their savage roar echoing in the desperate light. The cavalry charges into the monstrous swarm, meeting the enemy head-on with a blinding flash of power. The divine punishment rips through the chaos, scattering the enemy like chaff. A colossal figure descends, wreathed in divine, crackling light. A blinding divine presence arrives, heralded by thunder's energy. The divine power crackled, coalescing around the imposing, golden figure. Amidst the ruins, a small fire offered meager warmth against the desolate night. A moment of hushed arrival, the weary traveler gazing upon the sanctuary. The weary knight took a seat by the small fire, bathed in its flickering light. Kirik? A sudden, sharp question cuts through the gloom, her expression caught between shock and solemn inquiry under the encroaching darkness. She senses a divine power in him, strangely familiar yet unknown. The brutal aftermath of the Landolsh Plains battle was clear. A moment of solemn silence settles over the weary survivors. The map burns, revealing a fortress nestled beneath jagged, war-torn peaks. The queen, shrouded in white, meets the concerned gaze of her red-haired companion. A glowing interface materialized before them, shimmering with digital light. Their escape was cut short. The situation was far from over. A moment of quiet reflection amidst the ruins. Despite the harrowing journey, they paused by the small, flickering fire. The last light of the day fades behind the dense canopy. Fleeing the collapsing gateway, The desperate cavalry spurred toward the fading light. The survivors flee under a burning sky, a desperate charge away from certain doom. The earth thundered beneath their frantic gallop as they surged toward the fading light. The sudden flash of light brought a wave of searing pain. The world shifted, blindingly bright, stealing their breath. Wow. The sight of the fortress, bathed in the fading light, was breathtaking. The monstrous defender heaves the earth itself, throwing barricades in the blinding sun. The last shrine of humanity revealed itself. Welcome to the Pantheon. A small, confident smile breaks through the tension. The massive citadel gate stood firm, bathed in a harsh, blinding light. A sudden realization flickers across her face as they move forward. A brutal strike, painting the ruin in crimson under a searing sky. King of the Lionheart, whose identity remains a mystery to them. The 63rd year of Leon Lionheart's reign dawns over a ruined landscape. From the shadows, a terror descended, Malice, a lord-ranked demon, violently summoned. The 66th year of his reign, Lord of Chaos, Malice, defeated. Knights of divinity and life, sacrificed to the encroaching darkness. The sky kingdom of the east falls under the shadow of monstrous wings. The king stood scarred, clad in the grim trophies of war. The temporary camp bustled with weary soldiers and the grim necessities of war as two figures approached. The weary survivors began their difficult journey toward the Pantheon, the heart of their faith. The saintess of Pitos and Poma, Anjak Proteja, finally revealed herself. The sudden arrival of the great saintess left Han Hari momentarily stunned. A sudden, sharp recognition cuts through the tension. Amidst the grim aftermath, a crucial decision hung in the air. The imposing structures of the Pantheon loom above the weary traveler. The newly returned are put to immediate, humbling labor. The massive steps ascended toward the gleaming, distant Pantheon aisle. A carriage, ornate and white, awaited its distinguished passenger. A sudden, shared gaze across the barrier of the grand archway. A sudden, terrifying presence shattered the moment of peace. She truly possesses a regal bearing. A flicker of stunned gratitude crosses her face before the realization hits. The ornate carriage ascended the wide, sun-drenched causeway. The kind woman offered solace within the carriage ride, a moment of respite. Two figures meet with expectant eyes, one calm, the other alight with surprise. A poised demeanor meets sheer astonishment. Her face froze, utterly stunned by the revelation or the moment. A sudden, delightful moment breaks through the tension. The gleaming gates of the Pantheon rise, stark white against the blinding light. The soldier, clearly excited, could not contain her glee. They moved deeper into the silent hall, their arrival noted by the stoic guards. The serene arrival was met with the sudden, silent presence of the king's guard. A sudden, brutal impact echoed through the hall. The saintess stopped abruptly, her expression one of mild surprise. Equal, the hidden rage burst forth, shattering the fragile truce. A booming laugh echoes through the solemn hall, startling the woman standing guard. The elegant woman laughed openly, easily dismissing the soldier's surprise. Approaching the divine sanctuary, a luminous presence emerges. They had reached the gates of the hallowed Pantheon. The saintess arrived, flanked by her attendants, completely catching Han Hari by surprise. The welcoming party stood ready as the visitor approached the divine gates. The final preparations began. Excitement filled the air for the impending ritual. The tension breaks as the name is whispered in awe. His Majesty is here. The imposing gates of the Pantheon loomed ahead, bathed in golden light. The humble saintess was suddenly confronted by a high-ranking delegation. A terrifying presence pushes through the veil, radiating sheer, suffocating darkness. A thunderous, echoing sound. The arrival of death. A sudden, horrified realization gripped her. The battlefield yields a victor shrouded in crimson shadows and raw power. The sheer intensity of the moment stole her breath away. Them. The shadow figure commanded, met by a composed, knowing gaze. The king has returned, shadowed and terrifying. The radiant light of the Pantheon contrasted sharply with the apprehension on the newcomers' faces. Anjak Proteja offered a confident smile, while Han Hari could only stare in utter astonishment. The king stood, stained by the battle, his glow unyielding. The victorious king arrives, met by a figure addressing him with reverence. Despite the grim evidence of battle nearby, the king stands drenched, a warrior bearing the stain of victory. The king arrived, his armor slick with the fresh kill. His Majesty Lionheart IX is entering, a figure of fear and terror. The raw aftermath of the battle clung to the king's body like a horrifying brand. His flesh was marred by the demonic residue, a visible curse from the slaughter. "Where's Isabel?" The assembled women awaited the weary king's return. His Majesty entered the sacred hall, bearing the brutal marks of his victory. The king returned, scarred by the horrors he faced. The massive doors burst inward, heralded by a flash of blinding light. Karuna Dragonia, Duchess Dragonia, steps forward. Also, a cold presence loomed, ready to speak. The imposing figure faces the gathered remnants, light spilling dramatically from behind them. A chilling, violet energy surged around the Duchess. Her eyes burned with cold, unwavering resolve. The Duchess, draped in fur and shadow, stands firm against the blizzard. A stunned gaze met the scarred warrior, the silent nun observing the tension. The duchy burns. Only ash and the shattered remnants of war remain. The toll of battle was etched upon his battered frame. A silhouette emerges, cloaked in shadow and grim resolve. The searing red light reflects the burning rage behind those piercing blue eyes. Then why? What drove this painful choice? A dark power crackles around the Duchess as she stands resolute. The mark of encompasses seared into his flesh, a promise of unending vengeance. A blinding light erupts as the summoned figures materialize before her. A chilling covenant is sealed beneath a terrifying, grinning shadow. A deep breath, a solemn acceptance of fate, drawn toward the blinding, unknown threshold. The knight, marred and defeated, could only hear the final, chilling verdict. A fleeting acceptance amidst the golden, burning residue. Keurig? H.M. Doyounot no me? A warm, golden light enveloped him as she reached out, a silent invocation taking place. The proximity of the star iron was critical, yet their resources were dangerously thin. A sudden, shocked intrusion breaks the quiet tension of the room. The ruins of the capital still haunt the survivors, clinging to the only city left. The guardian of the mines, Antok, makes his presence known. A small, round entity lands with a sharp thud on the tiled roof. The forge roared, hot light illuminating the somber craftsman. The clang of the hammer against the superheated metal echoes through the forge. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the scorched halls. With a blast of raw energy, the knight halted the incoming attack. A sudden burst of blinding power erupts from the outstretched hand. A desperate soldier readies a crude device amidst the ruins. A terrifying, visceral glow surrounds him, eyes burning with an ominous light. The spiritual energy flares, a blinding testament to an invoked pact. A desperate surge of light erupts as the man shields himself from the mechanical threat. The small, dark entity recoiled as a brilliant, searing beam erupted. The guardian of the mines, Antok, demands recognition from the captive. Antok, the Grail Knight of Divinity of Steel, greets his counterpart. The Duchess, cloaked in crimson, walks toward the makeshift camp. "Sorry, I'm late." The remaining few look on, startled by the sudden revelation. The Duke sat, her presence a heavy stillness amid the tension. Within the shadowed tent, the remaining officers gathered, awaiting the next move. A small, shimmering power flickers between their armored hands. The divine power crackles, a terrifying exchange witnessed by the Duchess. The Duchess held up a firm hand, demanding silence from the stunned onlookers. In the dim light of the ruined chamber, a young man sits, the weight of command etched onto his face. The behemoth of wood strained, its heavy blow met with raw, blinding light. A moment of stark confusion beneath the shadow of something immense. A solemn oath was sworn, marked by steel. The air crackles with power as Roxley raises his weapon. His resolve hardened. The raw power surged, a terrifying expression of unleashed divinity. The golden sounds of arrival echoed through the cobbled street. Trapped and terrified, the captives faced their imposing interrogators in the dimly lit cell. Behind the bars, a horrifying visage screamed, echoing the prisoner's terror. Four faces peer down, wide-eyed, caught entirely off guard by what they see. The jarring sounds of the wagon only magnified the dawning horror in her eyes. Uphill, the screams of panic echoed, met only by the chilling pressure of an undeniable force. The harsh drop, the sudden shock, freezing them in terrified silence. The resistance was useless against their iron grip. The majestic pantheon loomed before them, a blinding vision of divine authority. A sudden, uncomfortable surge of power pulsed around the hooded figure. Terror flared, wide and undeniable, as the reality of their situation crashed down. The king steps forward, demanding answers about their impossible arrival. His eyes, glowing with a fierce blue light, held the weight of unspoken power. The glowing waters of the pantheon awaited their fate. The grizzled knight grips the ornate holy weapon, ready for whatever judgment awaits. The holy light erupted, blinding them as the knight stood ready. The looming darkness and armored figure sent a chilling tremor of dread through him. The commanding figure stood over the glowing, sacred waters, his voice booming with lethal intent. Into the blinding, sacred waters they plunge, the test of divinity commencing. Submerged in the glowing, sacred liquid, their wide eyes betrayed pure terror. The knight, barely visible in the gloom, tried to offer reassurance. Sir Roxley raised the holy weapon, casting an unnerving, glowing light. Trapped beneath the shimmering surface, raw fear gripped them. The air crackles with their potent, otherworldly power. The king stood before them, his presence demanding absolute attention. His majesty approaches, bathed in celestial light, eyes fixed upon the captured saints. The king watched, his expression unreadable. As the women made their plea, the procession moves forward, bathing in an overwhelming, golden light as the onlookers watch in awe. The holy water test revealed their true nature, showing no signs of demonic corruption. The divine water washed over them, forcing an immediate and terrifying plunge. A shocking immersion. The holy water washing over the sinner. He simply instructs them to stop their theatrics. Their names, now spoken under the intense glow of divine authority, their expressions told a story of stunned disbelief. A burst of golden power erupted, shaking the very air around them. The air thrummed with an unseen, radiant force. Divinity descends. A blinding, golden power erupts around them. A divine radiance enveloped her as she stepped forward. A blinding aura flared, announcing their arrival with an earth-shattering presence. If they possess the divine blessings, how can they not be favored? I recall every soul I have ever favored. A sudden shock ripples across her face. What terrible revelation has just struck? A blinding, golden aura manifested, accompanied by the sheer power of the assembled heroes. He stands before the imposing figures, arms crossed, a portrait of cautious resolve. Their faces betrayed a shocking realization as the new reality set in. Introduce yourselves. A subtle, knowing smile graced her lips amidst the shimmering grandeur. The captured group stood trembling, enduring the sacred trial. The ancient tree, bearing the visage of an old man, seemed to watch their desperate approach. The lady of the far future clutches the seedling, her gaze distant and resolute, his ancient eyes fixed upon her, a silent question hanging heavy in the air. Before the ancient, watchful tree, the lady of the far future stood ready. A sudden realization dawns, painting dread across her features. That's not good. A scream echoes through the deep, mystical woods. The ancient wood pulsed with a strange, verdant energy. Two ancient, looming figures confronted the solitary figure holding a fragile branch. We need a sacrifice from a god and the god saint. A blinding flash of energy erupts, echoing the sound of creation. A violent surge of golden light erupts, striking with explosive force. A sudden flash of brilliant energy erupts amidst the heat. Impressed, the blacksmith glowed with pride, his astonishment palpable. The impact reverberated, a dazzling collision of raw power. The lionheart breastplate, forged and complete, pulsed with ethereal energy. The production line moves with relentless, rhythmic force. The terror of the ambush settles on the villagers' faces. He beams, genuinely impressed by the masterful craft laid before him. Kirik, the newly forged item, was recognized. A knowing smile, satisfied with the legendary power he once witnessed. The orcs had ambushed them, and the battle raged with explosive fury. The village was remote, on the very outskirts, now under siege. The orcs had ambushed them, and ruin was imminent. A blur of motion, propelled by untold desperation. A figure streaks across the moonlit sky, a blur of power descending upon the terrified orcs. The knight's eyes burned with zealous intensity, a feral grin splitting his face. The battlefield erupted with blinding, celestial light. The chaos of the ambush settled, revealing the raw terror of the survivors. The sheer force of the blow sends the vile beast reeling back. Under the pale moonlight, amidst the heavy downpour, a lone warrior stood amidst the carnage, a fierce, strained expression as the impact lands. A tiny, vibrating curiosity assesses the newcomer. There is a flicker of recognized potential within you. The blacksmith's eyes gleamed with predatory satisfaction. The sheer speed of the crafting startled the craftsman. The strange, sewn-up creature emitted a desperate, glowing arc of energy. "I do," he confirmed, his posture defiant, arms crossed in the dimly lit forge. KRIK's multitasking prowess astounds the observer, achieving completion rates that defy belief. The newly forged weapon hums with contained energy. With the blacksmith's satisfied grin, the metallic clang echoed through the room. A sudden, powerful presence materialized in the open square. A blinding impact resonates through the forge, steel meeting steel in a shower of golden sparks. The glowing impact sounds accompanied the intense focus of the craftsman. The blacksmith poured his entire being into the glowing steel, sparks flying like captured starlight. The perfect technique falters, revealing an unexpected instability in the weapon. With eyes wide and a savage grin, the craftsman brought the hammer down. The hammer struck, a blinding flash erupting from the white-hot metal. The newly forged item glows with an intense, almost blinding light. The freshly forged breastplate, gleaming in the forge's light, is presented. He wipes the sweat away, a triumphant grin marking his success. The craftsman leaned back, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, admiring his handiwork. He laughed, presenting his work with unrestrained pride. The blacksmith looked up, startled by the imposing presence before him. The newly forged breastplate gleamed, earning a stunned appraisal from the onlookers. His wide eyes betrayed a surprise deeper than mere accomplishment. "His Majesty wishes to see you. Let's make it the final grail." The veteran's imposing presence shadowed the newcomer's gaze. The young man was startled, while the dark-haired woman observed him with piercing, knowing eyes. The solemn assembly regarded the unfolding drama, their expressions shadowed by the weight of the moment. Beneath the celestial glow, she makes a vow. A terrifying power crackles above, a dark herald against the bruised sky. Pinned beneath the debris, the queen struggled to breathe. The earth is littered with the fallen, soldiers and mounts alike, silent witnesses to a devastating activation. A sinister, cloaked figure emerges, wreathed in raw, cosmic power. The masked demon materialized, cloaked in crackling violet energy. The ominous, cloaked figure unleashes a wave of pulsating, violet energy. The ethereal glow highlights the sudden tension as she looks up. The blacksmith, Antok, stood firm, his resolve matching the steel in his grip. The colossal defense failed, disbelief etched on their faces. Miss Beatrice assessed the impossible odds with unnerving calm. The hulking knight, smiling with unsettling confidence, turned to face the shocked sorceress. "I thank you," a solemn acknowledgement echoed over the shattered ground. The sound of the smithy would not stop, for it forged the future. The grim silence of the battlefield was broken by an ominous, glowing text. The Grail Knight roars, a burst of raw, unyielding power erupting around him. The drone whirs, its single, glowing eye fixed on the chaos. The metallic echo of their resolute stance filled the gloom. "Yes, sir." The knights braced themselves, a desperate line against the inevitable chaos. A crazed grin met the mechanical terror looming before him. The air shatters as the mighty shield is brought forward. The sheer power radiating from the blacksmith Grail Knight was undeniable, a force even the demons seemed to fear. He strides forward, a blacksmith forged in defiance, his gaze unwavering. The sheer power radiating from him defied all probabilities. This is why you have no faith. The defiant flames consume him, a radiant, terrible ascent. The Grail Knight was engulfed, a blinding furnace of sheer willpower. The demon roared in agony as the explosion erupted around it. The resulting force blasts outward, splitting the very air between the warring demons. The convergence of divinity and blacksmith unleashes a blinding, infernal power. The demonic mug glowered, charged by an eerie purple power. A grin of burning intensity spreads across his face, brimming with untamed power. The air itself seemed to crackle with the sheer force of his presence. The powerful blow landed, sending the vile creature crashing into the shattered earth. The power of the blacksmith and the steel deity awakens, turning every alloy against its master. The Grail Knight glows with incandescent power, charging forward with fierce determination. Hito's hammers descend, casting the pit into an inferno of arcane light. The demon unleashes a surge of violet power, a desperate defense manifesting as a glowing barrier. The demon roared in agony as the overwhelming force struck him down. A scream of agony rips through the air as catastrophic light engulfs everything. The hulking demon lord materialized amidst the ruin, its horrifying visage demanding attention. To live 1,000 years and yet possess such power. The massive hammer descends, a blazing force against the swirling arcane purple. To a war begin. Miss Beatrice, the caster of Frisnar, summons arcane power amidst the looming darkness. The arcane sigils flared as Beatrice channeled raw power against the mechanical horror. The clash rings out as the demonic horde overwhelms the lines. Against the encroaching darkness, a furious light erupts, meeting the sorcerer's deadly embrace. The demonic entity pauses, a flicker of recognition in its hidden gaze. You're strong. A blinding, incandescent power erupts, consuming the space between them. A grudging admission, veiled in crackling violet energy. But not you. A terrifying aura erupts, purple energy coalescing around the lone figure. Defend. The ancient power of Hito's anvil manifests in searing light. The immense power radiated, a chilling aura against the swirling purple void. The reptilian gaze, burning with dark, ancient light, surveyed the chaos. The Grail Knight ascended, meeting the overwhelming demonic power with a single incandescent strike. The incandescent warrior channels immense power, ready to strike against the serpentine sorcerer below. The analysis is complete. They call this entity Kirik. The final order echoes. Initiate the self-destruction sequence. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of gray and shadow. A lone demon clung to the precipice, caught in the chaos. The siege engines rolled forward, a crude attempt to breach the crumbling defenses. The one-horned ones, demons of chaos, rose from the darkness. The commander holds his post, eyes fixed on the encroaching chaos. Commander Walter stood resolute, framed against a sky choked with the debris of war. Under the grim, swirling sky, the commander looked on as his knights stood ready. The agonizing scream echoed as the ancient fortress finally surrendered to ruin. Even in ruin, the Silver Knight stands tall over the fallen demons. The ravaged landscape stretched before them, a canvas of ruin beneath a sky choked with demonic energy. Even amidst the chaos, the hardened knight's gaze remained fixed, ready for the final confrontation. The world had fractured, scarred by the cataclysmic arrival of unholy beings. A chilling roar echoed as the demonic entity surveyed the unfolding catastrophe. Did they really think a primitive weapon like that could harm me? I see. The explosion was just a distraction. The demonic general surveys the chaos, his grin sharp under the shroud. If that's the scenario, a demonic power surges, crackling with volatile purple energy. A blinding flash as an attack slams into the protective barrier. A monstrous figure emerges, bathed in infernal purple light. Who dares? The creature hisses. The chaos of battle erupts as the forces charge forward. The knights bravely charged, their valor a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. A monstrous figure, wreathed in violent purple energy, asserts its terrifying presence. A chilling power erupts, casting everything in blinding, violet light. A blinding surge of purple energy erupted, tearing through the desolate landscape. A chilling sound escapes the demonic throat. Too far gone. A dark pathway leads to the glowing maw of the dimensional breach. The demonic reptile snapped his jaws shut, a low, resonant command cutting through the tension. The cold reality settles in. Even the hero's last stand proves futile. The final moments spilled out, a dark testament staining the cold stone. A moment of stark realization amidst the ruin. She calls out to the fallen metallic figure. It wasn't perfect. The armored queen recoils in shock as a massive hand closes the distance between them. The great blacksmith, weary yet resolute, presented his gathered materials. The warrior delivered his final wisdom, a solemn charge to the successor. The invaders are pouring through, tearing reality apart in their wake. The blacksmith's workshop, filled with the tools of his trade, held the scent of iron and history. The heavy, familiar scent of the forge hung in the air. But the blacksmith was failing. The steel knight stared, his mechanical eyes fixed on the dying master. The blacksmith's powerful form stands amidst relics of war. The master blacksmith, battered but unbroken, offered a knowing smile. A grim smile plays across his face, burning with the inferno of his resolve. The overwhelming sound of impact echoed through the fiery chaos. The old blacksmith, wounded, still swung his glowing hammer with grim determination. The world is ending, swallowed by fire and chaos. Amidst the dying light, great weapons simmered in infernal heat. Even if this heavy arm can no longer lift the hammer, I will not stop hammering. Even with his life fading, the master blacksmith kept striking. The steel knight's vital energy faltered, its destined end drawing near. In the blinding light of his sacrifice, Sir Antok lifts the sacred artifact high. A grim determination settled upon the dying knight's face. His life force was fading, marked by the fading glow on his skin. A powerful, vibrating force erupts, demanding attention. Sir Leon watched over the dying man, a shadow of pride in his gentle gaze. In the dimly lit forge, a final, desperate embrace unfolded. A chilling smile, a shadow looming close. The knight's iron body, now failing, focused its last strength into this final teaching. The king's loyal commander, Sir Antok, now bore a mortal wound. The citizens wept, unable to witness the passing of their trusted steel knight. Protect The King. A final, defiant command echoes from the wounded knight, Leon. His final request hung in the air. Take your time, the young king urged, holding the fading knight close. That condescending smirk belonged to the one who thought primitive weapons could faze him. Amidst the chaos, the battle rages on the cracked earth. The soldiers prepared for battle, and the civilians prayed for those who would shed blood. The blacksmith's masterpiece lies ready, blessed by divine craft. The younger man stood resolute, his gaze sharp against the elder's solemn peace. The young royal greeted the arrival of his elder kin. A sudden, defiant spark ignites between the familiar faces. A charismatic, knowing smile cuts across his face. A booming, unrestrained laugh escapes the old man's lips. The young royal regarded his elder with a sharp, knowing glance. The tension hung thick in the air as the elder statesman greeted the returning figures. A booming welcome breaks the silence as a towering figure greets his friend. The seasoned warrior, Gunrar, embraces his friend with rough affection. The venerable old friend, seemingly annoyed by the jest, confronts the giant with an unexpected retort. The familiar banter continues as old friends share a moment. The old comrades shared a warm moment, raising their mugs in a toast to life and shared history. So is this the final word? The camaraderie of old friends resurfaces, even amid heavy news. A cordial greeting between old allies. Wine raised in welcome. Toast is raised amidst the venerable figures. A moment of shared history. A moment of quiet exchange. The ritual of shared drink among old comrades. A brief, almost hesitant greeting, marked by the clink of a wine glass. The giant, with moss-like hair and imposing presence, faced the younger man. The king's face hardened, facing an unyielding gaze. It's been a while since I saw either of you. Welcome. The regal fabric unfurls with a sudden, bright shimmer. The soldiers stood in silent, imposing ranks under the pale sky. The urgency was palpable as the assembled leaders stood firm before the impending storm. The entrance, surprisingly small, welcomed the old friend. The king's hardened gaze met the encroaching shadows and the unsettling glee of the gathered demons. A young man with sharp blue eyes meets the gaze of his elder. A stately march between allies, flanked by silent, armored sentinels. Beneath the pale sky, old comrades stood ready, the weight of past and future upon them. Knights and soldiers all over the continent began to return. Knights and soldiers all over the continent began to return. The royal chamber hummed with quiet tension as figures cloaked in crimson awaited instruction. A moment of quiet reflection before the storm. Their shock was palpable, frozen in the face of unfolding events. The king's familiar gaze met the concerned expression of his companions. The king's refusal was final. Their role was to stand by. Knights and soldiers, gathering from all corners, prepared for the final stand. Her expression shifted to one of sudden alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Soldiers and veiled figures moved across the sun-drenched marble plaza. A shared, breathless shock consumed them both in the dim light. "Come on in," a quiet voice echoed in the ethereal chamber. The saintess, Isabel, speaks with quiet confidence as the young noble reacts in shock. A knowing smirk plays on her lips as she confirms the plan. A sharp retort cut through the tense atmosphere, met only by shocked silence and wicked laughter. The saintess offered gentle comfort to the exhausted girl. The saintess extends a hand, her gaze intense, as the young knights stand before her, awestruck. The saintess of the moon, Isabel, steps forward, radiating a divine, pure presence. The saintess channels raw power, summoning an object glowing with divine light. The saintess, shrouded in bandages, channels immense divine power. A bare foot descends, a sudden, silent presence shocking the gathered group. An artifact of immense power, bathed in holy fire, awaits its true inheritor. Heaven and thunder, the power of the elements contained within these relics. Their expressions froze, caught in a moment of stunning revelation. The divine relics rested within their glowing caskets, awaiting their new inheritors. His shock was met by the unnerving calm of the child beside him. They watched, their faces etched with shock, as the true gravity of the situation settled over them. The sages have all agreed. The relics are prepared. Her eyes veiled, a faint, knowing smile played across her lips. A moment of shared grief hangs heavy in the air. The saintess of the moon, Isabel, introduced herself, her divine presence filling the tense air. She smiled, a startling presence shrouded in dark, purple energy. A raw plea, heavy with emotion, escapes the saintess. "Let's begin the succession." Knights and soldiers all over the continent began to return. The final battle loomed. Knights and soldiers all over the continent began their return. The final battle was at hand. The demons are marching, their numbers overwhelming. The air crackled with impending fate as they approached the illuminated sanctuary. A tranquil expression settled upon the great saintess as she accepted the solemn path laid before her. The great saintess Beatrice prepares for her solemn duty, the weight of divinity settling upon her shoulders. The extraction ritual is prepared, a testament to the Grail Knight's skill. The ancient sage listens, his expression heavy with the weight of duty. The ancient sages observed, their presence heavy with anticipation. A serene smile masks the impending weight of her sacrifice. The sacred grail sat ready. As the young acolytes watched with bated breath, she looked upon the grave reality, the weight of their duties settling heavily. The saintess offered a knowing, almost regal smile as she gently reassured the younger woman. The stern elder acknowledges the burden that must now fall upon the saintess. The ancient sage observed the assembled disciples, the gravity of their departure hanging in the air. The young attendant was struck silent, facing the elder sage, a soft confirmation, accepting the immense burden placed upon her shoulders. The final preparations for the extraction ritual stood ready before the sages. The ritual is prepared, the Grail Knight's duty fulfilled. Now, the sages prepare for what comes next. The ritual demanded sacrifice. Fallen knights lined the cold stone. Tears streamed down the face of the great saintess, her hands clasped in desperate prayer. Even in the face of overwhelming darkness, her resolve shines through. Her entire life, she prayed for the living. But now only the dead remained. The Lionheart Kingdom, land of the guardians, held only this last fortress. The Lionheart Kingdom, the last fortress of humanity, stood against the endless tide of demons. The horizon burns crimson as the enemy forces mass on the cracked earth. A veteran's hardened voice cuts through the shock, demanding composure from the frightened newcomer. A stark, silent warrior stood beside his comrade, the horizon blazing with doom. The seasoned knight stood resolute, while the young archer's face betrayed the terror of the moment. A terrible sky burned orange, watching as their comrades were thrown into the endless air. A desperate charge, fueled by terror and duty, erupts amidst the chaotic retreat. The battlefield turned into a crimson hellscape. Fear choked the air as the knight fell. The impact was explosive, a burst of chilling purple energy. Poison blasts ripped through the stone structure, signaling the toxic onslaught. A furious commander shoves his weary comrade, demanding order amidst the chaos. The enemy forces give sharp, cold commands, trapping the broken knight. The sheer power of the advancing armor made one man recoil in terror. The rain fell hard, washing over a face taut with desperate resolve. The enemy forces were endless, stretching past the horizon. The roar of battle intensified, a blinding inferno raging around him. Under the fading light, the Grail Knight stands firm, awaiting the next command. The armored figure accepts his fate, a grim resolve etched onto his face amidst the darkening battlefield. The last fortress of humanity stood against the endless horizon of demon forces. The unavoidable confrontation loomed before the assembled forces. The final moments of the kingdom were echoing through the desperate prayer. The armored ranks stand firm against the dying light. The young men try to keep the flames of war alive, a fragile hope amid the terror. The enemy forces were endless, a tide stretching past the horizon. The commanders surveyed their grim post from the battlements against a sky the color of fresh blood. The endless tide of demons pressed on, shattering the horizon. A desperate prayer ascends to the heavens above the dying light. My knight, my beloved, honorable knight. So, a quiet contemplation before the storm breaks. Do as you wish, the glowing text proclaimed over the charged knight. Unleash the fury. Let the righteous anger burn against the tide. The hero's furious roar echoed against the harsh, burning light of the final stand. Rage. The veteran's grim resolve contrasted sharply with the young man's dawning fear. The roar of battle culminates in a singular, searing emotion. The elven archers stand ready, their bows drawn tight under the fiery sky. Rage. The very ground trembles as the divine blade strikes home. Why not face this final, crushing defeat? A blinding light erupts as fury consumes him. His battle cry echoes across the ravaged land. The king of the Lionheart, slayer of the Lord of Chaos. A sudden, agonizing impact resonates through the warrior's core. With a roar of final defiance, the king shattered the silence. I am. The roar of conviction echoes above the inferno. The final line of defense stood firm, gleaming under a terrifying, glorious light. The venerable commander exchanges final words before the desperate frontline clash. A raw, visceral scream tears through the relentless downpour of battle. Lord Lionheart. The loyalists roared, their voices ringing out amidst the impending tide of war. The final fortress, bathed in the grim light of dawn, stands ready for the inevitable slaughter. Winter is coming, my brothers. The fortress city pantheon is choked by the sunset and the tide of monstrous invaders. This is the Lord of Magic. The divine judgment strikes, wreathed in vengeful red energy. A cataclysmic descent, fiery death raining down upon the city. Against the backdrop of fiery destruction, the robed figures observe the chaos unfolding. Roxley, the Lionheart's judge, readies his divine weapon against the encroaching darkness. Roxley steps forward, Drawing his blade with grim resolve, Roxley and his Lionheart champion meet the blinding, fiery onslaught. The heavens opened, raining down pure, devastating judgment upon the fortress. Loyalty unwavering. The command is accepted amid the fiery chaos. Roxley unleashes the power of the Lionheart's judgment. The divine bombardment ripped the sky, a terrifying display of raw power. A blinding, cataclysmic strike rains down, tearing the earth asunder. The monstrous vanguard screamed its challenge amidst the fiery ruin. Fire. The roar of impact thundered as celestial judgment descended upon the fortress gates. The robed figures halted, their true identities unseen beneath the fabric. His eye widened, sweat beading as the truth struck him like a physical blow. A deafening roar echoes across the devastated plains. The impact rattles the very foundations of the fortress city pantheon. The shadow of the blade falls, dripping with the carnage of the battlefield. The monstrous Roxley roared, lifting his colossal, ruined blade. A monstrous roar pierces the chaos, eyes blazing red. The armored hero descended, a shining blade poised against the bellowing beast. A blinding strike meets the charging foe, echoing with visceral impact. A monstrous face presses against the barrier, eyes burning with cold, red malice. A demon strides forward, crushing those who dared stand in the way of Roxley's judgment. The colossal Minotaur demon prepares its attack, bathed in malevolent purple energy. Amidst the inferno, Roxley's resolve burned brighter than the flames. They must hold the line. Their only choice is to endure this onslaught alone. The fortress city pantheon stood gleaming, a target beneath the hostile sky. A sudden sound breaks the tense silence. He freezes, peeking around the heavy doorframe. Her smile was sharp, a stark contrast to her companion's growing alarm. Roxley braces himself, channeling raw power through his sacred staff. Roxley and his comrades stand firm, overseeing the destruction. The relic pulses with an otherworldly blue light upon her arm. A stunned silence fell as the threat became undeniably real. The fortress city pantheon stood under a terrifying fiery twilight. A somber expression crosses her face, the weight of their situation evident in her eyes. The weight of the ongoing battle seemed to momentarily vanish, replaced by sheer, shocked enthusiasm. The fate of the city hangs below as she considers the passage of history. The fury erupts as a demonic maw, eyes glowing red, tears through the reality of the battlefield. Her excited shout cut through the chaos, a beacon of recognition amidst the danger. The relic itself rejects her. The enigmatic figures of the pantheon surround the kneeling child, a golden aura highlighting a secret ritual. A sudden realization grips them beneath the golden, burning sky. Hey, you guys. Stop. All of you in robes. These robed figures loom, their intentions shrouded in darkness against the bright city square. Hey, you guys. Stop. All of you in robes. A fierce warrior points, challenging the hidden figure against the fading light of the fortress. A burst of unholy laughter echoes as a robed figure descends amidst the chaos. A chilling acknowledgement of their perception echoes from the shadows. The sheer, incandescent might erupts, a divine power unleashed. The holy judgment descends, an overwhelming torrent of divine fire. The world fractured under the impact of a searing, magical assault. The power surges, the golden light illuminating Roxley's furious resolve. The earth shatters as the celestial attack bears down. The city was already turning to ruin under the bombardment. In the blinding aftermath, silent figures emerge from the inferno. I'm Ki, the archdemon of pleasure. Goodbye. The masked figure delivers a chilling farewell. A blinding arc of purple energy erupts as the invaders clash with desperate fury. With furious intensity, the night channels immense purple energy. The power of the attack slammed down, ripping through the air with blinding light. Is this all you have, you bastards? The masked warrior stands resolute amidst the fiery devastation. A sudden gasp escapes her as she is brought face to face with the imposing figure. A confident, almost mocking smile broke through the smoky haze of battle. I expected you to be at the front lines. You remain here? Sorry. The words hung heavy in the blinding, chaotic energy. The Archduke's enemies have arrived, descending from the blinding light. A quiet assurance settled over the imposing figure, a silent promise of protection. The knight stands resolute against the dying light. A chilling smile cuts through the dark aura. Power radiates intensely. The air crackled with energy as the divinity descended. Terror grips the knights as the enemy reveals their true strength. A blinding wave of azure power erupted, signaling a shift in the conflict. The Holy Grail's power radiates, sacred beyond any relic seen before. The glow around the saintess signals a confrontation brewing. The armored titan loomed, radiating an ominous, primal power. With a warning ringing in their ears, they sprinted toward the crumbling sanctuary. A moment of silence hangs heavy over the shattered grounds as two powerful figures face off. A devilish smile beneath the mask, adjusting his pristine gloves with confidence. A faint sound, a sharp intake of breath, as the blue-haired figure steadies themselves. The smiling demoness unleashes a chilling aura against the armored knight. A sinister grin splits the darkness, illuminated by an eerie, crackling energy. The masked fiend erupts in dark energy, demanding tribute for their foolish pride. The young knight grit his teeth, bracing against the overwhelming impact. The chaotic battle raged, dark power erupting as she clashed against the snarling horde. The roar of battle erupted as the knight plunged forward, a furious strike against the encroaching darkness. Han Suho fights with fierce determination, refusing to yield even as the tide of demons presses in. The looming shadow of the archdemon stretched out, its power overwhelming. The monstrous roar shattered the air as a skeletal hand reached out, blocking the way. The raw power flared, an agonizing release demanding every ounce of his strength. The air crackles with the sound of ultimate power. Divine law twist. A fiery rage erupts. A desperate cry of warning follows. The battle raged, leaving charred remains in their wake as they surveyed the fallen foe. The cavalry arrives, bursting through the ancient doors just as chaos reigns. The sheer number of enemies overwhelmed the last line of defense. A towering demon strides forward, radiating crimson power over the fallen. A surge of raw, demonic fury erupts, the creature's anger shaking the very air. I need to stop them. Their resolve hardened, channeling volatile power against the oncoming tide. A blinding light erupted from the archway, halting him in his tracks. The raw power of the relic burst forth, consuming the space in blinding light. The ambush hits them in a flash of blinding light, a sudden, blinding light, and the desperate, uncontrolled fall begins. The ancient guardian arrived, his presence imposing, as the captured knights looked on in terror. A moment of quiet reverence as the Holy Grail's power radiated, sacred and profound. The saintess presented the vessel, glowing with immense, sacred power. The ancient, interwoven gate pulsed with hidden power. The extraction is complete. They'll be here soon. This Holy Grail was an abandoned plan, now revived by His Majesty's will. The sudden surge of power left her stunned, her eyes wide against the blinding light. A desperate surge of power, met only with the curse. Shits, the ancient being of the forest watched, as a plea cut through the tense moment. The assembled knights looked on, faces etched with shock and grim realization. A serene smile breaks through the overwhelming conflict, a moment of peaceful resolution. The Holy Grail, now pulsating, receives the gentle touch of the saintess. The extraction is complete. The Holy Grail now glows with immense, sacred power, a moment of shared intensity, broken by a familiar name. The weight of the world felt crushing. Good people were suffering while she felt powerless. The young knight looked on, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The extraction is complete. They'll be here soon. The towering figure watched, silhouetted against the fading light of a dying day. A gentle smile, a quiet acceptance, as she grips the object tight. The extraction is complete, bathed in celestial light. The Holy Grail pulses, overflowing with a sacred, brilliant light. A radiant power surges, her eyes glowing with divine resolve. A blinding flash of sacred power erupts, shaking the very foundations of the structure. Divinity descends, bathing the chamber in sacred light. The chamber shuddered as the sacred essence ignited. The blinding light erupted, driving back the monstrous foe with sheer force. This holy grail holds an enormous, sacred power. Take it, the saintess commanded, presenting the radiant, sacred vessel. Two paths diverge, bathed in the sacred, golden light of destiny. The sacred chalice, a relic of immense power, is presented to the saintess. The grand saintess descends, an ethereal figure framed by violet light. The little guardian faltered, its internal systems protesting under the strain. The battle rages, pushing the knight to the very edge of their endurance. The extraction is complete. They'll be here soon. The saintess's serene smile contrasted sharply with the raw anguish in her companion's eyes. The air crackled as a dark, powerful portal ripped open reality. A tremor of arcane power pulsed through the chamber. The massive guardian held the weakened saintess close as the battle raged. The collapsing temple trembles as he calls out, cradling the wounded saintess. Even amidst the great danger, a promise of hope remains steadfast. The battle raged, leaving the sanctuary a ruin. I'm glad. I'm going to rest for just a bit. The grandeur crumbles under a dreadful, shaking impact. The wreckage of the battle settled, stained crimson beneath a fading, ethereal glow. A chilling, predatory smile plays across her lips amidst the carnage. The battle rages on, a grim tableau beneath a dying sky. The major conflict between the champions concludes, ushering in a temporary, tense quiet across the battlefield. The massive gates stood like a final barrier, the sound of conflict echoing faintly. A final, quiet acknowledgement before the confrontation. A gasp of recognition as the soldiers greet the returning Lord Valter. The defenses were breached, but the fight roared on within the fortress. The grizzled veteran screams a final warning, but the youth remains resolved. The young lord's eyes held a glint of conviction, standing resolute beside his elder. The fallen lie still, their heavy armor dark against the fading light. Stop! Charge! The final decree was spoken. This trial mirrors the long past. The Lord of Wisdom declared the struggle to be meaningless. The Holy Grail, radiant under the pale, immense moon, pulsed with celestial energy. Even past those failing defenses, the fight rages on. Even facing inevitable doom, a seed of hope had been left behind. Behind the gate, the battle rages on, yet hope remains. So, the battle rages on, powered by a last surge of divine might. The fight, far from over, was anything but meaningless. He spurred his steed forward, determined to hold the line. His blazing purple eyes reflected a fierce, unwavering resolve. The final clash echoed, shattering the very ground beneath them. Stop! A final, desperate charge erupts into the fray. A terrifying shriek echoes as the demons breach the defenses. A lone figure on horseback charges the demonic tide, swords drawn against the overwhelming darkness. The impact was deafening, shattering the brief respite in the chaos. The battlefield erupted in chaos, a vortex of fading light and clashing shadows. The chaos erupts as the final stand ignites with desperate fury. The vast, doomed city lay beneath the ominous sky, shadowed by the massive figure observing the scene. The Lord of Wisdom watched the carnage unfold, his gaze unsettling. A storm of violet divinity coalesces around the caster, weaving ancient, glowing seals into the very air. The entity roared, its jaws open wide, a harbinger of ultimate evil. The armored boot scrapes against the scorched earth as a hooded figure recoils in shock. The Dragonia cavalry, the northern army, stands ready before the precipice. The Lord of Wisdom, cloaked in shadow, finally faced the ethereal form standing before the gathered troops. A spectral form flickered into view, bathed in ethereal light. A moment of absolute resolve, the final barrier broken. With a final, defiant roar, the warrior unleashed his power upon the charge. With glowing eyes, they charged headlong into the fray. A final, desperate stand fueled by vengeance. The demonic tide surged forward against the city walls. A twisted smile splits the face, illuminated by infernal, glowing eyes. The Lord of Wisdom unleashes his contempt, dismissing them as mere dust. Their desperate battle rages on, fueled by defiance against fate itself. Even amidst the grand spectacle, a whisper of exhaustion breaks through, a chilling vow of oblivion, etched in purple lightning. The Lord of Wisdom raises a defiant hand, bathed in apocalyptic light. A divine radiance erupts, signaling the full power unleashed. The brilliant, searing light of a final stand erupted. He would fight on, enveloped in golden fire. 9 wings. Impossible. His power surges beyond measure now. A blinding burst of divine light erupted from the Guardian. The sky burned crimson as a final, searing light cleaved through the heavens. The gates are breached, and the horde pours through the dust. Amidst the smoldering ruins, a solitary warrior stands defiant. With a final, desperate gasp, he clung to his weapon. The blade strikes the earth with cataclysmic force, sealing the moment. The lone warrior faced the horde, bathed in the dying light of the ruined city. Leon, remember the legacy you carry. You are the culmination of their sacrifice. You are the chosen knight, inheriting the resolve of those who fell. So keep going. I will be with you until the end. The monstrous horde roared, their corrupted eyes gleaming with savage intent. A brutal, blinding impact shatters the demonic defense. His victory was cemented by a terrifying, radiant surge of power, a blazing declaration beneath a blood-red sky. He appears, ready to face the final onslaught. The madness in his eyes burned brighter than the collapsing sky. The horde surges forward, their twisted faces reflecting the grim sunset. The battle cry pierces the burning sky as the hero leaps towards the horde. A final, sickening crack echoed across the battlefield as another vile creature was torn asunder. The gate defenders, witnessing the impossible breach, stood aghast. Hari and his group finally returned to the world they fought to save. Meanwhile, Hari and her group finally returned to Earth. Some emotions surfaced as the battle's echoes faded. The Holy Grail gleamed, a silent witness to the final moments of glory. A gentle smile, illuminated by the fading light of a world that still fights. The demonic tide had breached the outer defenses. A sudden proposal, etched with earnest intensity. The automated guardian paused, its singular optic glowing red in the sterile gloom. A small drone hovered, its expressionless gaze fixed on the carnage above. Amidst the chaos, flashes of the past flicker across the monitors. Footage of the heroes, the sacrifices made for honor. A small drone rolls onto the desolate floor. The city hummed, overshadowed by the colossal, looming structure. Even in serious moments, some just couldn't resist their playful whims. The fallout of their desperate flight left them scattered, breathless on the dusty ground. The Holy Grail of the Moon, forged to correct flaws. The grand chamber, bathed in warm light, set the stage for their solemn conversation. The king's confidence shone, yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily. The Holy Grail of the Moon, shining with captured light. His gentle smile contrasted the chilling expanse of the cosmos and the solemn figure beside him. The king's palace stood pristine against the chilling mountain air. A blinding light erupted from his palm, challenging the shadowy legion surrounding him. The final grail, a divine key forged to perfect the system. The Holy Grail of the Moon, a key to the final creation. A shining knight, wreathed in golden energy, stands ready for command. Beatrice accepted the grave request, her composure unwavering. A brilliant, surging power erupts between them, illuminating the silent chamber. Your Majesty, you said this was like the Ark, right? The Holy Grail of the Moon pulsed with contained, divine fire. The weight of the command settled upon her, an unexpected and startling realization. The king asked for a favor, and Beatrice accepted without hesitation. A sudden shock registers on her regal features. Beatrice accepted the monarch's plea with quiet grace. Beatrice smiled, delighted by the earnest request of a king addressing another king. This powerful aura pulsed behind the queen, cloaked in menacing crimson energy. Under the looming shadow of dark power, the king steels his resolve. A serene, knowing expression settles upon her features, her hand resting gently over her chest. A king does not order another king. The queen offered her support freely. A subtle shift in the dynamic as the earnest request is made, a delicate, lingering touch against the lips, as soft secrets are shared in the quiet room. A sly smile played across her lips as she deferred the answer. The Brilliance Palace, now stripped down for its mundane purpose, mining star iron. The strain of these mounting demands was clearly taking its toll. His composure cracked under the mounting pressure. A small act of destruction on paper. The Republic of Korea's power, choked by the 10 great guilds, was laid bare on this document. The president's sheer relief clashes with the insistent, almost manic encouragement for loyalty. The government eagerly welcomed the rise of the Pantheon Guild. The president visibly sweated, cornered by the impossible choice. The president listened intently, weighing the sudden interruption. That, the president asked, wiping a bead of sweat with a nervous, forced smile. Damn it. These damned bastards are out of their minds. The president explodes, furious at the endless cascade of demands and political maneuvering. The president's composure cracks as an urgent dispatch arrives. The document was finally presented. The revelation hanging heavy in the air. Damn it. ALLOF those damn bastards. The official notice lands, confirming their worst fears. An investigation is coming. A blinding flash of golden power erupts, echoing a sharp, metallic impact. The harsh reality of forced labor set in, deep within the Brilliance Palace mines. A floating fortress looms over the cityscape, a strange, pocked mass suspended in the air. The official business of the Pantheon continued amidst the towering structures. A sudden cry cuts through the air as the little drone intervenes. "Oh, okay," she murmured, as a small projectile struck the ground nearby. 15 days without an accident. A lie shattered by calamity. The harsh, unforgiving stone cracks under the relentless blows of the pickaxes. The pickaxe felt impossibly heavy. Each swing a raw struggle against exhaustion. Beneath the harsh stone, the labor continued, a desperate struggle against the earth. The meager rations sit before them, a cruel joke against the brutal demands of the mines. A sudden, sharp realization hit the overseer in the gloom. He stared at the thin, salty sweet liquid, a grim reminder of his fallen status. The slaver revels in the carnage while bearer clutches the pathetic meal. From the fiery depths, a hulking metal form emerged, glowing crimson. Bearer, trapped in servitude, could only watch as the guards pressed on. A blinding spark erupts as the pickaxe strikes the unforgiving earth. The crushing weight of the task forces a ragged cry, the sound echoing in the dark pit. The desperate swing hits nothing but dust, the brittle wood snapping under the strain. A hulking shadow falls over the exhausted digger. The sheer force of the blow shattered the earth and the spirit within. The earth trembled as the mining failed. An agonizing scream tore from the serf's throat. The clang of the pickaxe echoed through the oppressive darkness of the mine. A grunt of exertion, a desperate push against the crushing reality of forced labor. The serf swung the pickaxe down, the force echoing the desperation of his servitude. The ground beneath him shatters, radiating raw, ominous power. Panic erupted as the ground shook. A cave-in threatened the workers. The very ground beneath them fractured, echoing a violent, deep shudder. The cavern walls groan under the strain, threatening collapse around the weary miner. The beast attacks the overseer entrance with ferocious intent. A bizarre spectacle erupts as panicked citizens flee a monstrous crab-like creature. That sounds dangerous. The Pantheon staff share their grim breakfast while planning their next moves. The cadet faces, utterly bewildered by the treatment. The cadets looked utterly bewildered by the situation. The cadet looked stunned, absorbing the reality of their current situation. She beamed, radiating an almost unsettling confidence. The small figure below her unimpressed. "Go die," they shouted, pushing the innocents toward the blaze. The air shivered with a delighted, unnatural sound. The UN Survivor Human Rights Commission has arrived at Incheon International Airport. The UN Survivor Human Rights Commission has arrived. A firm grip sealed the introduction. An alliance forged between power and pretense. The arrival. A seemingly cordial exchange between power brokers at the airport threshold. A forced welcome from the local official, whose smile seems practiced and thin. I've defended survivor rights against countless dictatorships. The official escort offered a bewildering display of forced cheer. A strange reception awaited Officer Louise, led by a man with a sinister grin and an oddly costumed escort. The facade of perfect harmony shattered as the mission reached Nayu. The human rights officer is met with an unexpected, almost surreal welcome. Fair Earth. I'll protect the basic rights they deserve. In transit. Mappo to Nayu. The journey continues under a pale, hazy sky. Transit. Incheon Airport to Mappo. The inspection begins. The UN Commission and their escort arrive at the destination, stepping out onto the sunny, grassy knoll. They're already blending in well with the citizens. No sense of alienation at all. The supposed model case of integration was on full display, a seemingly perfect coastal harmony. A brief moment of peace. A man fishes, his giant crab companion sheltering a tiny, sleeping cat. This monument. Is this their local culture? The UN officer tried to process the overwhelming enthusiasm of her strangely costumed greeter. The Crusatrians are already blending in well, their culture vibrant against the harbor backdrop. Officer Louise, sharp and collected, checks the briefing on her tablet. Even the ocean floor is repurposed for military endeavors. A crab in a helmet gathering trash. A torrent of light erupts, shattering the dark expanse. The UN Commission investigator points toward the maritime district, caught in the sudden downpour. The UN Commissioner felt a chill as the towering figure behind her glowed with malevolent intent. Below the churning waves, armored drones patrol the rocky seabed, an unseen military presence. That explosion just now, that was probably the sound of Crusatrian commandos training. The UN Human Rights Commission has arrived at Incheon International Airport. The UN Survivor Human Rights Commission has arrived. This level of pressure is nothing to me. The official's composure cracked under the intense, sudden spotlight. The descent reveals the dense urban landscape below, shimmering with false promise. The UN Human Rights Commission has arrived at Incheon Airport. The Human Rights Commission officer meets the local association president. The official delegation stands rigid, awaiting the arrival. An unnerving welcome display. These fervent local champions shouted their manufactured contentment. Kuhi is so happy. Louise recognized that unsettling, twisted smile. The perfect facade of harmony shattered before their very eyes. The upright officer, Louise Foster, observed the subject with professional scrutiny. The inspection team chief, Dennis, shares a knowing glance with his accomplice. Louise Foster's instincts flared, sensing a dangerous falsehood beneath the surface. Louise Foster, the UN officer, confronts the staged compliance with sudden, sharp intuition. The forced grin, wet with tears, screamed a lie. The seasoned officer felt a jarring spike of instinct. Something was terribly wrong here. A sudden, sharp intrusion breaks the street scene, a cold metallic presence lurking in the foreground. Louise Foster, the dedicated UN officer, stood facing the subject of her inspection. No issue. The seemingly compliant smiles hid a deep, unsettling agreement. Karuk. The designated meeting spot awaited their arrival. The arrival signaled an unsettling tension in the quiet street. The inspection team steps into the village hall, greeted by an unsettling, almost artificial welcome. Louise Foster, the idealistic UN officer, watched with rising suspicion. A stunning array of dishes, glistening under the light. The unusual spread was presented, even as someone in a whimsical costume demonstrated the proper way to assemble the wraps. Louise Foster, the earnest UN officer, felt a strange, unexpected flutter. The UN officer surveyed the seemingly blissful scene, her sharp instincts immediately sensing a carefully constructed facade. The inspector carefully held the strange bite, her brow furrowed in bewildered apprehension. The freshness was undeniable. The gifted vegetables glittered with an unnatural, vibrant health. The welcoming smiles and stiff formality of the hosts filled the room as the meal was served. A moment of suspicious contemplation, forcing a polite, almost practiced acknowledgement. The meal ended successfully, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Of course, she confirmed, masking her growing unease with forced pleasantries. The exhaustion finally claimed him. A sudden collapse after the meal. They fussed over him, noting his strange fragility. The UN officer's instincts sharpened. Something felt deeply wrong in this deceptive facade. The ethereal figure presented an orb, bathed in chilling, otherworldly purple light. As you commanded, the Human Rights Inspection Team has been dispatched to the Pantheon. That stiff posture, that forced, sickly grin. Something was profoundly wrong. A cruel smile plays across his fiendish features as he makes his move. The orc expansion proceeds as planned, cloaked in dark, ominous energy. War after breakfast, after lunch, then sleep. A brutal, endless cycle. As you commanded, we have dispatched the Human Rights Inspection Team to the Pantheon. A sudden, chilling suspicion gripped the UN officer. The artifacts I've distributed will protect you throughout the inspection. The artifact projected a grotesque, sneering face, crackling with malevolent energy. The officer felt the facade crumble, seeing the manufactured bliss up close. A sudden, forceful touch breaks the facade. As you commanded, the Human Rights Inspection Team is dispatched to the Pantheon. A chilling aura of dark energy pulsed, signaling an undeniable confrontation. The overseer issues a chilling command. Keep watching. The cavern wall groaned, fissuring under the strain of their dark labors. A monstrous shadow falls as terror grips the escaping survivors. A massive collapse trapped them within the dark cavern. Someone was screaming in agony. The inspection team, caught unaware, recoiled as the strange, massive crab struck. The surf ballista roars to life, unleashing terror upon the captured laborers. The forced smile shattered, replaced by raw, desperate terror. This one's been exposed to holy power. The inspection revealed a grim contamination. Even after collapsing, they keep whipping him to make him work. A sudden, blinding surge of purple energy filled the cramped space. Louise's instincts screamed. Something felt deeply, terribly wrong here. The sudden, sickening realization struck him like a physical blow. The wicked are swiftly met with divine punishment. The tribunal has begun. A final, desperate scream ripped through the chaos. They would not forget this torment. A searing flash erupts as the surf ballista finds its mark. GRRGH. The inspection team member recoils as dark energy swirls around the glowing artifact. Divine punishment upon these wicked savages. The sheer brutality erupts in fury. As you commanded, we have dispatched the Human Rights Inspection Team to the Pantheon. The artifact materialized, a glowing beacon above the shrouded figure, eliciting a sharp, satisfied reaction from the informant. He seethed with rage, the divine energy crackling around him. Yes, excellent. The court convenes. An archaic device surfaces in this modern age. The savage crowd roared for blood, their calls echoing the demonic decree. The gathered crowd turned feral, their manufactured anger boiling over into threats of violence. The good officer witnessed horrors her idealism could not reconcile. The air crackled with an ominous, unseen presence as armored figures advanced. The trial commences. The court is now in session. The breeze feels nice today in Nayu. The breeze feels nice today, a stark contrast to the hardships they endured. The sun dipped low, casting the ravaged fields in a stark, golden glow. The salvation appeared, a powerful purifier cleansing the tainted earth. The Savior stood in the newly purifying fields, offering a hand to the divine presence. The powerful purifier purifying the land that even the tower's mages had given up on. The joy of eating the blessed crops for the first time was beyond words. The joy of eating the blessed crops for the first time was beyond words. The breeze felt nice as the farmer paused, greeted by an approaching elder. The elder, Mr. Park, tinkers with the latest machinery, a testament to the village's sudden prosperity. A gentle breeze met the elderly farmer as he admired the newly upgraded, gleaming machinery. Priest Choi, touched by the farmer's sincerity, offered a gentle word amidst the growing chaos. Gleaming tools, blessed by divine energy, offered for a simple garden hobby. The old farmer, Mr. Park, looked on, his hand resting thoughtfully under his chin. The inspector pressed forward, questions about conditions hanging in the air. So the Pantheon's doctrine isn't as strict as people think. Priest Choi, a devoted follower, offered an artisanal sickle and handhoe. The imposing figure looms, dwarfing the men standing near the humming, upgraded machinery. The uniformed inspector arrives, his smile tight, his intentions unknown to the simple farmers. The air hung heavy as a stranger, an inspector from the UN, arrived in their reclaimed paradise. The inspector, Dennis, was met with a disarming, knowing smile. The breeze felt good today, a stark contrast to the barren land. The inspector's gentle line of questioning was met with cold suspicion. I'm Dennis, an inspector from the UN. The outside world had finally arrived at now. That's it. The final, insane decision is made. One man smiles with sinister contentment. The other stares out, trapped in dread. The inspector's polite facade barely masks his rising suspicion. Burn those bastards alive, I say. The collective rage boiled over, ready to consume the trespassers. His rage ignited, fueled by devotion and the holy steel in his grip. The inspector's shock was palpable as he was confronted by holy, glowing steel. The farmer lunged, armed with a farming tool, as the inspector recoiled in shock. Working conditions? The inspector's question sparked immediate outrage among the gathered villagers. The inspector pressed on, probing into the village's dealings with the royal decree. The fury in his eyes burned as bright as the surrounding flames. And so now, under the ceaseless rain, the demand rings out. Animals can sense evil, they cried. The dog's frantic barking confirms it. The UN inspector stared, aghast, as the situation violently spiraled out of control. The fury of the faithful erupts as the investigators are seized. The night has arrived to silence the accusations. The inspector's rational pleas dissolved into the horrifying reality of their situation. The inspector recoiled as armored figures and a glowing drone advanced upon her. The stake is set. A pyre awaits the verdict of the savage trial. The inspector's scream of terror echoed as the madness fully consumed the villagers. Witness 1. Old Man Park steps forward to testify in this sudden, furious trial. Let's burn them. If they burn, they're demons. The mob descended into savage judgment. Terror etched across his face as the inspector found himself bound. The villager's rage blinding. His rage boiled over, demanding retribution for the perceived insult to their savior. The inspector's cautious questioning ignited a furious backlash. The night arrived, and the fervor of the mob reached its peak. The night has arrived, an imposing figure stepping into the mounting chaos. The trial commences under the dim, accusing night. Witness 2. Old Man Choi rises to speak. The infernal glare of the judge bore down upon the accused. A single, accusatory finger descended, pointing toward the bound inspector. The elder's eyes blaze with fanatical light as he points a rigid finger. The mob, enraged and armed with faith, moved to judge the outsiders. Silence fell over the darkened plain as the townsfolk stood united, facing the accuser. What is it? The elders demanded, facing the armored figure who had arrived like a grim omen. The inspector could only watch, horrified, as the trial devolved into madness. His frantic outburst, choked with disbelief, signaled the true descent into madness. The inspector's composure cracked under the weight of the villagers' fervor. The farmer roared, his conviction absolute, as his livestock stood silent witness. Look at him, white poppy, barking like crazy. The fury of the devout erupted, drowning out any semblance of reason. The inspector, tied in small, watches as the fury of the elders escalates. The inspectors, bound and helpless, face the grim reality of their interrogation. The zealots raged, chanting their distorted beliefs against the outsiders. The inspector's face paled as the ultimatum was given. Burn or burn. The air crackled with dark energy as the fanatic prepared the cleansing flame. A spectral, glowing orb hovered above the impassive Holy Grail night as the mob erupted in savage cheers. Wait a second. Something's not right here. The automaton stands impassive, demanding justification for this brutality. The small entity looked on, steam puffing from its mouth in awkward agitation. The ominous device sat on its pedestal, awaiting its next command. The zealous crowd cheered, blindly embracing the brutality unfolding before them. Peering from the shadows, Louise watched the zealots gather, their faces grimly determined. The sheer absurdity of their logic explodes on her face. A sudden, terrifying intrusion interrupts the testimony. Terror grips the UN officer as the chaos reignites. The Holy Grail Knights press their case, dismissing any plea for mercy. The fanatical crowd cheers as the torch touches the bound victim. The air crackled, something massive descending through a blinding burst of power. Spinner. You maniacs are demanding death. Then the decree shifts. No defense, only execution. The fanatic's triumphant scream cut through the night as the mechanism of judgment was prepared. The flames raged, a spectacle of terrible judgment casting unnatural light. Louise watched, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before her eyes. The condemned screamed as the flames were summoned, yet the zealots cheered their gruesome victory. The inferno raged, a blinding declaration of divine judgment. The officer's scream echoed, drowned out by the sudden, blinding inferno. The unbearable agony of fire consumed him, a desperate plea echoing into the inferno. A scream of pure horror pierces the air as the impossible becomes reality. The flames surged higher, encompassing the bound figure. The mob advances, zealotry burning brighter than the pyre they feed. The lunatics cheered, blinded by their fervor, while the world needed to witness this truth immediately. The flames of pedos raged, showing no mercy to the accused. The flames roared, a blinding judgment against the accused. The horrific spectacle unfolded as the fanatic crowd watched the flames consume the accused. The fanatic lunged forward, torch held high against the deepening twilight. The flames roared, a terrifying spectacle of conviction and carnage. The shocking revelation echoed in the sudden silence. The condemned man screamed as the righteous flames consumed him. She pleaded with the armored zealot, surrounded by the torch-wielding mob. The officer stammered, the shocking events still weighing heavily. The blinding light of the trial pressed close, Louise watching in horror. The nightmare unfolded as the flames consumed the staff, shockingly revealing some were immune. The official confirmed the horrifying truth. The flames claimed only the followers. A streak of divine light pierced the darkened sky, signaling the judgment to come. A cool, unwavering assessment hung in the air. The Queen's workshop displayed a chilling reenactment of the prior night's horrors. The King's words hung heavy, demanding acceptance of his ominous gift. Louise was led through the dimly lit halls, heading toward Beatrice's workshop for a grim reenactment. Chains held the incandescent figure, raw power raging around them. Even Louise, having witnessed the horror, was no naive champion of demon rites. The King's gift hung heavy in the air between them. The official's composure began to crack under the unseen pressure. The King's gift was offered, a token meant to hold its effect. The King offered a gift, a gesture Louise knew she shouldn't refuse. A shimmering artifact, a gift from the Queen, now rested in her careful hands. You'll see the truth of their judgment, Louise. Then, I trust you had a thorough tour of the Queen's workshop. The nightmare concluded. Louise tours the workshop, where the horror is unnervingly reenacted. The tension snaps as a heavy fist slams down, shattering the calm. The accusation hangs heavy in the tense silence of the interrogation room. Officer Harrison recoiled, demanding answers about the horrific events. The UN leadership recoiled, the reports of the Pantheon's brutality sparking outrage. The accusations flew, demanding an immediate response from the world's authorities. Under harsh criticism, Louise began her detailed testimony of the horrific events. Let there be light. The air crackled as a blinding radiance erupted. A sudden, blinding shockwave ripped through the room. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The man's true, monstrous form erupted in crackling purple energy. The facade shatters. The monster roars its true fury. A monstrous grin, teeth bared in triumph as the demonic power surges. Kill the male. The fanatic commander descends, bathed in menacing purple energy. The sudden, shocking realization registered on her face. A sudden, terrifying grasp. The world dissolved into a blur of malicious energy. The chaotic judgment concluded, yet the horror only deepened. The armored figure descends, an overwhelming presence cutting through the shadowy chamber. The demon's features twist in absolute, unholy denial, activating the enhanced combat sequence. Data streams from the cloud. Antok, the guardian of the mind, manifests in a brilliant, ethereal glow. The monstrous thing recoils, a shriek tearing through the darkness. The air crackles with raw power around the armored sentinel. A figure encased in cold, brilliant armor descends into the cosmic void. That sound, the unmistakable sign of pure, unadulterated refreshment. The break was finally here, a moment to savor simple pleasures. UN headquarters reels as multiple demons are discovered, sending shockwaves through the global community. The numbers were staggering. Hundreds of demons and cultists accounted for. The temple-wide holiday, the Demera Festival, had finally arrived. Under the dappled sunlight, a moment of rare peace finally descended upon the exhausted warriors. The harsh realities of the world could wait. For now, there was only sun-drenched peace. Finally, a well-deserved break after enduring the harsh field life. The muscular trainee yelled, interrupting the quiet break. The rhythmic pounding of feet echoes as they push through their strenuous morning drills. The holiday had finally arrived, gifting the overworked knights some precious downtime. The holiday has begun, and the others are finally enjoying a well-deserved rest. The contrast was stark. Veteran ease against wide-eyed surprise. A mock challenge hangs in the air, sizing up the solemn figure before her. The trainees, finally off duty, took a moment of peace amidst the lush greenery. The taste of a hard-earned break, finally earned after the relentless grind. The muscular Sir Yaffe greets them heartily, already warmed up. Two figures observe the city's haze as others pass by in determined strides. A brief moment of confusion as Suho scratches his head, the break feeling almost surreal. The slumbering boy rested oblivious to the world, while the elder regarded him with a lazy, knowing glance. He hadn't even seen it coming, dwarfed by the ominous, glowing weapon. The hard-earned break had finally arrived, a moment of blissful, sun-dappled rest. The legendary Grail Knights, those who truly understood the weight of the title. A moment of repose contrasts sharply with the ruins of war. The well-deserved break was finally here, amidst the urban sprawl and lakeside calm. The promised break was finally here, yet something felt off. The sudden shock caused his world to freeze. What was that sound? Beneath the dazzling, ominous glow, a tense exchange unfolds between two powerful figures. A jarring descent into the shadowed underbelly of the temple. A piercing shriek cuts through the dungeon's oppressive air. A sudden, imposing presence shattered the silence. The smell of this place is utterly foul. The air crackles with dread as an unwelcome arrival echoes through the stone corridor. His Majesty enters the subterranean prison, immediately noting the foul, familiar stench. A chilling silence hangs in the air as the king approaches the foul underworld. The king arrives in the dismal confines, his presence immediately stirring reactions. These deranged fanatics act like victims while we suffer in these squalid conditions. She glared, furious at the casual path chosen to reach the workshop. A sudden, chilling power crackles, bringing the encounter to a shocking halt. The king's arrival pierces the stench of the dungeon, met with feigned pleasantries. The confinement was suffocating, the stench unbearable. The royal presence arrived, descending into the foul-smelling depths. Your Majesty has arrived, descending into the foul depths of the workshop. Her smile held an intoxicating, dangerous promise, drawing one deeper into the shadows. Sir Vulcanus. A name spoken with a sudden, chilling intensity. Vulcanus, the Grail Knight, revealed in a terrible blaze of power. A tense, private meeting unfolds beneath an ominous, fiery glow. The queen surveys her surroundings with a knowing, placid smile. A sudden realization grips him, shattering the quiet composure of the meeting. He pours, the setting sun casting a deceptive warmth over their quiet, tense meeting. A terrifying portal ripped open, revealing the Glacier Archduke's distant fortress. The ritual dagger was useless against the demon's corrupted gateway. She offered a calm smile, perhaps too calm, while the man beside her betrayed his mounting anxiety. The sheer audacity of the Lionheart King left his subordinate utterly speechless. The raw, crackling energy illuminated his unnerved face, revealing spectral figures rising behind him. The air crackled between them as one figure smiled knowingly, the other bewildered. The queen's composure cracked, a monstrous shadow looming behind her. Their triumphant, glowing eyes met, a shared, malicious pleasure in the dark. Amidst the crimson shadows, two figures conferred over a delicate tea service. The air crackled with infernal energy as the assassin struck, his grin manic under the crimson light. Holy power. Devour my enemy. A deafening sound wave burst, shattering the stillness of the council. The queen's chilling command sliced through the air. Boil them all. Gob, an archdemon of goblin descent, was now clearly furious. The sheer, terrifying announcement of the Lionheart King's descent sends the demons into absolute pandemonium. A brutal strike silences the weak, while his comrades cheer in deranged excitement. That sound, a raw, visceral grunt of pure dread. The subordinate cheered loudly, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. Gob will handle it fine. The fate of the cleanup falls to the newbie. Move it. Get this site cleaned up now, the foreman bellowed, setting the pace for the contaminated cleanup. The supervisor's rage was palpable, demanding immediate action. The ensuing chaos was a horrifying spectacle for the observing demons. The demon realm remains a chaotic, brutal world built on power and hierarchy. His rage boiled over, the demonic authority ready to judge. The little demon boss demands answers while the workers toil in the dark. Even in this toxic soil, the work continues under the watchful eye of the masked overseer. The contaminated soil, now piled high, pulsed with a terrible, captured light. A subordinate grunts, ready to work in the grim domain. This staff, brimming with stored holy power, was meant for something far greater than they imagined. The elder channeled the gathered, terrible soil. The elder demon channels an ominous, glowing power, his red eyes fixed on some unseen target. This staff, crackling with power, held centuries of concentrated holy energy. The operation must proceed swiftly. Even in this foul domain, slaves must toil. Gob's suspicions festered. The demon realm was a facade masking eternal, brutal conflict. Something feels deeply unsettling, a wrongness building within him. He returned to the shadows of the demon realm, burdened by his mission concerning Earth's fate. Startled awake in the chilling darkness, Gob senses something profoundly wrong. The chilling silence of the chamber was broken only by a mysterious, ethereal glow. Something feels off. Why? Did I absorb too much holy power? A chilling sound echoed through the grand, shadowed hall. A figure shrouded in white emerges from the shadows, clutching a flickering lantern. Something feels off. The underling approached, clad in white, bearing a single flickering lantern into the oppressive darkness. The hunter closes in, eyes blazing with menacing blue light. The assassin's desperate rush met a chilling, sudden halt. A flash of infernal light confirmed his dread. The objective was found. Gob's suspicions were clearly valid. Beneath the surface, the demon realm writhes in chaos. The staff, overflowing with centuries of raw holy power, impacted the floor with a blinding flash. The demon snarled, channeling immense energy into a glowing orb, ready to strike. A blinding shockwave rings out as the cloaked figure unleashes its attack. With glowing red eyes, the demon unleashed a blinding burst of power against his foe. A blinding, radioactive beam erupts, engulfing the assassin. A single, booming word cut through the tension. The assassin stared, dread washing over the realization of who they faced. The demon recoiled in absolute terror, engulfed in blinding, agonizing light. I'm going to die. I'm completely dead. The shrouded figure kneels upon the dais, glowing faintly in the gloom. The mad magician queen's staff was now charged with 2 centuries of gathered holy power. The great demon of wisdom, Georbi, began thinking hard. A silent, cavernous hall stretched before him, where a small, robed figure stood waiting. The power was unleashed, and the lie began. Then the truth of his fate dawned. The creature prostrated itself, its desperate plea hanging in the stunned silence. He hasn't attacked yet. The critical moment hangs in the balance. A desperate realization breaks through the terror. It's a myth made real. The great demon of wisdom, Gerb, began thinking hard. Then one day, the orcs invaded and conquered us. Chained within the stone cell, the goblin bowed low, awaiting fate. The prophecy rings true. A savior has arrived to deliver them from suffering. The great demon of wisdom, Gorb, was sweating profusely under the weight of his deception. The great demon of wisdom, Gorb, began thinking hard. The great demon of wisdom, Gorb, began thinking hard. A chilling intensity flares in his eyes, the light of some unholy power burning within. A gasp escapes as the young hero processes the creature's proximity. The demon of wisdom was gripped, confusion etched onto his face. The young man knelt down, his expression shifting from confusion to slight alarm. The hero dragged the small figure away, leaving a residue of otherworldly energy in his wake. Trapped and terrified, the desperate plea rips from his throat. Two figures stand against the desolate landscape, a powerful hero beside a cloaked, ancient being. The knight's simple confusion seemed to genuinely amuse the lying demon. A terrifying aura erupts, glowing crimson against the hooded figure's sinister grin. The demon of wisdom, Gorb, shuddered under the hero's intense scrutiny. A massive shockwave erupts, shattering the earth around the cowering demon. A flicker of recognition crossed his eyes, a slight, knowing smile forming. The warrior descends, an avenging shadow threatening violent retribution against the cowering goblins. The supposed goblin awaited the savior's next move, a picture of sincere faith. The artifact glows, catching the demon's greedy, fearful eye. The jagged, cold landscape confirms their arrival. The mage queen appears, cutting through the tense standoff. A gasp of recognition escapes the demon's lips. A gasp escapes her lips, surprised by the unfolding drama. With a dramatic bow, the impostor revealed his hastily adopted name, Gorbla. The mage queen stood bathed in an eerie, pulsating violet energy. The great demon of wisdom, Gorb, braced himself, sweat beading under the intense scrutiny. The priest diligently gathered the fluffy, captive spirits. The meager meal sizzled over the crude fire, a welcome sight in this cavernous refuge. Even in this dark refuge, a moment of forced peace begins. The queen seemed genuinely pleased, accepting the small offering. Tears swelled in his eyes. The relief of survival was overwhelming. The demon of wisdom fixates on escape, a desperate need for survival overriding all else. The searing light fractured the canyon walls as the small figure huddled in the shadows below, clutching the precious bundle. The old goblin cradled hope in the dim cavern light. The savior demands answers about their distant deity. A moment of stunned silence, realizing the power unleashed. The demon of wisdom stared out at the approaching threat, his own bodyguards. The great demon of wisdom, Gorb, frantically searched for an exit. The great demon of wisdom watched in sheer terror as the masked savior effortlessly lifted the very vehicles of his minions. The great demon of wisdom, Gorb, gasped, sweat beading on his brow. The great demon of wisdom, Gorb, realized his ruse had worked perfectly. They found the coordinates, opening a shimmering gate to another location. The small goblin elder kneeled, his reverence vibrating in the cavern air. The swirling void threatened to consume them, yet Leon remained unnervingly calm. The sheer terror of the impact resonated as a blinding light erupted. The savior's glowing eyes held an unnatural divine power, terrifying the terrified demon. The imposing figure conferred the blessed staff, satisfied with his work. The divine power erupted, shattering the cavern with blinding, golden force. The staff fractured under the immense, scorching energy. The savior smiled, presenting the staff imbued with sacred, glowing energy. I have to touch this radioactive bomb? Does he want me to die? He held the staff tightly, the faint glow of its magic reflecting in his weary eyes. The boot descended, crushing the great demon of wisdom beneath a sudden, heavy pressure. A brilliant divine power erupted, shattering the silence of the canyon. The radiant light of the divine power erupted, striking the monstrous form. A sudden, ecstatic burst of noise echoes over the desolate landscape. Is this true joy? The light streamed down, illuminating the rocky, desolate exit. Boss! A frantic cry rose from his terrified underlings. The ordeal was over, but the cost was immense. The great demon of wisdom wept, the pain of survival etched onto his face. In the echoing depths of the cavern, the small tribe gathered around their fallen hope. A chilling breath escapes into the blinding white, the air thick with unforgiving cold. The snow fell harder, signaling a harsh shift in the frozen landscape. A soft, knowing smile plays across her lips in the biting cold. The sudden, close contact left her momentarily stunned. His self-assured smile contrasted sharply with her surprised caution. The frigid expanse swallowed them whole as snow veiled the towering peaks. The harsh reality settles in. Even their inherent powers demand a greater toll here. The biting cold surrounds them, forcing a visible breath of defiance. A sudden, deep chill cuts through the air as the snow intensifies around them. The chilling atmosphere intensified as she gripped the glowing, crimson dagger. The glowing dagger pulses, a tether guiding them through the desolate expanse. A subtle sound escapes her lips as the weapon pulses with internal heat. The cold, unforgiving landscape yields to a shared, tense silence. The very air around them seemed to scream, a chilling display of elemental power. They descend into the blinding white abyss, the air thick with frost and urgency. The intense cold was visible, misting their breath in the unforgiving air. The cold deepens as they stand amidst the towering ice, the dagger glowing a warning red. A blinding cold erupts around them, a stark testament to the elemental struggle. A tender touch breaks the icy stillness, stealing her breath away. In the hazy, falling light, he held her close, a moment suspended in the cold. Her breath caught. Proximity in the cold was suddenly too much. His gentle hold seemed to bring a blush to her very core. His tenderness was exposed, yet she insisted. No. In the biting cold, she leaned against him, a soft, tired sound escaping her lips. The unforgiving ice storm rages, yet he carries her onward, his breath hitched amidst the cold, a blush rising despite the freezing storm. Despite the biting cold, there was a moment of soft respite in his arms. If only he had known this reunion would happen like this. The situation escalated. A cascade of gate occurrences flashing across the screen. The world map glows red, showing portals erupting across every continent. Their faces froze, registering the impossible sight before them. The rising tension shows on his sweat-drenched, ashen face. They spotted the glowing green sign, an exit, a way out of this strange place. The emergency summons had gathered the highest ranks, a looming presence, the weight of authority settling over the room. An emergency order flashes out to the highest ranks. A strange, masked companion perched atop the pink-haired associate. Phew. Y.O. your EALL here. Where's T.G. King Andy Queen? Kim Jinchul, guildmaster of the Shark Guild, sits heavy with unspoken tension. The sheer shock of discovery flashed across their faces. A sudden interruption shattered the tense quiet of the room. A strange, vibrating object rests atop her head, jarring her composure. A growing unease settles over the group as they face the shadowed figure. He regarded the tense gathering with cold, shadowed eyes. A terrifying crimson light erupts from within. His brute strength was barely enough to touch the ground. The brute's heavy-handed approach elicited a sharp reaction, a clear plea for distance. A moment of satisfied composure as the weight of the situation momentarily fades. His sharp, knowing smile cut through the tense air. The sheer intensity of his demonic aura washes over her like a bloody tide. The air thickened, saturated with dark power as this imposing figure prepared his command. The association president finally makes an urgent announcement, drawing the attention of the stunned gathering. Phew. You're all here. Where's the king and queen? The cold authority in her eyes met the brute's simmering tension. Silence hangs heavy, the machine processing the chaos. A sudden interruption, a voice demanding attention amidst the chaos. The mechanized form registered an internal disturbance. The machine's calm retort met only with raw, unfiltered rage. Shielding desperately, she faces an unseen threat with fierce determination. The shock of the sight left her speechless. Clutching the item tightly, rage boils over, erupting in a blinding flash of dark power. Her shocked face registered the audacity directed at her. The man roared, his power surging in a blinding crimson aura, a sudden, deafening halt to the chaos. What unbelievable power did Hari just unleash? The clash ignited, a searing shockwave born from an S-rank's desperate intervention. The guildmasters reacted with stunned disbelief to the association's heavy-handed demands. S-rank achieved. The raw power was undeniable. The hulking figure's face contorted in a terrifying snarl, radiating pure fury. Trapped between two angry factions, she could only offer a meek submission. The man looms, the air vibrating with unseen force as the tiny figure recoils. Yeppy's shocking declaration cut through the tense atmosphere. A terrifying shadow, eyes burning red, surged forward with a primal roar. The tension thickens as the confrontation escalates, leaving a tense silence in the wake of the outburst. The elder, furious, brandished his pipe, demanding respect from the younger generation. A snarl of contempt escaped the younger man as the elder spat his demands. The raw emotion of surprise explodes across her face amidst the crimson haze. A sudden command cuts through the tension, silencing the growing dissent. The Divine Sword Guild's elder regards the room with quiet authority. The assembly was called. The world map a stark backdrop to the impending crisis. The world map flickered, ablaze with the terrifying spread of crisis points. The atmosphere crackled between polite smiles and sheer shock. The map ablaze with red dots marked the grim reality. The association president stared down the descending guild masters. The Changsung Guild Master, Infinite Ginseng, sits with arms crossed, radiating contempt. The leaders of the major guilds gathered, their faces a mixture of suspicion and calculation. You haven't forgotten how they treated heroes before, have you? The harrowing memory of heroes wasted in the past hung heavy in the air. The sudden, decisive halt met with stunned disbelief. The elder's booming laughter mocked her fear, completely overshadowing the tension. A moment of heavy, labored relief washes over the tense atmosphere. The association president knew the value of these legendary arms. The elder glared down, authority radiating from his posture. Stern, aged man with a high ponytail demands respect. The star iron armor, forged in Sir Jagged Spin's esteemed workshop, is presented. The guild master of the Changsung Guild spoke, his tone sharp and uncompromising. The association president smiles, briefing the assembled guild leaders. His outrage boiled over, a savage roar against their demands. The association president silenced the rising dissent with a stern, knowing gesture. The star iron armor shone, a testament to unparalleled craftsmanship. The audacity of these commoners, challenging a respected elder in his own domain, an ancient master at work, his hammer rising in the gloom of the forge. The bizarre creature perched above, radiating an unseen energy. The man's feral snarl confronted her wide-eyed terror. The air crackled with menacing red energy surrounding the armored figure. The king stood resolute, armored and stained, facing the darkness behind the imposing gates. A shadow looms over a scene of confrontation, the air thick with dark energy. The queen, clad in heavy armor, cried out, holding onto the fallen knight. A chilling, wide grin spread beneath the shadowed hood, holding a galaxy within a sphere. A terrible acceptance, sealed by glowing, malevolent eyes. The Lionheart Kingdom stood proud, yet shadowed by impending doom. A regal figure, burdened by a crown of shadows, emerges from the darkness. The tension in the room was suffocating as the Divine Sword Guild's representative stepped forward. The weight of a century of nightmares settled upon her gaze. The king's memory flickered, the scent of fire and past loyalties heavy in the air. The young knight's composure shattered, fear flashing in her wide, shocked eyes. Memories of the past are a beautiful thing. She brought the ornate, overflowing chalice to her lips, the icy contents chilling her senses. The king rested near the fire, the ancient memories swirling around him. The king sighed, haunted by the repeating nightmare of a fallen kingdom. The divine power flickered around her, a slight blush rising on her cheeks. All right. A moment of silence before the inevitable clash. The king, weary from battle, finally awakens from his slumber. The regal queen shivered, while the king beside her only chuckled, perhaps recalling a less harsh time. She held back a sharp retort, eyes burning with contained frustration. A sudden, sharp intake of breath hangs in the air. A sudden presence, cloaked in shadow and power, cuts through the chaos. The memory of the past, a beautiful thing to recall. A shocking display of allure cuts through the surrounding chaos. A stern gaze cuts through the surrounding chaos, the gravity of the moment settling upon him. Her knowing smile contrasted with his watchful, guarded gaze. A moment of tender closeness, shielded from the harsh reality outside. Her eyes, heavy-lidded and violet, betray a deep, unsettling comfort in the embrace. A silence hung heavy between them, charged with unspoken meaning. Against the relentless chill, a small, defiant flame burned bright. A title flares hot and imposing. Leon, my knight. An impossible question hangs in the air, met only by a solemn denial as the divine light intensifies. A sudden, bright suggestion cuts through the tense silence. Is that Hari they are discussing? The quiet closeness offered a fleeting comfort amidst the brewing succession. A mocking laugh escapes him as the insult lands like a slap. It's only right for traitors to be connected to each other. A shared purpose binds them, an understanding forged in quiet agreement. So young, a mere year separates them. Enough. It's a meaningless argument. He's my knight, my son, she declared, her voice ringing with possessive pride. The chilling truth is spoken, illuminating the two mothers of his existence. A bizarre, burning declaration hung in the air. A strange, luminous creature floated near her as the goddess spoke with tender reverence. Is the tension rooted in Karina? The scales of justice loom over them as the goddess radiates a painful, golden light. A forbidden artifact, glowing with fierce, contained energy. The divine power pulsed within the artifact, a stark contrast to the chilling landscape. The great demons of sloth and foolishness loomed behind him, their icy fury palpable. The biting cold of the glacial expanse settled around them. They stood dwarfed by the desolate, endless expanse of the glacial peaks. The chill of the unknown settles as Leon adjusts his collar. The air hung heavy, the chilling presence of divine power flaring brightly against the blizzard. Those ice walls up ahead, they press on through the blinding blizzard, dwarfed by the colossal ice wall. The piercing cold bit deep, but their gazes remained fixed on the desolate landscape. A seemingly endless, towering wall of glacial ice loomed before them. The icy air crackles as a glowing weapon is drawn forth. The divine flame surged, illuminating a terrifying resolve in his glowing eyes, unleashing a torrent of divine power against the killing cold. The divine flames unleashed a searing, soundless impact. A gasp escapes her lips as a figure emerges from the glacial fog. Unclosed by glacial ice, the ancient warrior remains perfectly preserved. The air itself seemed frozen solid, trapping warriors in an eternal, chilling tableau. The realm of Kaja, ruled by the Archduke demon of sloth and foolishness. The first chapter opens upon a glacial expanse, a fortress buried in the relentless white. A frantic warning shatters the silence. Someone has been ejected into the abyss. Tell me, the chilling demand echoed in the frigid silence. The great demon of sloth roared, his icy form drenched in sweat and fury. A moment of thoughtful, perhaps unsettling, curiosity dawns upon the demon. The chilling atmosphere intensified as a prone figure lay defeated on the ice floor. A primal scream tears through the frozen silence, confirming the ultimate fear. They are unleashed. The air shrieked as divine fire met the grotesque forms of the demons. A chilling discomfort settled over the blue-skinned figure, teeth gritted in silent strain. The structure stood defiant against the biting cold, monuments amidst the falling snow. Sir Volcanus and his knights, frozen in time by the chilling embrace of the glacier. Finally, Ivy found them. Before them loomed a colossal wall of sheer, frozen blue. The divine flames erupted, a terrifying display of raw power. The divine flame erupts, consuming the darkness. A blinding rage erupts, scorching the icy air around him. Return, brothers. The chilling sound of ice shattering echoed in the desolate void. The ground fractured under a blinding, divine discharge. A towering silhouette, radiating malevolent energy, erupts from the chaos. A golden figure charged forward, cloaked in overwhelming speed. The oppressive silhouette loomed against a backdrop of fire and fury. A colossal foe looms, its sword blazing with arcane light. The realization dawns. The presence of royalty shocks the gathered knights. The glacial lord's true form is revealed, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The blade is drawn, a searing connection between warrior and weapon. The enemy recoils as the radiant aura of their arrival crashes over the frozen landscape. The king let out a burst of joyous laughter as his comrade finally stirred. The proud third sword, Lihar Devoy, kneels, overwhelmed by the presence before him. A moment of breath, a weight lifted from her shoulders. The queen awaits their answer, the air thick with unspoken questions about the frozen wasteland. The Queen of Sparrow, saintess of dream and death, confronts the armored knight. Lihar's shocked expression froze against the falling snow. The sword of the burning order bows before the king. The queen gazed out at the frozen expanse, the blizzard mirroring her own unease. A chilling realization settles upon them amidst the endless, frozen expanse. The heavily armored knight, Lihar, observes the sudden appearance of the regal stranger. The queen inquired, her presence commanding even in the frozen waste. The frozen expanse seemed to breathe, the frigid air heavy with unseen power. A queen's query in the biting frost, met only by the king's focused gaze. Her gaze shifts, recognizing a familiar, startling power emanating from the night. A blinding surge of energy cuts through the snowstorm. The queen, Beatrice, gazes upon the terrifying display of raw power. The cavalry of the war god, trained with fire, resumes a battle paused for 2 centuries. The monstrous apparition roars against the raging storm, while the queen watches with cold certainty. Mana reserves must be managed carefully, for the gate must open. The third sword, Lihar Devoy, stood resolute in the blinding snow. The burning sword knight orders elite. Lihar Devoy stood ready for inspection. The colossal figure in golden armor struggles under a crushing impact. The queen of the Sparrow Kingdom confronts the Dragonia king, sensing the divine power radiating from him. He's arriving now. The cavalry of the war god, trained with fire, resumes the 200-year pause. The demonic warrior prepares its terrifying decree, eyes burning with cold, crimson light, sword unsheathed. A sudden flash, a sharp impact echoing across the frozen wastes. An immense, glowing wall of blue ice looms before him. The sheer scale of the ice wall dwarfs the 2 figures contemplating their desperate situation. The cavalry of the war god resumes its centuries-long pause. A savage battle erupts. No, that was a needless worry. I have dependable allies right next to me. The very essence of his being erupted in a blinding display of holy fire. With focused intensity, Lihar prepared his strike. The overwhelming radiance split the darkened cavern, a column of pure, burning energy. The raw power unleashes a blinding, golden strike splitting the frozen world apart. The third sword steps forward, gathering immense power into his outstretched hand. Divine law, crushing wave. The sheer power gathers above them. A wave of immense, unbelievable energy washed over her senses. The king stood firm, facing the encroaching, chilling torrent of power. A terrifying, triumphant grin splits the darkness. The slumbering enemy has awakened. A thunderous impact against the frozen earth. The burning sword knights charged, their fiery resolve meeting the frozen expanse. A savage grin splits his face as the battle surge engulfs him. The cavalry of the war god, trained with fire, were finally resuming the war that had been at pause for 200 years. Unleashed from its slumber, the true horror of war manifests in searing red energy. Merciless death to the enemies. The cavalry charges. The Queen of Dreams and Death stood aghast in the chilling snow. Was this even a proper fight? The carnage erupted as the armored vanguard descended. No need for mercy. A sudden chill grips her as she senses a disturbance. The monstrous, horned denizens of the ice stood ready, their savage grins signaling a grim confrontation. The enemy bellows a name of confrontation: Velators. The queen looked on with veiled concern as the armored legion advanced. A monstrous shadow loomed, its eyes burning with hellish crimson light. The sheer, terrifying power of the awakening unleashed an aura of utter despair. The tremendous force of the crystal slammed down, scattering the demonic silhouettes like dust. The saintess's composure shattered, her eyes wide with sudden, shocking realization. "Ishem," she murmured, observing the sudden surge of power. A knowing smirk plays on his lips as a terrifying aura erupts. A blazing torrent of fire descended, splitting the frozen expanse as sound barriers shattered. The sheer force of the divine law ripped through the crystallized landscape. "He's awake." A horrifying realization dawned upon the monstrous figure. The mask fractures, revealing eyes burning with cold, terrible divinity. The raw, terrifying energy of the divine power erupted, tearing the very fabric of reality. A primal scream tore through the air as the creatures realized the terrifying power unleashed. The monster is awake, ripping the frozen world apart in a torrent of crimson power. The sheer, terrifying presence of divinity dissension begins to manifest. The slumbering titan awakens, cloaked in searing crimson power. 200 years ago, on the Landolge Plains, the strategic lines were drawn. A lone piece stands on the grand map, facing a looming shadow army. The monstrous glacier lord stared, confronted by an impossible reality. The relentless strike descended, red energy flaring violently through the demonic ranks. The glacier lord screamed in impotent rage, his dominion shattered. The glacier lord, cornered, unleashes a desperate surge of dark power. The glacier lord, facing impossible odds, issued the order: fall back. Survival is paramount. The shock of the long-sealed prison's undoing echoed in the frozen air. The glacier lord's forces were trapped, facing the wrath of the Crimson Knights. A chilling darkness erupts as the glacier lord makes his final, desperate gambit. The glacier lord, defeated, unleashed his ultimate spell, freezing existence itself. "You think you can defeat me in my own territory?" The demonic realm. The weight of a divine sword slammed down, shattering the very ground beneath. Every single place becomes the territory of the gods. The glacier lord, trapped and furious, could only utter one word as his power was sealed. The glacier lord roared, utterly enraged by this impossible intrusion into his domain. "Kill them." The glacier lord raged, unleashing his fury upon the invaders. Was it because victory was already assured? The glacier lord, finally cornered, unleashed his ultimate defense. The devastating shockwave of power erupted in the demonic realm. Trapped within the frozen void, the glacier lord makes his desperate gambit. The chilling power of the glacier lord erupted, freezing the very fabric of reality. The glacier lord enacted his final gambit, freezing the very fabric of reality. The glacier lord resorted to his ultimate gambit, sealing away the very fabric of time. The glacier lord had resorted to his final survival tactic, freezing time itself. The glacier lord enacted his final defense, an absolute freeze of time itself. Strange, a Grail guardian has appeared in the demon realm. The young man smiled, a calculating confidence warring with the primal fury of the demon lord. The shockwave of their arrival silenced the realm. Who dared interrupt this ancient cold war? The Lionheart King stood ready, his gaze burning with intent. In the heart of his demonic domain, the glacier lord roared his defiance. The glacier lord could only snarl in impotent rage, staring down the resurrected hero. The glacier lord roared, trapped by the sheer will of his opponent. A grim smile meets the cold, masked gaze of a demonic foe. The oath is sworn in the frozen battleground. A triumphant, almost manic smile splits his face as he grips the weapon. The glacier lord's final defiant subordinate confirms the king's victory. A demonic foot, encased in dark armor, stamps down amidst glowing crimson energy. The battle in the demonic realm raged, energy exploding in crimson arcs. 10 days into the crisis, the Pantheon Guild kept the gates from overwhelming Korea. Dungeon break. The hunters were holding the line, soldiers poised behind makeshift barricades. The city below was a ruin, testament to 10 days of ceaseless conflict. The mechanized entity descended, its red eye glowing ominously as bright energy beams locked onto the defenders below. The Earth's forces held the line against the rising threat, establishing a desperate barricade. From the depths of the water, a monstrous form erupted with terrifying power. Monsters burst forth, chaos erupting across the city. The ground trembles as a colossal horror descends upon the fleeing soldiers. Hari strained, her energy fading fast against the unending onslaught. Divine law. Water flow manipulation erupts in searing blue energy. The Pantheon Knights charge forward, a desperate yell tearing from Jiuk's lips. A blinding light erupted, overwhelming the scene. The Pantheon is here. We're saved. The knights burst forward, an unrestrained, maniacal charge echoing their fury. The terrifying clash erupted across the demonic shores. The chaos of the dungeon break erupted. The battle resumed with savage fury, a clash of divine resolve against demonic blight. Her grip tightened on the flaming sword, the heat of battle reflecting in her wide eyes. The devastating strike connected, crimson light tearing through the demon's form. The sacred items demanded recognition. Power was conditional. A desperate cry escapes as an unimaginable threat looms over the already exhausted hunters. The monstrous serpent guardian descended in a blaze of terrifying blue energy. Panic erupted below as the minions saw their doom. The beast roared, its maw a cavern of terrifying teeth, as Hari gritted her teeth against the overwhelming presence. Desperate, she poured every last ounce of energy into the blade. Yes, my saintess. Whoa, you have power. The final defense was failing. A desperate magical barrier shattered. The overwhelming presence of the giant boss drained her already limited power. After 200 years, the spell finally broke, thawing the ancient prison. The raw power of the sacred items seemed to fail him in this critical moment. Confusion warred with panic. The terrible power unleashed by the sealed demon lord shattered the stillness. Freeze with time and space. HOW dare. YOU make me use this skill twice. The demon bellows, channeling raw power against the encroaching frost. The infernal power surges, meeting a human defiance pushed to the absolute breaking point. That's enough. That's more than enough. A desperate cry echoes as he collapses under the sheer strain. The shadowy figure mocks the night, sipping tea as power drains away. The crimson power surged, an unyielding force radiating from the possessed armor. The monstrous figure screams in pain as the final blow strikes true. His ancient rage boiled over, a demon enraged by mortal hubris. Yet, this bizarre human seems to possess no sense of moderation. He's acting like he's a god. A furious, primal shriek tears through the void. A torrent of crimson power erupts heavenward, shattering the surrounding gloom. The world recoiled as time and space bent to the madman's will. The air crackled under the infernal glow as the ancient entity made its enraged presence known. His absolute power ripped through the sky, a devastating beam of crimson light. Freeze with time and space. The ancient conflict, fought across millennia, finally reached its shattering climax. The ancient power, fueled by white-hot fury, erupts towards the lone figure. The mountain shook as impossible ice erupted from the frozen earth. The furious shout was immediately followed by the crushing sound of absolute zero taking hold. A triumphant, guttural sound echoes in the void. The heavens crackled with crimson energy, announcing a power beyond mortal measure. The crimson energy manifested, a sword dripping with terrifying power. Freeze. The world screams under the absolute command of time and space. The moment she voiced the name Ki, the confrontation began anew. The holy sword, flames, blazes with terrible, world-ending power. The arrogance of the enemy was met with utter disdain. The air screams as the blinding crimson power slams down, meeting its target. The sheer force of time and space warped reality itself. The world held its breath as the two survivors watched the cataclysm unfold. The two-sword wielder hovers amidst the searing inferno, ready to unleash devastation. The Suwon dungeon break site is silenced, stained with victory and fallen foes. He steadied himself, a quiet moment before the inevitable confrontation. A sinister warning erupts amidst the crimson haze. A desperate knight surges with raw, incandescent power, aiming her fury. The towering, armored figure recoiled from the surprisingly sharp strike. A sickening smirk plays across his face as he condemns the other. His power surged, overwhelming the battered survivor beneath him. The young man offered a disarming smile beside his imposing, silent guardian. The heavily armored champion steps forward, his presence dwarfing the immaculately dressed man. A knowing smirk played across his face as he arrived at the gates. The battle that went unfinished 2 centuries ago finally reached its conclusion. Even by the pale glow of a distant screen, the chaos was evident. A momentary glance, heavy with recognition, cuts through the tense silence. The headlines scream of chaos, alarms silent, and the military's calls rejected. The demon's true name was finally uttered, a binding call, a terrifying name, spoken aloud, now summoned the very being she sought to banish. Scandals within Harmon's cabinet plagued the high society. The mere utterance of that name was an unforgivable transgression. A flash of dark, ornate wallpaper hinted at something powerful concealed within the shadows. The moment she finally spoke the cursed name, a dark, powerful energy surged. A sudden, resonant sound. The summoning was complete. The moment she voiced the name Ki, everything changed. The monstrous grin confirms the horror. The ruin of her past has returned. Her eyes burned with furious purple energy as she channeled an immense, crackling power. The ominous presence of the kingdom has returned to her. Fate does not change. Queen of a fallen kingdom. A chilling smile confronts the queen, the air thick with unresolved fate. Such a delightful, twisted smile blooming beneath the mask. Her eyes burned with a furious, violet light, an arcane darkness gathering above. The queen of a fallen kingdom faces an imposing, masked figure shrouded in dark, potent energy. A wicked smile crosses the masked face, power crackling around him in vibrant purple energy. The air crackles with dark energy as the queen of a fallen kingdom makes her stand. The queen of a fallen kingdom fixed her gaze, illuminated by an ominous purple light. The Pantheon Guild deployed forces across various grain belts to protect their followers. The monstrous advance was met with a wall of steel, their desperate push echoing against the demon's might. The chaos of the dungeon break erupted in the city streets. The world exploded into chaos as the dungeon breach erupted in the heart of the city. The knight-errant screamed, charging with lethal intent as the battle roared on. "Get your equipment. I'm a knight." His conviction rang true amidst the dust and gore. A week of brutal sweeps concluded, leaving only 2 days before their return home. The men-at-arms finally secured their 6th raid at the Cajun Principality. A brief respite in the Cajun Principality. They toast to success. The veteran's words cut through the casual banter. "Goodness," the soldier exclaimed, clearly enjoying the break and the parring spirits. A sudden, jarring sound echoed as chaos erupted around them. A sudden, catastrophic breach erupts in the city center. A frantic soldier rushed past, their armor clanking into the tense quiet. Dungeon break in the middle of the city. Panic erupts as the civilians flee. A monstrous serpent and its minions erupted into the heart of the city. Civilians scattered in sheer terror. A dungeon break in the middle of the city, the nightmare realized. A sudden, violent impact shatters the relative peace. Chaos erupted as a beast and a motorcycle slammed down, sending a civilian scrambling in terror. The charge begins, armored might meeting raw energy. The sheer terror of the unexpected dungeon break washes over the city. A sudden dungeon break in the heart of the city. A sudden breach in the city center. Damn it. This chaos was unexpected. The knight charged forward, a desperate shield against the chaos erupting in the city streets. The city was breached. Demonic entities spilled out against the few brave souls remaining. The desperate battle erupts as the city skyline darkens. The aftermath of battle. felt monsters bleeding their ichor onto the cold stone. 3 long hours passed since the chaos erupted. The knight-errant stood firm, facing the king's imposing command. The chaotic fight ended, leaving an uneasy silence under the dark sky. "What are you talking about?" "We're staying too." The city streets, once familiar, now lay desolate under the pale evening light. The warrior's look was one of pure, bewildered exhaustion. The knight-errant spoke, his expression earnest under the dim city light. The knight-errant stood frozen, the gravity of the situation washing over him. Was everything truly all right now? The knight-errant held the glowing device, his intent unclear, causing immediate alarm among his weary soldiers. The grim reality of the recent battle settled heavily among the weary soldiers. The king's sudden decision hung heavy in the air. The royal decree was issued, a silent judgment hanging in the tense office. Driven by a desperate need to prove his worth, he searches for any means to contribute. Bathed in a lone, cold light, the armored figure knelt amidst the downpour. A tense split screen, 2 men face to face, their thoughts about to collide. The king's voice cut through the tension, demanding to know the true desire hidden beneath the struggle. He remembered the man who failed countless times, yet never ceased his striving. Silence descends amidst the chaos. Their reactions spoke volumes of the danger. The king's wild, unsettling grin faced the kneeling, glowing knight. "How dare you?" The voice cracked with chilling, absolute authority. The knight-errant's shocking decision brought a wave of surprise. The knight-errant faced the lingering uncertainty, but his comrades rallied behind him. What did His Majesty just say? They teased the tired hero, asking if the victory had brought him to tears. Gu Disung simply denied his current status. A week passed, and the operations concluded. Amidst the fiery ruin, 2 figures stand resolute. The call to return to the path, to wield the sword, rings across the battlefield. Standing amidst the dust and ruin, his gaze was heavy with past burdens. The elder monarch, weary yet resolute, offered a final appeal to the young knight. A quiet moment of reflection, the king recalling an old friend under the wide, pale sky. Beneath the vast, bright sky, a moment of shared reflection passes between them. A chilling analysis cuts through the casual facade. The beast lord settled onto the crimson surface, its avian talons gripping tight. The grand vessel cuts through the churning waves, an indifferent floating palace. The captured woman cried out, witnessing the unusual scene unfold. The queen surveyed the strange scene, a wide, amused smile on her face. A desperate cry met with cold amusement. The ordeal continued, a sharp intake of breath. The queen is caught entirely off guard. A sudden, chilling realization struck them both under the bright sky. The queen's laughter echoed as one subordinate stared in open shock. Her Majesty, regal even amidst the rout, met his gaze with an unnerving smile, a burst of raw excitement, completely unrestrained by decorum. The king's confidant watches, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The reason Leon is on a cruise right now is because of Beatrice's hypothesis. The magnificent cruise ship slices through the dazzling, azure waters. A soft, knowing gaze turns toward the light. The air grew thick with unspoken words between them. A moment of quiet acceptance, a thought taking shape behind cool eyes. He stood, his expression hardened, waiting for the queen's response. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken energy as the figures convened on the deck. Greetings from the pool deck. The vacation has begun. Not bad. Enjoy yourselves. Your Majesty. The forbidden proximity made her heart skip a beat. A blissful moment on the cruise. He savors the sweet, cool respite. He offered a casual smile, while she froze, utterly speechless. The king raises a celebratory glass as the others cheer from the water. A moment of casual leisure, an audible eruption of dark amusement echoing across the deck. The king relaxes with a drink as someone rushes in, announcing their arrival. With a triumphant cry, she launched herself into the shimmering water. A blinding flash erupted as the water exploded outwards. A sudden, chilling splash breaks the morning calm. A dazzling display, leaving one companion utterly stunned by the vibrant transformation. A sudden, Shared wave of dread washes over them both. The weight of memory pressed down, a moment of pure, anguished realization. The warmth of the water seemed to invite relaxation, but a sudden surprise broke the tranquility. Laughter echoed, a moment of light relief amidst their mission. A chilling, knowing smile stretched across his face. He seemed far too pleased with this development. A shocking realization. Eyes wide like perfectly fried eggs. The king's indulgence was met with floating confusion. The sphere bobs gently, encased in sunlit water. A chilling realization dawns as their intrusive analysis yields unexpected results. The relentless analysis continued, dissecting every habit, every preference. The analysis reveals a breakdown of his habits, rooted in past poverty. Memories flicker, the habits of poverty still clinging, even with ample funds now. The bathing chamber was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling arrival. The onlookers were left completely stunned by the sudden appearance. The mechanical observer witnessed a truly bizarre display. A wave of paralyzing shock washed over her. The playful splash turned instantly into chaos, met with a primal shout of "Shut up!" The vacation quickly devolved into chaos as the training resumed, even in the water. Emerging from the private quarters, a figure walks the polished corridor. "Your Majesty, are you in there?" The sudden burst of light announced a powerful arrival. The door shattered inward as an alarm sounded in the stunned woman's mind. A gasp of horror silences the triumphant call. A sudden realization, a sharp intake of breath. She felt completely exposed. A sudden, explosive strike against the confined space. A gasp of shock escaped her lips, her eyes wide with disbelief. The queen, suddenly hesitant, whispered a denial. A sudden, breathless moment of shock in the luxurious confines. The onlookers erupted, captivated by the drama unfolding. The Maillard reaction begins, sizzling meat promising flavor. The sizzle of the grill provided the backdrop to their carefree gathering. "Oh, this one looks expensive." The king contemplates his glass, a stark contrast to the unrestrained youth behind him. He sneaks back, bottle in hand, with an eager, mischievous gleam in his eyes. A sudden gasp breaks the quiet ambience of the gathering. A stern gaze meets the illicit drink in his hand. The magical bottle, snatched away by an unseen force, hangs suspended in brilliant light. The celebratory wine, now clutched tightly, signals a turn in the night. A dangerous aura pulsed as she reached for the bottle. The vacation had begun, everyone enjoying the poolside reprieve. Beatrice stared, observing the casual luxury of the Lionheart Kingdom's culture. A sudden, tense realization, peeking from behind the partition. A sudden, shocking realization steals her breath. The humid air broke with splashes and childish shouts of war. The king beckons, his casual invitation contrasting sharply with her flushed hesitation. A heavy sigh escaped her lips, flushed with uncontained feeling. The king's unexpected appearance cuts through their impromptu relaxation. Wrapped in sheer white, she approaches, eyes bright with a knowing, almost predatory glint. Ahem. The royal moment demands attention. His relaxed demeanor, wine in hand, contrasted sharply with her startled reaction. The air shimmered with an ethereal light within the grand hall. In the dazzling light, a dance of genuine affection unfolds. A slight smile, a predatory gaze. He watched the scene unfold. The intoxicating wine had clearly taken hold. The queen's composure shattered against his knowing smirk. The Lionheart Kingdom embraced a culture of freedom and open love. A sudden, intimate touch stills her breath. The Lionheart Kingdom valued the freedom of love, a stark contrast to other cultures. A subtle, knowing smile crossed his face. A delicate blush bloomed across her cheeks, perhaps from the warmth or something else entirely. The contrast between their cultures hung heavy in the air. The atmosphere was electric, the party already in full swing. Even in the clear water, a small, familiar creature floated by. The king casually conjures a bottle of expensive wine right before their eyes. The royal entourage dispersed into the sun-drenched water. The celebratory wine, rare and precious, begins to fill the crystal glass. The warmth of the water met the cool invitation of a celebratory drink. Their leisure was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Her Majesty. The royal decree of freedom clashed violently with the shock of the unexpected. Her Majesty indulged deeply in the celebratory vintage. The king watches, utterly baffled by this display of uninhibited freedom. The intoxicating wine fueled her carefree indulgence. The king found the decadent sight unbearable, yet he was strangely unfazed by the casual display of flesh. Right, Saintess! A wild cry erupted from the chaos below. The king's primal urges manifested, demanding affection. What a deplorable sight. Barely clothed men and women together in a bathhouse. Hey, kid. Stop interrupting the night. A sudden struggle erupts in the water as someone fights to break free. The water exploded around them. A sudden shockwave of motion. A dizzying respite in the palace bathhouse. The water shimmering under the light. A moment of irritation in the soothing heat. A shocking realization dawns in the cool, ethereal blue light. The water erupts with blinding force, tossing them all into the churning chaos. A startled cry rings out as the bathwater splashes around them. The king's casual acceptance of the bathhouse scene was jarringly different. A shocking sight unfolds as the queen reveals herself in the bathhouse. The shock of the moment hit her, face flushed crimson. The king's dramatic reveal startled her completely. A couple approaches, drawing a heavy cloth over the blissfully submerged figure. A moment of startled surprise meets a cool, knowing gaze. A sharp command cuts through the relaxed atmosphere. Retreating eyes confirm the hasty surrender. A sinister chuckle hung in the air, her wide eyes betraying a moment of pure shock. The revelers cheered for their queen, completely ignoring the slumbering form before them. The drunken king's immediate, base desires were met with a weary, familiar dismissal. The king's shocking indifference hung heavy in the steam, a rush of intoxicating pleasure, lost in the moment. Welcome to Haman. A colossal vessel dwarfs the harbor, awaiting its distinguished guests. The president's calm facade began to crack under the pressure. A fiery descent rips the sky, a burning omen marking an arrival. A sudden, blinding shockwave erupts from the confrontation. A startling arrival, dwarfing the president with menacing, golden armor. A torrent of crimson energy erupted around the Grail Knight. Fire, a power recognized and feared. The intense scrutiny of the Grail Knight met the nervous gaze of the president. A sudden, imposing shadow falls over the assembled company. The president, beaming, greets the arrival of the powerful figure. The assembled knights and officials watched, bathed in the unsettling glow of arrival. The president and the king of Haman exchanged a loaded glance. Was the fearsome Vulcanus not here for war? The imposing figure of Vulcanus, cloaked in regal fur and dark shades, arrives with an almost unnerving calm. He pulls down his shades with a predatory smirk, his electric blue eyes promising trouble. A sudden, alarming sound shattered the tense quiet. Chilling on social media, a mundane moment amidst the chaos. The initial encounter between Hari and Vulcanus was anything but smooth. You've taken this weakling of a girl as your saintess? The fearsome Grail Knight roared, confirming the unflattering assessment. Hari could only shrink from the terrifying display. A furious gesture, demanding attention amidst the sudden chaos. The shock was visceral, a sudden, blunt assessment. The towering knight stood, his imposing armor contrasting sharply with the diminutive woman before him. Vulcanus, lost in the digital world, gleefully accepted the social media follow. His casual demeanor offered no comfort to the sweating Hari. Vulcanus erupted with chaotic energy, calling out to Hari. Suddenly, the casual moment shattered by an unexpected query. A chilling, maniacal grin spread across his face, eyes burning red. The boisterous knight unleashed a sudden rush out, startling Hari. The outrage boiled over, her small frame shaking with fury. He looked on, his imposing presence momentarily held in check. The image of divinity hovered, radiating pure, golden light. The president's shocked expression contrasts sharply with Vulcanus's predatory grin. The imposing figure of Vulcanus radiates golden divinity, clutching his sword over the cracked, kneeling figure emerging from the chalice. His manic grin revealed an overwhelming, almost terrifying confidence. I am the strongest man alive. The president was utterly floored by the sudden, aggressive gesture. That immediate shift in topic, a desperate attempt to derail the coming storm. The casual scene plays out under the bright, modern terrace lights. The heart of fire, a relic symbolic of the burning sword knights, pulsed with immense divine power. The hidden talent awakens, heralded by the heart of fire's brilliant light. The president watches in stunned silence as the terrifying night looms near. The absurdity of his proposition sparked an immediate, fiery denial. A monstrous grin breaks through the inferno as he proclaims his true ambition. His true, conquest-hungry colors were finally showing. She reels back, phone clutched tight, her expression one of utter shock. The holographic display confirms their location. This is Haman. This is Korea. Gurara. The imposing presence of Volcanus shook the very ground. His manic laughter echoed, revealing a raw, unsettling ambition. The sheer audacity. She's barely known this barbarian for 5 minutes. His true, megalomaniacal colors were finally breaking through the facade. The reality of the situation hit with a sudden, horrifying clarity. The sheer audacity of his conquest plans erupted into sheer terror. The Grail Knight's true colors erupted, a terrifying zeal for conflict. Volcanus, shadowed and imposing, flashes a terrifying grin. The fiery temperament of the Dragonia heir demanded immediate action. The very image of the Lionheart Knights rose up, a terrifying chorus of zealotry. He stands triumphant against the dying light, a solitary victor. President Zhao Rui watched from the darkness, his expression a chilling, knowing smirk. A vast congregation roars its approval, their faith illuminated in the darkness. A flash of imposing, dark energy crackled over the strange equipment. The flamboyant President Zhao Rui revels in the spotlight, his menacing grin suggesting darker ambitions than mere governance. The opulent Haman president estate looms under the cool night sky. The air crackled with a dark, visible energy as he charged forward. A tense silence hangs in the dimly lit office. A chilling smile plays across their lips, hiding secrets beneath the sharp business attire. The president's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror. The archdemon of pleasure smiles, unbothered by the frantic desperation of the man behind him. The sheer terror of the situation finally broke him. The sudden surge of dark energy made President Zhao freeze in disbelief. Amidst a terrifying, dark panorama, a figure screams in disbelief. The archdemon of pleasure finally reveals himself, his presence crushing the feeble resistance. You seem to have forgotten your place. The archdemon's power rise, crushing the man's confidence under its inescapable presence. The archdemon's terrifying presence overwhelms him, stripping away all defiance. Well, sure. The archdemon's raw power erupted, leaving the man breathless and trapped. A few days earlier, Beatrice was gathering intel on the president's secret habits. The air hangs thick with shadows, the hunter now brought low before the silhouette of power. A knowing glance and a casual affirmation. The infiltration begins. The meeting room was shrouded in deep shadow, the tension palpable. The king of the Lionheart sits armored, flanked by luminous wings and an unnerving smirk. A glowing symbol materialized on her skin, a visible sign of the hidden confrontation. Even the mighty felt the shadow of something greater. There are so many people. The Lionheart delegation settles in, trying to maintain composure amidst the tension of this grand event. Even in uncomfortable attire, the king of the Lionheart maintained a composed, almost detached air. A moment of tense agreement, the small figure echoing the deep, reserved thought. Another faction watches from the shadows, perhaps a follower of the enigmatic Demera. Aboard the transport, the air was thick with unspoken tension between the king's entourage. A calculating look exchanged between the stoic knight and the crowned figure. Her serene expression betrayed the tension of the high-stakes banquet. The host raises a glass amidst the opulent scene, the knight promising indulgence. The president, with a strained smile, addresses his companions, already moving on to the next topic. The archdemon focused her terrifying power, a brilliant violet sphere condensing in her palms. The archdemon of pleasure loomed, his grin a terrifying, demonic promise. The king of the Lionheart and his queen survey the crowded hall. Beneath a shadowed, Gothic sky, She stood before a monument to lost power. The king of the lion heart and his entourage arrive, their presence imposing even in the mundane setting of transit. The air crackled with raw, purple energy as her gaze sharpened. The archdemon of pleasure rests upon his throne, an air of dark amusement surrounding him. The opulent setting of the five-star hall shimmered under the grand lights. A tuxedo sure is uncomfortable for a demon hunt. They must maintain appearances for this grand occasion. A tuxedo sure is uncomfortable, yet they must maintain dignity. A sudden pause in the feast as important guests arrive. The king of the lion heart arrived, forcing an unwelcome presence upon the gathered dignitaries. A sinister calm settles over President Zhao as the true horror of Qi's influence begins to sink in. The grand hall shimmered under the opulent lights, a gathering of important faces. The king of the lion heart must observe decorum, even when discomfort bites deep. A chilling aura of crimson power erupted behind the smiling young man. The king of the lion heart strides confidently into the opulent hall. The lion heart's night, ever composed amidst the grand banquet hall. A sudden blast erupts, capturing the sheer terror on their faces. A deafening shriek tears through the air, confirming their worst fears. What madness is unfolding now? The armored boots pound the devastated earth, closing in with relentless purpose. From the dust and rubble, they emerge, shadowy figures advancing with ominous purpose. The air crackled with an unseen force as cloaked figures materialized from the chaos. The king of the lion heart arrives, an armored presence amidst the gathered elite. The arrival of these hooded figures signaled an abrupt, chilling end to the gaiety. The enraged officials erupted, confronted by the cloaked, silent figure. A shadowy figure emerged, cloaked in ethereal light. A shadowed figure lunges, its mechanical hand outstretched, met with sheer terror. A desperate cry pierces the air. They are armed with bombs. The heavy, scarred armor gleamed under the cold, blue light. The final preparations are made. An unexpected horror is revealed. The terrifying Knight of the Lion Heart makes a grand, radiant entrance. Panic ripples through the crowd. The great hall illuminates as the heavily armored vanguard stands ready. Du's Volt. The armored warrior roared, an unyielding zealot. The bleak, oppressive architecture of Haman's capital loomed over the confrontation. The chaos had clearly taken them completely by surprise. A chilling figure, clad in ancient armor, prepares the deadly initiation. A sudden, desperate cry cuts through the air as a figure bolts into the frame. The armored figure looms, eyes glowing with infernal light as a single, agonizing question tears through the darkness. The chilling eye burned with infernal light. The fanatic raised his fist, crackling with ominous red energy. A blinding shockwave ripped through the structure, followed by raw cries of terror. The desperate cry of "Mom" echoes as the chaos of escape grips the street. A desperate, final embrace amidst the chaos. One last moment of connection. A final, tender moment of protection amidst the chaos. The unexpected closeness paralyzed them with shock. The illusion shattered, revealing a truth that defied his very senses. He watched, horrified, as a shadowy figure descended upon the scene. The demonic transformation was interrupted by the agonizing sound of the gas. The deceptive shroud of illusion shattered, revealing true horror. TCH. The monstrous reality of the situation shattered her composure. The monstrous shape lunges with terrifying speed, intent on destruction. The brute demon writhed, struck by an unexpected, brilliant power. The hulking demon was violently struck down as the metallic clang echoed through the air. The armored fanatic held them captive, a chilling display of forced control. Massive, dark figure loomed, eclipsing the light. However, the true threat remains. The demon roared against the insane zealots. Consumed by fury, the demon roared, crackling with malevolent purple energy. The fanatical zealot's corrupted spell was violently interrupted. The holy knights descended, bringing down their judgment upon the exposed demons. "Lily, don't breathe." A desperate mother shielded her child from the encroaching horror. The exposed demon was utterly overwhelmed, beaten down mercilessly by the armored zealots. The illusion shattered, revealing the terrifying truth closing in. The illusion shattered as the fanatics turned their rage upon the exposed demon. Just like that, the fanatics began their brutal beatings of the exposed demons. The archdemon watched, a chilling energy vibrating in the air. Up. The order rings out, stark against the opulent hall. The archdemon received urgent news amidst the chaos. The blond man watched, utterly dumbfounded, as his captive began to visibly struggle. How dare you? Goodness, isn't he going to resist? He stood firm, facing the intrusion with narrowed, icy blue eyes. The captives, bound by chains, stood amidst the chaos. The president's desperation rings hollow. They truly couldn't stop the terror. The sound of chains snapping echoed across the ground. The archdemon's adjutant delivered grave news about the decapitator's arrival. Leon emerged, radiating quiet confidence, while the others reacted with awe and shock. The shockwave of realization hit her like a physical blow. A sickeningly pleased expression crosses his face. He seems utterly confident now. The archdemon surveyed the confrontation, utterly confident in his advantage. The fanatic's face contorted in raw shock. The fanatic revealed his sinister prize with a chilling smile. A sudden shockwave echoes through the control room. His smooth smile contrasted sharply with her stunned silence. This might be a bit violent. A chilling message flashes across the screen in the sterile office. The nation watched, glued to screens reporting the unfolding terror. A chilling, calculating gaze fixed upon the screen. The archdemon's shadowy presence loomed, flanked by menacing, armed soldiers. His sharp gaze met the unseen threat. A single word hanging in the charged silence. The city crumbled under the chaos, but her gaze held an unyielding, dark resolve. A captured image, flashing red, the horrifying truth revealed. The archdemon receives an urgent transmission amidst the unfolding chaos. However, a sinister, knowing smile spread across his face. The armored figure stands unyielding, a soldier's attempt to halt his advance. Stop. AREYOU. Trying to stop me right NOW? Stop. Are you actually trying to stop me right now? This is a military zone. The archdemon listened. A look of grim calculation set upon his face. The soldier's face twisted in pure shock and disbelief. His blood-red eyes burned with absolute contempt for the weakling before him.
A sudden surge of panic erupted as he bolted through the compromised hall. With eyes blazing red, a desperate man strains against the chaotic force closing in. The sound of electric sparks filled the air as he furiously jabbed the lift button. A desperate man frantically punches the elevator button, panic etched onto his face. The possessed man screamed his desperate query into the chaos. An explosive arrival shatters the tense silence. The illusion breaks, revealing the monstrous truth behind the disguise. The fiend peered through the opening, a sickening grin illuminated by infernal light. The confrontation escalates with raw, manic glee meeting desperate terror. The War King has anticipated the move, a confrontation now boiling over. Amidst the chaos, a desperate voice calls out to the assembled guests. The savior casually prepared his tools, an ethereal sketch appearing at his side. Their composure shattered as the reality of the situation dawned on them. The queen's chilling confidence was a stark contrast to her companion's rising apprehension. A tense silence settled, the golden energy marking the moment. The air crackles with anticipation as the War King draws his shining blade. The demon's transformation culminates in a shriek of pure despair. The air crackled, energy gathering around him in a blinding, golden surge. A sudden surge of power erupted, striking the transformed enemy mid-scream. Another innocent soul falls to the pervasive corruption of the demon threat. The illusion shattered as the demon thrashed on the cold floor. The savior addresses the captives, his confidence contrasting with their rising panic. Suho and Jaehyuk move forward, weapons drawn, ready to face the threat. The moment of realization dawns on them. Trapped amidst the chaos, the teams were now being chosen to hunt the hidden demons. The queen, unconcerned with subtlety, issued her direct orders. The ambush was set. A wide-eyed arrival as the battle lines were drawn. She unleashed salvation, a blazing inferno to purge the room. The sudden, Terrifying sound of explosion ripped through the chaos. "Fire!" she declared, torching the room in a dramatic display. Jae-yuk and Soo-hoo found the demons hiding amongst the hostages. He stood amidst the wreckage, his suit soiled, a grim smile etched across his battle-weary face. They observed the sudden, overwhelming power unleashed. The exhausted attendant stood amidst the chaos, his formal wear stained with grime. The queen's resolve hardened, facing down the escalating threats. The War King knew this confrontation was inevitable. The War King's trap was sprung, unleashing a terrifying presence over the banquet hall. The queen's calm belies the terrifying situation unfolding around them. The savior's words confirmed their strategy. Isolate the hidden demons, then eliminate them with ease. A chilling, glowing blue gaze cuts through the chaos of the hall. "Call me," the queen commands, facing the horrific tableau of carnage. The fiend has arrived, a chilling smile announcing his presence. The queen observed the readiness, a calm contrast to the rising tension. The queen moved with impossible speed, a flash of light meeting the incoming threat. The queen moved with lethal grace, descending upon her target. His eyes burned with cold malice, a promise of dark recompense. The white-clad warrior descends, unleashing a blinding, crescent arc of violet energy. The queen's magic flares to life, a torrent of purple energy manifesting her intent. The queen's fury manifested, channeling raw power through blinding magical seals. The air crackled with dark energy as the two figures took their stance. A chilling grin breaks through the shadows, flanked by raw, monstrous power. Wisdom. The air crackles with dark energy as the monstrous form emerges. The air crackled as a shadow creature erupted from the fallen host. The queen's gaze burns with lethal intensity, her intent chillingly clear. "Me?" the queen challenged, an infernal crimson energy swirling around her. The War King was ready, anticipating the blow. "For the Lionhearts." A powerful declaration rings out as raw energy erupts from above. He channeled his power, the barrier manifesting with blinding, golden force. The Archduke's trump card was revealed, a terrifying apparition riding a pale, monstrous steed. The War King acknowledged the queen's presence, despite the grim surroundings. The War King arrives, mounted upon a luminous, winged steed. The masked Archduke demon faced off against the War King, a confrontation long overdue. The shadowy face contorted into a wicked, triumphant grin. A hand slams down, shattering the fragile peace. "Leon him!" The command rings out as two forces collide, explode, essence of corruption. The air warped, heavy with dark, violent energy against the city skyline. The shroud is pulled back, revealing a face of bone and shadow. The terrifying vanguard of the temple has arrived. A chilling aura crackles around the elder, his eyes burning with infernal light. The cultists of pleasure and corruption unleash a terrifying, crimson energy. The demonic grin twisted, bathed in infernal light. He gave the final order. Domain proclamation? A chilling aura engulfs the city. The city trembles under a surge of demonic power, a terrifying summoning erupting in the heart of the capital. A demon gate rips open in the middle of the capital, bathing the streets in ominous red light. The temple of pleasure and corruption unleashes its legion upon the trapped Lionheart. The ancient evil, wreathed in crimson power, finally revealed itself. The world seems to pause, illuminated by a harsh, golden light. Leon stands resolute. Suddenly, the familiar world dissolved into endless, barren sands. Where has he been brought? A pause in the desolate expanse, a silent acknowledgement before the next burden. A brief, ominous pause, a private thought directed toward the missing comrade. A quiet, somber greeting before the inevitable confrontation. A silent consideration crosses his face, the weight of the situation pressing upon him. A lone figure stands dwarfed by the endless, rippling sands. A sudden surge of blue energy surrounds the clenched fist. What the hell is going on? Goodness, this situation is a complete mess. The command center descended into chaos as monitors flickered with disastrous news. Kirik. The connection is severed. A digital emblem flashes against the chaotic blue. The situation has deteriorated. Surveillance feeds show multiple hostile contacts. This overwhelming chaos engulfs the command center. The sound of static and coded dissent pierces the air. What in the world is that insignia? A sudden, jarring sound echoed through the command center. The general headquarters had been seized. Chaos erupted as the disguised demons revealed themselves. The shock of sudden, crushing reality hits him hard. The comms are cut, and approaching figures betray an unsettling presence. The shockwave of betrayal rings out. Their intelligence network has been breached. A man watches in horror as mechanical legions descend upon the city. The sheer chaos of the situation was staggering. The immediate threat is contained, but the world above is fracturing into chaos. A predatory smirk forms as the grim situation unfolds around him. The Bates are all dead. The demon stood over the fallen, his grin fixed in a gruesome spectacle of carnage. A twisted grin, eyes wide with manic intent, holding a blade stained with recent carnage. The demonic presence announced itself, holding a hidden blade close. The air crackles, energy erupting in a blinding column of light. Kirik, a high-ranked demon, can outlive one of those attacks. The captain, a crab in miniature naval gear, reported emerging from the depths. The meeting point is the hotel, the center of the chaos. The connection has been cut. The colossal submersible surfaces from the deep, ominously labeled Leviathan. The ground shatters as something immense erupts from below. The world seemed to burn around them. The Bates all gone. A massive shape bursts from the water, generating a deafening impact. A massive machine descends through the turbulent skies. The massive mechanical figure unleashes its devastating payload against the sky. The ground erupts in fire and screams as the city faces an unimaginable assault. Amidst the fiery chaos, a subordinate screams for retaliation, but the brute seems utterly detached. The city erupted as automated weapons fired, catching the corrupted soldiers completely off guard. The air defense forces were overwhelmed as the enemy landed. Raw kinetic power unleashed. The air trembled as massive ships unleashed a blinding barrage of fire. The air screamed as incandescent beams slammed into the city below. The Pantheon's colossal machines descend, their arrival heralded by overwhelming force. The control unit activates, bathing the cockpit in a brilliant, charging light. The pilot's helmet glowed with a menacing crimson light. The third weapon combination activates. On land, decisive weapon, Marquis. The mechanized assault rips through the air, a silver streak against the chaos. The heavily armored form of jagged spin roared into existence. The heavy armor slams down, sparks flying under intense pressure. The mechanized fist descends with crushing force, metal against shattered earth. The on-land decisive weapon Marquis is activated. The massive machinery hums to life, glowing with menacing, digitized power.
Leon possesses the lion heart. However, the king of the lion heart endured the ordeal. He steadied his legendary blade, kneeling amidst the endless desolation. The lion heart sat alone, the silence of the barren land absolute. The weary traveler, cloaked against the harsh light, finally paused his relentless march. He strode onward, the vast, empty desert his only companion. The demon lord's confidence was absolute, a serpentine tongue-tasting victory. The smug demon tested the hero's resolve, his serpentine tongue promising corruption. A blinding flash of power as the demon strikes true. Your attempts to injure me are futile. I feel nothing. The king's gaze burns with the terrible power of the lion heart. The knight of the lion heart stands firm, facing the endless temptations of the demon. I'll give you this. The demon presented his false offerings. The king remained untouched by the endless temptations of the mortal realm. That serpentine tongue still sought corruption, savoring the prospect of triumph. The demonic smile twisted, demanding absolute surrender. The arid expanse offered no reprieve, yet his resolve remained unbroken. The lionheart recoiled, struck by an ethereal force in the desolate expanse. The demon could not comprehend such willful starvation. Why reject salvation? He stood firm against the desolate expanse, the lion heart burning within him. A sudden, chilling touch breaks the trance. The king of the lion heart stood firm, ignoring temptations of wealth and worship. The cold, grand halls offered no respite, only the echoes of an ancient trial. A shadow of immense sorrow crosses her face, illuminated by the spectral blue light. The demon offered power, tempting him to fall. A radiant figure emerges, casting aside the darkness. A chilling smile breaks across his face, dark power radiating outward. A sudden, brutal awakening shattered the peaceful facade. How could this victory be so empty? The king snaps his fingers, an act of quiet, absolute power. He strode past mountains of gold, ignoring the jewels and treasures piled high. Before the seated king and his attendant, the supplicants groveled upon the crimson dais. Why? I cannot yield. The demon raged, brandishing the cold steel. Yet the king remained unshaken. The weight of the artifact settled, a familiar, burning resolve against the overwhelming red shadow. Omnipotent, you claim? His smug smile challenged the very essence of divine power. The king of the lion heart stood against temptation, ignoring all earthly riches and pleasures. The king of the lion heart sits upon his throne, wielding a blade alight with otherworldly power. Even after enduring trials, Leon's eyes burned with an alien, terrifying crimson. The Lionheart King sat upon his throne, his posture radiating absolute dominion. Fall into temptation, drown in pleasure. The shadow figure looms, its victory sealed in a chillingly serene manner. The serpent's smile was a promise of corruption, mocking the guardian's resistance. The spectral vision fades, leaving only the eerie purple haze behind. A heavy slumber blankets the room, illuminated by a faint, ethereal glow. A cold, alluring gaze cuts through the purple haze. The Lady of Pleasure has arrived. Beatrice Alligator Sparrow awakens in the strange, purple glow. This seemingly peaceful city stood beneath the massive, gleaming cathedral. The harsh morning light invaded the space as a frantic voice shattered the lingering nightmare. He looked past even the subjugation and worship of all beings. Huh? What is it, Your Highness? Hush, Your Highness. Did a terrible vision haunt your sleep? H-U-H. What I-S-I-T, Your Highness? H-U-H. What I-S-I-T, Your Highness? Her lavender eyes widened, snapping back to the present moment. Huh? What is it, Your Highness? Did you have a bad dream? Huh? What is it, Your Highness? The gentle voice of the attendant broke through the lingering dread. A fragile moment, the aftermath of terror reflected in those glowing eyes. Huh? What is it, Your Highness? A gentle hand rests upon her shoulders, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within. Huh? What is it, Your Highness? A jarring presence disrupts the quiet after the dream, the man's face obscured in shadowy tension. H-U-H. What I-S-I-T, Your Highness? But a master to them. A fragile illusion of peace hung over the lavish, white dining hall, a facade of happiness, captured forever in the gilded frame. You've grown so beautiful in the time I haven't seen you. The realization struck her, cold and sharp. What monstrous deed did he intend now? A man prostrates himself before the cold elegance of the throne room. The damning whispers grew louder. The king is drunk on women and high on drugs. A chilling realization dawns, masking her composure with a flicker of dread. A calm resolve settled over her features, meeting the encroaching darkness. The great demon finally appeared before the lone surviving queen. The Sparrow Kingdom stood, bathed in a deceptive golden light. The High Council gathered, bathed in the cold, echoing grandeur of the hall. A servant, pale with fear, could only witness the unfolding terror. A raw, agonizing memory burst forth. The pain felt absolute. The shadow of the Romanic kingdom's fall stretched across the ravaged streets. The horrifying truth could no longer be denied. Demons. The confrontation reached its climax. The Mage Queen facing down the great demon. How could mere contractors devour an entire kingdom? A century of struggle culminates in this final confrontation. The true colors of the encroaching evil were finally revealed. The blood pooled, staining the elegant floor a sickening crimson. The palace floor was slick with the scarlet evidence of utter ruin. The final battles were lost, and the darkness had claimed them all. Horror flashed in her violet eyes as a cruel, blood-splattered grin answered her despair. The battle had ended, leaving only the Mage Queen standing in the desolate remains. The great demon finally confronted her as the last kingdom fell. "Sorry?" A raw, disbelieving echo hung in the suffocating darkness. His grinning face, splattered with blood, loomed over her in the crimson darkness. A wave of cold realization washed over her as his repulsive touch closed in. A chilling, predatory grin split the darkness. The ultimate victor gloated over the fallen hero. The king, steeped in his new corruption, finally confronted his daughter. The king's savage grin hardened. The time for resolution had come. The king, cloaked in blood and monstrous desire, finally revealed his true colors to his daughter. A mocking proclamation echoed through the blood-spattered hall. The decade of endless war had forged a queen, the nightmare of demons. That day, the darkness had been waiting inside me all this time. The Mage Queen unleashes the full might of her spectral swords. The transformation was complete. Their humanity violently stripped away. A raw, primal scream erupts, fueled by a chilling, incandescent rage. The battlefield erupted in searing, azure light, shattering the very stone around them. The final confrontation arrived. A visceral, terrifying collision. The great demon finally arrived to confront the last surviving queen. The blood-soaked despair announced the start of the eternal conflict. A few years into the brutal war, the remaining citizens enacted their grim justice. One's terror erupted as the monstrous spectacle unfolded. The palace's flower, the queen, became the Mage Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom and the nightmare of the demons. Everyone was going insane. "Your Majesty, revenge." The masses screamed for blood and retribution. Chilling invitation is extended as she manifests raw, burning power. The trapped demon shrieked as the Mage Queen summoned infernal power. They fought again, and lost again. The great demon finally stood before the queen. The demon king's monstrous grin promised an eternity of suffering. The sudden, shocking realization hit her like a physical blow. I could not escape this intoxicating warmth. A vision of the past. A loving family bathed in soft, shimmering light. The Mage Queen finally faced the ultimate threat. The great demon finally faced the solitary queen. The darkness I thought I escaped was waiting inside me all along. The great demon appeared before the exhausted queen. "Is that truly what you believe, my saintess?" The confrontation reached its peak, tearing through the oppressive silence. "Beatrice Algier Sparrow, who are you now?" The last century of battles had ended, but the nightmare was not over. "Who stands in front of you?" The confrontation hung heavy in the purple haze. The darkness was confirmed. The realization hung heavy in the air. The Mage Queen, feared by the demons, stood before her. A declaration rings out, demanding a companion to uphold justice against the demonic tide. "So, wake up from this dream now." A desperate hand reached out, calling for the absent sovereign. The shattering illusion revealed his predatory smirk, a stark contrast to the terror in her eyes. A flash of realization, a shattering reflection. A spectral figure offered a final, solemn piece of advice, shattering the reality around them. The darkness had been waiting inside me all this time. A radiant, yet fleeting, moment before the nightmare consumed her world. The illusion shattered with deafening cracks, revealing a shocking reality beneath. The shattering illusion revealed a stark reality, freezing them both in shock. The ground shattered beneath their resolute stance, echoing the break in reality. The illusion shattered, revealing the cold truth surrounding them. Was the escape truly free of the shadow of corruption? A surge of forbidden power washes over them both. But I know now, a terrible truth burns in her eyes. Her furious resolve manifested in crackling purple energy. This battle is far from over. The divine law attack should have worked, yet the form solidifies against the assault. A blinding, purple energy consumes him as a monstrous fist descends. The demonic figure smiles, utterly unconcerned by the ensuing chaos. The confrontation hangs heavy in the dimly lit space. The truth behind the illusion shatters. A fragile realization dawns on his face. His smug confidence was unsettling, a deceptive calm before the inevitable storm. A chilling, confident smile breaks through the gloom. A sudden, chilling realization grips the elegant woman as she stands beside him. The sudden shift in the atmosphere was met with pure, sharp terror. A gasp escapes as the true players appear over the fallen figure. A delicate figure collapses, pain etched upon her face. Their shocked expressions betrayed their attempts at composure. Hanhari is taken, his composure strained as she struggles within his grip. The ruins of the city burned under a bruised twilight sky. Under the cold, dying moon, the ravaged city street was a chasm of ruin. The demons surge forward, their rage a physical wave against the waiting line. The brawl erupts with blinding force and savage intent. A flash of golden armor and blinding crimson energy cleaves through the dark form. Raise your shields. The overwhelming might of the demon descended, shaking the very air. The burning sword knights surge forward, their golden armor blazing with grim resolve. The hulking demon roars, muscles straining as it prepares a savage strike. The armored construct recoils from the searing energy, its mechanical form momentarily overwhelmed. The giant mechanized form slams down, shattering the earth and scattering the panicked onlookers. Long-range support squads. Initiate fire sequence. The blinding inferno ripped through the battlefield, a raw, agonizing shriek of pain echoing from the blast. The imposing metal warrior materialized through the haze, its single red optic glowing ominously. The roar of impact shakes the ruined landscape. The ancient machinery buckles under the sheer force. The hulking figure prepares its massive weapon, a deafening sound echoing the rising tension. A spectral guardian flickers against the raw fury of the charging demon. A deafening impact rips through the battlefield, shaking the very stone beneath them. The colossal mechanized threat looms above the battlefield. The lion heart, the knight of the god of war, stands ready. A coalition of grotesque figures emerges from the shadows. The colossal form of the mechanized knight loomed, its very presence vibrating through the ruins. The anti-infantry cluster-type cannon stands ready amid the devastation. The ruins of the city serve as the battleground, shrouded in speed and destructive light. The emergency detonation of reactive armor screams, escalating the threat level. A raw scream of anguish tore from his throat as the terrifying presence loomed. My divine reserves are still depleted from our last encounter. War, perhaps, needed funds, but the offer came with an inevitable catch. Interest. The Duchess's composure cracks, revealing a hidden shame. He gritted his teeth, desperation burning in his eyes, a promise to intervene. A furious accusation explodes against the overwhelming crimson power. The demonic presence erupts, cloaked in burning shadow and rage. The knight of the god of war stands ready. The ground shatters under the force of this descent. A surge of crimson power erupts, blinding the senses. The immense power unleashed by the divinity of war heralds a terrifying confrontation. The crimson aura surged, a terrifying, abyssal roar echoing through the void. A scream of pure, agonizing rage erupts as the demonic illusion shatters around him. Poma worries that the troublemaker knight will have a bad influence on Hanhari. The blinding impact erupted, a clash of raw energy and darkened will. A chilling impact shatters the dark atmosphere as the colossal machine faces the lone, cloaked figure. The weapon, dulled by gas, recoiled from the star iron's true nature. Kirik, a heavy foot slams down, shaking the very foundation of the land. The demon's maniacal grin met the cold, hard steel of the mechanical threat. The air screamed as massive impacts rained down from the giant machine. How dare you form an army and get into formation when I am here? The colossal machine unleashed a torrent of fire, its weapon barrels blazing against the encroaching figure. The cold logic of the machine registers the enemy's skill. A masked figure closes the gap, unleashing a blinding counterattack. The colossal machine braced for impact, the air vibrating with raw force. The massive machine roared, unleashing a blinding barrage of light and fire. The demon lord's rage ignited, his visage contorted in a demonic sneer. A blinding impact echoed, the raw power of the strike shattering the metallic shell. The great old demon closes in, his glowing eyes promising retribution. The air crackled as the Demon King proclaimed his domain. The machine shuddered under the sudden, intense impact. A surge of terrifying power erupts as the mechanical threat glows with infernal rage. The colossal machine stood ready, its glowing presence unnerving the oncoming horde. An emergency lockdown sequence initiated, threatening total system failure. The colossal machine loomed, the clash of power echoing through the ruins. The demon roared, his glowing eyes promising utter annihilation. The imposing silver giant looms, a challenge accepted by the warrior clinging to its surface. A violent, pulsing red light envelops the machine's core. A terrifying silhouette rose, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The device shuddered violently, its core overloaded with uncontrolled energy. The sheer force of the impact tears through the machine's armor plating. A blinding shockwave erupts as the machine detonates amidst the pursuing horde. The feral demons roared, their rage demanding immediate annihilation of the armored figures before them. The lesser demons surround the glowing brazier, their savage glee palpable in the oppressive darkness. The inescapable net formation slams down, trapping legions below in brilliant, punishing light. The demon roared as the blade descended, slicing through shadow and flesh. Blinding light erupted, searing through the collapsing structure. The monstrous rage was palpable, teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. The devastating energy cuts through the wreckage, ensnaring the battlefield in deadly light. The mechanical strike meets the raw, enraged power of the demon lord. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear as the title proclaimed, "Recovery of Iron." The demon's eyes burned with a terrifying, unnatural light. The colossal power coalesces, an incandescent sphere threatening to engulf the ruined skyline. The great old demon unleashes a surge of crimson power. The machine's grip tightened, its form encased in shimmering, crimson energy. The revived core crackles with catastrophic energy, a simulated dead star awakening. The gravitational pull tightens, ensnaring the mechanical fist in a web of arcane light. The machine's vital core pulsed crimson as it dropped into the fray. A colossal hand erupts, glowing crimson and trapping the miniature automaton. The demonic warrior braced, a feral grin splitting his face as the machine fired. The sound of metal striking metal echoes through the wreckage. A monstrous face contorted in absolute, blinding rage. The surge of blue energy crackled around the demonic warrior, poised for the onslaught. "When did you do this?" The machine recoils, its digital face flashing distress. A blinding surge of energy ripped through the battlefield. The minions reel in horror at the sudden devastation. The armored figure gazed upon the colossal weapon with detached appraisal. Kirik scrambled away, dwarfed by the looming threat. The colossal armor loomed, radiating menace against the ruined cityscape. "This island is my proclaimed domain. None of you will escape my hands." The demons scattered, their desperate retreat swallowed by the crimson vortex. The heavily armored legions emerged from the blinding light. The golden knights stood firm amidst the chaos, their blades slick with dark residue. The tide had turned. The demons were in full, panicked retreat. With a blinding flash, the lesser demons scatter as their leader burst forth. The golden shockwave tore through the ranks, a devastating, blinding impact. The blade descends with a terrifying, resonant force. A dangerous smile graces his lips as the brilliant blade ignites with power. The air crackles with unseen energy as they survey the ruined skyline. The great prophecy unleashes its power. The divine law fantasy domain tears open reality. A chilling gaze meets the chaos, a silent promise of ruin. The high-speed pursuit cleaved the dark waters toward the distant skyline. A towering column of azure energy erupted over the city skyline. The president's face contorted in bitter disbelief. The grim survivor spoke of a near-fatal encounter. The red light of absolute fury burned in his eyes, his jaw tight against the pressure. A tense standoff in the ethereal blue hall, as whispered plans hang heavy in the air. The roar of the sea swallowed their fragile craft. A figure of immense power breaches the churning ocean surface. The roaring ocean met the protective barrier. A violent clash of elements. The suffocating darkness loomed, stained with a terrifying crimson glow. The colossal entity rises from the churning water, radiating malevolent power. His face contorted in strained disbelief, the sheer power overwhelming him. Amidst the churning waves, the scarred behemoth looms over a lone vessel. The Archduke smiles, savoring the utter chaos unleashed below. A colossal, blood-red leviathan erupted from the churning ocean depths. His frenzied, ecstatic declaration rang out beneath the darkening sky. The world erupted in stark, violent impact as the forbidden force struck home. The monster's gaping maw, illuminated by malevolent red eyes, looms over the tiny figure caught in its grasp. South Korea, the official seat of power, now convened in hushed anxiety. The president remained silent, chopsticks poised in a tense standoff. Instant noodles again? Such humble sustenance for this clandestine gathering. Even in the meeting, the president could not part with his instant noodles. Instant noodles again? The president was just trying to enjoy a mundane moment. Instant noodles again? The sound of furious slurping filled the air. A bodyguard stands silently while the president's aides confirm their grim preparations. Instant noodles again? The spoils of a hard-won victory. Instant noodles again? Instant noodles again? The president, cornered, could only bare his teeth against the onslaught. The president sighed, surrounded by the meager comfort of his instant noodles. The Capitol building was engulfed in roaring, divine power. President Andongle, content with his ordinary life, basking in simple pleasures. The sheer audacity of the report sent the president into a white-hot rage. The politician watched in stunned horror as the news shattered his ordered world. Dio and bullshit me. What now? The president's calm was shattered by unbelievable news. Victory. The chaotic feast had begun, a celebration of their conquest. The sheer joy of victory exploded across the feast as they recounted every glorious blow. Try some of this too. The grapes sure are good. A flash of light accompanied the joyful acknowledgement. The captured demon screams, tears streaming as the citizens, empowered and ablaze, chased down the remaining corruption. Congratulations on your victory, your majesty. Amidst the conquered foreign lands, shouts of victory echoed under the pale moon. The victor spoke, amidst her relieved entourage. Don't worry, my saintess, he assured her, a faint purple aura surrounding the diminutive figure. Illusions are now her true power, no mere tricks. The victor and the tiny passenger shared a moment of quiet triumph. A bizarre companion hovered above, catching the man's bewildered gaze. The celebrated victors returned to a strained welcome. The oppressive crimson aura flared, a silent, terrifying roar erupting around him. Kirik. The victor surveyed his domain, a subtle, unsettling smile playing on his lips. Congratulations on your victory, your majesty. The spoils of war shimmer on the table. The celebration continued amidst the spoils of their swift victory. The victory shouts echoed through the conquered lands, blinding them to the storm brewing back home. The spoils of conquest lay waiting, a feast fit for the victors. The shouts of victory echoed through the foreign lands, utterly unaware of the storm brewing back home. This entire situation is absolute nonsense. The Pantheon's triumphant return was met not with praise, but with the blinding flash of interrogation lights. The president's face twisted in rage and disbelief. A hearing. The political machine was about to face the terrifying reality of the Pantheon's unchecked power. A sickening grin splits the face, shadowed by a creeping darkness. A terrifying smile stretched across his face, radiating overwhelming power.